Hogwarts is an extraordinary place. The failed cosmetic surgery of a Dark Lord seeking employment resulted in rejection. An elderly gentleman with white hair, clad in 2 layers of woolen socks, still complains of the summer chill. The potions professor, who never washes his hair, fears baldness, while the keykeeper has an affinity for dragons. William had hoped to spend 7 years in humble tranquility, until that fateful night when the doorknob to the common room was stolen. Chapter 1. The Stark of the Magical World. The 58th winning number of this round is 43962800. Lying in his rental flat, clad in a black suit on top and SpongeBob SquarePants shorts below, William leapt from his bed in excitement upon hearing the numbers announced on the television. I've won. I've won. William rubbed his eyes, repeatedly comparing the numbers on his scratch card. The numbers were indisputable. Haha, I'm a wealthy man now. Having grown up an orphan in poverty, William had never relinquished his dreams, diligently purchasing lottery tickets every day, firmly believing that fortune would eventually favor him. With this newfound wealth, William envisioned countless possibilities. He could buy a luxurious seaside villa in the Taklamakan Desert, invest in a collaborative film featuring his favorite actors, and provide treatment for his beloved streamers. Decade-long battle with depression. 2 days later, armed with a disposable mask and children's sunglasses that cost $5, William marched into the lottery center, fully equipped. His hair was greasy, his gaze unfocused, resembling a disheveled Che Guevara. He surveyed his surroundings BGM. Happy days stuck. There was no throng of onlookers. No charity organizations awaiting his donations with pens in hand. And certainly no reporters from Hong Kong clamoring for an interview. There was no grand spectacle. Not even a trace of money. William Stark suddenly straightened up, jolted from his drowsy slumber. Where am I? Who am I? Where's my husband? Where's my money? No wonder it felt a bit surreal, while everything else seemed quite authentic. How could the renminbi possibly bear the image of the Jade Emperor? Rubbing his head, William displayed a look of utter disinterest, reminiscent of Su Daqiang lying on the ground, yearning for hand-ground coffee. A month prior, William had been living in the Celestial Empire, awaiting the organization's emissaries to discuss the matter of a socialist successor, having waited for over 20 years. Orphaned in his childhood, he had completed his university education thanks to the benevolence of kind strangers. The beginning of his dream was undeniably real. He had indeed won the lottery, but amidst the celebration enjoying hot pot and singing was suddenly abducted by kidnappers. William still vividly remembers the appearance of that individual. Blood-red lips, a pointed nose, and a chilling, sinister countenance identical to the Joker from Batman. Initially, William thought it was merely a cosplay event. He was intrigued, searching for Batman, only to be swiftly knocked down by a swift blow. Upon awakening, William discovered he could communicate fluently in English and found himself endowed with the memories of an 11-year-old child. The boy, formerly known as William Stark, came from a well-to-do family. His father was a dentist, his mother a professor at Cambridge University, and he had a 9-year-old sister named Annie. In his previous life, William was an orphan, yet he found great contentment in his current identity. As for his past, he chose to regard it as a nightmarish reverie to be forgotten. The only lingering regret was that lottery ticket. Fortunately, William had recorded the winning numbers in his diary. As long as he was not in a parallel world, he would eventually become a millionaire, just needed to exercise patience for 30 years. This time, he resolutely decided against indulging in hot pot. With a sigh, William tossed and turned, realizing that sleep eluded him. Thus, he resolved to rise early for a morning jog. However, upon standing, he was startled by a soft puff sound emanating from the balcony. Is that you, Bobo T? He inquired softly as he donned his clothes. Bobo T was a charming young orange cat whom William had rescued after it had been injured and subsequently adopted as his beloved pet. While stray cats were not as ubiquitous as the foxes of London, they were still quite common. Due to its vibrant orange coat, William had named it Bobo T. Bobo T possessed an exceptionally gentle disposition. Otherwise, William's parents would not have consented to keeping it. Once dressed, William drew back the curtains and opened the glass door, greeted by the warm sunlight that was gentle on his eyes. It seemed a rare, splendid day was upon them. Squinting, William noticed Bobo T perched on the marble floor of the balcony, locked in a peculiar standoff with an owl. The scene was bizarre beyond description. As footsteps approached, Bobo T twitched its orange ears, exposing a row of sharp teeth while emitting a soft, plaintive meow, preparing to pounce in a hunting stance. The owl, tilting its head, rolled its large eyes in apparent disdain. Could this be tolerated? Enraged, Bobo T prepared to launch an attack. William quickly interposed himself, exclaiming, Bobo T, don't eat anything strange, it could make you ill. He added, it must be cooked first. Huh. The owl seemed to comprehend William's words, tilting its head to regard the boy with an affronted expression. It rotated its tawny eyes before spreading its wings and taking flight from the balcony railing. Only then did William notice that the owl clutched a thick, brown envelope made of parchment in its talons. A letter? For me? He found it peculiar considering that owls were nocturnal creatures. It was odd enough for one to confront his small orange cat in the early morning, let alone deliver a letter. What age was this? William pondered deeply, his rich, lustrous dark brown hair fluttering in the breeze. Speaking of which, there have indeed been strange fluctuations within this boat's memories. William struggled to articulate the sensation. It was akin to a superpower or perhaps the awakening of some form of magic. He had subtly broached the subject with his parents, only to discover that they were utterly ordinary people. To avoid any unwanted attention, this secret had been carefully concealed. Now it appears. I am indeed no ordinary person. Coupled with my surname, Stark. William's emerald green eyes sparkled, akin to a blind man suddenly discovering brilliance. Could it be my distant cousin Howard Stark, having noticed the striking resemblance between his son Tony and the increasingly familiar Potts, intends to summon me across the ocean to inherit his vast fortune? Yet, that does not seem quite right. Given the fame of Stark Industries, it is peculiar that William has never encountered it on television thus. It cannot be the Marvel Universe. Then, is it possible that a relative from Westeros, Bran Stark, seeks to call me forth to inherit his Iron Throne? However, surely a raven would be dispatched for such a purpose? As William pondered this, an owl circled overhead several times before delivering a letter directly onto his head. His eyes widened in surprise with a firm grip. He swiftly tore open the envelope and began to read. From the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Stark, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Signed, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Before he could finish the letter, his attention was abruptly diverted by a commotion. He looked up to see Popo T having successfully tackled the owl. The owl lay sprawled on the balcony, with Popo T perched atop it. The posture was somewhat suggestive. That was William's first reaction. His second reaction. Chapter 2. Only children make choices. As night descended, the living room was enveloped in a rich and enticing aroma. The dinner spread was quite sumptuous, with pies enveloped in a golden syrup, accompanied by a generous dollop of whipped cream. A large platter of fried snowfish was paired with crispy potatoes, each piece evenly coated in a layer of almond slices, achieving a delightful crunch without being greasy. Father Roy held a cup of red tea, sipping it thoughtfully while scrutinizing a letter, refraining from offering immediate commentary. However, Mother Leanna hesitated for a moment before gently interjecting, "My dear, it is evident that this is nothing more than a prank. I recall receiving a letter from the mysterious doctor in my youth, inviting me to tour the TARDIS and save the world. Every week, little Annie sent 5 letters to Baker Street." William found himself in a quandary. He could not articulate that this was not a jest. As for magic, he had yet to master the ability to wield such power freely. After a moment of silence, Father Roy set down the letter, raised his gaze to his son, and stated earnestly, "William, your mother is correct. There is no such thing as magic. You are aware that after graduation, I wish for you to attend Eton for secondary school and then pursue your studies at Oxford, rather than Hogwarts." What Roy truly meant to convey was that the mere mention of Hogwarts did not evoke the image of a reputable institution. Nor did the name Albus Dumbledore suggest a person of integrity. "My dear, why Oxford? I believe Cambridge is the superior choice," Mother Leanna replied, resting her chin on her hand, visibly displeased. "Hey, Leanna, I understand you are a professor at Cambridge, but you must realize that Cambridge is merely a preparatory school for Oxford." The two engaged in a friendly debate, leaving William in a state of bewilderment. This scene felt oddly familiar. Was it not true that in a past life, he had similarly agonized over whether to attend Peking University or Tsinghua University? He had tossed and turned, losing sleep over the decision for several nights. "Annie, what are you doing?" William suddenly focused his attention on the little girl. Annie froze, her fork suspended in midair. Clearly, she had just attempted to feed her bacon to the pet, Bobo T. "Annie, no more feeding Bobo T. He has already indulged in his fish treats. Overindulgence can lead to weight gain." Biologists have proven that orange cats and overweight orange cats are 2 distinct species, the latter more accurately classified as being in the realm of swine. William would not allow his beloved creature to transform into an orange pig. Jenny pouted. Bobo T's fish treats were stolen by the owl. The boy frowned in response. Earlier, the owl had been sprawled on the ground, dragging its wings and crawling forward as if gravely injured. How was it now tearing into bacon with such vigor? Was it truly injured? Seemingly sensing William's gaze, the owl's large, adorably innocent eyes shifted slightly, and then it loosened its grip, allowing the bacon to tumble into its bowl. It then collapsed onto the floor. Feigning a state of paralysis, Bobo T sat on the sofa, casting a disdainful glance at the still adoring owl, twitching its whiskers with an air of aloofness. At this moment, William's parents had transitioned from discussions of university merits to international disputes, then leaped to Charles, pondering how many more years he would remain the heir apparent. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. He was unlikely to outlive the Queen. William, nodding in agreement, recognized that the Queen was indeed a seasoned contender, with only that elderly man as her rival. The owl, having shamelessly feasted for 2 days, endured countless disdainful glances from Bobocha before reluctantly departing with William's letter and a couple of packets of treats, much to Bobocha's fury. As a Muggle family, they were aware that Hogwarts would send a teacher for a home visit in 2 days. Clearly, Hogwarts had grown accustomed to the skepticism surrounding Muggle parents. Not every parent possessed the audacity to entrust their 11-year-old child to an enigmatic institution, especially one that boldly proclaimed itself as a school of magic. However, the Hogwarts teacher was rather tardy. Despite an arrangement to arrive at 9, the afternoon had come and gone without a trace of them. Surely a charlatan. Roy, the father, grumbled from the sofa. As a dentist, he valued punctuality. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Startled from her nap while cradling Bobocha, Annie sprang upright from the sofa, inadvertently sending the orange kitten tumbling off her lap. Moments later, a piercing shriek echoed from the far side of the carpet. Meow. At last, she was fully awake. Annie dashed to the front door, eagerly twisting the doorknob and finally catching sight of the wizard she had been murmuring about for days. She looked up, and up again. Wow, Annie gasped. A towering figure nearly blocked the entire doorway, clad in a fluffy brown suit without a tie. He lowered his head, revealing a face obscured by a tangled, bushy beard, yet his beetle-like eyes gleamed brightly beneath his hair. Compared to his dense beard, the giant's hair appeared relatively tame, though this was a relative assessment, as he seemed to have applied an excessive amount of some sort of machine oil in an attempt to tie it back, resulting in an exceedingly bizarre appearance. To be honest, William was startled. This was not at all what he had envisioned a wizard to be. In his mind, a wizard should at least sport yellow rubber boots and capri pants, while Hagrid resembled a giant more than a wizard. In truth, William's knowledge of the Harry Potter universe was rather limited. He only recalled the names of Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, and Dumbledore, but couldn't recall any plot details. Had he found himself in the realms of Naruto or Marvel, he might have been able to prepare and avoid numerous dangers with his foresight. But the Harry Potter world was utterly foreign to him, with his understanding of the storyline being non-existent. So, would he not attend Hogwarts? Surely, such a notion was laughable. Who could resist the allure of magic? As for the more comfortable life in the scientific world, he thought that was a choice for children. William desired it all. Chapter 3. The professor was gored by a wild boar. Apologies for my tardiness. The giant offered an apology as he stooped to enter, his head nearly brushing against the ceiling, almost colliding with the chandelier. He raked his fingers through his hair, an awkward smile spreading across his face as he said, I was supposed to arrive by 9, but I encountered a minor predicament on the way. The moment he tousled his hair, which already sported a rather peculiar ponytail, it became utterly disheveled. Roy, the father, swallowed hard and asked dryly, Are you the professor from Hogwarts? There was no hint of impatience in Roy's tone. It seemed that the complaint about the lateness did not belong to him, although Roy was not short, standing nearly 6 feet tall. In the presence of the giant's towering height of almost 15 feet, he appeared akin to a hobbit. The disparity in their sizes was considerable, and such intimidation was not to be taken lightly. At this moment, Roy could only respond with resolve. Originally, it was supposed to be Professor Snape who would greet the new students, but Hogwarts had recently encountered some minor troubles. Professor Roberts, who taught defense against the dark arts, had wandered into the Forbidden Forest during the day and was subsequently gored to death by a blast-ended scrut. The school was temporarily short-staffed, which was why I was called in to assist. What Hagrid said next was not entirely clear, as everyone's attention was captivated by the mention of a professor's demise. Roy gasped, exchanging a glance with Leanna, and uneasily remarked, I knew we shouldn't have come. This school is far too perilous. Good heavens, even professors can perish here. That's not the case. With Professor Dumbledore present, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world, Hagrid retorted, his face flushed as he stammered in defense. It's just that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is rather cursed. Each year, the candidates face various problems. What do you mean? Such incidents occur at Hogwarts every year. Leanna's voice rose sharply, her skepticism towards the school's safety becoming apparent. That's not how it is. But Hagrid found himself at a loss for words, realizing that her statement held some validity. Hey, I should write a letter to Holmes, asking him to investigate Hogwarts. Annie exclaimed excitedly, seizing the opportunity as she dashed to her bedroom. Hagrid scratched his increasingly unkempt hair, recognizing that he had botched today's affairs. He stared blankly, unsure of what to do. The duty of welcoming new students was the responsibility of the teachers, and Hagrid was not a teacher. This outing was a request he had made of Dumbledore. The reason was simple. He hoped to perform well enough to ask Dumbledore to allow him to welcome Harry next year. This was only the first Muggle family, and he had already messed everything up. Not only was he late, but he had also created some misunderstandings for the Muggle family. Hagrid would have preferred to confront a cute Hungarian horntail. The living room was bustling with noise, resembling a marketplace, when a youthful voice rang out. "Hey, since you're a wizard, could you show us a trick?" William looked up, his striking emerald green eyes fixed on Hagrid. William's words finally extricated Hagrid from his embarrassment. He looked gratefully at the boy and cheerfully asked, "Are you one of the new students this year? I know you. Thank you for taking care of Malia for the past 2 days." "Malia? Oh, yes, Malia is the owl." Hagrid explained, "Thank you for the fish balls, it adores them." William cast a glance at Bobo T, wishing to assert that the owl had pilfered them, yet the foolish orange cat remained preoccupied with licking its paws. Oblivious to the conversation. "You may simply call me Hagrid," he continued. "Could you possibly demonstrate some magic, Hagrid?" William inquired. The most effective way to allay parental concerns was undoubtedly through the extraordinary spectacle of magic, which would leave any ordinary person in utter astonishment and yearning. "Oh, strictly speaking, I am not permitted to use magic, but," Hagrid mischievously winked, "this is for work, and Professor Dumbledore would certainly understand." As he spoke, he extended his large hand towards his fluffy brown coat, rummaging for a moment before producing a pink, tattered umbrella. Wait, why is it pink? It was surprising to discover that behind Hagrid's towering and formidable stature lay a hidden, charming sense of whimsy. Hagrid grasped the umbrella as if it were merely a toothpick and exclaimed excitedly, "Do not blink. It is time to witness magic." He swung the umbrella through the air with a swift motion, directing it at the goldfish in the tank. With a sudden flash of violet light and a sound reminiscent of a firecracker, the little goldfish transformed into a creature with the upper body of a fish and the lower body of a human. Although the creature was merely the length of a finger, Hagrid muttered, "Oh, no, not left and right, but rather up and down," before waving the small umbrella once more. This time, it morphed into a creature with the upper half of a fish and the lower half of a human. William's eyelids twitched. Was this the fabled mermaid? Hagrid scratched his beard, his face reddening as if he had consumed spurious alcohol. He fibbed. This is what the mermaids in the Black Lake look like. William regarded him with skepticism. Hagrid tugged at his beard, defending himself softly. "I am not particularly skilled in transfiguration. That is Professor McGonagall's expertise. You cannot expect my transfiguration abilities to match hers. In truth, I am a master in the care of magical creatures." William remained doubtful. Yet Hagrid's half-hearted transfiguration left Roy and Liana utterly entranced. Having been subjected to the decayed education of capitalism for decades, their worldview was thoroughly overturned this day. Were it not for Hagrid's imposing size, Professor Liana might have sent him directly to a Cambridge laboratory for dissection. Meanwhile, Roy, with 2 decades of medical experience, was eager to examine how a wizard's teeth differed from those of an ordinary human. In an instant, Hagrid became the most beloved figure in the Stark household. Even Annie clamored to see the magic of transformation, vowing to write to Dumbledore 7 times a week to inquire about her admission. As for Sherlock Holmes, he could remain in the Himalayas playing in the mud. Hagrid spent a delightful afternoon tea at William's home, transforming the Stark family into cherished friends in the Muggle world. It was not until evening that Hagrid, beaming with joy, led William towards Diagon Alley. Leanna and Annie did not accompany them. Hagrid's large stature occupied the entirety of the space behind the car, leaving barely any room. Annie, pouting, quietly suggested that she could squeeze into the trunk with Bobo T, but was promptly dismissed by her father, Roy. The little girl then began to demand gifts, and it was only after William acquiesced that she settled down for a moment. As the feline sovereign, Bobo T found a comfortable position nestled in William's embrace, casting a fleeting glance at Annie, its chin raised in disdain. Ever since Annie had knocked it off the couch, Bobo T had deemed her unworthy of its affection. Now, with the privilege of entering the magical realm, William had become its designated caretaker. What a tremendous honor indeed. Chapter 4. The Life of the Affluent. Hagrid, how did you arrive? Throughout the journey, William engaged Hagrid in conversation. Noting the giant's apparent nervousness, he expressed concerns about the safety of Muggle vehicles and suffered from motion sickness. "I traveled using flue powder straight from Dumbledore's office fireplace." Hagrid's words brimmed with pride, as if utilizing Dumbledore's resources was an extraordinary feat. What is flue powder? After learning from Hagrid that Dumbledore was merely an old coot, Roy lost interest in the headmaster and became curious about wizarding transportation. "Oh, I forgot that you Muggles don't have flue powder," Hagrid apologized. "Flue powder is a shimmering powder. You simply take a handful, clearly state your destination, and sprinkle it to arrive directly. It's quite convenient." William absently stroked Bobo T's tail, nodding thoughtfully. This material was akin to instantaneous travel, indeed quite handy. Yet, Hagrid, what is that look in your eyes? William was certain he had detected a glint of pity in Hagrid's large eyes, as if he viewed all Muggles as living in dire straits. Without magic, without flue powder, and unable even to attend Hogwarts. Was that not pitiable? Truly lamentable. Are there other modes of transportation besides Floo-powder? William inquired. Too many to count. Port keys, apparition. The night bus. By Merlin's beard, the Ministry of Magic ought to ban such means of transport. Hagrid suddenly pulled out a filthy handkerchief, stained and repugnant, covering his mouth as he gestured with his left hand for William to change the topic and divert his attention. Hagrid, you mentioned Professor Roberts has passed. Do we have a new professor? William offered Hagrid some olives and rolled down the window. The olives would help alleviate some of his nausea. Poor Professor Roberts, Hagrid lamented, flipping the grimy handkerchief over to below his nose, the sound echoing like a morning horn. I only knew Professor Roberts enjoyed drinking. I never imagined he would indulge in the Forbidden Forest as well. I arose early, opened the door, and gathered a basket of beans to visit the lovely Aragog in the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing the news from a Hufflepuff student that Professor Rob had gone missing, a search ensued, leading them to the Forbidden Forest, where they discovered a piece of his wizarding robe caught on a thorny bush. Professor Flitwick expressed concern, fearing he may have fallen victim to a magical creature. Venturing deeper, they indeed found Professor Rob ensnared in a devil's snare, his abdomen pierced by a blast-ended scrut, his hand clutching a bottle of spilled fire whiskey. Hagrid, with tears in his eyes, appeared profoundly sorrowful. Hagrid, what is the devil's snare? Hagrid shivered, seemingly haunted by the memory of Rob's demise. The devil's snare is an exceedingly perilous vine-like plant. When fully matured, it extends tendrils to ensnare those who venture too close, inflicting harm upon wizards. Hagrid lamented, in my opinion, such a dangerous plant ought to be eradicated entirely, lest it pose a threat to the fragile magical creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest. I cannot fathom why Professor Sprout is so intent on collecting Devil's Snare. It is indeed a peculiar obsession. William squinted, diligently noting the arcane knowledge imparted by Hagrid. He sensed an underlying dissonance. In Hagrid's narrative, magical creatures appeared vulnerable, adorable, benevolent, and innocent. For instance, the eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog, as described by Hagrid, seemed 100-fold more endearing than a mere bowtruckle. Hagrid even extended an invitation to William to stroke Aragog's leg hairs. Good heavens, are there truly such delightful beings in the magical realm? William inexplicably felt a yearning for the Forbidden Forest. After a half-hour drive, they finally reached their destination. This is it. No more car rides, Hagrid exclaimed, lifting his head in excitement. With a sudden thud, his head collided with the car roof. Rubbing his head, he appeared unperturbed, although the roof bore a slight dent. Roy glanced at it vacantly before his expression shifted to excitement. He now had a valid reason to discuss the matter of a new vehicle with Leanna. Oh, my apologies. I shall take care of it, Hagrid said. It's nothing. Roy graciously waved his hand, dismissing the incident as trivial, restoring the car to its original state. Hagrid produced his pink umbrella and gently tapped the roof, causing the dent to vanish instantaneously. Roy realized with a sense of dread that once William mastered magic, he would be the one driving this car until its demise. After exiting the vehicle, Hagrid guided them into a bustling street teeming with people. The thoroughfare featured bookstores, record shops, hamburger joints, and a cinema. Seemingly mundane, yet conspicuously absent was the renowned leaky cauldron that Hagrid had mentioned. Wait a moment. William finally spotted a sign tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. It was a weathered sign adorned with a black cauldron, inscribed with the words Leaky Cauldron in fluorescent marker. Hagrid beamed. Here it is, the Leaky Cauldron, an illustrious establishment, and indeed the oldest pub in London, predating any Muggle establishment by a substantial margin. Hagrid spoke with palpable pride. Yet Roy appeared utterly bewildered, seeing nothing of note. A minor detail, to prevent Muggles from discovering it. Numerous concealment charms are in place to assist Muggle families in accessing Diagon Alley, which is also one of my responsibilities. According to Hagrid, there are also Confundus charms and Muggle-repelling charms near Hogwarts, making it impossible for Muggles to enter without the guidance of a wizard. Although Hagrid takes great pride in the Leaky Cauldron, upon stepping inside, one quickly realizes it is a dingy and cramped establishment, truly unworthy of its ancient reputation. William cast a disdainful glance at the outdated and untidy infrastructure within. What a waste, as it occupies a prime location with a substantial footfall. Were William the proprietor, he would elevate the decor to several tiers and create the foremost establishment in the magical realm, offering a comprehensive array of services including gourmet cuisine, gaming, bathing, massage, and entertainment. It ought not to be called a pub. Rather, it should be renamed the Leaky Lounge. William had already formulated ideas for renovation, promotional strategies, marketing tactics, and celebrity endorsements. All that remained was the matter of finances. He patted his pocket, finding only a meager handful of pennies, quite pitiful for an 11-year-old boy. As parents scarcely bestow large sums of money, he could not help but reminisce about that scratch card. He yearned to experience the unpretentious yet mundane life of the affluent. Chapter 5. Come on, let us rob a bank. Hagrid was clearly a regular at the pub. As the trio entered, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. and everyone turned to smile and wave at Hagrid. The elderly ladies in the corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, were particularly warm towards him. One even offered her long pipe to Hagrid, attempting to entice him to partake. Hagrid was ensnared in conversation for a considerable time before he managed to extricate himself. Who would have thought that Hagrid was such a friend to middle-aged and elderly women? The pub owner resembled a shriveled walnut. He picked up a glass, wiped it clean, and asked, "Hagrid, would you care for another drink?" "No, thank you, Tom. I am attending to matters for Hogwarts and cannot indulge," Hagrid replied, his expression grave, as if anyone obstructing his work was his adversary. However, a man in a tall hat, squinting through murky eyes, queried, "Is that so? Yet I saw you this morning." "Ahem, I must take William to Diagon Alley now. Farewell, everyone," Hagrid hastily interjected. Tom shrugged and remarked, "Since I drank with you this morning, he hasn't shown up." Hagrid appeared somewhat disappointed. He led the two through the bar, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from a trash bin and a few weeds, there was little else to be seen. Roy halted and couldn't refrain from asking, "Hagrid, when you mentioned being delayed this morning, was it due to drinking here?" Hagrid scratched his beard and replied dryly, "Dear Roy, I can explain. You see, I traveled such a long distance from Hogwarts to London, and taking a few minutes to rest here is not unreasonable, is it?" Roy nodded in agreement. "That seems fair." Hagrid continued, "This is a pub. I cannot merely sit idly. I must support Tom's business, so I purchased a few cups of eggnog to soothe my throat, which is not excessive, is it?" Roy rested his chin in his hand, pondering. "That is a reasonable argument. So, did you end up drinking too much?" William interjected. "Not at all." Hagrid hesitated for a moment, glancing around before whispering, "I was all set to leave, but then I encountered a Greek man. He chatted with me and mentioned that he has a three-headed dog, but its appetite is too great for him to afford. William, you cannot fathom how rare and delightful a three-headed dog is. I simply cannot stand by and watch such a fluffy creature wander the streets, destined to be sent to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Hagrid lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "All right, we won't tell anyone," Roy reassured him. Hagrid smiled. "Thank you so much, Roy. You truly are my best Muggle friend. Rest assured, you can entrust William to me at Hogwarts. No one dares to bully him." Hagrid clapped Roy on the shoulder with his massive hand, nearly toppling him. "Hagrid, is a three-headed dog really that charming?" William couldn't help but inquire. "Absolutely adorable." With a sudden sound, a ginger cat head emerged from William's backpack, Bobocha glancing curiously at Hagrid, as if it had just heard someone praising its beauty. "You and that little fellow will become great friends," Hagrid chuckled, patting Bobocha's head. At that moment, an image of the three sled dogs flickered through William's mind. He began to envision a three-headed dog with the heads of a Samoyed, a husky, and an Alaskan Malamute. Indeed, a sight to behold. However, in the not-so-distant future, William would come to realize just how misguided his expectations were today. Hagrid counted the bricks on the wall above the rubbish bin, bending slightly due to his height. "Count 3 bricks up and 2 across," he muttered softly. "All right, step back." He gently tapped the wall 3 times with his umbrella. The brick he had struck trembled and began to shift, revealing a small hole that widened rapidly until a broad archway appeared, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Welcome," Hagrid proclaimed, arms wide open. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." As they walked through the archway, the dazzling sunlight illuminated a stack of pots outside the nearest shop. Above the pots hung a brass sign, indicating an assortment of cauldrons, complete with automatic stirring capabilities and foldable designs. "Oh, William, you must buy one," Hagrid remarked, glancing at the sky. "But the sun is setting. We must first get some money." They approached a towering white building that loomed over the surrounding shops, where a figure in a crimson and gold-trimmed uniform stood beside a shiny brass door, his intelligent dark features complemented by a sharp mustache. "This is the goblin I told you about," Hagrid whispered as they ascended the white stone steps towards him. Roy's professional instincts kicked in as he couldn't resist inspecting the goblin's beaming smile, seemingly eager to ascertain the health of its teeth. William felt that in the future, he could not allow his family to visit Diagon Alley alone. Roy was relatively fine. At most, he would merely glance at others' teeth. His mother, Leanna, might very well pull a scalpel from her pocket to dissect and examine the species differences. Goodness, what a peculiar family this was. William suddenly realized that he was the only sane individual among them. He harbored no such strange thoughts, at most entertaining a fleeting notion of robbery. Standing before the second grand door of Gringotts, his figure was half bathed in sunlight and half cloaked in shadow. The 2 doors before him bore the following inscription: "Enter, stranger, but beware of the dire consequences of insatiable greed. To take without toil will surely invite the harshest punishment. Therefore, if you seek to pilfer riches that have never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you attract may not be treasure, but retribution, for reasons unknown." At that moment, gazing at the lines of text, William truly entertained the thought of robbing Gringotts. Well, in his previous life, he had felt a similar impulse upon seeing armored cash trucks. However, the heavily armed soldiers always extinguished his desires in the briefest of moments. Surely, the defenses here could not be that formidable? William looked up at Hagrid and quietly inquired, "Hagrid, are the defenses strong here?" Hagrid nodded affirmatively. "Of course they are. This is the safest place in the magical world, aside from Hogwarts." "How so?" William raised an eyebrow. Hagrid bent down, speaking in a fervent tone that William had never heard before. "There are dragons beneath us." "Dragons?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled with envy as he exclaimed, "Yes. I would love to raise one. I would give anything for that." But then Hagrid's spirits fell. However, 20 years after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. To promote this legislation, the Wizarding Council formally passed a law prohibiting the keeping of dragons. He gritted his teeth, "I dare say. This is the most foolish decision the International Confederation of Wizards has ever made." Hagrid's description provided William with a vivid mental image. Most crucially, he envisioned Daenerys's formidable black dragon, Drogon. If dragons in the magical realm possessed such prestige, he did not believe he had any chance of successfully robbing Gringotts. Alas, once again, William's desires were quashed, this time by Hagrid's spittle scattering about. Chapter 6. The Art of Wand Crafting for 2 Millennia. Hagrid rambled incessantly along the way, lamenting the various unreasonable regulations of the Ministry of Magic, as if the entire world conspired against his adorable fire dragon. 2 goblins guided them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat on tall stools behind a long counter. Some weighed coins with brass scales, others inspected gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording transactions in a large ledger. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various destinations, and many goblins busily directed visitors in and out of these portals. "I need to exchange 200 galleons," Roy stated, handing a small stack of pounds to an elderly goblin. Hogwarts implemented a 7-year compulsory education system, and the institution did not charge tuition. However, textbooks, wizarding robes, and wands were all expenses students had to bear. Thus, a question arose. Hogwarts, being tuition-free, relies on various sources to sustain its daily expenses. William learned from Hagrid that the school's funding primarily comes from grants allocated by the Ministry of Magic, support from the Board of Governors, and generous donations from distinguished alumni. However, the income is not limited to these sources, as Hagrid is merely the keeper of keys. The old goblin, a master of commerce, cast a discerning glance at Roy and William, instantly deducing from their attire that they were not impoverished, and thus began his enthusiastic pitch for his products. It seemed the goblin was a born performer, effortlessly slipping into character as he commenced his sales routine. Gringotts' private vault, concealed 2,000 meters underground, safeguarded by the formidable Ukrainian Iron Belly, with exclusive one-on-one confidential keys. Vaults are automatically monitored with alarms triggered at 10-meter separations. Gringotts' private vault. You deserve to possess one. Roy and William exchanged looks of disdain, while Hagrid, brimming with excitement, was completely overlooked by the goblin, who regarded him as a mere pauper, not a potential client. Observing the incessant chatter of the goblin, William felt as though he were witnessing a former barber from a past life, rambling on with a singular underlying message. "Come on, get a vault card." Before William could voice his thoughts, his father Roy decisively declined the offer. He had already inquired about the galleon, the wizarding currency, realizing that it was not pure gold, but an alloy forged through goblin craftsmanship. Since it was not pure gold, even if one accumulated a substantial amount in Gringotts, it would succumb to inflation rather than retaining value alongside gold prices. Only a fool would deposit money in a bank when investing would yield far more lucrative returns. Regrettably, as they walked along, Hagrid continually sighed. "If it weren't for all the money spent on my 3-headed dog, I too would desire a private vault." "Hey, William, what's with that look? Not everyone can own a private vault. It symbolizes a successful man. Let me tell you, without a private vault, it's hard to even find a wife in the wizarding world." William found those words oddly familiar. Subsequently, Hagrid guided the two into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch, greeted them with a warm smile, clad in purple robes. After taking their measurements, she suggested they explore other items first. Thus, they ventured to the wand shop. This establishment was small and dilapidated, with a faded golden sign that read, "Ollivander, since 382 B.C., exceptional wands." In the dusty window, a solitary wand rested upon a weathered purple cushion. Remarkable, a craft of wand-making spanning over 2 millennia. Upon entering, the sound of tinkling wind chimes echoed from somewhere in the back of the shop. The space was cramped, furnished with a long bench and stacked nearly to the ceiling with thousands of slender boxes, all containing wands. "Good evening." A head suddenly emerged from the pile of boxes, belonging not to Ollivander, but to a young man who appeared to be only a year or two older than William. "Oh, Merlin's beard. Cedric, what brings you here?" Hagrid exclaimed, startled. "Hello, Hagrid," Cedric replied, shaking off his apprentice robes, sending a cloud of dust flying. I'm here for a summer job. Oh, is that so? Hagrid scrutinized Cedric with a dubious glance. If you're looking to earn some money, I've posted tasks at Hogwarts. You could assist me in nurturing magical creatures during the summer. No need to come here. Cedric waved his hands dismissively. It's not about the money. It's about interest. I simply wish to learn some skills from Mr. Ollivander. Of course. He refrained from mentioning that he had no desire to tend to any blast-ended scroots. Those creatures were exceedingly swift and possessed a long, stinging tail, utterly dreadful. You could always enlist the help of the Weasley twins next time. They could use the extra galleons, Cedric kindly suggested. Merlin S. Beard, don't mention those two rascals. Hagrid S. Beard quivered in frustration. I spent half a semester trying to keep them out of the Forbidden Forest. I've never encountered such audacious students before. Cedric nodded, shifting his gaze to William. This must be the new first year, right? Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory. Just call me Cedric. Cedric, with his prominent nose and dark hair. Though slender, possessed bright, keen black eyes. Hello, I'm William Stark. Just call me William, William said, extending his hand for a shake. Hagrid smiled. William, do converse more with Cedric. He is the most outstanding student in the entire year. Many professors have praised him, particularly Professor McGonagall. Mind you, she is quite strict. Not at all, Cedric blushed slightly, turning his head to call into the back room. Mr. Ollivander, we have a guest. After a moment, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, an elderly gentleman appeared before them. His pale, large eyes shone like two bright moons in the dimly lit shop. Hello, William greeted. I'm William Stark. Ah, yet another young wizard. The old man, with wild, white hair, seemed somewhat eccentric. Splendid. I imagine those lovely wands are eager to meet their new master. He raked his hair back and exclaimed, oh, indeed, the wand chooses the wizard. So it lies hidden in some corner. My duty is to uncover it. Mr. Ollivander approached William. Although his tone was gentle, his silver eyes squinted, giving him an oddly mysterious air. He stared into William's emerald green eyes, and after a moment, turned to Hagrid. It was as if he had only just noticed Hagrid. And he exclaimed, oh, Rubius Hagrid, it's wonderful to see you again. An oak wand, 16 inches long, slightly bent, correct? Indeed, sir, Hagrid nodded. That is a fine wand. However, I suspect it was rather bent by the ministry when they expelled you, wasn't he it? Ollivander suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Ah, yes. Indeed, it was they who broke it, Hagrid replied. Hagrid slowly retreated, his steps bringing him closer to Roy, as if seeking a semblance of security. I still have my broken wand, he remarked. But you no longer require it, do you? Ollivander continued to inquire. No. A wand that is already shattered cannot be of any use, came the reply. Chapter 7. The Wand Chooses the Wizard. Hagrid's pink umbrella was indeed peculiar. William had witnessed him wielding this umbrella to perform magic on more than one occasion. Yet, Hagrid insisted that his wand was broken and refused to acknowledge the uniqueness of the umbrella. William, though curious, did not dwell on it. He was merely a novice, unaware of how extraordinary it was to possess the power to restore a broken wand to its former glory. All right, our little wizard seems anxious. Ollivander redirected his gaze toward William. With that, he extracted a measuring tape adorned with silver markings from his pocket. Mr. Stark, which arm do you use for your wand? The right. Raise your arm. Good. Ollivander commenced measuring William's dimensions, beginning from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of his head. William yearned to inquire. Since this was the wand selection process, and each wand's dimensions were pre-crafted, what significance lay in measuring now? Unlike the tailored robes that conform to a wizard's size? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that such frankness could lead to trouble. As Ollivander measured, he chattered on. Each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical materials, which is its essence, Mr. Stark. I typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. Every Ollivander wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, if you were to wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you would not achieve such splendid results. The measuring tape began to operate autonomously while Ollivander maneuvered between the shelves, directing Cedric to select various long boxes for him. In a sense, Cedric, as an apprentice, was akin to a laborer. Yet, he displayed no signs of impatience. It was evident that he relished this work. All right, Ollivander announced as the measuring tape fell to the floor in a tangle. Then, Mr. Stark, try this one, an 11-inch hawthorn wand with unicorn hair, possessing a fair degree of flexibility. As the apprentice Cedric retrieved an old notebook, he did not open it, but recited from memory, page 95, line 6. Grigovich once stated that hawthorn wands are filled with contradictions, much like the tree that bears them. Its leaves and flowers possess healing properties. Yet the scent of its branches can be lethal. Ollivander nodded, initiating an impromptu lesson. Though I disagree with most of Grigovich's views, we resonate deeply with the complex and enchanting characteristics of hawthorn wands. They only accept the owner most suited to them. Cedric, remember my sage advice. This wand will be particularly favored by those wizards navigating through their periods of uncertainty. With that, Ollivander seized the wand from William's grasp. It is evident that this is not quite suitable for you, my child, he remarked, shaking his head. Come, try this one instead. He produced another wand adorned with black streaks, crafted from apple wood and infused with the essence of a phoenix feather, measuring 9¼ inches. And possessing remarkable flexibility. Cedric quickly interjected, page 1926, line 94. Applewood signifies longevity, complemented by phoenix feather. Indeed, a brilliant combination, Ollivander exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Eastern wizards often employed this pairing, and my ancestors previously crafted similar wands for Nicodemus. The results appear promising, although many attribute it to time magic or the Philosopher's Stone. Do give it a try, my child. As soon as William touched the wand, he felt an uncontrollable surge of magic pouring forth from him. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand away, but it was too late. The door was shattered. Oh, I apologize, William said. This is not your fault, my child. The door shall be restored shortly, but it seems this wand is not meant for you either. Ollivander grew increasingly animated. Having not encountered such a discerning patron in quite some time, we shall find it, the one most suitable for you, shall we not? William tried wand after wand, each one accumulating on the bench, creating an ever-growing tower. Yet, Ollivander urged Cedric to continue selecting wands from the shelves, his entire being trembling in a state of exhilaration. A discerning customer, unable to find their perfect match? No matter, let me ponder. Surely there exists an ideal wand, one that is perfect and most fitting for you. Oh, yes, how could I have overlooked it? Ollivander bellowed, startling Hagrid to the point that he nearly crushed his pink umbrella. Ollivander leapt about, as if possessed. An extraordinary combination, cherry wood and a phoenix feather, 12¾ inches. Quite impressive, very sturdy. He approached the display case, gingerly retrieving the wand that lay silently upon the faded purple velvet cushion. William accepted the wand, feeling a sudden warmth at his fingertips. He raised it high above his head, and with a swift motion, sent a cascade of red light through the dust-laden air, creating a dazzling display of golden sparks that danced upon the walls. Oh, splendid. Truly magnificent, Ollivander exclaimed. Cedric carefully placed the wand into its box, wrapping it in brown paper, while Ollivander gazed at William with his pale, colorless eyes. This wand is the last crafted by my grandfather, Gabardine Octavius Ollivander, who is regarded as the greatest wand maker of the last 2 centuries. Its material is the rare cherry wood, which has become the most cherished material at Mahitokoro Magical Academy since my grandfather pioneered this combination. I had believed this wand would remain forever on display in the showcase. But unexpectedly, Hagrid also clapped his hands and remarked, when I came to buy a wand as a child, this very one was already displayed in the window. William, however, found himself pondering the old man's words, wondering if he was indeed responding to the Ministry of Magic's proposed supply-side structural reforms to alleviate inventory. He did not voice his thoughts, but questioned, Mahitokoro? Oh, that is the only known magical school in Asia, although I believe this statement is somewhat inaccurate. As Ollivander spoke, he began to tidy up the destroyed door, casting Cedric a knowing glance. Cedric subtly nodded, retrieving a gift box from somewhere. Maintaining his humble demeanor, he transformed into a salesman. But fear not. At Ollivander's wand shop, we have specially launched a summer maintenance package. For just 3 galleons, you can acquire maintenance tools worth 5 galleons, ensuring your wand remains in optimal condition. If you pay 5 galleons, in addition to the maintenance tools, you will also receive a 2-year warranty card. During the warranty period, unless your wand is broken, Ollivander's wand shop will provide free repairs. He continued, of course. We also offer family packages, which can cover all your family's wands, though this comes at a higher cost. William felt as if he were once more encountering a sales pitch from a barber shop. Before he could respond, Hagrid leapt from his chair, excitement illuminating his face as he exclaimed, Come, give me a set. William, Chapter 8, Old Mother and Joyful Drink. Hagrid's desire to purchase repair tools was naturally for the wand hidden within his broken umbrella, though Ollivander was unaware of this. He turned his head, puzzled, and asked, Hagrid, hasn't your wand already been destroyed? Hagrid scratched his chin and lied. This isn't for me. Young Harry will be coming to Hogwarts next year. This is a gift I am preparing for him in advance. The mention of Harry Potter instantly captured Ollivander's attention. Time had flown by so swiftly. It was hard to believe that it had been a decade since Voldemort's downfall. Indeed, time does pass quickly, Hagrid agreed, taking the wand maintenance tools from Cedric's hands. He softly inquired, Cedric, could you accompany this child to purchase the remaining items? It's already evening, and Roy and I have some matters to attend to, otherwise. We won't have time today. Just moments ago, Hagrid had seen Tom's gesture. He was now heading to the leaky cauldron to find that Greek man. Roy was also eager to witness what a 3-headed dog looked like, and to sample some magical beverages with Hagrid. Cedric cast a hesitant glance at Ollivander. Having just concluded a wand sale and selling 2 sets of maintenance tools, the old man was in good spirits. He gently replied, Of course, my boy. You've been busy all day. I am closing up now. Go on and have fun. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Cedric said, removing his work uniform to reveal casual attire underneath. At last, Roy paid Ollivander 13 galleons to acquire the wand and care tools, and Ollivander bowed as he sent them out of the shop. The four parted ways at a street corner, leaving only William and Cedric. In this brief moment, the two had transformed into good friends. Hey, William, when you're at Hogwarts, feel free to seek my assistance in caring for your wand. It's my specialty, Cedric offered. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Did you purchase those care tools for nothing? William rolled his eyes. Cedric winked and replied with a grin, not at all. I earn a commission. For every set sold, I receive 10 sickles. All right then, Cedric said, casually draping an arm over William's shoulder. Let's go. I treat you to ice cream, and afterward, we can buy textbooks at Flourish and Blots. Cedric purchased 2 scoops of nutty ice cream, the chocolate shaped like Dumbledore, leaving one to wonder if that old man had charged a portrait fee. The two sat on chairs outside the shop, observing the bustling crowd and enjoying the gentle breeze. Bobo the cat sat beside William, munching on cat food. Do you have a fondness for wands? Cedric asked. Of course, William replied. While eating, Cedric flipped through a well-worn notebook filled with notes from Ollivander. After I graduate, I plan to leave England and explore the works of Gregorovic. A peculiar gleam sparkled in Cedric's dark eyes. If I have the means, I will travel to countries surrounding the Mediterranean. After all, that is the birthplace of wands, and Mr. Ollivander's family migrated from there. William looked at Cedric earnestly. If you decide to open a wand shop, I shall invest in it, and I will ensure my children purchase their wands from you. Agreed. They shook hands. Before long, William's attention was captured by a bottle of Coca-Cola. The label depicted a man riding a broomstick, and if it weren't for the dynamic presentation, he might have thought he was in a trendy establishment akin to a fast food joint. Is there Coca-Cola in the magical world? William exclaimed in astonishment. Cedric scooped a spoonful of chocolate cream and bit into Dumbledore's head. Of course, this beverage has a history spanning several centuries. It later flowed into the Muggle world through wizards. You can't honestly believe Muggles could invent such a delightful drink? So, you must know the recipe? William inquired excitedly, as he had always been curious about the most secretive recipe of the Coca-Cola company. Of course not. Cedric shrugged. It contains a certain potion ingredient known only to the Candler family, a renowned family of potion makers. Disappointed, William took a sip and found it tasted no different from the Coca-Cola sold outside. Cedric said mysteriously, let me tell you. It is said in the Contrarian that the recipe for Coca-Cola contains a happiness potion. Who knows if it's true? William asserted seriously, it must be true. This beverage is referred to as happy water in the distant East. Oh, Cedric nodded slowly, unsure if he fully grasped William's meaning. What is singing in Discord? William inquired with curiosity. It sounds quite authoritative, he added. Cedric explained. It's a magazine in the magical realm, dedicated to publishing secretive tales, such as the mysteries of the Martian pyramids, prehistoric magical civilizations, and blood-spitting wizards. I particularly enjoyed the latest issue. It described a wizard who, while peacefully slumbering at home, inexplicably awoke in the distant American Magical Congress. Mind you, he had neither completed the apparition course nor possessed a portkey. William scratched his head, pondering if this wasn't simply the magical equivalent of entering science. No. He mused. It should be renamed Entering Magic. Cedric continued to chatter. It's quite terrifying. I have taken to tying myself to my bed with ropes before sleeping. However, my father is not fond of this magazine. He refers to its editor as the madcap Lovegood, though I do not entirely share his sentiment. William suddenly realized that Cedric, while appearing remarkably humble, possessed the qualities of a chatterbox. He lamented, if only the magical world had its version of comfort snacks like happy water. If only we had Lao Gan Ma and Wei Long spicy strips. Lao Gan Ma, Wei Long? Cedric asked, his face alight with curiosity. William pondered briefly before providing an apt description. Lao Gan Ma is a condiment that you spread on bread. You might liken it to butter or cheese. As for Wei Long, it is a spicy variety of potato strips. The method of consumption is quite simple. Just sandwich the spicy strips between slices of bread. Slather on a generous layer of Lao Gan Ma, and wash it down with a sip of happy water. You'll feel as if you're living like a celestial being. Celestial being? Oh, akin to Merlin of the East, Cedric mused, his imagination ignited by William's vivid descriptions. William exclaimed, such delicacies must be difficult to procure, no? Cedric glanced around and whispered, my father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. His position often grants him access to rare items. This summer, he managed to acquire several tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. If you hadn't arrived late, you could have caught the match. It only occurs once every 4 years. To Cedric, tickets to the Quidditch were far more valuable than Lao Gan Ma and Wei Long, which seemed but mere butter and chips, not contraband, and thus easily obtainable. Chapter 9, Quantum Fluctuation Speed Reading. In William's past life, there had circulated rumors of unscrupulous dealings within the underbelly of American prisons. The black market within the American prison system had established new circulation rules. Aside from instant noodles, Lao Gan Ma and Ma Ing Long had emerged as the latest underground currency within these facilities. William was uncertain of the veracity of these claims. Although he often boasted on social media about his experiences in America, he rarely mentioned anything beyond stepping off the plane. Never once did he allude to having just entered prison. Thus, the true nature of American prisons remained a mystery to him. However, this did not hinder his imagination. As he envisioned foreign prisoners accidentally discovering a half-full jar of red-labeled Lao Gan Ma, attempting to open it, and being enveloped by an exotic aroma that entranced Tom, Jerry, Shook, and Beta present at the scene. Thus, he resolved to embark on an endeavor at Hogwarts. William, resembling a godfather, spoke to Cedric in a low, sonorous tone. You can never fathom the significance of Lao Gan Ma and Ma Ing Long. As long as you secure the supply, you possess the gallows, the status, and a throng of eager followers. Cedric, still grappling with the concept of buttered chips, looked bewildered and inquired, is it truly that formidable? By the way, what is Ma Ing Long? William replied enigmatically, it is a potent Asian remedy, remarkably effective. For some reason, in this era of Britain, such items are not available for purchase. Everything must be acquired through smuggling. Smuggling is indeed a lucrative enterprise. William planned to first offer Lao Gan Ma to everyone, and subsequently engage in the grand sale of Ma Ing Long. Imagine, the entire southern region's narcotics would be sold, with the Ma Ing Long from Hogwarts distributed solely by him and Cedric. This was merely the first step towards capital acquisition. William had already immersed himself in the fantasy of a commercial empire. The future appeared splendid, yet reality was stark. As a first-year novice, he still needed to procure his textbooks. The Leaky Cauldron's bookshop, situated adjacent to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, stood as the most comprehensive bookstore in Diagon Alley. Before the commencement of the school year, the majority of students at Hogwarts would flock here to acquire their textbooks. The shelves brimmed with books, some towering to the ceiling, including enormous leather-bound tomes resembling paving stones, petite silver-covered volumes akin to postage stamps, and tomes adorned with an array of bizarre symbols, alongside blank books containing nothing at all. Perusing the book list, William swiftly gathered all the required first-year texts. However, he was not inclined to stop there. With virtually no understanding of the magical realm, this presented an excellent opportunity for learning. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest asset, and books are the most reliable vessels for such wisdom. As a steadfast proponent of the proletariat, having received over a decade of scientific education, William was suddenly thrust into the world of magic, and his thirst for knowledge would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Furthermore, in his previous life, William had pretended to be a university student, possessing a commendable intellect. Unlike the so-called contemporaries of today, he exhibited greater patience and clarity regarding his aspirations. Cedric gazed at William in astonishment and remarked, actually, there's no need to purchase so many books. Some are available in the school library, which is the most extensive repository of magical literature. Is that so? William nodded, yet that was a matter for the school year. This summer still stretched ahead. In just about his past life, William was the runner-up in the amateur division of the quantum wave speed reading competition. With heightened perceptiveness, he could visualize dynamic imagery in his mind, finishing a book of approximately 100,000 words within 3 minutes. Alas, William had traversed time too early. He was unaware that after his arrival, institutions had developed the ability to sense books with closed eyes. This capacity to attune to all things could only be mastered by the likes of Roger, the Pirate King. If William were to acquire such a skill, Voldemort would be no match for him. What a pity. As William continued to peruse the books, Cedric remarked earnestly, I believe you will most likely be sorted into Ravenclaw, a house filled with individuals as intelligent and bookish as yourself. William, noncommittal, responded, however, as far as I am aware, you are the top of your year, and yet you belong to Hufflepuff. A faint blush crept across Cedric's face as he humbly replied, I merely exerted a bit more effort than others. He continued with pride. Thus, there exists an age-old rumor among the other 3 houses that we are the least intelligent. This is a misconception. Hufflepuff may indeed be the house that shuns boasting. Yet the exceptional wizards we cultivate are no less than those from any other house. So what do you say? Would you consider joining us in Hufflepuff? William chuckled. Did you not just assert that I would be sorted into Ravenclaw? Nevertheless, that decision lies not with us, but with the sorting hat. You often speak of the sorting hat. How exactly does the sorting occur? William inquired. That is a secret, William. Surely you cannot expect to know all the processes before the term begins. Hogwarts must retain an air of mystery, Cedric said, patting William on the shoulder. Very well. William shrugged. In the course of their conversation, William had acquired several more books. At the checkout, he spent over 100 galleons, promptly earning the status of a mid-tier member at the Leaky Cauldron. Oh, thank you, he said, leaving his address before selecting 2 books to read over the next 3 days. Clutching the hefty tomes, William pondered, what else could we do? Hey, we are wizards. Watch this, Cedric exclaimed, brandishing his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The two thick leather-bound books floated effortlessly into the air as Cedric tied a string to them, guiding them along with ease. You see, just a gentle wave and a flick, Cedric demonstrated once more, asking, "What do you think?" Remarkable. William's eyes sparkled with newfound wonder. And he too retrieved his wand, eager to try the spell. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. A brawl. Someone's fighting. A voice with a distinct honk reverberated through the street, prompting numerous wizards who were perusing books to abandon their purchases, lifting their robes, and rushing outside. In an instant, the entire leaky cauldron was vacant. Even the sales staff and manager had vanished. William, Chapter 10, The Great Battle of Diagon Alley. It became evident that the human inclination to witness spectacles is universal, transcending both East and West, whether among muggles or wizards alike. The entire street was congested with onlookers, obscuring any view of the combatants, leaving only the distant sounds of commotion. One might mistake it for a celebrity meet and greet. William also spotted several reporters hovering on broomsticks, hastily setting up cameras while cheerfully shouting, "Come on, get to fighting." Indeed, Western reporters were swift, soaring through the air with impressive speed. William and Cedric, both diminutive in stature, easily maneuvered through the throng. In the center of the street, two factions faced off against one another. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the vibrant red hair stood out in stark contrast to the shimmering light. However, the number of individuals with crimson locks was notably greater. At the forefront stood a tall and slender man, adorned with spectacles, whose red hair appeared somewhat sparse, revealing a balding patch atop his head. Behind him lingered a boy, characterized by a broad face speckled with freckles, his complexion nearly resembling a deep shade of brown. He rolled up the sleeves of his tattered wizarding robe, exposing muscular arms that unmistakably bore the marks of rigorous training, suggesting a commitment to physical fitness. This boy, known as Charlie Weasley, seemed on the verge of striking someone, only to be firmly restrained by his father's grip on his collar. In their wake stood two children of similar age to William, each boasting the same resplendent red hair and freckles. Most intriguingly, they were identical twins. Each twin clutched a toy resembling a pistol. In stark contrast, the individuals with golden hair were fewer in number, comprising only a middle-aged man and his son, who was around 10 years old. Despite their small numbers, they exuded a surprisingly formidable presence, perhaps even an air of arrogance. The father and son elevated their chins in a haughty manner, their eyes glimmering with disdain, as if they believed the entire street belonged to their family. Leading this golden-haired duo was the man, who wielded a wand adorned with an impressively large emerald-cut diamond, resembling a pigeon's egg. He adjusted his meticulously tailored robe, his cold gray-blue eyes fixed upon the red-haired man. "Ah, Arthur Weasley, your son is rather uncouth. He nearly sullied my robe just moments ago. This fabric was procured from France, and I have serious doubts about your financial capacity to compensate for it." Lucius's extravagant wand sparkled in the sunset, as he cast a derisive glance at the worn wand in Charlie's hand, which was frayed and shedding strands of unicorn hair. "How pitiful," he scoffed, elongating his words. "Weasley, it seems you lack even the funds to provide your son with a decent wand. I suppose the ministry's salary is insufficient to support your entire family." "That is none of your concern, Lucius Malfoy," Arthur retorted coldly. "Perhaps you should focus on how to deal with Alastair. He is quite eager for a heart-to-heart with you." At the mention of Mad-Eye Moody, Lucius's demeanor shifted as if he were a rooster caught by the throat, a hint of color flushing his pallid face. "Humph. You need not worry. I will handle him in due course. As for you, it would be wise to visit the second-hand shop to rummage for used textbooks. They may soon be gone." Lucius then turned his scornful gaze toward Charlie and the twins, sneering, "Isn't that so? The Weasleys breed like rabbits." Before he could finish his taunt, he was suddenly attacked, not by Arthur, but by the two twins. Their toy guns discharged a viscous, milky substance, which, instead of staining Lucius's expensive robe, splattered directly onto his face. Lucius, filled with rage, seized his wand and, with the end adorned with a pigeon egg, struck fiercely at Arthur's head. Instantly, a large bump formed upon Arthur's brow. However, he refused to yield, delivering a beautifully executed right hook straight to Lucius. In a frantic attempt to evade, Lucius employed his signature evasive maneuvers, but to no avail, as Arthur's fist landed squarely upon his nose. A torrent of blood gushed forth, causing his wand to fly from his grasp, rolling across the ground. William had long harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of that pigeon egg, but now he could proudly proclaim its veracity. Lucius, disregarding the blood streaming from his nose, lunged forward, shouting, "Who dares to seize my Sierra Leone star? The Malfoy family swears to annihilate them." Arthur, clearly accustomed to brawls, expertly gauged the situation. He delivered a swift kick to Lucius's posterior, sending him tumbling backward in a dramatic fall. Yet Lucius was no novice. Just before he hit the ground, he executed the long-lost Quidditch defensive technique known as the scorpion tail. With his feet together, he propelled himself upward, ensnaring Arthur and dragging him down as well. Arthur plummeted onto Lucius, the latter letting out a pained cry that quickly morphed into a muffled groan. Arthur skillfully seized Lucius by the neck, preventing him from retrieving his wand. Nevertheless, Lucius, undeterred, reached desperately for his wand, yearning for his precious pigeon egg. An overwhelming surge of strength seemed to emanate from Lucius as he dragged Arthur forward, bellowing, "Are you choking me? Is this a chokehold?" The two elderly gentlemen, in the very heart of Diagon Alley, engaged in a ferocious clash, grappling, roaring, and refusing to relent. The onlookers erupted in applause and cheers, calling out various encouraging slogans. "Go on, beat him up. That red-haired one. Is he really fighting like a monkey stealing peaches? Hey, have you eaten? Put in some effort." Among the most exhilarated were the dedicated reporters, brandishing cameras, capturing the moment for the next day's Daily Prophet. Amidst the throng, William and Cedric pressed forward. Cedric, visibly anxious, caught William's eye, who inquired, "What's wrong? Do you know them?" "Yes," Cedric nodded. "The red-haired twins are the Weasley brothers. They are my good friends, and Mr. Weasley is my father's colleague." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go help," William declared, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. As a well-behaved child, Cedric had never engaged in a fight before. "Break it up?" William suddenly realized, giving a thumbs up. "Right, that light blonde-haired fellow looks like trouble. We can subtly intervene and sabotage him, and afterward, he won't even be able to trace it back to us." "You're quite clever, Cedric." Cedric felt misunderstood. He had no intention of such underhanded tactics. "This fellow actually intends to sneak attack. How shameless," William shouted. His peripheral vision caught sight of a boy with light golden hair, who was preparing to hurl a glass bottle. The half-full bottle of chilled cola, if it struck someone on the head, would cause considerable harm. William raised his arm, casting a spell. This was the very first spell of his wizarding career. Wingardium Leviosa. Splendid, marvelous. William once more felt that exhilarating sensation reminiscent of his time in Ollivander's shop. Grasping the wand felt as though he held the whole world. The once elusive magic now seemed to be at his command, as docile as a lamb. William knew the spell had succeeded, for intuition never falters. Cedric was utterly astonished. While the spell was not particularly complex, it was something that novice wizards typically learned only after 2 months of schooling. Yet here was William, having just acquainted himself with a wand, succeeding on his very first attempt. However, William felt an acute embarrassment. Although he had successfully cast the spell, it veered off course, illuminating a path that struck the large scoop of ice cream in Draco's right hand. The ice cream wobbled, and, with a resounding splat, adhered itself to Draco's face. William, Cedric, Weasley brothers, splendid. Chapter 11, An English Cow Kiss. Draco was completely flabbergasted, clutching the cola bottle in his left hand, poised to smash it upon Arthur's head. His right hand, still holding half-eaten ice cream, began to float. Then, in a delightful free fall, it splattered across his face. This was not the end of his misfortunes. His most cherished and elegantly styled golden hair was now soaked in ice cream. How does one swiftly provoke a Malfoy? Simply target his esteemed surname and his perpetually pristine golden locks. Unfazed by the ice cream adorning his face, Draco redirected the cola bottle towards William. Yet William was a wizard, a proud wizard. Engaging in a brawl like a muggle was beneath him. Once more he raised his wand, unleashing the most formidable spell he had cast thus far, Wingardium Leviosa. This time he did not miss. But William keenly sensed that he had not employed the levitation charm correctly. Like Barufio, he had made a fundamental error, having mispronounced the incantation. Suddenly, a calf materialized out of thin air, landing squarely upon Draco. The innocent creature stood on his chest, bewildered, surveying its surroundings. Moments before its summoning, it had been suckling, remnants of milky liquid still clinging to its mouth. Famished and missing its mother, it now cast a hungry gaze upon the unfortunate Draco lying beneath it. Draco shivered, his voice quaking as he uttered, "My father." His father was too occupied, grappling with Arthur, to lend him any attention. Draco's grand summoning attempt had failed. He turned his gaze back to William, pleading, "Save me, I have galleons." Before Draco could finish his sentence, the calf lowered its head and licked the ice cream from his lips. Wah! Draco pressed his lips together, attempting to fend off further indignity. Yet his trembling voice soon morphed into a whimper, which rapidly escalated into unabashed sobbing. Under the English-style kiss, both his first kiss and the subsequent passionate embrace vanished. This farce continued for nearly 10 minutes before it was finally halted. Hagrid struggled through the crowd with his robust physique, parting the throng with ease. His large hands, akin to those of a farmer lifting a chick, separated Lucius and Arthur. Arthur had split his lip, and the bald patch on his head seemed to have increased significantly. Lucius had a small tuft of red hair in his mouth. He spat it out and rubbed his bruised panda eyes. His French robe was covered in dust, appearing wrinkled and disheveled, lacking any semblance of refinement. Lucius cradled the diamond in his palm, exhaled, and vigorously wiped away the dust. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, the diamond radiated brilliantly. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. "Where's my wand?" Where has my wand gone? Lucius frantically searched the ground for his wand. The diamond, originally set in his wand, remained, but the wand itself was nowhere to be found. Merlin, curse it. Lucius couldn't help but curse. Malice gleamed in his eyes. The diamond was too precious for anyone to dare steal, but would they have the audacity to take his wand? Lucius scanned the crowd, viewing everyone as a potential thief, yet he refrained from openly threatening to apprehend them all. There were simply too many people. And the Ministry of Magic was not his personal domain. After all, it was merely a wand. He could always procure another. Lucius shifted his gaze to Arthur, threateningly stating, "You might as well prepare for Connolly to expel you. You'd best pray that Dumbledore takes you in, so you and this oaf can serve as caretakers together." In a fit of rage, Lucius charged towards the narrow space between the two, yet he overestimated his own prowess and underestimated Hagrid. Hagrid remained steadfast, while Lucius stumbled as though he had collided with a small mountain, nearly losing his balance. His fury was palpable, yet he dared not strike. Without his wand, Hagrid's nearly 5-meter stature loomed too intimidating. Lucius had no choice but to retreat. Limping, Lucius made his way towards Draco, who was sitting on the ground, grinning foolishly. His face was devoid of ice cream, though it was unclear whether it had been devoured by the calf or had simply melted away. He shot a furious glare at William and Cedric, hoisted his foolish son, and turned towards Ollivander's wand shop. "You shouldn't have paid him any mind, Arthur," Hagrid remarked. "The Malfoy family is rotten to the core. This is common knowledge. They are inherently wicked. Let us just leave." They walked briskly down the street, when from a distance, a voice filled with ire echoed once more. "I leave for but a few minutes, and you all engage in a brawl." Mrs. Weasley approached rapidly from the end of the street. Had I not just encountered Mrs. Longbottom, I would have been none the wiser. Mrs. Weasley, plump and seemingly benevolent, now resembled a furious tiger. Not even Mr. Weasley, nor Charlie, or the twin brothers dared to move. Mr. Weasley's carefully arranged explanation was rendered utterly useless. William whispered, "Is Mr. Weasley's job in jeopardy?" "Not at all." Fred wrapped his arm around William's shoulder and whispered, "It is not working hours. And neither party has drawn their wands. Moreover, Minister Fudge has just assumed office this year. It is a time for appointments. The Ministry of Magic will likely issue only a verbal warning, as such incidents have occurred numerous times before." George, embracing William from the other side, winked and remarked, "Brother, your recent Buffalot spell was executed splendidly. Even the Malfoy brat was left dumbfounded. I dare say, had that been during Charms class, Professor Flitwick would have awarded you 5 points. Fred pinched his nose and mimicked, "Oh, Mr. Stark, splendid work. 5 points for Gryffindor." "Hey, Fred, it's not Gryffindor, it's clearly Hufflepuff." Cedric, who had been pushed aside, interjected. "Cedric, spare us the jokes." George chuckled. "Hufflepuff already has one genius. We cannot afford another. Or how shall we compete for the House Cup?" The genius, of course, referred to Cedric, who blushed modestly at the compliment. This way, Percy would no longer have to constantly grip his waist and exclaim, "Look at the mischief you two have caused. I must write to Mother." Charlie Weasley erupted in laughter. But upon noticing Mrs. Weasley's gaze, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and said, "All right, George, let us refrain from speaking ill of Percy. Dear brother, I am so saddened. I am Fred, not George. Oh, my apologies." Laughter erupted among the group, even from Mrs. Weasley. It was evident that the Weasley twins were the life of the party, beloved by all, including William. Chapter 12, A Busy Summer. In a quaint shop brimming with tattered wands, rickety brass scales, and potion-stained old cloaks, the group discovered Percy Weasley. He was engrossed in a thick tome. "Father, what has happened?" Percy inquired anxiously, having been too absorbed in his reading to be aware of the commotion outside. Fred was the first to speak. "We just robbed Gringotts." George followed suit, "And we had a tussle with the dragon guarding the private vault, nearly meeting our end at the claws of that Ukrainian ironbelly. Do not listen to them." Mrs. Weasley shot a disapproving glance at the brothers and gently asked, "Dear Percy, have you selected your textbooks?" Percy nodded, reluctantly setting down the book in his hands and walking towards the shopkeeper. William noted that the book he had been reading was titled How to Become a Prefect. On the shelf, there was a row of volumes such as How Prefects Gain Power, How to Become President of the Student Council, How to Enter the Ministry of Magic, and How to Become Minister of Magic. The cover bore a grand golden inscription. "Do you wish to succeed? Do you desire power? Then come forth. I shall guide you on the path to the pinnacle of life and wed a pure, wealthy beauty." A blood-stained recommendation from the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, adorned the bottom, alongside a list of names of several high-ranking ministry officials, such as Ludo Bagman and Dolores Umbridge. This was a series of books aimed at instructing wizards in the art of success. The most critical aspect is that the price is quite steep, a staggering 30 galleons. To put it into perspective, a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them costs merely 2 galleons. William has ample reason to suspect that certain individuals within the Ministry of Magic are engaging in money-making schemes or laundering illicit funds. Observing William's intense gaze fixed upon the bookshelves, Fred murmured, "Percy is quite ambitious. He has already devised a plan to become the head boy next year." George raised his eyebrows and added, "Then he will aim for the student council president, and ultimately the minister of magic." With an exaggerated expression, George dramatically exclaimed, "Merlin's beard. What shall we do? Our family might end up producing a minister of magic." Charlie tapped the twins on their heads and remarked, "Enough of that. If Percy hears, he will be quite upset." He then urged, "You both need to practice diligently this summer. The second-year Quidditch tryouts are approaching, and this is my final year at school. We must secure victory." As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Charlie had demonstrated extraordinary talent in Quidditch from a young age, earning a spot on the team thanks to Professor McGonagall's recognition. Cedric confided in William that after graduation, Charlie would likely join the Scottish national Quidditch team, suggesting that Cedric also harbored a fondness for the sport. After everyone had purchased their goods, they made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. On the way, Fred, holding Cedric's hand, inquired about his homework. Cedric, displaying a wary expression, replied, "You must have completed your assignments long ago, right?" Cedric was utterly astonished. He had to exert considerable effort to sell a repair tool and only earned 10 sickles in commission. Nevertheless, he politely declined their request. This left the twins a bit disappointed, yet it was of little consequence as they still had a Ravenclaw academic backup, albeit at a reduced price. Before parting ways, Cedric arranged the next meeting time, and Fred and the others invited William to visit their humble abode. Mr. Weasley had intended to inquire about the Roy automobile, but upon seeing Mrs. Weasley's countenance, he quickly abandoned the thought. With a sprinkle of flue powder, the group gradually vanished into the fireplace. William did not catch a glimpse of the fluffy three-headed dog, as the Greek seller had suddenly raised the price, inciting Hagrid's immense ire. However, judging by Hagrid's demeanor, it seemed he would purchase it regardless of the cost. Such an item was an absolute necessity for him. Roy's face flushed crimson. The alcoholic beverages in the magical realm contained various potions, rendering them richer in flavor than those of Muggles. Accompanying them was a gray barn owl, characterized by its dark brown plumage, with the outer wing feathers displaying a striking brownish-white pattern, a chest adorned with fine stripes and mottled spots, exuding an air of nobility. William did not intend to bring it to Hogwarts. The acceptance letter explicitly stated that a young wizard could only bring one pet. William planned to take his Puffskein to school, and he had no intention of violating school regulations upon arrival. Moreover, according to Hagrid, the school housed numerous owls available for use at no cost, such as Millie, who liked to pretend to be ill and would pilfer little fish treats. In truth, William still felt somewhat inconvenienced. The communication devices of this era are decidedly antiquated, and Hogwarts remains devoid of technological advancements. This owl is intended to be kept at home, serving as a means for William's parents to contact him. However, and has resolved to commandeer this owl. That very evening, the young girl commenced penning a letter to Dumbledore, inquiring about the admission process. How could she manage without an owl? She even bestowed upon this gray owl a grandiose name, calling it Zogong. Bobo the cat harbors a deep disdain for Zogong, or perhaps it simply detests all owls, constantly plotting to seize it for a meal. This incessant fixation induces great anxiety in Zogong, which often finds itself glancing sideways to see the orange cat, hands tucked, crouching in the corner, fixating on it. William reluctantly decided to release Zogong. This summer is destined to be long yet fulfilling. As a child on the cusp of entering the magical realm, William fervently immersed himself in Hogwarts curriculum, alongside an array of other assorted studies. Magic is an exceptionally intricate and well-structured system, boasting a comprehensive operational methodology, entirely distinct from the academic disciplines familiar to William from his previous life. Standardized speech and precise movements enable one to activate spells through a wand, provided one possesses magical ability. Newton's coffin lid could surely not contain such exuberance. Within the brief span of a month, William diligently memorized a plethora of spells and experimented with various incantation techniques. The Ministry of Magic kindly reminds all Muggles, young witches and wizards may practice spells before enrollment, as exemplified by Minister Hermione Granger, who attempted several spells at home. How modestly she declares, "The prohibition against practicing spells at home is enforced only at the end of the term. Do not fabricate regulations at will, lest you attract the attention of an Auror for tea." With precise movements, clear enunciation, and extensive repetitive practice, he mastered numerous spells accessible to junior wizards. In instances where he encountered difficulties, he would write to Cedric for guidance. As a prodigy and the most accomplished young wizard of his year, Cedric could elucidate many of William's queries. However, Cedric had also only been enrolled for a year, and there were many matters he could not resolve. In such cases, William sought the counsel of Dumbledore. This might sound irrational. As the headmaster, Dumbledore is exceedingly busy, with little time to attend to a yet-to-be-enrolled young wizard. Yet, this improbable scenario transpired. Thus, William would often attach a blank sheet of paper to the back of and S letters, detailing his inquiries. Finally, the day arrived, August 31st, when William would embark on the Hogwarts Express the following day. That night, after a long absence of dreams, he found himself dreaming once more. This time, he did not dream of a scratch card, but rather of Diagon Alley, Ollivander, Cedric, the Weasley twins, and that boy from the Malfoy family. At the dream's conclusion, William was cradling Hagrid's three-headed dog. This creature possessed the heads of a husky, a dragon, and Bobo the cat, with the husky holding a renovation plan worth $200,000, demolishing William's room in the process. Chapter 13. The legendary simp emerges. Once nestled against his chest, Bobo T had long since vanished, presumably to bid farewell to Zhuigong. William rose, donned his attire, and after completing his morning routine, he shrank his packed luggage with a shrinking charm, tucking it neatly into his pocket. He gazed at the train ticket in his hand, which read Platform 9. Although the wording seemed rather absurd, William had already confirmed the precise location with Cedric. His younger sister, Annie, appeared despondent, reluctant to part ways, especially since she too yearned to attend Hogwarts. William promised to write to her weekly, which finally coaxed a smile onto her face. By the time they arrived at King's Cross Station, it was already 9 o'clock. The station bustled with a throng of travelers. After bidding farewell to his family, William, with the cage for Bobo T in tow, approached the wall situated between platforms 9 and 10. Prior to his arrival, a peculiar group clad in suits with wizarding robes had already traversed the wall and vanished. Unfortunately, they were spotted. A burly muggle approached, his piercing gaze fixed ahead as he suddenly accelerated. It was astonishing how swiftly this robust man moved, rivaling the speed of Bolt himself. He dashed forth, seemingly floating, only to collide with the wall. Such reckless behavior undoubtedly drew the attention of many muggles, and soon 2 security guards hurried over, having never encountered such a situation at the train station before. In that moment, 2 individuals materialized on the platform, dressed in plain clothes and wielding wands, casting spells to manage the crowd. After completing their task, one of the gentlemen, a black man, gestured for William to proceed. Grateful, William passed through the wall, accompanied by their escort, and arrived at the platform for the Hogwarts Express. A deep crimson steam locomotive, styled in Victorian fashion, stood proudly alongside the crowded platform. The sign hanging from the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Billowing clouds of steam swirled above the bustling crowd, as variously colored cats weaved between the feet of the passengers. William, carrying the cage, found a compartment near the rear of the train. To his surprise, it was the first time he encountered a girl of Chinese descent in the UK, especially aboard the Hogwarts-bound train. He entered the compartment and politely inquired, "Is this seat taken?" The girl shook her head. With a grateful nod, William settled down and released Bobo T from its cage. Bobo T ambled out, stretching languidly and yawning before lying down by the train's window, basking in the abundant sunlight. As William's gaze drifted beyond Bobo T, he suddenly spotted the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley was gently brushing a boy's hair aside. This was her youngest son, Ron, whom William had heard about from George and Fred, though he wouldn't be starting school until the following year. "Ron, I can't believe your hair has grown so long." As Ron attempted to evade, he was abruptly seized by Mrs. Weasley. "Do not worry, I shall craft you a splendid crew cut. What do you think?" "I do not want that." Ron protested with a disgruntled expression. "I propose we shave his head. It is both simple and invigorating." One of the twins suggested. "Absolutely not. That would be hideous. Why don't you get a haircut instead?" Ron retorted defiantly. "We are heading to school. Mother cannot control us." Fred chuckled. "Ron, you still have to wait a year. Who says that just because you are going to school, I will cease to care?" Mrs. Weasley warned, planting kisses on the cheeks of the twins. "This year, you two must adhere to the rules. If Percy sends me an owl reporting your late-night escapades, or that you are launching dung bombs at the Slytherin table." "Launching dung bombs? At the Slytherin table?" Fred exclaimed in shock at Mrs. Weasley's words. George burst into laughter. "I must say, Mother, you are a genius. Thank you for the idea. We have learned something new." Mrs. Weasley was left speechless with indignation, as the sound of a whistle echoed. The Weasley brothers made their way to the train. William waved, and Fred shouted, "Hey, William, we're coming to find you." William nodded and waved back at Mrs. Weasley. She called out, "Keep an eye on them for me, and write if anything arises." The train began to move, emitting a grating noise that startled Bobbit. William suddenly realized that this train had its merits. At least it effectively deterred the unscrupulous taxi drivers loitering outside the school gates. "Hello, I'm Qiu Zhang, from a Muggle family. What about you?" As the train set off, a girl in the carriage put down her book and inquired. "Hello, I'm William Stark, also from a Muggle family. Just call me William," he replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Their exchange was brief, and Qiu soon returned to her reading. William pulled out a copy of Standard Spells, Year 2. The train would be traveling for quite a while, and he needed something to occupy his time. Qiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at William, puzzled. "Are you a second-year student?" William shook his head. "Like you, I am a freshman." Qiu responded with a dismissive "oh," and lapsed into silence. It was evident she regarded William as a pretentious child. After all, what kind of first-year student would be perusing a second-year spellbook? Moments later, a sudden sound interrupted them. At some point, Bobbit had left the comfort of the sunny spot and stood on the table, his tail drooping and his blue eyes intently fixed on the rabbit in the cage, as if he had discovered a new toy. The cage housed a snow-white rabbit, Chio's pet. Bobbit's padded paws extended, and the unfortunate rabbit let out a yelp, tumbling from the second shelf of the cage. Its head collided with the water bowl, and a carrot struck it, rendering it unconscious. Bobbit. Chio hastily retrieved a hamburger from her bag, her lunch. She plucked a small piece, shaking it gently in an attempt to distract Boba Tea and rescue her poor little rabbit. However, Boba Tea merely cast a disdainful glance at the hamburger, let out a dismissive meow, and sauntered over to the window to groom its luscious orange fur. Chio's face flushed a deep crimson. William apologized. Boba Tea can be quite finicky. Indeed, I suggest you let it go hungry for a few days. Before Chio could finish her thought, the door swung open once more. This time, it was a familiar face, Cedric. William, Cedric said, the twins informed me you were here alone. Come, I've saved you a spot over in my compartment. He grasped William's hand, but before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Chio, who was earnestly trying to revive her rabbit. His face instantly turned beet red as he stammered. And who might this be? This is Chio Zhang, a new friend I just met, William quickly explained. By the way, what were you saying? Cedric cleared his throat and replied slowly. Oh, nothing. Just that the other compartment is too cramped and there isn't enough room. So I was planning to join you here. Chapter 14. One must always find amusement on a journey. Generally speaking, the aesthetic sensibilities of the British and the Chinese diverge significantly. For instance, most Chinese individuals struggle to appreciate the Kardashian family's extraordinary figures, often hailed as the epitome of defensive beauty. Nonetheless, they undeniably stand as the world's foremost internet celebrity family, captivating countless admirers. This disparity in taste is even more pronounced when it comes to individuals of Chinese descent, such as Chio Zhang. It was evident that Cedric found her enchanting. With her exotic charm, twin tails, youthful appearance, and delicate skin, indeed, her beauty was noteworthy. However, from William's perspective, rooted in the appreciation of floral aesthetics, Chio did not stand out excessively, at least not to the extent of being described as a picturesque beauty or possessing celestial features, especially considering she was merely 11 years old. Cedric cradled the unconscious rabbit tenderly, resembling a caring gentleman, nearly ready to administer artificial respiration. He reassured, it's just frightened. It's nothing serious. William let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the rabbit was still alive. Otherwise, Cedric might have been inclined to take drastic measures against him. Thus, one should think twice before adopting rabbits. Their position in the food chain is precariously low, barely above that of a mouse. The inherent advantage of rabbits lies in their prolific breeding rather than the quality of individual specimens. Often, they seem oblivious to their owner's feelings, succumbing to death without warning. Their timid nature can lead them to be scared to death. Seeing her pet was not gravely harmed, Chio also exhaled in relief, letting out a huff and dismissing the two boys. This left Cedric feeling rather discomfort, as he had intended to say more. Perhaps a bit of artificial respiration for the rabbit could ease the tension? He shot William a glance, hoping his friend would play the role of wingman and create an opportunity. William rolled his eyes. Pursuing a girl was no easy feat, and he certainly lacked the requisite skills for such delicate endeavors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a solitary figure in his past life. He remained silent, instead conveying a message through his look. Brother, just act as if I'm not here. Do whatever you wish. Don't hesitate. William, I urge you to pursue boldly. What possessed you to engage in activities that contravene the criminal code and the wizarding laws? Cedric, what were you truly attempting to do that could land you in Azkaban? Cedric cleared his throat, breaking the gaze. William cast a glance at Chio, who remained blissfully unaware, playfully toying with her little rabbit, oblivious to the fact that she had just narrowly escaped a life-threatening crisis. William picked up the spellbook, concealing his face, striving to diminish his presence. Cedric sighed and retrieved Ollivander's notebook from his pocket. The entire compartment fell into an eerie silence, each person engrossed in their reading, creating an exceedingly strange atmosphere. Time passed, though its measure was unclear, until the door swung open once more. The Weasley twins entered, accompanied by a boy with dreadlocks. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong compartment, Fred apologized, preparing to close the door. But George blocked his hand, stating, you haven't gone astray. Fred wore an exaggerated expression. In this atmosphere, I could have sworn I stumbled into a library. Fred settled beside Cedric, while George and the boy took seats across from Chio. Come on, fellows, we are on the Hogwarts Express. Studying should be reserved for the 2 weeks leading up to exams. William, what book are you perusing? Standard Spells Level 2, he replied. Have you lost your mind? Or are you planning to skip ahead to second year? George seized William's book, while Fred rose, casting a wary glance outside before drawing the curtains shut. Chio found herself squished into a corner, staring bewilderedly at the furtive group before her. George tapped the table, lowering his voice to a serious tone. This all began over the summer. Fred and I reached out to top students across all years, compiling their homework answers into a booklet for sale in batches. William nodded, aware of this scheme. The twins had even borrowed Cedric's assignments. Initially, he had refused, but after William's persistent persuasion, he reluctantly acquiesced. Naturally, the twins were required to pay a sum for the privilege, and as the persuader, William received a fair share of the profits. However, he chose not to pocket the money but instead entrusted it to the twins as investment capital. This is what one might call expanding reproduction, the original accumulation of capital. Fred's expression turned grave, for it was their inaugural venture into such business. To penetrate the market across various years and earn a reputation, George and I adopted a policy of inspect before payment. Today was supposed to be the deadline for payments. Yet a small group of students stubbornly refused to part with their money. The boy with dreadlocks scratched his rear, then rubbed his flushed face, feeling as though the twins' remarks were hinting, no, outright indicating, his involvement in that very small group. Lee, do refrain from being so agitated, Fred cautioned, glancing out the window to avoid attracting the attention of the prefect. George continued, this is the hard-earned money from a summer's toil. How can we allow them to act in this manner? Thus, I propose we take immediate action and retaliate. Let them witness the wrath of Gryffindor. Li Qiaodan shouted once more, reminiscent of an impassioned youth. The rabbit, previously awakened, fainted again in fright. Chio cast a fierce glare at Li Qiaodan, bestowing upon him a deathly stare. Cedric glanced at Chio, sensing that his reputation could still be salvaged. He prepared to rise with righteous indignation to express his dissent. However, William waved his hand and spoke first. We are not students of Gryffindor, so you understand the fee involved. William, are we not good friends? George draped his right arm over William's shoulder. Let us not discuss sentiments. We must consider the financial implications. After much negotiation, the twin brothers decided to hire William and Cedric for the price of 2 cups of buzzing honeycomb, an enchanting confection that allows one to float. Exclusively sold at Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade. Hagrid had once sent some to William during the summer. Although most was consumed by Annie, it was indeed delightful. Li Qiaodan incurred no expense. He was merely working off his homework debt. Truly, he was a master of deception. So what is our target? William inquired. A group of Slytherin students, George replied nonchalantly, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of bothersome caterpillars. Those nefarious Slytherins, Lee gritted his teeth. Indeed, William, having heard Cedric mention the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, had reason to suspect that the twin brothers selling answers to Slytherin students was a form of entrapment. Perhaps the Slytherin students were not entirely incorrect. The answers indeed posed a problem. However, George and Fred, adhering to the principle of profiting while simultaneously deceiving, found it splendid that the other party was willing to pay. If they were unwilling, it mattered not. The flawed answers given to the Slytherin students could also serve as a means for mischief, bringing some amusement to their otherwise tedious journey. William suddenly felt that his remuneration had diminished. 2 cups of buzzing honeycomb should at least equate to 2 barrels. Chapter 15, The Outlaw Robin Sniff. The compartment was drawn with thick curtains, obscuring the sunlight and rendering the interior exceedingly dim. The 5 gathered around a table, deliberating their wicked scheme. First, we need to find a stranger to knock on the Slytherin compartment door. If we do it, they will undoubtedly be cautious. With that, George turned his gaze towards William. You are the only newcomer here, so they certainly won't recognize you. Indeed, William nodded, resting his chin in thought, then raised an eyebrow and said, however, as the sole student to knock on the door, the consequences will inevitably fall upon me afterward. Isn't that splendid? It could add a touch of excitement to your otherwise mundane academic life, Fred reassured him, patting William on the shoulder. George continued, you can come to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall will surely protect you. William rolled his eyes, thinking, I trust you not at all. What shall we do next? Li Qiaodan inquired. Next, I shall employ this device to hurl a smoke bomb into the carriage, creating chaos, George declared, revealing a gun-like launcher in his hand. This was their contraption, specially modified to drive away the goblins. In George's right hand, he held a small white sphere, a product procured from the Bouncing Jokes magical joke shop, which, upon a vigorous impact, would emit a copious amount of white smoke, resembling a fire from a distance. The twin brothers had initially intended to launch the laborious smoke rockets, but the device's overwhelming power made them apprehensive that the flames might pierce through the train's roof. While the scene was undoubtedly tense and exhilarating, akin to a cinematic spectacle, the Weasley family could ill afford the repair costs of the train. Though the Weasley brothers relished in their pranks, they remained mindful of the consequences, striving to keep them within manageable bounds and avoid burdening their family with trouble. Was this all there was to the plan? Cedric inquired cheerfully. He was a good-natured lad, and if it were merely these pranks, he would not feel excessively guilty. However, Cedric was destined for disappointment. Fred, with the air of a great hero, chuckled with pride as he rummaged through his trousers, moments later producing a fluffy, jet-black creature. With its sleek fur, broad flat mouth, short stout tail, and a pair of webbed feet, it was slightly larger than a palm, resembling a peculiar hybrid of a mole and a platypus. "Is that a niffler?" William exclaimed in astonishment. He had read about this magical creature in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "Indeed," George grinned, declaring, "a mischievous little one. Just 4 months old, who pilfered a plethora of galleons from Fred and me this summer. However, thanks to it, I also uncovered the hidden stash of my father's savings from years past." William was certain that the twin brothers had not turned over the money to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Yet, he was now more curious about where Fred had concealed this creature in his trousers. Was he not afraid of being bitten? Lee Jordan was enviously salivating, rubbing his hands together in excitement, and inquired, "Where did you acquire it?" "The female niffler gave birth to 8 little ones, and this one, fond of biting its siblings, was gifted to us by Hagrid. I must say, what a splendid adventure. But you went into the Forbidden Forest without telling me," Lee Jordan lamented. In the midst of their conversation, the niffler had already wriggled free from Fred's grasp and swiftly stuffed the galleons from his pocket into its own pouch. The niffler's pouch, though seemingly small from the outside, possessed an expansive interior capable of holding numerous items, as if enchanted by a stretching charm. After emptying Fred's pocket, the niffler sought to pilfer William's galleons, but in the next moment, it froze in its tracks, having spotted the sleeping Bowtruckle basking in the sunlight. Under the rays, its bright orange fur shimmered. What a substantial chunk of gold! A glimmer of excitement danced in the niffler's eyes as it scampered over with its tiny legs, clutching the Bowtruckle's delicate tail, attempting to drag it into its pouch bit by bit. Bobo T was startled, letting out a meow as it abruptly stood up. Although Bobo T despised that disobedient tail, such a thing could only be bitten by itself. With its piercing blue eyes, it fixed its gaze upon the detestable stinky mouse. Or was it a mole duck? Regardless of its identity, Bobo T swiftly extended its claws and delivered a forceful slap to the creature's head, sending it flying. The unfortunate thing skidded across the polished tabletop, crashing into the small white rabbit held by Chio. This was intolerable. "While that orange cat may bully me, how dare you? A mouse also at the bottom of the food chain, crash into me?" The little white rabbit straightened up, its left paw on its hip. The right finger pointed accusingly at the mouse, chattering angrily. Everyone was speechless, realizing that this creature was a cowardly bully. Yet, the mouse was no pushover, it was, after all, a magical being. Fred chuckled. "Little one, that's how it is. Although it steals and is mischievous, it is still a good fellow." George nodded in agreement. Today, they relied on this little creature. Once the smoke bomb exploded, they would toss it into the Slytherin compartment. "But how do we get it out?" Lee Jordan inquired. "That's simple," William replied. "The mouse is attracted to bright objects. The brighter, the stronger the allure. Therefore, we need a mirror. Does anyone have one?" The group turned their gaze to the only girl in the compartment, Chio Zhang. Raising an eyebrow, she pulled out a round mirror adorned with intricate carvings from her pocket. Waving it in the air, the silver bracelet on her wrist jingling melodiously. With a sly grin, Chio said, "Want it?" 4 cups of honeybee candy. Although she had never tasted honey candy, that didn't prevent her from making a bold demand to avenge her little rabbit. Cedric decisively agreed, "Absolutely. What a beast that prioritizes appearance over friendship." The central compartment was dominated by Slytherin students. William approached the door of a compartment like a lost first-year student. But he did not knock as George suggested. The first rule of wrongdoing is to avoid being seen. If any Slytherin inside spotted him, he would be remembered by these students, no matter what transpired afterward. Although William was unafraid, he was no fool. He certainly wouldn't take the fall for this. He drew his wand, pointed it at the doorknob, and whispered, "Alohomora." The latch clicked open, and William yanked the door handle sharply, swiftly slipping around the corner. Meanwhile, George seized the opportunity, accurately tossing the smoke bomb into the compartment, where a thick cloud of white smoke billowed forth. A shadow rushed in. This was the true Robin Hood of the wilderness. Chapter 16. Anger, Tremor, Cold, Tears. All in all, launching a surprise attack on the Slytherin compartment was no simple feat. The greatest challenge lay in managing time. The smoke bomb's coverage was limited, and they had to remain vigilant against the prefects of each house. William and his companions wished to remain undetected, necessitating the division of several individuals to set traps, temporarily securing the passage from the prefect's carriage to their side. Thus, Cedric, Fred, and Lee Jordan undertook this task. A smoke bomb exploded against the carriage wall, unleashing a thick veil of white smoke that billowed from the Slytherin compartment, simultaneously enveloping the entire corridor in a shroud of fog. This was intended to obscure visibility and prevent other students from believing there was a fire, thus preventing a rush that could trap them in this location. In an instant, countless screams erupted as students in each compartment hastily secured their doors, genuinely convinced that a fire had broken out. Should one gaze down from the heavens at that moment, They would witness the middle compartments of the Hogwarts Express engulfed in dense smoke, accompanied by the cacophony of the train's engine, startling a flock of owls soaring overhead. George, having timed his actions perfectly, produced a pre-prepared mirror and angled it towards the window, ready to reflect sunlight to attract a niffler. However, they overlooked a rather inconspicuous detail. With several compartments shrouded in smoke, the sun was obscured, rendering any reflection of sunlight impossible. William promptly appeared before George, drawing his wand and gently waving it while murmuring, "Lumos." A crimson glow ignited at the tip of his wand, reminiscent of fireflies in the night sky. The mirror reflected this light, accurately directing it into the compartment. The red light, possessing the greatest penetrating power, would undoubtedly catch the niffler's attention. Indeed, the next moment was met with a chorus of gasps and the sound of a scuffle as a dark silhouette darted beside the mirror. Swiftly snatching the mirror from Autumn's grasp and stowing it away in its pocket, George seized the niffler's paw, lifting it upside down, while William reached out to scratch its furry little belly. The niffler emitted a soft, contented trill, excitedly wagging its small tail, its tiny paws dangling limply. Yet, as is often the case with joyous moments, this one was fleeting. A multitude of shiny objects tumbled from its pouch, clattering to the ground. Scattered among the debris were a dozen galleons, with the majority being sickles and nuts. It appeared that not all Slytherin students were affluent. William's eye twitched as he even discovered a metal belt buckle. It seemed that a certain young wizard's belt had been liberated by the niffler. What a mischievous little creature. George sifted through the collected items, extracting enough coins to cover their expenses, before tossing the remaining money and assorted trinkets into a small bag and hurling it towards the compartment. Thud! The bag struck someone, eliciting another round of curses. William, unsure of what to do with the belt buckle in his hand, watched as George, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it out the window. "Hurry, the prefect is coming," George exclaimed, grabbing William with one hand while rudely dragging the niffler with the other. The niffler dangled in midair, its eyes wide with dismay as it witnessed its precious treasure being flung out the window. It trembled with rage, cold sweat beating on its body in the sweltering heat. Its paws icy. Is the magical world truly in such disarray? How must the niffler survive for you wizards to be satisfied? Tears flowed uncontrollably, as this magical realm was rife with the oppression of the nifflers. When, oh when, shall they truly rise up? A mere 3 minutes later, the compartment door was flung open, and in stormed Percy, his expression brimming with ire, though it swiftly morphed into confusion. William and Cedric were engrossed in a discussion about transfiguration, while Autumn, cradling her little white rabbit, gazed vacantly out the window. George, with a piece of dried fish in hand, shook it playfully, attempting to rouse Bobo, who lay with closed eyes, utterly indifferent to his antics. Meanwhile, Fred and Lee Jordan were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Clearing his throat, Percy inquired, "The mischief outside, does it concern you?" Fred lifted his head, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "Percy, what do you mean? Are you implying that all misdeeds are ours? George and I are your own brothers." Fred's voice crescendoed, his anger palpable, until a single crystalline tear escaped the corner of his eye. Percy, apologetically clearing his throat, replied, "I merely came to conduct a routine check, nothing more." George, puzzled, remarked, "ISNT checking the duty of the head boy? Oh, I see." He exchanged a knowing glance with Fred, a broad smile illuminating his face as he teased, "I understand now, Percy. You must be acclimating to the head boy's life in advance. After all, that position shall undoubtedly be yours next year." Percy's face flushed crimson as he forcefully shut the compartment door. Lee Jordan stowed away the chess set, his worry evident. "Is everything truly all right? What if Professor McGonagall finds out?" Fred, wiping away a trace of prank potion from the corner of his eye, pressed his lips together, feigning seriousness. "Ahem, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor." He continued, "Let us not forget, Slytherin has clinched the House Cup for 5 consecutive years. Everyone is striving to topple them. Even Professor McGonagall is no exception." "Oh, Lee, what do you have in your backpack?" Fred's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Lee, with a proud smile, produced a large stack of newspapers from his bag. "These are the Daily Prophet clippings I collected over the summer. My goodness. They are filled with reports about your family and Malfoy. They could be crafted into a novel." He added, "I've heard the Ministry was attacked. Yet there are no reports. It remains unclear which stories are true and which are false. Quickly, take that away. My mother has been in quite the fury over this lately. Whenever I see the Daily Prophet, I can't hear her scolding in my mind," George lamented, cradling his head in anguish. William swiftly snatched the papers from him and spread them across the table. To his astonishment, he spotted his own photograph. It was a moving image, William's wand aglow as a calf appeared atop Decora. Below it was a flamboyant headline, "Outrageous. When will campus bullying cease?" William flipped through several more papers, discovering an educational column surrounding the photograph, even featuring experts calling for reforms in Hogwarts education and reductions in professor salaries. Yet, that was not the most shocking revelation. The most prominent position in the newspaper displayed a photograph of Mr. Weasley and Malfoy in a fierce tug-of-war over clothing. The Daily Prophet had dedicated 7 issues and 14 pages to extensive coverage of this incident. The headlines are increasingly alarming. Shocking. Ministry of Magic officials assault good citizens in the street. It is evident that this is the work of unscrupulous journalists, having been bribed by the Malfoy family. Inhuman. Malfoy brazenly attacks a core official of the Ministry of Magic. There is no need to elaborate, as Dumbledore certainly has allies within the propaganda department. The perspectives of the Quidditch commentators are rather peculiar. One even wrote, Scotland is in an uproar. Diagon Alley witnesses the astonishing return of the scorpion's tail. Silence. The English will weep upon seeing the white chopped chicken. The most outrageous of all is an article titled, 2 Old Men Embrace in the Street. The Love-Hate Relationship of Weasley and Malfoy. William glanced at the author's name, Rita Skeeter. Just as William was about to inquire about this which, a dreadful scream, pierced the air. The sound was heart-wrenching, chilling to the bone, and seemed to reach deep into the soul. Fred nearly overturned the table, clutching his groin, and bellowed, George, William, what have you done to the niffler? It bit me. Ah, it hurts. William recalled that Fred had originally pulled the niffler from his trousers, which explained the location of the bite. Fred began to tremble with anger, coldness, and tears. Chapter 17. Wizards must not eat chocolate frogs. This lengthy journey was filled with joy for everyone except Fred and the unfortunate niffler. To celebrate Gryffindor's magnificent victory over Slytherin, as Lee Jordan would say, George decided to take a portion of the loot to purchase snacks. In William's words, tonight's expenses are on young Master Zhao. Although the gathering consisted solely of 6 individuals, a rabbit, and a niffler, their consumption was limited to some snacks. The niffler, however, was quite discerning, only partaking of the expensive cat food and various canned treats that William had purchased. Humans were eating less delicately than a cat, causing a sense of psychological imbalance. Autumn suggested, let us just starve it for a few days. The niffler narrowed its eyes and coldly glared at Autumn's little rabbit, its claws extending from its paw, causing the girl to blanch and immediately retract her statement. The table was adorned with an array of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Blowing Bubbles bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an assortment of peculiar foods that William had never encountered before. Today, George was extravagant, ensuring that nothing was left out, purchasing a bit of everything. In no time, Autumn's relationship with several others had grown considerably closer, much to Cedric's delight. The joy of a devoted admirer can sometimes be so simple and mundane. Fred handed William a chocolate frog, but the latter hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from eating it. As a wizard, how could he rely on chocolate frogs to replenish his energy? That would be utterly reckless. Observing William's reluctance, Fred opened it himself. Upon doing so, he extracted the card inside. The card depicted an elderly man wearing a top hat, sporting black-rimmed glasses, with silver hair and a beard cascading down. The name at the bottom of the card read, Nicholas Flamel. Through the reverse side of the card, William gazed upon the inscription. Nicholas Flamel is now universally acknowledged as the greatest alchemist of all time. His renowned contributions include the creation of the singular philosopher's stone, the establishment of the alchemical framework that has persisted from the medieval era to modern times, and the enduring trend of toads as cherished pets, which has remained vibrant for 6 centuries. Ah, it is Nicholas Flamel. How splendid. I have amassed a complete set of cards, Fred proclaimed with exuberance. A complete collection of chocolate frog cards, numbering in the hundreds, is typically arduous to gather, thus commanding a hefty price. Fred's motivation for collecting these cards was not born out of genuine affection, but rather a desire to sell them at a premium to other wizards. Upon witnessing Fred's triumph in collecting the cards, George, Cedric, and Lee Jordan joined the fervent assembly of chocolate frog enthusiasts. In the midst of their frenzied consumption, time seemed to fly by, as if swept away by an unseen force, and before long, evening had descended. William cast a glance out the train window. Darkness had enveloped the land, revealing a deep purple sky adorned with hills and woodlands, as the train gradually slowed its pace. In 5 minutes, we shall arrive at Hogwarts. Kindly leave your luggage aboard. We will deliver it to the school for you. The train decelerated and ultimately came to a halt. Students jostled and hurried towards the doors, disembarking onto a dimly lit, compact platform. A lantern swayed above the heads of the students, and William heard a familiar voice bellowing, first-year students, gather here." Amidst the throng of heads, Hagrid's towering stature, nearly 5 meters high, was particularly conspicuous. With a welcoming smile, he beckoned, "Come along, follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step now. First years, follow me." After parting ways with Cedric, William and Autumn stumbled toward Hagrid. Under Hagrid's guidance, the first years broke away from the main group, descending along a steep, narrow path, where the ground was slippery and entangled with various vines. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for the warm glow of Hagrid's oil lamp illuminating their way. William sighed. Hogwarts truly seemed archaic, lacking even a simple streetlight. He raised his wand, waved it, and softly murmured, Lumos. A gentle white light materialized at the tip of his wand, and then, like a burst of fireworks, it radiated outward, illuminating nearly 50 meters of the path. Hagrid's hearty laughter echoed from afar. Thank you, William. You know I can't use magic. Autumn stared at William's face, as if just realizing something. You can actually perform magic already? Previously, when William had perused the second-year spellbook, Autumn had assumed he was merely pretending. It now appeared that was not the case. William shrugged. Isn't it quite simple? At that moment, he was struck by a sudden realization. In his past life, when he inquired about complex mathematical problems, the top students would smile gently, regarding him with a look of patronizing affection, and effortlessly say, Isn't it quite simple? By Merlin's beard, William had found himself uttering such a phrase with ease. Was this truly the realm of the academic elite? But William soon regretted his decision. After he brandished his wand, a radiant glow emanated, and the first-year wizards seemed to discover their anchor, surging toward him. William was once again reminded of the overwhelming crush of crowds during the spring festival travel, and he bellowed, Don't push. Whose clumsy hands are these? Keep your hands to yourselves. Hagrid chuckled heartily and exclaimed, Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time. Indeed, after a chorus of astonished gasps, a vast, inky lake unfolded at the end of the narrow path. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hill, its myriad spires piercing the starry sky, with windows twinkling like distant stars. Each boat must not exceed 4 occupants. Hagrid boomed, pointing to a row of small boats moored at the water's edge, as if to suggest that exceeding this limit would surely lead to disaster. At that moment, a new wave of shoving erupted, as everyone clamored to sit alongside William. The boats appeared precarious, and crossing a vast lake in such a vessel seemed fraught with peril. William, possessing magical abilities, felt a modicum of safety in sharing a boat with him. Form a line, Hagrid commanded, using his broad frame to block the throng, signaling for William and Autumn to board swiftly. He then selected 2 more young wizards from the crowd and tossed them into the boat, gradually restoring order. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid called out, as he himself took a boat alone. Then we shall set forth. The fleet of small boats began to glide across the mirror-like surface of the lake, propelled by an unseen force. An air of silence enveloped them, as they gazed at the towering castle that seemed to scrape the very heavens. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it appeared to loom directly overhead. Duck! Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the sheer rock face. Everyone lowered their heads as the boats passed beneath a verdant curtain of ivy covering the cliff, revealing a hidden, open entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at a place resembling an underground dock. From there, they ascended onto a surface of gravel and pebbles. Bathed in the glow of Hagrid's lantern, they climbed through a tunnel carved into the rock, finally emerging onto a flat, damp patch of grass in the shadow of the castle. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. Thud, thud, thud. The door creaked open, revealing a witch. Chapter 18, The Essence of a Wizard. Some individuals enter with their own comedic flair, while others carry the ambience with them, and some, dissatisfied, even bring their own sound systems. Yet the tall, dark-haired witch clad in emerald robes approached without any theatrical fanfare, a chill wind swirling around her. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the previously grumbling young wizards fell mute, daunted by her presence. Professor McGonagall, one of the individuals the Weasley brothers feared most, appeared solemn, her lips pursed. First-year students. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid quickly stated, avoiding her gaze. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she replied, as Hagrid cast William a look of good fortune before hastily retreating through another entrance. It was evident that he too felt a sense of trepidation. How could he not? During the summer, Hage repeatedly violated the rules regarding the use of magic and secretly acquired a 3-headed dog, which is prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Now, he felt a twinge of guilt. Despite the fact that Professor McGonagall was his junior from primary school, she led the first-year students along the stone-paved floor, diverting them from the bustling hall filled with the chatter of hundreds. Instead of taking them directly to the dining hall, she veered to the side, guiding them into a small, empty room at the other end of the hall. As they crowded in, jostling against one another, tension filled the air as they observed their surroundings with keen interest. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began her address. The feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the Great Hall, it is imperative that you determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the common room. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing its own illustrious history and having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary performance will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in a deduction of points. At the end of the year, The house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are assigned to, you will strive to bring glory to it, rather than indulging in mischief. Professor McGonagall's final words lingered in the air as she cast a quick glance at William. Through her stern gaze, he sensed that she might be aware of the events on the train. His instincts were usually quite accurate. However, he considered himself to be the most inconspicuous among the many accomplices, overshadowed by the notorious Weasley twins and that mischievous Niffler. He comforted his young and fragile heart with this thought. Fortunately, McGonagall merely glanced at him and did not call him out for public reprimand. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, William mused that someone with a weaker disposition might have been driven to tears by her presence. Truly, she was Professor McGonagall. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire school. I suggest you take a moment to ease your nerves. Once everything is ready, I will come to fetch you, she instructed, turning to enter the great hall, adding, please maintain silence while you wait. Yet, as soon as she left the room, the murmurs began. How can they possibly determine which house we belong to? A girl inquired, gazing at William. Her name was Marietta Edgecombe, who had just been crammed into a small boat with him, nearly clutching his hand in fear. Beside her, a boy named Cormac McLaggen boasted, it doesn't matter what the test is, I'm certain I'll be accepted. My uncle, his uncle, Tiberius, was acquainted with Rufus Scrimgeour from the Ministry of Magic, the latter being the head of the Auror office. In the meantime, McLaggen had already repeated his boast 4 or 5 times. The essence of humanity is akin to that of a recording device, and wizards are no exception. McLaggen further bragged about his flying talents, claiming he would join the Quidditch team in his first year, thus becoming the youngest player in history. As he spoke, he cast a challenging glance at William, a gesture likely stemming from his awareness of William's Muggle heritage. William, contemplating a silencing charm to quiet McLaggen's incessant chatter, was interrupted by the timely arrival of Professor McGonagall. Instantly, he assumed a guise of innocence. Consequently, it was McLaggen who found himself in distress, as Professor McGonagall appeared like a specter behind him. While the boy continued to prattle on about his uncle's friend, McLaggen, terrified, felt his legs weaken, nearly colliding with Marietta Edgecombe. She shot him a death glare and shifted closer to William, seemingly seeking refuge in his presence for a sense of security. Autumn, behind Professor McGonagall, made exaggerated gestures, urging William to seize the opportunity. Seize what opportunity? William thought to himself, asserting that he was there to learn, not to engage in romance. Of course, if a witch of exceptional beauty crossed his path, he wouldn't mind forming a soulmate connection. Yet, Marietta Edgecombe was certainly not in the running. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. McLaggen yelped, startled by the appearance of several ghosts behind him. He gasped for breath, and the surrounding crowd felt the chill permeating the room. These pearl-white, translucent apparitions glided through the chamber, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly indifferent to the first-year students. As if embroiled in a debate, Bloodman Barlow has gone to see Madame Grey. You know, there have been some issues in the Ravenclaw common room lately, remarked a plump, monk-like ghost. So let's give Peeves another chance. Just let him attend the feast. Absolutely not. My good monk, have we not given Peeves enough opportunities? All he does is bring us disgrace. At that moment, a ghost clad in a ruffled collar and tight-fitting attire suddenly noticed the first-year students. McLaggen hastily ducked behind William, which only served to tighten Professor McGonagall's already pursed lips. First years, the plump monk ghost exclaimed with a smile. I presume you are here to undergo the sorting? William nodded amicably. I hope you are sorted in a Hufflepuff. The monk continued. I was a student of that house. The ghosts drifted towards the hall, vanishing as they floated through the opposite wall, and Professor McGonagall's voice echoed once more. Now, move forward. The sorting ceremony is about to commence, she instructed the first-year students. Complying, they all proceeded towards the grand hall. Chapter 19, The Grimy Sorting Hat. The group exited the room, traversing the foyer, and passed through a set of double doors, entering an opulent dining hall. Students from other classes of the academy were gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by countless candles floating in midair. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and tall wine goblets, while at the head of the dining hall stood a long table reserved for the faculty. In the center sat Dumbledore, clad in a luxurious deep blue robe intricately embroidered with various symbols of wizardry. His flowing silver hair and meticulously trimmed beard added to his distinguished appearance, but perhaps the most striking feature was his elongated, hooked nose, which seemed to have been broken several times. He wore half-moon spectacles that framed his penetrating, bright blue eyes, which seemed to illuminate the surroundings. Next to Dumbledore was an empty seat, presumably reserved for Professor McGonagall, and beside her sat a rather unkempt teacher with greasy black hair, a prominent hooked nose, and a sallow complexion. William quickly found his place, as his twin brothers had described the professors as being quite distinctive, if not eccentric. This particular individual undoubtedly matched their description of the old bat, the oily middle-aged Severus Snape. William shook his head. His brother's words were indeed accurate and quite insightful. Professor McGonagall brought the first-year students to the center of the hall, positioning them in front of the upperclassmen, with the faculty standing behind them. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on hundreds of faces observing them, resembling pale lanterns. Ghosts intermingled among the students, glimmering with ethereal silver light. McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students and set a tattered wizard hat upon it. The hat was patched, worn, and exceedingly dirty, as if it had never seen a wash. William mused that the hat didn't belong on the stool, but rather in a basin filled with detergent. Was the sorting hat test merely a contest to see who could clean it the fastest? Suddenly, the hat began to stir, seemingly performing a little shimmy. A wide gap appeared at the brim, resembling a mouth, and the hat began to sing in a peculiar melody. You may think me quite charming, but do not dare to fall for me. It would only lead to your heartache, and I shall feel no guilt, for I am the enchanting and delightful sorting hat. William noticed that Professor McGonagall's lips tightened, as if she were ready to draw her wand and cast a silencing charm on the hat. However, to his disappointment, she took a few deep breaths, regaining her composure. William suspected she had employed a silent, wandless spell to block out the noise. The sorting hat continued to produce its cacophony. Gryffindor, where bravery lies buried deep within. Ravenclaw, where innate cleverness and wisdom reside. Hufflepuff, where eternal loyalty and kindness flourish. Slytherin, where ambition and pursuit are etched in the heart. Hogwarts, the shared home of four houses. The sorting hat's movements accelerated, resembling a rock enthusiast lost in the throes of music, yet in reality, it was merely akin to a group of elderly women engaged in a square dance. William felt a twinge of relief, grateful that the sorting hat was unacquainted with hip-hop. Otherwise, it might have belted out something rather corny. After what felt like an eternity, 10 full minutes, the hat finally concluded its annual epic-making performance, drawing thunderous applause from the audience. The Weasley twins even stood atop their chairs, cheering exuberantly, nearly rushing forward to procure autographs. The sorting hat bowed to each of the four tables before coming to a standstill, its mouth still moving, murmuring indistinctly. Gazing at that mouth, a bold thought flickered across William's mind. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, clutching a scroll of parchment. I shall call out names, and the corresponding individual will don the hat and take a seat, awaiting their house assignment, she announced. Arthur, a boy with dark hair, promptly stepped forward. The moment the hat touched his head, it shrieked, Slytherin. The boy beamed with satisfaction, bowing slightly to the Slytherin table, which erupted in applause. Katie Bell, a rosy-cheeked girl with unruly golden locks, hurriedly emerged from the line, donning the hat, which promptly obscured her eyes. She sat down, pausing for a moment. Gryffindor, the hat called out. The farthest table on the left erupted in cheers, while the twins produced a megaphone from seemingly nowhere, amplifying the ruckus. Percy shot them a fierce glare, yet his own cheers were quite loud. Gavin Campbell, a boy with curly hair, dashed forward. Hufflepuff, the table on the right applauded and cheered for Gavin as he took his place among them, the jovial fat friar ghost waving enthusiastically at him. Soon it was Autumn's turn. She walked slowly to the sorting hat and placed it upon her head. This time, the hat hesitated for a long moment before declaring, Ravenclaw. Oh no. Cedric covered his face in despair, not anticipating such a dismal start to the second year. Autumn took her seat next to Marietta Edgecombe, who had also been sorted into Ravenclaw. William Stark, Professor McGonagall called. William approached the sorting hat with composure, noting with dismay its dilapidated state, worn and pilled, adorned with numerous patches. Most egregious of all, a cobweb clung to one side, with a tiny spider fixating its gaze on William. Thankfully, it was not a cockroach, or he would truly worry about the sanitation of Hogwarts. He lifted the hat, shaking off the dust with a hint of disdain before placing it atop his head. Hey, lad, what has this attitude? A faint voice whispered in his ear. Don't deny it. My voice has sharpened a bit. I can see right through your thoughts. Let me take a peek into that little mind of yours to decide which house you belong to. William scratched his deep brown hair, feeling an itch on his scalp, a discomfort that swiftly spread throughout his body. The sorting hat seemed to have taken great offense, its pride swelling as it raised its voice. Never, ever, entertain such sordid notions about me. I am a hat with standards. Have you ever seen a hat that has been washed 1,000 times? For a hat, 1,000 washes is indeed no small feat. But considering you have existed for a millennium, that averages to a mere wash each year. The sorting hat was clearly aware of William's thoughts, and it began to mumble, awkwardly shifting the topic. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, reminding the sorting hat to expedite its process. Even if he wasn't hungry, could those delightful students possibly not be? Chapter 20, The Great Hero of Gryffindor. Dumbledore's cough proved quite effective, prompting the sorting hat to adopt a more serious demeanor. Difficult, very difficult. It is clear you possess great courage, a kind heart, and remarkable talent, along with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, your honesty leaves much to be desired. So Hufflepuff is certainly out of the question. Now, it is rather intriguing. Which house shall I assign you to? William felt that this hat, much like Ollivander, must have similar phrases for each individual. As the Sorting Hat pondered, a small spider perched upon it dangled by a thread before William's eyes. It waved its legs menacingly, frothing at the mouth, though its words were indecipherable. Bored, William exhaled, causing the spider to swing back and forth, yet the thread remained intact. He reached out to flick the creature away, but the Sorting Hat interjected, "I advise against that. The little one is my dear friend. Its great-great-grandfather was a creature named Aragog." Aragog? William furrowed his brow. Do you know it? In actuality, William had read about such a creature in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. It appeared rather perilous. However, due to his blind trust in Hagrid and his naive introduction to the Wizarding World, he simply assumed that the author, Newt Scamander, had exaggerated. If it were indeed an exaggeration, what was there to fear? Moreover, he had Hagrid's protection, did he not? With his right index finger slightly bent, he flicked the small spider's abdomen with force. The thread did not snap, but the immense impact sent the spider crashing into the Sorting Hat's mouth. The little spider let out a whimpering cry, scuttling into the tangled yarn. The Sorting Hat was furious. It grinned maliciously and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, William, you are truly amusing to say that Professor Snape resembles a greasy old bat." Silence enveloped the great hall, as Snape glared at William with a face as pale as death, clutching a strand of his own black hair that he had just yanked out in his fervor. Fred was stealthily unwrapping a chocolate frog, and upon hearing the outburst, he trembled, causing the chocolate to plummet onto the Niffler's head. George regarded William with the eyes of a warrior, filled with admiration. Yet, the term warrior often accompanies thoughts of death. At that moment, William felt a surge of murderous intent. He was mistaken, utterly mistaken. The Sorting Hat should not have been immersed in detergent, but rather directly filled with 84 disinfectant. The Sorting Hat, having successfully executed its scheme, languidly announced, "Ravenclaw." William was at a loss as to how he had found himself beside the Ravenclaw table. All he could recall was the coolness of the evening and the twinkling stars overhead. Students smiled at him, leaving him bewildered and filled with questions. How could an unremarkable first-year Ravenclaw suddenly be hailed as a hero in Gryffindor? William was utterly perplexed. Cedric, feeling even more desperate, pondered the process of transferring houses, especially since both Autumn and William had joined Ravenclaw. As Alex was sorted into Slytherin, the rest of the students completed their sorting. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the Sorting Hat with her. Before departing, the hat cast a triumphant glance in William's direction. Dumbledore stood, his face beaming with joy as he looked upon the gathered students, arms outstretched. There seemed to be nothing more gratifying to him than witnessing the assembly of eager learners. "Welcome," he exclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year." Suddenly, the empty platters around them were magically filled with a sumptuous feast: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, and Yorkshire pudding. The spread was indeed lavish, though, to be honest, British cuisine was more about cheer than culinary delight. For true satisfaction, one must turn to the exquisite dishes of the East. William poked at the baked sausage with onions and tomatoes before him, inexplicably nostalgic for steamed lamb, braised bear paw, stewed venison tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, and roasted goose, though he had never tasted any of these delicacies. Shaking his head, he mused that perhaps the Sorting Hat was experiencing a midlife crisis. Nearby, a witch with curly brown hair cautioned him, "You should be careful. Professor Snape is bound to cause you trouble." She cast a wary glance towards the head table, where Snape was squinting, fixated on the Ravenclaw direction. A shiver ran through her, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Penelope Clearwater, now a fourth year, had reliable insights about such matters. Having spent 12 years at a school near an orphanage, William had observed that many new teachers would seek him out for information on the administration. Intelligence, of course, came in tiers. A small fee would yield only the most basic details, while a higher price was required for insights into the preferences of those in charge. So, when his senior claimed that Snape would indeed trouble him, he believed her without doubt. That confounded Sorting Hat would eventually receive a bottle of chili oil, followed by a salt bath. The cuisine at Hogwarts was quite palatable, devoid of overly dubious dishes, and the portions generous enough to leave one leaning against the wall to exit. Once the last dessert had vanished, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent once more. "Now that everyone is well fed and content, I wish to address you all for a few moments," he continued. "As we commence this term, there are several important reminders I must share. First-year students, take heed. The forbidden forest surrounding the castle is off-limits to all students. This is a crucial point for our older students to remember as well. Furthermore, students below the third year are strictly forbidden from visiting Hogsmeade." Dumbledore cast a bright glance toward the Weasley brothers. "Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks, and absolutely no use of firework smoke bombs. Finally, allow me to introduce our newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher," Dumbledore cheerfully announced. Professor Tywin, a tall, handsome wizard, rose beside Hagrid. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with flowing golden hair, sparkling light green eyes, and a smile as sharp as a blade. Snape stroked his greasy black hair, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. Dumbledore began to applaud, and the crowd followed suit, particularly the many young witches. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore joyfully proclaimed, "Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together." All the teachers' smiles froze, especially Professor McGonagall. She contemplated discreetly using earplugs, but was caught by Dumbledore's keen eye. With a subtle smile, Dumbledore flicked his wand, and a long golden ribbon soared from it, spiraling in the air above the grand dining table, forming lines of text as effortlessly as using a karaoke machine. He held his wand as though it were a conductor's baton. "Choose your preferred melody," Dumbledore exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Ready, sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body sang out loud, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we are balding old men or children with scraped knees. Our minds can embrace intriguing concepts. For now, we are empty-headed, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us valuable knowledge. Return to us what we have forgotten. Do your utmost, and the rest we shall handle ourselves. We will strive to learn until we are reduced to dust." Chapter 21. Generally, one does not laugh unless unable to contain it. William quickly finished the song to the tune of Two Tigers. The crowd sang chaotically, with Hufflepuff's section even humming the melody of the Internationale. William almost believed it was a covert operation from an international organization. Once everyone finished, only the Weasley brothers continued to sing along to the slow melody of the wedding march. It was time to enlighten the wizards of Hogwarts with the brainwashing melodies from the Celestial Empire, William reflected silently. This way, when everyone sang in the future, it would not be disjointed. There would always be a singular melody in their ears, such as Grain in Ear or the Shoulder Dance. Dumbledore remained unaware of William's grand plan as he rubbed his eyes, unsure whether it was tears of emotion or some coarser solid substance. Perhaps Dumbledore had once considered using this song at his own wedding. He rambled on for a full 10 minutes, praising the Hogwarts headmaster who composed the school song, calling her the greatest lyricist in history. Amidst Professor McGonagall's persistent coughs, he reluctantly concluded the evening's banquet. A first-year student from Ravenclaw, accompanied by the prefect Robert Hilliard, navigated through the boisterous crowd and exited the dining hall. In the distance, a cacophony erupted from the Gryffindor table. Percy was frantically waving his arms and bellowing, "I will kill you all." William had never witnessed such a frantic Percy, who typically was quite conscious of his image. George, hiding behind Lee Jordan, plaintively inquired, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Percy, gritting his teeth, demanded, "The answers. Why do so many of your summer homework answers match mine exactly?" Fred dodged a flying shoe and muttered, "How are we supposed to know? Perhaps this assignment was simply too easy." William suddenly realized that the answers to the fourth-year summer homework had originated from Percy. Unbeknownst to him, Percy had just boasted about the answers, only to be struck by this shocking revelation. Clearly, the twin brothers had pilfered Percy's answers over the summer, reproduced them, and sold them for profit. The most infuriating part was that Percy received not a single canute. "I'll make you pay for this." Percy retaliated by throwing Wood's other shoe. George produced a stick from seemingly nowhere and, with a vigorous swing akin to a Quidditch player, sent the shoe flying. It was evident that one must never discreetly remove their shoes while dining, lest they face dire consequences. For instance, Wood, contentedly enjoying a box of pudding, was gleefully observing the unfolding chaos. Wood enthusiastically applauded, exclaiming, "What a splendid strike." He assessed with a professional demeanor, "You've got both accuracy and power down. And your timing is impeccable. George, you absolutely have the potential to join the school team. It seems Charlie trained you well over the summer. Hurry and try out for the team next week. With you brothers on board, we are bound to triumph in the Quidditch Cup this year." "Wait a moment. Why does this shoe look so familiar? Where's my shoe?" Wood, clad in flamboyant pink socks adorned with the likeness of the renowned witch singer Celestina Warbeck, shouted, "Stop, stop. That was a limited edition flying shoe, signed by Aidan Lynch." Aidan Lynch, the seeker for the Irish national Quidditch team, was one of Wood's favorite players. However, no matter how Wood screamed, it was futile. The shoe gracefully arced through the air, heading straight for the head table. Snape, pursing his lips, was listening with evident impatience to Dumbledore discussing the allure of rock music. Suddenly, a shoe descended from above, carrying an overwhelming stench. The odor was quite pungent, nearly causing Snape to faint. Judging by its trajectory, the shoe was certain to strike him. Snape swiftly retrieved his wand, instinctively preparing a spell that would have shattered it to pieces. Yet, he refrained, merely waving his wand, causing the shoe to alter its course and accelerate towards Professor Taven, who was seated not far away. Snape turned to Dumbledore, lazily inquiring, "Where were we? Shall we continue?" The entire process was executed seamlessly, with even his greasy black hair remaining undisturbed. Had it been an ordinary wizard, he would likely have been struck by the flying shoe. However, Professor Tywin demonstrated just how formidable an agile wizard could be. In a split second, he deftly turned his head, allowing the shoe to graze past his golden locks and veer off towards the distant Hagrid. Hagrid, in a flurry, struggled to hold up his pink umbrella. The Hogwarts secret art of Hagrid's rebound. Boom. The shoe brushed past Professor Tywin's nose, prompting him to inhale deeply, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous evening's meal. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped disaster, as his nose was not large enough to earn the dubious distinction of being the first professor at Hogwarts to have his nose broken by a shoe. Although nearly choking on that title would hardly have been a commendable feat, Tywin now grasped the profound implications of the statement that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed. Wordlessly, he resolved to collect a year's salary and depart the following year. The shoe, having missed Professor Tywin, continued its trajectory towards Snape, soaring at an astonishing speed of 180 miles per hour. Fortunately, it did not strike him. Unfortunately, it landed in a bowl on the table, exploding with a copious amount of milky, viscous liquid that emitted an acrid scent, splattering pure milk all over Snape's face. Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped glasses, wiping his cloudy old eyes, seemingly having witnessed nothing amiss. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and, just before Snape could erupt, announced loudly, "Percy Weasley, George Weasley, and Fred Weasley are to lose 30 points for their raucous behavior in the dining hall." Raucous? It was clearly a brawl, with intentions to harm a professor. Tywin, they ought to be sent to Azkaban, especially Oliver Wood. Let the Dementors give him a foul-footed kiss. Snape's face turned ashen. He had intended to deduct 300 points, but with McGonagall having spoken, he had no choice but to remain silent. However, that did not mean he would swallow this indignity. If they had the audacity, they should refrain from attending his potions class. A smile flickered at the corners of Dumbledore's mouth as he gave McGonagall a thumbs up. Her wit was indeed commendable, with the semester just beginning. How could she truly deduct 300 points and jeopardize the House Cup? Snape's cold, fish-like gaze fixed upon Dumbledore like a venomous snake. The elder's smile vanished instantly as he resumed wiping his glasses, muttering, "Ah, what misfortune, it was a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean flavored like earwax." Still, Haagen-Dazs was delectable. Annie had gifted him several boxes, and he wished she would send more while also having him look after her brother William, who, if he did not bully others, would be a cause for celebration. Before bed, he must indulge in another bowl of Haagen-Dazs. Snape's gaze shifted back to Professor McGonagall, who, in a fluster, stood up, unable to meet his eyes. She stiffly maintained her composure as she descended from the guest of honor's dais, making her way towards the Gryffindor table. She could not laugh. Should a sound escape her lips now, Snape would surely end her life. Yet, suppressing her amusement proved to be an arduous task. With lips tightly pressed together and hands trembling, she pinched her thigh, determined not to betray any sign of her inner turmoil. "Indeed, Dumbledore is remarkable," Professor McGonagall remarked. "To be so close to Snape and yet maintain such composure, one must assume he has undergone professional training." Chapter 22, The Eagle-Shaped Bronze Door Knocker. What transpired thereafter remained unclear to William. The students of Ravenclaw, under the urging of Dean Flitwick, hurriedly vacated the contentious area. Remaining any longer could have escalated into a chaotic melee within the school, a frequent occurrence. The Ravenclaw common room was situated atop a high tower on the western side of the castle. Under the guidance of Prefect Robert, the students ascended the dizzying spiral staircase. Eventually, they arrived at a door. This door bore no handle or keyhole, merely a time-worn, smooth wooden panel adorned with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. The knocker appeared exquisitely crafted, obviously aged, yet artifacts of such antiquity were commonplace throughout Hogwarts. Prefect Robert Hilliard rapped on the door, prompting the eagle's beak to open. Instead of emitting a bird call, it posed a question in a voice as gentle as that of a delicate flower. "What is that which you cannot live without, yet cannot see?" William harbored grave suspicions that the knocker was equipped with a sophisticated voice recognition charm. "Our common room's entrance is guarded solely by this magically enchanted eagle-shaped bronze knocker," he boasted. "For nearly a millennium, none but Ravenclaw students have managed to pass through this simple barrier. Some first-year students, apprehensive about the knocker's inquiries, need not worry. Ravenclaw students are adept learners. They will soon come to relish the challenges posed by the knocker." It was not uncommon for 20 students to gather at the entrance of the common room, collectively attempting to answer the day's riddle. This also provided an excellent opportunity to meet fellow Ravenclaws from other years and learn from them. However, when one forgets their Quidditch robes and needs to rush in and out, it can be rather vexing. Robert continued, "So, who wishes to take a crack at the previous question? Do not be shy, newcomers." The voice of the knocker responded, "That makes sense." With that, the door swung open. As William prepared to join the throng, Robert swiftly shut the door again with a resounding clap. He knocked once more. The gentle voice of the knocker echoed. "Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Silence ensued, and Autumn nudged William, nearly causing him to collide with Marietta Edgecombe. The knocker's soothing voice remarked, "You are doing splendidly." Clap. Robert closed the door again. Which came first, the chicken egg or the duck egg? The knocker replied, "You are quite impressive." Clap. The door was shut once more. This game of opening and closing the door persisted for half an hour, with Robert repeatedly engaging in the back and forth. William could not shake the feeling that the voice of the knocker, initially as soft as a floweress, gradually morphed into that of a more assertive figure, eventually resembling a rather exasperated tone. The knocker's mood, perhaps akin to that of Professor Snape, seemed to sour with each encounter. It had never encountered such bewildering students. Observing the rapturous expression on Robert's face, William surmised that he had merely come to indulge in the auditory delights of the voice package. This lad must surely be a connoisseur of sound, perhaps even a cross-dressing aficionado. As they all strolled into the common room, yawns escaping their lips, they entered the expansive circular chamber of Ravenclaw's common room, adorned with an ethereal decor. Elegant arched windows lined the walls, draped with silk in hues of azure and bronze. The domed ceiling was painted with stars, mirrored by the deep blue carpet below, also scattered with celestial motifs. Tables, chairs, and bookshelves graced the floor, while a pristine white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood proudly in a niche opposite the entrance. The sculpture was strikingly lifelike, her sapphire eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. A subtle, almost teasing smile graced her lips, and following her gaze was an immense floor-to-ceiling window, revealing an abyss of darkness beyond. Above her head, a delicately crafted circular crown, replicated in marble, bore finely inscribed words, "The greatest treasure of humanity is exceptional wisdom." With palpable excitement, Prefect Robert proclaimed, "Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our young witches and wizards. This is our common room, where our emblem, an eagle, soars high above unattainable peaks. Our colors are sky blue and bronze. I do not intend to be grandiose, but this is the abode of the most intelligent witches and wizards. Much like our esteemed founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, we possess a rather unique distinction. Some narrow-minded individuals may even label us eccentric. Yet, genius often dances to a different rhythm than the ordinary. Unlike certain houses, we believe you may don any attire you desire, embrace any beliefs you wish, and express any sentiments that bring you joy. We do not disdain the unconventional. Rather, we celebrate them." Applause erupted, and the assembly graciously pardoned Robert for his earlier antics at the entrance. Adolescence is characterized by a heightened sense of individuality, and the prefect's words only serve to reinforce their feelings of uniqueness. At times, a person's qualities are strengthened through such repeated affirmations, ultimately shaping the ethos of the entire house. Under the guidance of the prefects, the young witches and wizards proceeded to their respective dormitories. The dormitory was a grand room, decorated similarly to the hall, adorned with sky blue embellishments, and featuring 5 four-poster beds draped with bronze flannel curtains. The trunks had already been delivered. Bobo the tea creature sat regally atop a bed, squinting in slumber, while nearby, a rabbit, a toad, a mouse, and a yellow mini bear sat vigilantly beneath the beds, eyes wide open, too apprehensive to sleep. At some point, Bobo had established itself as the undisputed leader among the dormitory's pets. After everyone had refreshed themselves and donned their nightwear, they nestled in for the night. Bobo nestled in William's arms as they gazed out the window. From their vantage point, they could see the moonlight reflecting off the black lake and the dense forbidden forest. William soon drifted into slumber, while Bobo burrowed under the covers, curling up beside him, its tail entwined around his arm, emitting a gentle purring sound. William had a dream. He envisioned a door knocker transforming into a grotesque creature with a human body and the head of an eagle, emitting a voice reminiscent of Sister Jeline, enticing him. As William approached, the eagle-headed monster opened its cavernous maw and swallowed him whole. The bronze door knocker, resembling a hawk, posed a question: which came first, the collection or the recommendation? Chapter 23, The Leap of the Celestial Cat. From a metaphysical perspective, it is generally believed that experiencing a nightmare at night often leads to a stroke of good fortune the following day. However, the enigmatic forces of the East bizarrely faltered at Hogwarts. Early in the morning, William found himself lost. The staircases of Hogwarts number as many as 142. Some are wide and grand, others narrow and diminutive, swaying precariously. At certain times, some staircases lead to different locations, arriving with greater precision than one's monthly cycle. Some staircases, midway up, suddenly have a step disappear. If one fails to react in time, one risks a treacherous fall. During class hours, it might be wiser to simply sustain an injury and seek refuge in the hospital wing, thus providing a valid excuse for tardiness, sparing oneself from losing house points. This way, they would avoid being stranded at a junction, waiting for the prefect to clear Peeves' mischievous antics. The students even dubbed these staircases with an exhilarating moniker, the drop machine. Moreover, Hogwarts boasts numerous doors. Unless one politely requests them to open or adeptly pokes them in the right spot, they remain obstinately closed. Some doors are mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Memorizing the locations of various items proves to be a formidable challenge, as everything appears to be in constant flux. The portraits engage in perpetual visits, and even suits of armor roam freely. It is said that this whimsical design was conceived by Ravenclaw herself, intended to dissuade less astute students. Bobocha trailed behind William, yawning as it awaited his discovery of the path to the dining hall. This was a meal offered by the new recruit, Minnie Bear. Just then, its ears folded back, curling like airplane wings. William inquired, "What's wrong? Have you found the way?" Bobocha meowed cautiously, and William followed its gaze to spot a cat squatting beneath a suit of armor. It was a gaunt feline, with a medium-wide head, a square muzzle, and a sharply pointed chin, aligned with its upper lip and nose. Its ears were large and furry, complemented by big eyes and a lengthy tail, all draped in dark gray fur. A Maine Coon. William recognized the breed. However, the creature appeared exceedingly emaciated, exuding a somber aura, its bulging eyes fixated on William. Or rather, on Bobocha. Its gaze was frigid. This was Mrs. Norris, the pet of the caretaker, Filch. According to the twins' descriptions, Filch was deemed one of the 3 scourges of Hogwarts. Wherever Mrs. Norris roamed, Filch was sure to follow, and she often served as his accomplice. William resolved to swiftly depart with Bobocha. He had no desire to be ensnared by Filch, lest he miss his potions class that morning. William was utterly astonished when he glimpsed the class schedule affixed to the wall of the common room. Today was indeed a dismal day. However, Bobo T ambled over and squatted a short distance from Madame Loris. 2 cats, locked in a fierce gaze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Madame Loris rose silently and strode towards a certain corridor. Was everything truly all right? Surely, they wouldn't be deliberately led into forbidden territory, where Filch lurked nearby, waiting to ensnare them. William had the nagging feeling that Madame Loris was engaged in some sort of feline escapade. The adult world was fraught with schemes, and surely the realm of mature cats wouldn't be any more sincere. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and William trailed Madame Loris through several secluded corridors, ultimately reaching the first-floor dining hall unscathed. He retrieved a small fish treat from his pocket as a token of gratitude. Yet Madame Loris dismissed him entirely, casting a glance at Bobo T before turning away. It seemed William was merely a piece of misplaced refuse. By Merlin's claws. How could he, a newly minted Ravenclaw stud, be disregarded by a mere cat? Indeed, this was an era that valued lineage. Come now, let the mutual harm commence. The dining hall was sparsely populated, with most still recovering from the summer malaise. Just as William settled at the Ravenclaw table, Cedric approached. Clutching 2 small round rolls from the Hufflepuff table, he took a seat beside William, bit into a roll, and mumbled, "Why are you alone?" William picked up a slice of pumpkin pie, the scent of matcha wafting towards him, with an intricate carving of Hogwarts castle adorning its side. Last night, Prefect Robert had inundated the first years with copious amounts of chicken soup, and the young wizards had clamored with fervor, vowing to transform the magical world with their wisdom. Yet, this did not impede their indulgence in a leisurely morning. Cedric, his lips dusted with a ring of white from the milk, replied nonchalantly, "Who inquired about your roommate?" William retorted, "Oh, you asked about Autumn. I don't reside in the girls' dormitory. How would I know?" A thought struck him. "Hey, Cedric, since you're so curious, why not apply to Professor Flitwick to join us in Ravenclaw?" Cedric chuckled, imparting his wisdom as an upperclassman. "William, you misunderstand. Have you ever seen a student from one house pursue a girl from his own house? It's always about seeking companionship from another house. This is the essence of complementary personalities." To be fair, William mused that Cedric had a point. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Yet, there's another adage. The one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. Cedric was perpetually seeking updates from William. After all, language is indeed profound. William still needed to ponder this deeply. Chapter 24. Snape takes you on a ghost story adventure. Cedric produced a piece of parchment from his pocket, densely inscribed with notes. "Here you go. This is my compilation of the Hogwarts map." The content on the parchment was derived from his observations and experiences, and when memorized, it would suffice to navigate most staircases. For those who have been around for years, it holds little significance. However, for the younger novices, its value is immense. Their daily existence often consists of either getting lost or wandering along the path to confusion. William examined the note carefully and remarked, "Thank you. I got lost this morning, but fortunately, I encountered Mrs. Loris." "Who did you meet?" Cedric inquired, his face a portrait of bewilderment. William swiftly recounted the recent events. "Incredible," Cedric exclaimed. "Could your cat, Bobocha, possibly be the long-lost child of Mrs. Loris?" William cast a glance at Bobocha, who was busy munching on fish snacks, and laughed. "How could that be? Hogwarts is so far from my home. If Mrs. Loris had given birth to a kitten, do you think Filch would let it slip away?" "Absolutely not," Cedric affirmed. Although Filch was stern, He held a particular fondness for Mrs. Loris. Cedric suddenly chuckled. If the twins were aware, they would undoubtedly be envious. I tell you, last year they were caught by Mrs. Loris during their nighttime escapades numerous times. They even attempted to dose that cat with rat poison on several occasions. I'd wager that Mrs. Loris would never consume anything offered by a stranger. William recalled the cat's previous demeanor. Cedric nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mrs. Loris only consumes food provided by Filch. She refuses everything else. He abruptly stood and walked in a specific direction. Autumn, clad in a sky-blue wizard robe, was gradually making her way into the dining hall. Cedric retrieved another parchment, which appeared more refined than the one William held. The reverse side was adorned with a feather quill drawing of the stairway's layout. His face flushed, movements somewhat lewd, and his grin impish. His gaze wandered from William's perspective. The joy of unrequited affection is rather monotonous. Holding the parchment, William pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, he recognized a business opportunity. If even a wizard as astute as himself could become disoriented, what of others? Why not create a map of Hogwarts that captures all variations of pathways and swiftly indicates the shortest route to any destination? This would be akin to a Hogwarts version of a navigation app. Once they settled at the table, William shared his thoughts with Cedric. William nodded. It won't suffice with just the two of us. We need to enlist others as well. By the way, where are George and Fred? Cedric smirked mischievously. Last night, they were summoned to Professor McGonagall's office, scolded for quite some time, and subsequently faced additional punishments. They are likely still asleep. Shall you inform them about the map? Or shall I? William inquired. Autumn sat quietly beside them, consuming her breakfast in silence. As a first-year witch, her grasp of magic was nearly non-existent, and she felt she could contribute little to such matters. However, she would learn swiftly. Such is the essence of Ravenclaw. After the three finished their breakfast, they proceeded towards the classroom together. At an intersection, William and Autumn parted ways with Cedric. Before departing, he cast William a glance that seemed to convey a wish for good fortune. The words greasy, old bat, black underwear, and mudblood were all taboo associated with Snape. Astonishingly, they had been uttered twice in a single conversation the previous night. Today, Severus Snape is undoubtedly poised to trouble William. If it were merely this, it would be tolerable. However, Snape has also been vexed by the Milkian Society, and now he must be harboring a dark ire, eager to unleash it upon someone. As the first wizard to attend his class today, William is bound to be the primary target, bracing for a tempest of blood and fury. The potions classroom resides in a damp, chilly basement, far colder than the castle's main halls. Glass jars line the walls, each containing various specimens preserved in formaldehyde. One might mistakenly believe they have wandered into a medical school. Bobochai, with a gait that suggests utter disassociation, trails behind William, wobbling towards the door, only to be met by a floating Persian cat corpse. With a startled yowl, its fur standing on end, it swiftly retreats. Bobochai squats at a distance in the corridor, resolutely refusing to enter. Thus, William reluctantly allows it to remain while he and Cho step into the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Snape strides into the room, clad in his voluminous black cloak, causing the temperature to plummet further. He squints as he surveys the class, picking up the attendance sheet and commencing roll call. When he reaches William's name, he elongates the syllable, bestowing upon him a glare that could instill death itself, as if intending to pour formaldehyde into his wizarding robe. Suddenly, the wooden door swings open, and William's roommates Bradley and the others arrive late. Marcus Bell stammers, "Apologies, Professor, we got lost." Snape coldly interjects, "I would expect that anyone with an intellect surpassing that of a troll would not lose their way. It appears I have overestimated the students of Ravenclaw. Perhaps I should advise the headmaster to consider raising the admission standards." Silence envelopes the room, broken only by the crackling of torches. Bradley and his companions stand frozen, uncertain of what to do. Snape barks, "Quickly, find a seat. Do not stand there like fools. You are diminishing the intelligence quotient of the entire classroom." Amidst the clamor, Snape turns his gaze to William. "Stark, why didn't you assist your classmates in finding their way? Their tardiness could have reflected positively on you. For your negligence." Ravenclaw loses a point. William and Cho exchange exasperated glances, both at a loss for words. Snape, satisfied, lets out a hum, lifting his gaze to address the entire class. His eyes devoid of warmth, hollow. "You are here to learn the intricate science and strict craftsmanship of potion brewing," he intones, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Yet every word is crystal clear. "As there shall be no foolish wand-waving here. Many among you may struggle to believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the beauty of a simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors, or the enchanting essence that courses through human veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind with its remarkable power. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But one condition must be met. You must not be the sort of dim-witted fools I often encounter." In that moment, William realizes that Snape possesses a flair for storytelling. If he were to host a podcast sharing ghost stories, he would undoubtedly find success. Chapter 25. An unexpected incident in potions class. William had long been prepared for the trials that awaited him, yet he was taken aback by their rapid onset. As Snape concluded his opening remarks, his gaze fell upon him once more. Stark. If I were to add the feathers of a shrivel fig to an infusion of lionfish spinal powder, what outcome might I expect? Snape's expression darkened, as though William had incurred a debt of 1,000 galleons. If I instructed you to procure a piece of banshee stone, where would you search? William contemplated mentioning Hagrid's name, but upon observing Snape's countenance, he refrained from wit and replied earnestly, Banshee stone possesses detoxifying properties. It should be extracted from the stomach of a goat. Snape snorted derisively. And if I were to request the slime of a flobberworm, what would be your method? Place the flobberworm in an environment abundant with lettuce. Once it has consumed the lettuce, it will excrete a copious amount of fluid. Mere recitation, Snape remarked coolly. Naturally. This was to be expected from William, a member of Ravenclaw. Had he been in Gryffindor, it might have been different. Ravenclaw scores another point. William shrugged and took his seat. Why aren't you all writing this down? Have you all understood? Snape's voice thundered once more. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Instantly, the classroom was filled with the rustling of quills and parchment. Amidst the cacophony, Snape declared, Today, I shall instruct you in the creation of a simple potion for treating scabies. I cannot think of a simpler concoction. If anyone manages to fail, I shall seriously recommend to the headmaster that he reconsider the admission of the intellectually challenged. The students held their breath, ears attuned to absorb every detail, lest they miss something crucial that could lead to failure and accusations of incompetence. Snape waved his wand, and a plethora of text appeared upon the blackboard. Ah yes, regarding the magical potions and elixirs you have in hand, Snape drawled, a mocking expression adorning his features. Authored by the renowned wizard Arsene Gig. It is a textbook sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. However, some of its contents, I mean no offense, are indeed 50 years out of date. If my experimental procedures diverge from those in the book, do not be overly astonished, simply follow my lead. A Hufflepuff badger murmured, then why purchase these textbooks? William recognized him as Cadwallader. Snape fixed Cadwallader with a rare, non-hostile stare and clarified, the contents of the textbooks are accurate. However, many steps are outdated. When discussing potions, Snape's demeanor transformed entirely. Approaching the lectern, he spoke in a near whisper. Let me reiterate, potion making is a precise science and a rigorous craft. For us, there is no such thing as a textbook, only reference materials. Beyond the principles that have been proven, many brewing procedures are evolving and not entirely fixed. I shall not delve into excessive theory, nor will I adhere strictly to the textbook. That is your responsibility to study and master outside of class. I shall guide you, reiterating what I deem to be the optimal brewing methods. Snape, with an impassive expression, gestured toward the blackboard beside him, which was filled with text written in white chalk. The time for idle chatter had long passed. Every step of the process was meticulously outlined on the board, and the materials lay ready on the workstation. Pairs of students could now commence their tasks. As he concluded his instructions, the students hurriedly began their work. Snape smirked again, his expression laden with malice. Marietta Eckermore, seated next to William, wore a look of disappointment. She was left to partner with Autumn. Indifferently, William unfolded the cauldron. In truth, he had brewed numerous potions at home, adhering to the textbook's methods. Some had failed, while others had succeeded. However, the potion for treating scabies would surely pose no challenge for him. 30 minutes later, Snape began to pace the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him. Wherever he moved, sounds akin to explosions reverberated. The oppressive atmosphere he exuded felt serpentine. As he loomed beside his peers, a cryptic smirk plastered on his face. His expression, one that suggested he regarded them as simpletons, instinctively instilled a sense of dread in every young wizard, causing them to fumble and feel a chill creep over them. As Snape strode purposefully through the classroom, he deliberately created a clattering sound, spewing venomous taunts. I have always believed that everything that exists holds its own rationale. Even refuse possesses its value. It seems I was mistaken. Almost every student had faced his scorn, and as he circled the room, he positioned himself beside William, awaiting his inevitable error. Calmly, William added 4 slugs and 2 porcupine quills into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 5 times while waving his wand. Done, he declared. Snape leaned in to inspect the cauldron, where deep blue bubbles were rising. He sniffed the concoction, and indeed, it bore the familiar yet intoxicating aroma of rotten eggs. The color, scent, and timing were all impeccable, leaving even him with little to critique. Just as Snape was about to speak, Marietta Eckermore, in a dramatic flourish, accidentally jabbed her wand into his backside. Walnut wood, dragon heartstring, 13 3/4 inches, splendid rigidity. Hogwarts wand of the arcane arts. With that, Snape was struck at a critical point, his body trembling, nearly plunging headfirst into William's cauldron. In that moment of peril, he regained his composure, executing a technique he had honed over many years, successfully stabilizing his upper body. Snape's hawk-like nose was perilously close to the potion, barely a centimeter away. He exhaled, narrowly averting the ruin of his illustrious reputation. In his fury, Snape erupted. This is nothing short of attempted murder. However, within the underground classroom, a sudden plume of acrid green smoke erupted, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Marietta, in her clumsy wand waving, had somehow ignited Autumn's cauldron, transforming it into a twisted mass, while the potion splashed onto the stone floor. Geographically, William's cauldron and Autumn's were adjacent, with Snape standing squarely between them, facing away from Autumn's. A torrent of green liquid poured forth, scorching holes into Snape's shoes. With his balance compromised, his face plunged directly into William's potion. Within mere seconds, the entire class had ascended onto their stools. And when the cauldron was overturned, Professor Snape found himself drenched in potion. His back, arms, and legs were covered in swollen, red welts. Although the potion was supposed to treat scabies, the result was entirely contrary, leaving one to wonder how the two young girls had concocted such a brew. Snape was rendered speechless, his face devoid of scabies, thanks to William's successful potion-making. However, the mixture had yet to cool. At such a high temperature, Snape was scalded beyond recognition, particularly his prominent, hawk-like nose. In Chapter 26, the distressed Dumbledore witnessed Snape trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at Marietta, his lips blistered and muffled, unable to articulate his thoughts. It was indeed a pitiful sight. Yet Marietta's condition was hardly any better than Snape's. She was also afflicted with scabies and began to weep uncontrollably, her nose suddenly sprouting numerous welts. The young wizards were in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed, while their sole professor, Snape, was incapacitated and unable to speak. William brandished his wand, waving it gently as he uttered, "Clean slate." Instantly, the potion that had spilled on the floor vanished. He glanced at Snape and Marietta, then cast a sidelong look at his own cauldron. He was confident that his potion was complete. In other words, its efficacy was assured. Observing the suffering of the two, William made a resolute decision and waved his wand again. Cool swiftly. The potion, which had been bubbling, gradually began to cool. Although William employed the most basic incantations from the first and second years, the effects were impeccably timed. He lifted a test tube from the workbench, scooping up the potion and splashing it onto Professor Snape. The scabies on Snape's neck receded as if they had never existed. It was indeed effective. All the young witches and wizards rushed over, eager to assist. However, the process was too slow. William waved his wand once more, intending to use a levitation charm to elevate the cauldron and pour its contents directly over the two of them. Yet before he could complete his action, a robust Ravenclaw wizard strode forward. "Step aside, let me show you," bellowed Belram. The boy rolled up his sleeves, lifted the cauldron, and standing atop a chair, poured the blue liquid entirely over the two. William was uncertain whether this was an act of assistance or a chance for revenge against Snape. But the scabies had completely vanished. Achoo! Professor Snape sneezed. The temperature in the underground classroom was already low, and to enhance the atmosphere, he had deliberately extinguished some of the torches around. For the first time, Snape regretted choosing this classroom for potions. "All right, everyone disperse. I shall take them to Madame Pomfrey," he declared. Although Snape's scabies had healed, the burns on his face remained unaddressed, and Marietta also needed to be examined to prevent any lasting effects. He cast a glance at Autumn, instructing her to keep an eye on the others to prevent further mishaps in the lesson. Professor Snape was currently at a loss for words, leaving William to take command. Fortunately, neither the students of Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff are particularly unruly, so there should be no major issues. Upon exiting the corridor, William was greeted by the sight of Babacha squatting by the glass window, basking in the sunlight. Beside it was Madame Loris. Babacha looked perplexedly at William and Snape, unable to comprehend how, after only a short while, everything had changed so drastically. It shook its tail, relieved that it had not entered the classroom, which would have been exceedingly perilous. All the while, Professor Snape was tightly wrapped in his damp black cloak, trembling all over. The old bat could no longer take flight. William felt a twinge of sentimentality. If not for Professor Snape standing in that position, it would likely have been he who was injured. What a true embodiment of a dedicated educator. Madame Pomfrey was a plump witch who appeared somewhat stern. "Oh, Merlin's beard. What has transpired? I have already applied the scabious potion I prepared for her. Please conduct another examination." And what about Professor Snape? How could he neglect the welfare of the young wizard? Utterly irresponsible, Madame Pomfrey bellowed. Before she could finish her tirade, she spotted Snape hiding behind the door. He stood awkwardly in place, his face marred by numerous burn blisters, startling Madame Pomfrey considerably. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the hideous figure before her, and after a moment, she sighed, saying, "Everyone, go lie down, you will soon recover." William nodded, assisting Marietta as they made their way inside. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived. Madame Pomfrey stepped out, still clicking her tongue in discontent, lamenting, Potions class is far too dangerous. It should be abolished. Dumbledore first glanced at Marietta, who had taken her medicine and quickly succumbed to sleep. Snape, with ointment smeared across his face, held a dark cup in his hand, containing a potion that resembled sludge from the riverbed. This cold remedy was brewed by Snape himself for the school hospital. However, it was precisely because of this that it was unpalatable, as he had added some non-toxic yet difficult-to-swallow ingredient. "Good afternoon, William and Professor Snape," Dumbledore cheerfully remarked. "Good day, Headmaster." "The classroom. I'm already aware of the entire situation and have dispatched Professor McGonagall to assess it." Dumbledore winked. "Do not fret. Our potions professor is simply unable to teach for the time being." Snape gulped down the potion, the liquid igniting a fiery sensation in his mouth, which then coursed down his throat, causing him to cough violently, spewing saliva. "It tastes utterly dreadful." He suddenly turned to Dumbledore, pointing at Marietta and muttering, "I shall deduct 500 points for this." Dumbledore frowned slightly, his expression one of confusion, as he looked to William, hoping for a translation. William quickly waved his hand, saying, "Professor Snape, let us save my gratitude for when I am healed. As for the notion of adding 150 points to our house, it is best left unmentioned." Snape. He foamed at the mouth, his gestures frantic as he pointed at William, appearing quite agitated. "My dear child," Dumbledore blinked, smiling as he said, "although you express it thus, remaining composed in the face of adversity is not a feat every student can achieve, particularly for a first-year wizard. Our purpose at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is to cultivate more such wizards. Therefore, I shall award 50 points to Ravenclaw House." Dumbledore continued, "Now, let us proceed. Our potions professor also requires a respite, lest Madame Pomfrey soon ushers us out." As they walked, Dumbledore greeted the young wizards along the way. William shared his idea of designing a map of Hogwarts with Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore responded, "A splendid notion. However, I must caution you, William. Hogwarts harbors countless secrets, so many that even I cannot claim to know them all. Many of these mysteries must be explored by the young wizards themselves and ought not to be widely disclosed, such as certain hidden passages leading outside the school." William nodded thoughtfully. "I recall that within the library, there exists a structural diagram of Hogwarts Castle, which I hope may assist you. Oh, by the way," Dumbledore seemed to remember something at the crossroads, a sly smile gracing his face. "When sending a get-well card to your friend Miss Ekmo, do not forget our potions professor. He, too, requires care." William was taken aback, sensing a hint of mischief in Dumbledore's demeanor. News of Snape's classroom incident spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By noon, nearly everyone was aware of the event, and casual conversations echoed the tales. "Have you heard?" "What?" "During Professor Snape's class, a potion brewed by a Ravenclaw student exploded." "Did you hear?" "What?" "During Professor Snape's class, his potion exploded." "I've heard. Professor Snape blew up." The phrase "Professor Snape blew up" rapidly circulated every corner of Hogwarts, with William, as one of the involved parties, becoming a trending topic. He was portrayed as the culprit behind Snape's explosion. During the sorting ceremony the day before, William had referred to Snape as a greasy old bat, and now everyone awaited his downfall. Little did they expect that he would inadvertently cause Snape to explode. Truly, he was Hogwarts' foremost troublemaker. Before William could even reach the Ravenclaw table, he was pulled over by George and Fred. They raised their pumpkin juice in a toast, exclaiming, "Let us welcome Hogwarts hero, William Stark. He has vanquished the notorious Professor Snape." The twin brothers' boisterous celebration drew the attention of countless young wizards who, unaware, might have thought they had dismantled a Death Eater hideout. At the Gryffindor table, every face radiated joy, with Wood even shedding tears of excitement. It was evident how severely he had been tormented and insulted by Professor Snape over the years. Those agonizing years have left not only physical scars, but have also etched indelible wounds upon the soul. William took several gulps of pumpkin juice to catch his breath. He remarked, "Is it the rumors you are spreading?" George patted William on the shoulder, chuckling, "Brother, forget about the gossip. Just focus on being happy." Fred added, "Indeed. It means at least we won't have to attend Old Bat's class this Wednesday." George handed William a cup of raspberry panna cotta, encouraging him to dine at the Gryffindor table. "In my opinion, you shouldn't have saved Snape. You have no idea how vile he is." William smiled, convinced that any young wizard in that situation would choose to treat Snape's scabies with potions, including the Weasley twins. He shifted the topic and inquired, "Did Cedric inform you that I wish to create a map?" George took a bite of his wine-soaked jam pudding and said, "William, to be honest, it's quite challenging. The crux of the matter is that you need to be well acquainted with Hogwarts, and you are not. Thus, I came to seek your assistance." A smirk crept onto William's lips. "I dare say, even Professor Dumbledore is not as familiar with Hogwarts as you two are." Fred erupted into laughter, nearly choking. George grinned. "Ah, if we stayed a few more years, we would certainly agree with you, William, but now is certainly not the time." Fred winked. "We are currently humbly learning." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced around and whispered, Come, let me show you a grand treasure." For some reason, William found Fred particularly suspicious. The three of them lowered their heads as Fred carefully extracted his treasure from his black robe. It was a large, square, and very old piece of parchment, devoid of any writing. William was curious as to why this fellow concealed such items in places that might lead to misunderstandings. Did he not find it rather uncomfortable? Fred placed the parchment on the bench while casting wary glances around. William questioned whether such tension was warranted. "Do not give me that look, William," George whispered. "This is a mysterious magical artifact that can lead us to the gateway of a new world." William's eyes brightened. "Could it be a notebook?" George was pleased with William's reaction. He patted the parchment and elaborated. "When we were in our first year, young, carefree, and naive." William squinted at the two, doubting whether Fred and George had ever truly been naive. "Well, certainly more so than you. During our first year, we did not ambush Slytherins on the train, nor did we declare at the sorting feast that Snape was a greasy old bat." William quickly interrupted George, clearing his throat. George sighed. "Though we were quite innocent, we had a minor altercation with Filch. We placed a dung bomb in the corridor, and for some reason, it greatly vexed him. Thus, he brought us to his office and commenced with his usual punishment, detention. We extracted our innards, and inevitably, our attention was drawn to the filing cabinet drawer, one of which bore the inscription, 'Confiscated materials, highly dangerous.'" "Thus," William chuckled. "What will you do then?" Fred inquired with a mischievous grin, while George lobbed a dung bomb to divert his attention. Swiftly, I yanked open the drawer and seized the item within. It was not as dire as it sounded. "You know," George remarked, "we believe Filch never discovered how to utilize this parchment. However, he likely suspected its nature. Otherwise, he would not have confiscated it. So, do you know how to use it?" William inquired eagerly. "We possess some knowledge. More details are still being unlocked," George replied with a chuckle. "But this is a Hogwarts map." Upon hearing it was not merely a notebook, William felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had gradually forgotten the purpose of seeking out his twin brothers. "What are you doing?" A stern voice suddenly resonated from behind. Professor McGonagall had appeared without our notice. With a stern visage, she inquired, "What are you up to?" McGonagall's expression softened slightly as she stated, "Mr. Stark, I am aware of this morning's events. You did well. Professor Flitwick will be proud of you. However, should I discover that you are plotting any mischief?" Her gaze flicked to the parchment beneath William, and after a brief moment, she turned her attention to the twins. "You two will stay behind tonight." "What are we to do, Professor?" Fred asked cautiously. The previous night, they had penned a 2,000-word reflection, only to face further repercussions today. "You shall assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silver in the trophy room," Professor McGonagall declared. "No magic allowed, understood? You shall all polish by hand, Mr. Weasley." The twins trembled in trepidation. William inhaled sharply. The Weasley brothers had tested the limits, and Professor McGonagall was making an example of them. For the first time, William gained profound insight into the rules of Hogwarts. One may transgress, but one must never be caught. A lesson learned the hard way. Chapter 28, Professor Tywin. In the afternoon, Ravenclaw and Slytherin attended history of magic together. In his past life, William had been a science student but held a particular fascination for history. Yet, the history of magic proved to be astonishingly tedious, to the point of inducing drowsiness. Professor Binns, dragging his pearlescent form, glided through the blackboard into the classroom, startling everyone. He was a ghost. Were he to don female attire, his entrance would rival that of Sadako. Professor Binns appeared exceedingly ancient, seemingly older than Dumbledore himself. His form was gaunt and tattered, lacking any semblance of roundness, yet no one dared to question him. Legends surrounding Professor Binns abound at Hogwarts. The official tale recounts that Professor Binns, in life, one day stood to commence his lesson, inadvertently leaving his body behind in an armchair before the fireplace in the staff room. Since then, he has continued his daily activities unchanged, with no discernible difference. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had passed away, diligently attending classes and continuing to shine brightly. This indeed exemplifies the ideal professor, one of the 10 most influential figures in the magical world, inspiring all to emulate him. William found it difficult to envision Snape, even in death, with his greasy hair trailing behind, standing in the underground classroom, tormenting generations of students with his sharp tongue. Moreover, William harbored doubts regarding the official narrative. This was nothing short of blatant exploitation, not even sparing a ghost, forcing him to continue teaching without remuneration or sustenance. Such is the heartlessness of the magical realm, particularly when Professor Binns, with his almost hypnotic voice, leisurely recounted the tales of the villainous Morick and the peculiar Yorick. William's thoughts intensified. He yearned to rescue Professor Binns immediately, hoping the school would appoint a new instructor. William was not alone in this sentiment. Autumn's head bobbed slowly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, unaware that she appeared utterly enraptured by Professor Binns's perspective. Bobocha scrutinized her for an extended period, leaving a dark mark on her face with his paw. Yet she remained unresponsive. Bobocha then swept his fluffy tail, knocking the History of Magic textbook off the table. This was the very book Autumn utilized to prop up her flat chest, preventing her from slumping over the desk. Without the support, her face plummeted directly onto the surface. The poor little rabbit, munching on a carrot at the table, collided headfirst, rolling its eyes and fainting once again. The Slytherin snake scheme for retribution against the headmaster also fell through. They were simply too fatigued. A traitor among them led to the plan's collapse. Time for sleep. If any class was the most eagerly anticipated, it was undoubtedly the defense against the dark arts on Tuesday mornings. The subject itself was inherently captivating, further embellished by the terrifying campus legend of a professor being replaced each year, adding an extra layer of intrigue. When the students arrived for Professor Tywin's inaugural defense against the dark arts lesson, he was conspicuously absent. They settled into their seats, retrieved their books, quills, and parchment, and by the time Tywin finally entered, they were engaged in conversation. Clad in a well-fitted robe, his golden hair meticulously styled, he stood in stark contrast to Snape. He offered a slight smile, holding only a wand crafted from ebony, devoid of any textbooks. The classroom swiftly fell silent, with many young witches gazing adoringly at Professor Tywin. He was undoubtedly a charming wizard. However, the persistent squeaks of chairs still resonated around the room, which Tywin made no effort to quell. William recognized the culprits as Slytherin students. In truth, the overlap of classes between Ravenclaw and Slytherin was significantly higher than with other houses. The school often paired amicable houses together, eagles with snakes, badgers with lions. The deliberate noise was a petty act of retaliation from the Slytherin snakes against William, lacking any substantial impact, merely intended to annoy. "Good morning, everyone," Professor Tywin said gently. "I am pleased to see that you all have obtained your textbooks. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, an ancient textbook, indeed, which Hogwarts has utilized for a century and 20 or perhaps 150 years, I cannot recall precisely. However, I am aware that the author, Professor Quentin Trimble, has had his portrait adorning the walls of the headmaster's office for over a century. The longevity of this book is a testament to its classic status, though perhaps Professor Trimble himself would not entirely concur. Let us now peruse the title page, where a beautifully scripted phrase proclaims that practice surpasses theory. This signifies that our lessons will consist of minimal theoretical instruction, with the majority focusing on practical application. As Professor Snape once articulated, I shall not delve deeply into theory nor rely solely on the textbook. That is a task for you to undertake independently outside of class. This sentiment is what I wish to impart to you. Professor Tywin suddenly chuckled. I know, he remarked, after our dear Professor Snape uttered this phrase yesterday. He found himself in the infirmary, so I shall exercise caution to avoid repeating history. I must take a moment to commend Mr. Stark, a true Ravenclaw. William maintained a stoic expression, realizing that Professor Tywin had inadvertently drawn the ire of all the Slytherins upon him. Professor Tywin descended from the podium, declaring, It is well known that defense against the dark arts is a course dedicated to learning how to confront the nefarious spells and sinister creatures of the dark. Autumn stood, contemplating, and remarked, Vampires. Indeed, Professor Tywin replied, Vampires originated from the dreadful magical entities of the Balkan Peninsula. I had the fortune of encountering a couple during my travels. They are quite formidable. Muggles may employ garlic and holy water for defense, but those are undoubtedly ineffective. In contemporary romantic literature, tales of vampires have proliferated, with many which authors crafting them into handsome, immortal beings to cater to market demands. This is, without a doubt, a grave misconception. Trust me, Tywin winked at Autumn. Do not ever attempt to romance a vampire. Autumn's cheeks flushed crimson. For reasons unknown, William recalled Cedric, who would likely disdain Professor Tywin and perhaps even contemplate transforming into a vampire to take a bite out of him. Professor, will you teach us how to deal with vampires? A bold Slytherin girl inquired. She bore freckles, had a slightly plump figure, and her voice resonated like that of the legendary witch, Lady Joriel. Observing her infatuation, William suspected her desire to learn how to subdue vampires was likely overshadowed by a wish to tame Professor Tywin instead. With a smile, Professor Tywin replied, Of course. If I am fortunate enough to teach until the 3rd year, I shall personally instruct you, Miss Crouch. Laughter erupted, for the terrifying legends surrounding the defense against the dark arts position were well known. By the way, Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Professor Tywin unabashedly displayed his favoritism towards Ravenclaw, as he himself was an alumnus of that esteemed house, though that was over a decade ago. Chapter 29. Grindylow. Professor Tywin stood at the lectern, gazing at all the young wizards. The magical realm is undoubtedly perilous, as evidenced by the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters who roamed freely over a decade ago. All held their breath in anticipation. Professor Tywin spoke with an elusive tone, stating, Of course, the Dark Lord has been vanquished by Harry Potter. In addition, there exists a variety of dark creatures and magical beings, all of which necessitate our understanding of how to confront them. Take, for instance, my predecessor, Professor Robert, who met his demise at the hands of the Devil's Snare and the blast-ended Scrut within the Forbidden Forest. Everyone was captivated by Professor Tywin's words. The previously incessant creaking of chairs ceased entirely. Satisfied, Professor Tywin nodded. For the level of noise in the classroom is always the best indicator of whether students are attentively engaged. Today, I shall instruct you on how to deal with certain dark creatures, employing highly effective spells. Curiosity sparked among the students as they exchanged glances and stowed away their books. They had never participated in practical defense against the dark arts lessons, and the prospect was both exhilarating and tense. Under Professor Tywin's guidance, they traversed a tranquil corridor and turned a corner, where they were first greeted by Peeves. Peeves, the most notorious prankster at Hogwarts, was far more troublesome than the Weasley twins. He was floating in midair, wielding a balloon-like object made of some peculiar rubber, filled to the brim with a substantial amount of liquid. The quality of the rubber balloon was remarkable, despite containing 5 or 6 liters of liquid. It showed no signs of bursting. Only when Professor Tywin was 2 meters away did Peeves lift his head and begin to sing, swaying his crooked foot. "Naughty, naughty, Tywin," Peeves sang, as he roamed the corridors at night, sneaky as ever. Peeves was notoriously rude and difficult to manage, yet he typically exhibited a modicum of respect towards teachers. The students quickly turned their gaze to Professor Tywin, eager to see how he would handle the situation, or rather, what abilities he possessed. With a smile, Tywin remarked, "If I were you, Peeves, I would mix some dung with that water and hurl it out of Hogwarts. What a wicked bioweapon." Everyone recoiled 5 meters, wary of being splattered by the foul concoction. Professor Tywin continued cheerfully, "Mr. Filch cannot use magic. He would be utterly helpless in cleaning up such a mess." The crowd erupted into a buzz, particularly among the Slytherins, who were astonished to discover that the seemingly fearsome caretaker was, in fact, powerless. William even caught a hint of scornful laughter. Professor Tywin produced his ebony wand and turned to address the students. "This is a very useful spell, and it is a lesson I shall impart to you. Observe closely." He raised his wand to chest height, demonstrating the key movements. Once everyone had grasped the technique, he swiftly declared, "A buffant." In an instant, 4 balloons exploded, yet the viscous liquid did not splatter. Instead, it followed the trajectory of Tywin's wand, elegantly arcing and drenching Peeves. The poltergeist immediately ascended towards the sky, cursing Professor Tywin's relatives, but soon found the liquid pouring into his mouth. "Remarkable, Professor," exclaimed Odors Larcent, astonished. "Thank you, Mr. Larcent," Professor Tywin replied. He furrowed his brow as he observed a few droplets of liquid falling to the ground. With a wave of his wand, he uttered the incantation. Whirlwind sweep. The liquid vanished, along with the foul odor that permeated the air. William keenly sensed that Professor Tywin seemed to possess a certain fastidiousness, which could undoubtedly be attributed to the recent encounter with Wood's foul footwear. After Peeves departed, the group continued onward, and the admiration in their gazes toward the professor intensified. Professor Tywin guided them into the 3rd corridor and halted before an unoccupied classroom. "Enter," Professor Tywin instructed. "This will be our training classroom henceforth." Inside was a vast emptiness, dominated by an enormous tank, its contents obscured by murky sludge and long strands of aquatic vegetation. As Professor Tywin approached the tank, a sudden cacophony erupted from within, as if some creature were attempting to shatter the glass. Many felt a genuine concern about the situation. Marietta Edgecombe anxiously clutched William's arm, seeking comfort. Marcos Belby cast a fearful glance at Professor Tywin, while several Slytherin students furtively eyed the trembling tank with trepidation. "The Grindylow is a dark creature dwelling in water," Professor Tywin explained. "In my youth, while swimming naked in rivers, I was once pulled under by such a creature. I believe many of you may have had similar experiences." He continued, "This particular Grindylow was captured from the Black Lake just yesterday. I sought permission from the headmaster to use it for educational purposes." "What? There are such creatures in the Black Lake?" gasped a Slytherin girl, who was intent on winning Professor Tywin's favor, her freckled face contorted in fear, resembling a dragon fruit. Professor Tywin winked and smiled. "Indeed, Miss Crouch, I must inform you that the Black Lake is home to numerous magical creatures, and the Grindylow is merely one of the more commonplace varieties." A pallor swept over many faces, recalling their first day's excursion across the Black Lake in a small, rickety boat. "I shall write to my uncle," Judy Crouch exclaimed, her voice shrill. "The school cannot permit such dangerous creatures to dwell in proximity to me." Her uncle, Bartemius Crouch, was the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a title that sounded impressive, yet held little weight, having long been marginalized by politics. Even if Crouch still wielded significant power, Professor Tywin doubted a cold-blooded wizard capable of imprisoning his own son in Azkaban would heed the ramblings of a young girl. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Thus, Judy's proclamation was more a display of bravado intended to impress the surrounding, Na'vi Slytherins. Nevertheless, a smile graced Tywin's face. His gaze filled with encouragement, as if maintaining a habitual facade of optimism. "Time has slipped away from us. We must press on. Our first inquiry must be, what is a Grindylow?" William stood firm, articulating. A Grindylow is a dark creature that lurks among the aquatic vegetation at the bottom of the lake. Its body is green, adorned with green teeth, crowned with horns, and possesses exceedingly long fingers, which also constitute one of its vulnerabilities. In a brief span of time, Ravenclaw has already gained 10 points. In the past, only Professor Snape would shamelessly show such favoritism towards his own house. Could it be that spring has arrived for Ravenclaw? Chapter 30. The Marvelous Disarming Spell. Standing beside the tank, Professor Tywin tapped the glass with his wand. Repelling the Grindylows is quite simple. One must avoid their grasp and utilize the disarming spell. However, it is imperative to understand that for this spell to succeed, one must possess unwavering determination. Oh, Mr. Wolf, do refrain from that expression, Professor Tywin whispered. Confidence is something you all undoubtedly possess. Slytherin and Ravenclaw, I dare say, are the finest houses at Hogwarts, having produced many distinguished wizards. The faces of Slytherin's students gleamed with pride. Professor Tywin continued, if you fail, there is no need for fear. With me here, what is there to dread? Now, let us first recite the disarming spell without our wands. Please repeat after me. Haskek. Haskek. The class echoed in unison. Haskek. Haskek. Excellent, Professor Tywin remarked. But I fear this is merely the simplest part. It now depends on you, Judy. Judy Crouch trembled as she approached, not out of fear, but from excitement. Tywin stood beside her, and she caught a whiff of a pungent perfume. The tank began to tremble, emitting a low growl. With his ebony wand in hand, Tywin softly asked, well, Judy, are you afraid? The girl shook her head vigorously, her freckled face flushed, resembling a spoiled dragon fruit from a distance. Then I shall open the tank, Professor Tywin declared. Judy's hands trembled as fear began to creep in. Nevertheless, she did not falter, for the professor stood beside her. With a flash of green light from the ebony wand, the tank emitted a sharp sound, and the top panel automatically opened. The green horns emerged first, revealing a sickly green creature that pressed its face against the glass, making grotesque faces and stretching its long, slender claws. It let out a roar, exuding a foul odor from its mouth, its numerous sharp yellow teeth resembling a row of painted steel needles. William's roommate, Marcus Belby, trembled violently, his complexion flushed, and his eyes wide with what appeared to be a daring idea. Judy Crouch seemed paralyzed with fright, standing frozen in place. Professor Tywin gently urged, Judy, do not be afraid. I am here. Steady your wand. Upon hearing the professor's words, Judy seemed to muster some courage, raising her wand, her mouth agape. Unable to articulate a word, the Grindylow advanced menacingly towards her, its claws suddenly elongating like a whip. No, that forceful grip felt as if it were crushing a walnut, determined to shatter its bones. Haskek, Judy shrieked. A cacophony ensued, akin to the sound of a whip cracking, and the Grindylow's expression turned bewildered as one of its long fingers vanished into thin air. It lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud, its remaining claws comically flailing about, reminiscent of Severus Snape lamenting over lost points while bedridden. Professor Tywin bellowed, Arthur, step forward. Arthur advanced, his face stern, while Grindylow glided to his side like a skater, extending its claw once more. The claw shimmered with a green luminescence, appearing almost crystalline. Huzzah! Arthur cried out. Another crack echoed as Grindylow lost yet another claw. One by one, others stepped forward. A Calindylow was entirely deprived of its claws, prompting Professor Tywin to retrieve another from the water tank. Soon, it was Autumn's turn. Professor Tywin cautioned loudly, do not aim the disarming charm at a wizard. It is an exceedingly perilous spell. Once, I mistakenly stripped a wizard of his garments, and on another occasion, it nearly happened again. Before he could finish his warning, calamity struck. As the first to cast a spell, Judy Clough, perhaps due to excessive excitement or inflated confidence, charged forth. She aimed her wand at Professor Tywin, who stood behind Grindylow. The disarming charm. She was eager to witness the peculiar effect of disrobing a wizard, much like Tywin had done to an unsuspecting male wizard. Wizards often lack sound judgment, especially when it comes to overzealous young wizards. Professor Tywin had not anticipated such an occurrence. All his attention was fixated on Autumn. A brilliant beam of light shot through the gaps between Grindylow's claws, hurtling straight towards Tywin, more precisely, towards the base of his thigh. An unusual, excruciating sensation coursed through Professor Tywin's leg like lightning, as if his bones were being siphoned away. Gasps filled the air as Professor Tywin's right leg was rendered devoid of bone. Unable to sustain himself, he collapsed to the ground, his ebony wand rolling away across the floor. Tywin felt no pain in his leg. However, it bore no resemblance to a limb, instead feeling like a thick, flesh-colored rubber pant leg. He attempted to move his thigh, but to no avail. Professor Tywin managed a strained laugh. This is what I meant by an alternative outcome. Bones have been extracted. Judy Clough was once again rendered speechless by shock, and Professor Tywin dared not utter any further words of encouragement. This was the consequence of overstepping bounds. Lying on the ground, surrounded by the young wizards. None stepped forward to assist him. In exasperation, he called out, "All right, someone, please take me to the hospital. Madame Pomfrey can help." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing dolphin-like cry rang out. Everyone had overlooked Grindylow, which stealthily repositioned itself on the ground, waiting for the moment when it could swiftly launch itself at the nearest Autumn and Marietta. Marietta, in a panic, screamed and flailed her wand wildly. Fortunately, William dodged just in time. Otherwise, that sturdy walnut wand could have easily struck his handsome visage. The magical prowess of young wizards is exceedingly unstable, and under great emotional duress, a magical eruption can easily occur. Nearly all young wizards experience such incidents before their enrollment. As Marietta beheld the impending charge of the Grindylow, a magical upheaval erupted. The water tank exploded instantaneously, shards of glass scattering across the floor. The tank, though seemingly modest in size, had been expanded within by a non-marking extension charm, concealing 6 Grindylows inside. They emerged from the tank, claws bared and eyes glaring menacingly at the young wizards. Having never encountered such a spectacle, the students turned and jostled one another in a frantic rush towards the exit. Professor Tywin found himself in dire straits. Sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain, his expensive robes marred by numerous footprints, he nearly became the first professor at Hogwarts to perish by trampling. Chapter 31, William's Magical Talent. Tywin regretted his hasty assumption of the defense against the dark arts position. Within mere days, he had faced life-threatening crises, twice. Those insufferable little wizards. He straightened, attempting to retrieve his wand, but it had been kicked away by an unknown assailant, landing squarely upon a Grindylow's head before bouncing off to rest near the shattered tank. Merlin's beard. England's national team has hope, Madam Hooch. Do you realize the talent resides within this classroom? Tywin wished to cry out, yet found himself at a loss for words. The room quickly emptied as students surged towards the door. Some Ravenclaw students remained, not due to an unexpected awakening of Gryffindor attributes, but rather because someone had casually locked the door. William's roommate, Bradley, pounded on the door, exclaiming, "Damn it! The door is locked. We can't open it." Marcos Belby shouted, "William, what is the unlocking spell?" Marcos aimed his wand at the lock, but his attempt failed. "William, hurry over. We can't get it open," Bradley called out. The Ravenclaw students cleared a path, anxiously awaiting William to unlock the wooden door and escape the terrifying classroom. William stood still, Autumn positioned behind him. Marietta was cornered against the opposite wall, on the verge of fainting as 2 Grindylows advanced menacingly, grinning wickedly while licking their green, slimy claws, their demeanor thoroughly unsettling. "Come on, run, run," Autumn shouted at Marietta. Yet the girl remained immobilized, pressed tightly against the wall, her mouth agape in terror. Autumn drew her wand, ready to charge forward. Marietta was her roommate. William reached out to restrain her. If anything were to happen to Autumn, Cedric would surely take his life. Without any visible action, a wand materialized in William's right hand. Haskak, a beam of light, as thick as a thumb, shot forth at great speed, striking a Grindylow squarely on the head. The green horns were smoothly severed by the light, and under the influence of the extraction charm, the Grindylow's cranial cap was instantaneously removed. Without the support of its skull cap, the Grindylow's head deflated like a punctured balloon. 2 yellow eyes fell from their sockets, akin to ripe persimmons dropping to the ground, bursting with a resounding crack. The splatter of green blood stained Marietta's robe. Marietta, paralyzed with fright, collapsed onto the floor. The remaining Grindylows turned their gaze towards William, their animosity palpable. The loud explosion drew the attention of all the Ravenclaw wizards, who stared in shock at William. The same spell produced varied results. Some merely conjured a useless beam of light, others caused nosebleeds, while some could shatter the tentacles of a Grindylow. Yet, there were those who could directly slay one. This disparity was a testament to innate talent, unrelated to anything else. William's display of magical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. However, what stood out most was his composure. Standing before all the Ravenclaw students, William raised his cherrywood wand and waved it again. A puff. The incantation he cast was one taught by Professor Tywin for dealing with peeves. Rather than directing it at the balloon, he aimed at the shards of glass from the water tank. Large fragments exploded once more, transforming into sharp, pointed projectiles that swirled like a tornado under William's guidance, coalescing into an arc aimed at the remaining Grindylows. The creatures recoiled in terror. William took charge of the situation. Echoing the professor's authoritative tone, "Calm down. Everyone, gather around." The Ravenclaw students obediently clustered behind him, a mix of excitement and awe evident in their demeanor. "Is there a problem with 2 of us facing one?" William seemed to embody the role of defense against the dark arts professor. "No," they chorused. Satisfied, William nodded, confident in leaving the remaining Grindylows to his classmates. Grindylows were not particularly formidable. They were merely a category of dark creatures classified by the Ministry of Magic, indicating they were either harmless or could be tamed. It should be noted that magical creatures of the same classification as Grindylows include creatures like Bowtruckle and goblins. Even Nifflers are classified similarly, let alone more dangerous beings like trolls. Therefore, several young wizards could undoubtedly handle a few Grindylows. The chaos that ensued stemmed from the children's inexperience and tendency to panic, compounded by Professor Tywin being incapacitated by a spell. Fortunately, no severe issues arose. William approached Marietta slowly, finding Autumn already beside her, offering comfort. "Marietta, are you hurt?" William inquired. Autumn's pale complexion regained a hint of color as she shook her head. "No, just overly frightened." "You stay here with her," William instructed. Autumn nodded, picked up her wand from the floor, and stood ready to join the effort against the Grindylows. A smile crept onto William's lips as he noticed that, apart from himself, Autumn was the only one unafraid and willing to aid Marietta. Autumn displayed commendable bravery. Otherwise, William might have questioned Cedric's judgment. Meanwhile, Marietta remained huddled in a corner, trembling, but William chose to leave her be. The matter of mental health counseling is not within his purview, nor does he possess such a specialized skill set. However, if a charming sorceress were to offer psychological guidance, he would not mind assuming the role of a long-term depression sufferer. William picked up the ebony wand and approached Professor Tywin. "Professor, are you able to rise?" William cheerfully inquired as he crouched down. Professor Tywin struggled momentarily, managing to muster a faint smile. "The femur is gone, even with a dose of bone regrowth potion. It will likely be tomorrow morning before I am healed. Nevertheless, that was quite a display. I merely applied what you taught us in practice. It is a testament to your excellent instruction." A hint of a smile appeared on William's face as he handed over the wand. "Your magical talent truly astonishes me. It brings to mind a few individuals from my past who were equally remarkable and gifted. Were they your classmates, Professor?" "Yes, but alas. One was from Gryffindor and has since passed, while another is confined in Azkaban. By the way," Tywin said, propping himself up with one hand on the floor, "if you find squatting uncomfortable, you may assist me to the infirmary, where we can engage in a more prolonged discussion. It's fine, I'm not weary. Squatting is beneficial for a man's physique." Chapter 32, Snape's Love Letter. Professor Tywin was undoubtedly fortunate. Judith Klotch's disarming spell struck the top of his thigh, perilously close to a sensitive area. At that distance, had Judy's hand trembled even slightly, Tywin would have been rendered speechless. Although there were no bones in that region, who could ascertain whether the erectile tissue or prostate might vanish? After all, no wizard had ever attempted such a feat. Madame Pomfrey was quite displeased. "You should not teach young wizards such perilous magic," she exclaimed angrily. "If you are injured yourselves, how can you protect the children?" Madame Pomfrey expressed her gratitude to William once more, suggesting he could teach at Hogwarts in the future. The school is in dire need of a professor as exceptional as he. This sentiment left both Snape and Tywin, who lay in bed, feeling rather awkward. Madame Pomfrey, with a touch of melancholy, tossed a set of pajamas to Tywin. "Professor, you must remain here tonight, though it will be rather uncomfortable for you." She then retrieved a large bottle labeled with the bone regrowth potion from her cart. "However, with Professor Snape by your side, it shouldn't be overly unbearable," she said, pouring a steaming cup of potion and handing it to Professor Tywin. The concoction had a peculiar taste, yet it proved effective. Tywin gazed into the cup at the thick, yellowish liquid, forcing down his nausea as he gulped it down. The potion ignited within his mouth, traveling down his throat and provoking a fit of coughing, causing the yellow liquid to splatter. Yet, the visual discomfort proved even more challenging to endure than the taste. Madame Pomfrey exited the room, still clucking her tongue in disapproval, lamenting that the defense against the dark arts class was far too hazardous and that the instructors were inept. Were Madame Pomfrey to become headmistress, she would likely permit only the establishment of healing courses. Snape's cot lay not far from Professor Tywin's. He donned a black cartoon pajamas adorned not with a green serpent, but rather with two silver doe, peacefully grazing together. An enigmatic smile graced Professor Snape's face as he oily remarked, "Oh, let me see. Who is this? Why, Tywin, you appear to be quite injured?" "I am well enough," Professor Tywin replied with a chuckle, merely emulating your scholarly pursuits. The burns on Snape's visage had nearly healed, yet his neck remained swathed in bandages, reminiscent of a mummy. William observed a sparse array of get-well cards on Snape's desk, alongside a solitary French cream cake, an exceedingly meager display. Apart from the few items sent by Cedric and several Ravenclaw students, the only offerings were from the professors. Hardly any students had expressed their well wishes, including those from Slytherin. William harbored grave doubts that the faculty's cards were anything but a subtle reminder from the ancient Dumbledore. It was evident that Professor Snape's social standing was rather dismal. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed William's emerald eyes. By Merlin's beard, he had spotted a bouquet of roses nestled within the trash bin. In every culture, roses symbolize love, and the magical realm was no exception. Could it be that even the wild lily, the old bat, had found a springtime of sorts? Professor Tywin, following William's gaze, also took note. quietly retrieving his wand from beside his pillow and casting a levitation charm at the flowers. The entire bouquet floated gracefully into Tywin's hands, accompanied by a small pink card depicting a flamboyantly dressed witch blowing kisses. Astonishment. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, at Professor Snape's bedside, lay one of those quaint little cards typically found in hotels. Surely, Professor Snape would not be the object of some wizard's romantic pursuit? William's imagination had evidently run amok. The magical world was not yet privy to such sophisticated deceptions. This was merely a simple, earnest declaration of affection. Professor Tywin cleared his throat and, akin to a poet, read with heartfelt emotion. Oh, your eyes, dark as the dung beetle's excrement. Your hair, shimmering with the beauty of greasy oil. You are brimming with stories. As ancient as the shadowy dungeons, I yearn for you to be mine. O valiant conqueror of potions, you are truly dashing. In an instant, the card erupted into fragments before Tywin could finish, Snape's face darkening with fury as he fixed a piercing glare upon Tywin. The air crackled with animosity. Tywin, undeterred, tightened his grip on his wand, aiming it squarely at Snape. Come now, Severus, I have long desired to engage you in combat. The facade of mirth vanished from Tywin's face as he bellowed, You treacherous scoundrel. Snape's pupils constricted, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. Not so. Then how did James and the Dark Lord meet their demise? What grants you the right to live comfortably at Hogwarts for a decade? Tywin's voice was cold and unyielding. Severus, you ought to be the one imprisoned in Azkaban, not Sirius. William stood there, utterly bewildered. The individuals mentioned by Tywin, aside from the Dark Lord, were strangers to him. However, he is aware that Snape and Tywin were once acquainted, perhaps even classmates, albeit from different houses. Madame Pomfrey, hearing the commotion, swiftly entered, and both men simultaneously lowered their wands. Soon after, William was ushered out. In just 2 days, 2 professors had fallen, and the moniker of William the Assassin began to circulate. All the faculty members began to steer clear of him. Yet, in Ravenclaw, William's reputation soared, earning him widespread admiration. His performance in the classroom was evident to all, and the students of Ravenclaw were well aware of the truth. Naturally, the majority of Hogwarts students eagerly anticipated that William might achieve further notoriety, perhaps sending a 3rd or 4th professor to the hospital. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick was exceedingly astute. In the initial weeks of Charms class, he focused not on teaching spells, but rather on the gestures associated with wand movements. There are only 7 fundamental motions, yet they give rise to over 200 variations. When it comes to ancient spells such as those from Nivern, the wand movements become even more intricate and multifaceted. Professor Flitwick would not impart all of this knowledge. He would only teach the most essential actions, sufficient for academic and everyday use. The remaining concepts would be reserved for advanced classes or left for the more capable students to explore. As for the average students, he made no excessive demands. To prevent any teaching mishaps, Professor Flitwick forbade the young witches and wizards from using their wands, insisting they substitute them with wooden sticks of similar size. He feared that some students might inadvertently poke someone or cause yet another incident that would land him in the hospital. William executed his wand movements with remarkable precision, prompting Professor Flitwick to award him an additional point before urging him to cease. William felt quite aggrieved, as the accidents had all been instigated by others. He merely sought to rectify the situation. Of course, his efforts were not without reward. In just 2 days, William had contributed 120 points to Ravenclaw. 100 of those points were awarded due to the teaching incident involving Snape and Tywin. Consequently, Ravenclaw surged ahead. The sapphires in the hourglass could circle Hogwarts. And for 2 consecutive days, they ranked first in the entire school. Chapter 33, The Onslaught of Bubble Tea. Among all the subjects, Transfiguration was undoubtedly the one William looked forward to the most. Cedric excelled in Transfiguration, and during the summer, William learned a great deal from him. However, despite his interest, William found himself less inclined towards Transfiguration. He finally recognized a subject in which he did not excel. He possessed great talent in charms and potions, particularly the former. Upon his first encounter with magic, he effortlessly cast the levitation charm, and the various defensive spells against dark magic taught by Professor Tywin came to him with ease. Many of the standard spells from the first and second years he could perform after just a single attempt, with power that far surpassed his peers. Such is the nature of talent. Transfiguration, on the other hand, proved to be a different story. His self-study during the summer progressed rather slowly. The ease once exhibited in the classes of charms and potions had evidently dissipated for William, who had transformed from a top student into a struggling learner. Faced with the same problem, some individuals merely required a fleeting glance to grasp the concept, while others, despite repeated attempts, remained perplexed. William undoubtedly belonged to the latter group. This was not to imply that William was particularly inept. In the study of Transfiguration, he was merely of average capability. Was this satisfactory? One must recognize that comparison breeds discontent. For instance, it took William a painstaking half-month to awkwardly transform a single matchstick into a grotesque needle, whereas Cedric, during his initial attempts, achieved a flawless result in just 2 days. 2 days versus 15. Presently, Cedric was nearing the completion of his self-study in third-year transfiguration and had commenced preparations for becoming an animagus. Such a contrast illuminated Cedric's prodigious talent in transfiguration, rendering William's efforts utterly negligible. The transfiguration classroom resided on the second floor, where sunlight streamed through the windows, creating a noticeably warmer environment than Snape's potions classroom. William, Autumn, and Cedric parted ways at the corridor, with the latter two entering the classroom. Numerous students had already gathered, particularly from Gryffindor, who were acutely aware of Professor McGonagall's strictness and thus dared not arrive late. However, despite McGonagall being their head of house, many Gryffindor students secretly hoped that William would once again excel, leading to her temporary confinement in the hospital wing. Just a day or two would suffice. Yet, they were bound to be disappointed. Upon reflection during lunch, William identified the primary culprit behind the 2 teaching mishaps, Marietta. Due to overwhelming fright, she was currently hospitalized. William would wager a canute on it. Money was certainly not an issue. Rather, he had faith in Professor McGonagall's capabilities. In stark contrast to the 2 unfortunate souls still bedridden, Bobocha followed closely behind William, swaying as it walked. After a morning slumber, it was now invigorated and accompanied William for a leisurely stroll. Most importantly, the classroom lacked the chilling odor and specimens of its own kind that it so despised. Instead, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, captivating its senses. How intriguing! Bobocha perked its ears, sniffing intently in search of the source of that enticing aroma. Fortunately, it exhibited some decorum, refraining from marking its territory indiscriminately. William casually selected a seat, with Autumn settling beside him. Aside from a few young wizards, most Gryffindor students sat at a considerable distance, seemingly fearful of being splattered by William's misfortunes. Has Professor McGonagall arrived? Autumn inquired, glancing around with uncertainty after retrieving her textbook. She had heard tales of McGonagall's strict demeanor, and with only 2 minutes remaining until class, she wondered if something untoward had occurred on the way. Autumn cast a curious look at William. Not only she, but everyone else seemed to regard him with similar intrigue. William touched his face, pondering whether he appeared particularly handsome today. That shouldn't be the case. He had already reached the pinnacle of human attractiveness. Surely there was no further elevation possible. Just then, Bobocha on his desk suddenly stood upright. It had finally discerned the source of its restlessness. At the forefront of the podium crouched a cat. It was an exceptionally beautiful tabby, its coat splendid and its physique well-proportioned, certainly not a dyed pig. What set this cat apart was not merely the unique patterns around its eyes, but rather its demeanor. Its gaze was piercing, resembling that of a human more than a feline. William suddenly recalled a certain foolish cat named Highton from a novel he had read in a previous life. William locked eyes with the tabby, and the tabby returned his gaze. Just as they engaged in this silent battle of wits, Bobocha seized a small fish treat and leaped into action. With its 4 short legs, it appeared to soar, treading upon the fluffy heads of several Gryffindor young wizards, executing the legendary light steps and sauntering towards the tabby. William's face turned a sickly shade, resembling a bedridden Snape. Connecting the dots from his prior discussion with Cedric about animagi, coupled with the peculiarities of this cat, William, albeit slowly, had come to realize the identity of this feline. Indeed, how could Professor McGonagall, who could guide Cedric on animagi, not possess the ability herself? She was the true feline sovereign. William finally grasped why Cedric had hesitated when inquiring about the 7 registered animagi. It also explained why Cedric persistently suggested he bring Bobocha to class in the afternoon. The excuses about forgetting names, or that Professor McGonagall adored cats, and that Bobocha would earn points for Ravenclaw, were mere facades. Cedric, with his pronounced brows and wide eyes, was, in truth, rather mischievous. Was this not a form of bullying the innocent? Due to William's strict dietary control, Bobocha had not yet transformed into a pig. It was of a balanced physique and agile in movement, toppling 3 ink bottles and snapping 2 quills, before leveraging the head of Mike McLagan. It soared onto the podium like an antelope. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, with the fish treat still in its mouth. The tabby cat appeared equally bewildered, still warning William with its gaze, when suddenly a small orange cat darted in. Bobocha placed the fish treat on the table, eagerly nudging it towards the tabby. William's complexion grew increasingly pale as he recalled a terrifying fact. Cats were peculiar creatures. Upon encountering unfamiliar kin, they sometimes sniffed each other's behinds, testing the waters. Much like how people greet acquaintances with "Have you eaten?" Quickly, act swiftly to prevent Bobocha from making a foolhardy move. William wished to avoid hospitalization, and certainly did not want to meet his end alongside it. Fortunately, Bobocha circled around the tabby, under its steely gaze, lacking the courage to advance further. William breathed a sigh of relief. His cat was still a shy little one, not so crude or direct. Yet in the next moment, Bobocha unexpectedly lay down, meowing softly, signaling to the tabby that it was welcome to groom it. Chapter 34, The Burning Eloise. The tabby vanished, replaced by Professor McGonagall. She wore a pair of square spectacles, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns around the cat's eyes. McGonagall's expression remained composed, indicating that this was not her first encounter with such a situation. William harbored serious doubts that any student had ever teased her with a cat wand or stroked her head. A palpable silence enveloped the room, as Professor McGonagall's sudden display startled everyone. Bobocha, frightened beyond measure, was bewildered by how the graceful tabby cat had transformed into a stern woman in an instant. Its fur bristled in alarm as it clutched its little fish snack and promptly fled the scene. Professor McGonagall made no attempt to intervene. Instead, she surveyed the room, lingering for a moment longer on William. Like the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Professor Snape, everyone understood that she was not to be trifled with. Professor McGonagall spoke. Transfiguration will be the most intricate and perilous spell you encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall escort them out, never to return. Consider this a forewarning. Silence reigned, while Bobocha trembled at William's feet. Transfiguration, as its name suggests, is the art of transforming one object into another. It has the power to animate inanimate objects and to change vibrant creatures into various forms. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall retrieved her wand. Like this, she demonstrated, gently waving her wand, causing Bobocha to levitate from William's side. With a hint of a smile, she embraced the floating Bobocha, which gazed up at her with pleading eyes, mewing softly in a bid for affection. Professor McGonagall tapped Bobocha's head with her wand. In an instant, with a whoosh, Bobocha morphed into a cup, grasping the cattail handle. She waved it in the air for the students below to see clearly, capturing everyone's attention. With a few more deft taps, a pink, pig-like creature resembling a wind-up toy appeared on the desk, complete with wings. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, sending it soaring into the air like a drone. The students erupted in applause, their excitement palpable as they eagerly anticipated the lesson ahead. Now, everyone, please turn to the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Today, we shall discuss the foundational principles and GAMP's first law of transfiguration. As the students flipped open their books, the dense formulas and theorems within caused their spirits to droop. Professor McGonagall continued, "If all goes well, you may have the opportunity to attempt transfiguration today." At her words, enthusiasm rekindled among the students. Undoubtedly, theoretical knowledge can be tedious. For Professor McGonagall, it posed a challenging and intricate subject. An hour passed as she elaborated on various theoretical concepts, with each student diligently taking notes. To capture their attention, she periodically performed captivating transformations, with Bobocha serving as her feline model. Perhaps sensing the students' fatigue, Professor McGonagall finally set down her textbook, looking at the relieved faces before her, and announced, "Very well, now we can attempt some practical exercises." She distributed a matchstick to each student in the class, proclaiming, "Your objective is to transform the matchstick into a needle. The more exquisite, the better." Chio, clutching her wand, aimed it at the matchstick and attempted a fierce glare attack. But the matchstick remained unperturbed, lying serenely on the table. Marco Spell, with great force, jabbed at his matchstick, which snapped audibly in half. He cast a furtive glance at Professor McGonagall, refraining from requesting another matchstick, instead feigning nonchalance as he continued to prod at the remnants. The other students fared little better. Most of them were utterly spellbound, lacking even the simplest incantations, merely sitting there in bewilderment. "Have you mastered it yet?" Chio eventually despaired of her efforts and turned to William. William was still engrossed in his textbook, clearly studying advanced material. Barely, he replied, setting down the book and picking up the wand from the table. He gently tapped the matchstick, which vanished, replaced by a slender needle that appeared on the desk. To be precise, it was a slender iron rod, nearly the same thickness as the matchstick, with one end slightly tapered, abstractly suggesting a point. This was quite astonishing, as it placed him far ahead of his classmates. "How did you do that?" Katie Bell, seated at the back, stood up, her voice tinged with envy. She realized that people possessed varying degrees of talent. Indeed, the brilliance of Ravenclaw was no mere rumor. William shrugged and replied, "I spent a considerable amount of time on this over the summer. As a great wizard once said, I merely utilized the time others spent drinking coffee to delve into the study of transfiguration." Several students nearby, drawn in by Katie Bell's exclamation, turned their attention to William's successful spell, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Professor McGonagall approached William, her cat, Poppy, nestling within her robes, reluctant to make an appearance. She cast a surprised glance at the iron rod on the table, her previously pursed lips loosening slightly. Transforming a matchstick into a fine needle was a topic scheduled for weeks later, one that most students aspired to accomplish after being at school for over a month. Professor McGonagall had merely intended to lighten the atmosphere, never expecting anyone to actually succeed. "Mr. Stark, Quite impressive, she remarked, awarding Ravenclaw an extra point. Cormac McLaggen snorted disdainfully. He had held a grudge against William since their enrollment. McLaggen had anticipated that his rare talent would flourish at school, yet he found himself increasingly overshadowed by William. He grasped his wand, glaring at the matchstick as he held his breath. Veins bulged, his expression darkened, and magical energy coursed through his body, causing his wand to tremble in his grasp. At last, a noxious gas surged forth, mingling with a clearer air, a foul and pungent vapor escaping his being and permeating the classroom. Much better, McLaggen declared, oblivious to the discomfort of his Gryffindor peers, who instinctively covered their noses and recoiled. Lost in his own satisfaction, McLaggen lifted his wand and poked at the matchstick, unleashing a spell. Suddenly, the matchstick ignited, flames leaping up in a brilliant display, fueled by the peculiar gases in the air. McLaggen was utterly terrified. He hastily flung the match away, which fortuitously landed in the fluffy, light-colored hair of Eloise mid-gen. One could only speculate how long it had been since she last washed it. Instantly, her greasy hair ignited, transforming Eloise into a large matchstick. Chapter 35, The Cross-Dressing Master Snape. Professor McGonagall was incensed. She waved her wand, and a fountain of water erupted, swiftly extinguishing the flames atop Eloise's head. After his blunder, McLaggen sat frozen in his seat, knowing that while heaven may not lie ahead, hell surely lingered nearby. Professor McGonagall cast him a deathly glare, one that seemed capable of transfiguring him into a mere mouse. Eloise was similarly furious. After a summer of growing her hair out, it had been reduced to a mere plainness by a single match. The look she cast upon McLaggen was akin to wishing to unleash an Avada Kedavra upon his head. Professor McGonagall sternly declared, "Mr. McLaggen, due to your actions, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Upon hearing this, all the Gryffindor students glared at McLaggen, their expressions suggesting they wished to deliver a devastating blow to his groin. It must be noted that Gryffindor's house points were already in the negative. Eloise began to sob. What girl does not cherish beauty, even if she had not been particularly attractive before? She conjured a large, bright red hat adorned with an animated lion's head. The hat perched atop Eloise's head, concealing her hair that resembled the aftermath of a hungry husky's feast, as Katie Bell accompanied her towards the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall quietly advised Katie to take the less crowded staircase. 5 minutes later, the class finally came to a close. Professor McGonagall summoned William to stay behind. "Professor McGonagall, what do you need me for?" William inquired once all the students had departed. "Mr. Stark, your progress in transfiguration is remarkably swift." Professor McGonagall carefully considered her words. Historically, the majority of students would not complete the transformation of a match into a needle until a month and a half into the term. This meant you are at least 6 weeks ahead of your peers. I am curious, did you study during the summer? William nodded earnestly. Yes, I studied on my own. William did not wish to project an image of being a prodigy in transfiguration, for he was, in truth, no such genius. How long did it take you? Professor McGonagall inquired. More than half a month, he replied. The surprise in Professor McGonagall's eyes dissipated. While more than half a month is certainly commendable among his contemporaries, it hardly qualifies as genius. This pace is merely slightly above average for a young wizard, and pales in comparison to those who achieve transformations in mere days. Not to boast, but McGonagall had completed transformations in a single day, mastering the 6th-year Transfiguration textbook by her 3rd year and earning the Contemporary Transfiguration's Most Promising Newcomer Award before graduation. In terms of transfiguration talent, McGonagall was unperturbed by anyone. She had initially believed William to be exceptionally gifted in transfiguration, yet it was now evident that he was not. Nevertheless, her admiration for him had not waned. In fact, it had only grown. In this age, there are few wizards who can truly settle down and diligently pursue their studies. Such an intense thirst for knowledge, Mr. Stark, is precisely why you have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall continued. Hufflepuff once stated that diligence is the greatest driving force behind a wizard's progress. With hard work combined with wisdom, Mr. Stark, you are destined to become an exceptional Ravenclaw. It is a pity that the Sorting Hat should have placed you in Gryffindor. Just call me William, Professor, he replied with a smile. The Sorting Hat did indeed consider that. I have never believed that a wizard possesses a singular quality. Many children embody characteristics from all 4 houses. Professor McGonagall winked and mischievously added, The Sorting Hat once contemplated placing me in Ravenclaw as well. How unfortunate. For Ravenclaw would have lost a remarkable witch, William remarked. Professor McGonagall chuckled, patting William on the shoulder. I have no desire to compete with Flitwick for the position of Ravenclaw head. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. William nodded. I will. Cedric suggested the same. Professor McGonagall looked surprised. I recall, William, that you come from a Muggle background, correct? Indeed, I met Cedric at Ollivander's wand shop during the summer, and I learned a great deal from him during the break, William explained. I advised that boy not to invest too much energy in wand making. It would be a waste of his talent, Professor McGonagall shook her head, clearly skeptical of the wand-making profession. However, Cedric is undoubtedly one of the most gifted students I have taught in Transfiguration. The last such prodigy I encountered was James over a decade ago, Professor McGonagall sighed. James. William recalled the incident that had occurred in the hospital wing when Professor Tywin mentioned the name. James Potter. He was a student of Gryffindor and perished at the hands of the Dark Lord, Professor McGonagall mournfully stated. Upon hearing the name Potter, William immediately recognized it. He was the father of the illustrious Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall, may I inquire about something? Were Professor Snape and Professor Tywin classmates? Professor McGonagall nodded. They were classmates, though not from the same house. Did they have any conflicts? She queried, perplexed. Why do you ask such questions? With a serious tone, she admonished, William. There are no conflicts among the professors. Your task is to focus on your studies. William nodded, deterred from further inquiry by the stern look from Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, aside from her, he had other sources to consult. There was an old man who had spent 50 years at Hogwarts, likely more knowledgeable about the school than most professors. The most tenacious resident, indeed, was not to be taken lightly. On Thursday morning, Professor Snape was finally discharged from the hospital. However, his troubles were far from over. With his release, rumors began circulating within the school regarding his newfound admirers. The origins of the revelation remained shrouded in mystery, but in a single night, it seemed that every soul was privy to the contents of the love letter, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Professor Snape became increasingly occupied, squinting as he endeavored to uncover the mastermind behind the spread of these rumors. He directed his ire towards the other three houses, imposing a significant deduction of points over a few days, particularly targeting Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw maintained its lead, bolstered by the early advantage brought forth by William. Gryffindor, however, faced a dire fate, galloping towards the record for the lowest score in the house's history, seemingly irretrievable. In truth, Professor Snape's instincts were not misplaced. The rumors did indeed originate from Gryffindor. The letter had been penned by the Weasley twins. During a dinner one evening, Lee Jordan even went so far as to hire an owl to deliver a set of Lolita dresses to Professor Snape. The moniker of Snape as a cross-dresser spread like wildfire. Chapter 36. The three-headed dog. On Saturday morning, William, Cedric, and Cho departed the castle. Traversing the fields towards the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid resided in a small wooden hut at the forest's edge, where a stone crossbow and a pair of rubber boots adorned the entrance. On Thursday, William had received a letter from Hagrid, inviting him to the hut for a gathering and to pet the three-headed dog. Thus, William brought Cedric along, and Cho was drawn into their company by Cedric. As William knocked on the door, a cacophony of frantic struggles and low, ominous growls emanated from within. Then came Hagrid's voice. Back off, Fong, back off. Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. Though unkempt, Hagrid appeared more normal without the oil slick in his hair. Wait, he instructed, back off, Fong. Hagrid swung the door wide and ushered them inside, all the while grappling with a massive black hound's collar. The dog was enormous and intimidating. William quickly tossed a small fish treat, and it broke free from Hagrid's grasp, devouring it in one gulp before panting eagerly, tongue lolling, awaiting more. William rummaged through his pocket and produced a package, pulling out his wand as he declared, enlarge. From the now expanded package, he extracted a large bag of fish treats. Placing it on the table, and opened a can of pet-friendly beef bits, scattering them on the floor. Fong wagged his tail and bounded over. The others regarded William with curious expressions. Who carries such items? William explained, these are snacks for Bobo, but he can't finish them all, so I brought them for Fong. Cho couldn't help but interject, your cat's food is rather exquisite. She still recalled how Bobo had turned his nose up at her lunch on the train. Hagrid inquired, by the way, where's Bobo? I haven't seen him around. He has been quite traumatized lately and has gone to Lady Laura's for some emotional support. William shrugged. Ever since that Transfiguration class incident, Bobo had been avoiding Professor McGonagall at all costs. The sight of McGonagall in her tabby cat form had left a lasting impression on the fragile heart of a young kitten. Goodness, Hagrid exclaimed, utterly astonished. Mrs. Loris is kept by that old glutton, Felch. Did you know that? Every time I go to school, it follows me wherever I go, impossible to shake off. It must be Felch's doing. I truly wish to introduce her to my dear Yaya, but since Bobo-cha has a good relationship with her, perhaps it is best to refrain. Hagrid feels quite regretful, lamenting for Yaya, while that silly dog continues to wag its tail, voraciously devouring beef morsels. The cabin consists of a single room. Hams and wild fowl dangle from the ceiling. A copper kettle simmers with boiling water over the hearth, and in the corner rests a large bed. Its bedding pieced together from scraps of fabric. The three of them settled onto a bench. It was autumn. Cedric was introducing Hagrid. Oh, hello, Hagrid exclaimed, hastily extending his hand. Autumn, undaunted, graciously shook hands with Hagrid's large paw. Hagrid beamed with joy, exclaiming, you surely haven't had breakfast yet, have you? He stood up and poured the boiling water into a large teapot. while placing rock cakes onto a serving plate. He also tore some crumbs and tossed them into Yaya's bowl, which Yaya promptly nudged away with its nose. The rock cakes nearly knocked out William and the others' teeth. Yet they all feigned delight in the treat. Fortunately, Bobo-cha was not present. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been exceedingly awkward. After finishing the canned food, Yaya nudged its head closer, resting it on William's lap, drool soaking a considerable patch of his robe. William refrained from offering any more snacks. And Hagrid had taken away the dried fish, much to Yaya's dismay. Hagrid pulled the curtains tightly closed and opened the fireplace. Inside, it was dim, with a tattered blanket resting within. The three of them, like excited birds, gathered around Hagrid, eager to behold the legendary three-headed dog. Contrary to William's expectations of encountering a handsome husky, the reality was far less appealing. It resembled a grotesque creature, its 3 heads of unequal size, almost unbearable for those with obsessive tendencies. Most outrageous was the largest head, which had cross eyes, its eyes squeezed together in an unappealing manner. The slightly smaller head was filled with dense teeth, extending all the way to its throat. The smallest head was even more disturbing, marked by a large, dark birthmark on its face. What manner of monster is this? Upon seeing Hagrid, the 3-headed dog squeezed toward the fireplace's opening. 3 drooling mouths, dripping saliva like sticky strings from its sharp teeth. Hagrid wore a fond smile as he retrieved a well-cured plump chicken from the rafters and tossed it inside. The 3-headed dog began to compete, baring their teeth at one another. Hagrid called out, "Big Mao, leave some for the little one. Look at its scrawny head, it's clearly malnourished." He even named each head, Big Mao, Second Mao, and Little Mao. This 3-headed dog also bore the grand, yet elegant name, Fluffy. Hagrid appeared quite proud. "Isn't she beautiful?" he asked, reaching out to stroke Big Mao's head, only for Big Mao to snap at his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. "Oh my! Look at how powerful its mouth is. For a mother, this is the greatest reward," Hagrid exclaimed with excitement. William, Cedric, and Autumn exchanged glances, perceiving that Hagrid had become quite obsessed with the realm of role-playing. Hagrid picked up a small half-bag of the fish treats William had gifted and tossed them into the fireplace. The 3-headed pup began to tug and tear at them with fervor. Yaya was incensed. After all, that was his gift. He clung to the rocky wall of the fireplace, glaring furiously at the 3-headed puppy. Lu Wei abandoned the fish treats and dashed towards Yaya, still just a few months old, yearning for milk. However, Yaya, being a male dog, glanced down at a certain part of himself, as if deeply affronted, and howled in dismay before turning to flee towards the door. All right. It's time for bed, little Lu Wei," Hagrid cooed, affectionately patting the big furball's head as he began to sing a lullaby, though the melody resembled a lament. Beneath such an unmelodious tune, Lu Wei surprisingly fell asleep quite swiftly. Hagrid, closing the fireplace, declared triumphantly, "As soon as I sing, Lu Wei always drifts off. He truly sees me as his mother." Cedric inquired, "Hagrid, have you informed Professor Dumbledore about your raising the 3-headed dog?" Hagrid scratched his head, stammering, "I was about to tell him." William, astonished, remarked, "Weren't you supposed to say something before the term started? I'm unsure how to approach it. What if Professor Dumbledore forbids me from keeping it?" Cedric expressed concern. "That would indeed be troublesome. My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, so I am well aware that such magical beings are not permitted for private ownership. If discovered, the consequences would be dire." Hagrid's complexion turned pale. Chapter 37. The Attack on the Ministry of Magic. Although Hagrid was quite aged, at times he resembled a child. He had a fondness for magical creatures, especially those that were large and robust. According to Ollivander, Hagrid had once been expelled for breaking his wand. William suspected that the reason for his expulsion was his raising an assortment of peculiar little creatures at Hogwarts. This was undoubtedly something Hagrid would do. Much like the illegal 3-headed dog he kept now. But what could be done? In this day and age, who doesn't have a peculiar hobby? For instance, the most widespread rumor recently is that Snape has a penchant for cross-dressing. Ravenclaw never regarded others with disdain, even if Snape truly was a cross-dressing sensation. Thus, William felt compelled to reassure, "Hagrid, you should promptly inform Professor Dumbledore. He can easily handle such matters. Dumbledore is, after all, the tallest and sturdiest evergreen tree in the magical world. With his capabilities, their isn't situation in the British Isles, or even the European continent that he cannot resolve, a mere 3-headed dog is hardly a concern." Hagrid nodded vigorously, though it remained unclear whether he truly absorbed William's counsel. After visiting the 3-headed dog, the trio relayed to Hagrid the events from their class. After some idle chatter, William inquired, "Do Professor Snape and Professor Tywin have a feud?" Hagrid had resided at Hogwarts for half a century, and he was well acquainted with most occurrences within the school. Taken aback, Hagrid shook his head and inquired, "Who did you hear that from? How could they possibly harbor a grudge?" William swiftly recounted the events at the hospital, having previously informed Cedric and Cho of the matter just days ago. Hagrid was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that professors would resort to using wands in a hospital, especially in the presence of a young wizard like William. During his school years, Tywin was an unremarkable Ravenclaw student, so ordinary that he could easily vanish into a crowd. He was somewhat of a bookworm, lacking the notoriety of figures like Snape and James. James Potter, you say? Indeed. Hagrid hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge information about them. At that time, Snape and James had engaged in prolonged hostilities, culminating in a fierce clash between their houses. I recall that day when Dumbledore was infuriated. I had never witnessed him so enraged before. The House Cup competition was only halfway through, and Slytherin and Gryffindor had already been declared losers. However, James's demise was unequivocally unrelated to Professor Snape. Rather, it was the betrayal of Sirius that led to it. Hagrid nearly bellowed, "That filthy, treacherous traitor." His voice grew loud, prompting a bark from the fireplace as Fong seemed to stir. During their school days, Sirius and James were inseparable. Sirius was the best man at James and Lily's wedding, and they had even chosen him to be Harry's godfather. Yet, that accursed fellow had long since betrayed them, aligning himself with the Dark Lord. At the mention of the Dark Lord, Cedric shuddered. As a child from a wizarding family, he had grown up hearing tales of Voldemort. It was even said that when Cedric was but a toddler, Voldemort still reigned, leaving behind lingering memories. Hagrid's emotions surged. I always knew that the Black family were Slytherins. Even if Sirius entered Gryffindor, his nature could not be changed. It was his betrayal that led to James's death, and of course, he was punished for it by being imprisoned in Azkaban. William tentatively asked, "So, as James Potter's rival, Professor Snape never betrayed him? He has always been on our side." Hagrid fell silent, and after soothing Fong to sleep by the fireplace, he finally spoke. "This is not a matter for you young wizards to ponder. Just remember, Professor Dumbledore believes in him." William, Cedric, and Cho exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was far more complex, hinting at hidden truths. James Potter, the illustrious father of Harry Potter, was universally recognized as a hero who fell at the hands of Voldemort. Yet, Professor Tywin's assertion that James and Voldemort's deaths were due to Snape's betrayal suggested he knew something more. Otherwise, why would he make such a claim? However, this notion was perplexing. Professor Snape had always taught at Hogwarts, operating under Dumbledore's watchful eye, as the head of Slytherin. It was inconceivable that he could be aligned with Voldemort. Could it be that Snape once betrayed James Potter, leading to his demise? And as a close friend of James, Professor Tywin uncovered this secret, thus labeling Snape as a traitor? William, Cedric, and their companions were profoundly perplexed. However, Hagrid resolutely refused to discuss Snape any further and skillfully shifted the topic. "The selection for the Gryffindor Quidditch team is to be held today, is it not?" Hagrid scratched his beard thoughtfully. "One wonders if Charlie will manage to find some capable assistants. I have great admiration for his adeptness with magical creatures. This marks his final year at Hogwarts, and I sincerely hope Gryffindor clinches the championship." Cedric cleared his throat, expressing his dissent. He proceeded to elaborate to Hagrid about Hufflepuff's superior chances of winning, citing synergy, depth of the lineup, and historical match records. Autumn listened with keen interest, as she too held a fondness for Quidditch. In the latest reports regarding the Ministry of Magic's recent breach, investigations into the incident on August 1st at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures are still ongoing. It is widely believed that an unidentified dark wizard is responsible. Cuthbert Mockridge, the head of the department, reiterated today that no magical creatures were stolen. The rooms that were breached had, in fact, executed illicitly smuggled magical creatures earlier that same day. A spokesperson for the department, Amos Diggory, stated this afternoon that the specifics of what is stored in the department's warehouse are confidential, and it is advisable not to interfere in this matter. Rumors of an attack had circulated during the summer, and William had previously heard Lee Jordan mention it on the train. At that time, everyone dismissed it as a mere joke, yet it has unexpectedly come to fruition. In that newspaper, the terms illegal smuggling related to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were notably circled in red by Hagrid. There was reason for Hagrid to highlight it. On the day of the attack, Hagrid had taken William to Diagon Alley, due to financial constraints. Hagrid subsequently purchased three-headed dogs from a Greek individual at an exorbitant price, after the Greek had been absent for an extended period. Hagrid began to worry that the Greek had first attacked the Ministry and then sold the stolen magical creatures to him. If discovered, Hagrid would undoubtedly face imprisonment in Azkaban. As for the claims made by Ministry officials in the newspaper, asserting that there was no loss, could such official statements be trusted? Chapter 38, The Quidditch Training Ground Fracas. Their pockets were laden with heavy rock cakes, and out of politeness, the three were reluctant to refuse. As they walked along, William inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Cedric shook his head. "William, it is impossible that the three-headed dog was stolen from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. My father has never mentioned any confiscated three-headed dogs." Cedric's father is Amos Diggory, who works at the department and is the spokesperson who was interviewed. Whenever anything occurs at the Ministry, he always informs his son Cedric. However, prior to the incident, Cedric had never heard of a three-headed dog being captured. Most crucially, after the day of the attack, he had not once heard his father mention the department being assaulted. Was there a gag order imposed that day? Yet. This is not the pivotal question. The attack occurred on August 1st, so why has it only recently been disclosed by the Daily Prophet? What secrets is the Ministry of Magic concealing? William found the situation increasingly intriguing. As the three discussed the matter, they arrived at the Quidditch training ground, where Gryffindor's selection process was still underway. However, contrary to the cheerful scene one might imagine, the entire training ground was in an uproar, resembling a brawl. What on earth is happening? Autumn glanced at William, puzzled. Uncertain, William shook his head and sighed. Autumn, the next time something happens at school, don't look at me. It's not my doing. Yet, I have noticed that wherever you appear, there seems to be some calamity. The situation appears quite dire, Cedric observed, glancing around with a serious tone. He seemed genuinely concerned, yet internally, he felt a surge of joy. Though it might not be proper to say, as a competitor, Cedric secretly hoped for a small mishap during Gryffindor's selection. Charlie Weasley was widely recognized for his exceptional skill, and Professor McGonagall had boasted on several occasions that Gryffindor might produce another national team player. With such a captain, no house would underestimate Gryffindor. William, Cedric, and Autumn managed to squeeze into the crowd, where they discovered someone had indeed been injured, a girl named Angelina Johnson. Angelina, along with Cedric and his twin brothers, were all second-year students. She had long black hair, styled into a lengthy, braided ponytail, and appeared extremely tall and beautiful. However, at that moment, she lay on the grass. George's nose was bloodied, seemingly the result of a collision. Fred was shaking Angelina's shoulders vigorously, calling her name loudly. The girl appeared to have fainted in her dazed state. William thought it more likely that she had been rattled into unconsciousness by Fred. In a fit of anger, Fred stood up, ready to confront Cormac McLaggen. Autumn grabbed a Gryffindor girl to inquire about the events that transpired. The matter was quite simple. Angelina was competing for the position of Seeker, having thrown 10 balls and successfully scored on 8, leading her to be selected by Charlie Weasley for the house team. Angelina, perhaps of Star-Lord and Indian descent, was ecstatically dancing in the training ground. Everything seemed splendid until McLaggen, seizing the opportunity while everyone was dancing, inexplicably stole a Comet 250. With an inflated confidence in his flying abilities, McLaggen careened towards Angelina, losing control just 10 seconds after taking off. At that moment, Angelina was surrounded by the crowd, performing a dance rich in exotic prairie flair. Give me a look, fiery and passionate. The robust horseman, you are magnificent, galloping like the wind. McLaggen indeed confronted the tempest like a gale. Angelina was hurled away, yet fortunately, the throng provided ample cushioning. George, however, was less fortunate. A hefty wooden pole from Comet 250 struck his nose, and a copious stream of blood gushed forth like a babbling brook. Fred, seething with rage, approached McLaggen, only to be restrained by those around him. Should another brawl ensue, Gryffindor's house points would undoubtedly plummet to a dismal -100. This score would edge perilously close to the historical low, likely driving Professor McGonagall to the brink of madness. With paper stuffed in his nostrils, George mumbled soothingly. It's all right, Fred, I'm fine. Brother, do not be so agitated. This injury will heal swiftly. George, mistaking Fred's fervor for a desire for vengeance on his behalf, felt a swell of emotion, causing the paper to fall away and blood to pour forth once more. He then began to vocally chastise Charlie. You, as captain, should have ensured everyone's safety. It is your duty. What? Charlie Weasley demanded, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. Next to Charlie, McLaggen appeared as frail as a mere twig. Has this man lost his senses? Cedric remarked. As captain, Charlie had utterly lost his patience, declaring, Mr. McLaggen, please vacate the premises. According to regulations, only second-year students are permitted to participate in the Quidditch selection. If you do not depart immediately, I will recommend to Professor McGonagall that you be permanently barred from the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts. McLaggen's face flushed crimson as he stepped back, sneering, You think you can expel me? Bar me from selection? I shall inform my uncle, who is acquainted with the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. You have squandered yet another opportunity for victory. McLaggen shoved through the crowd, only to trip, having been ensnared by Eloise's outstretched foot. Her hair had grown long, adorned with the lion hat gifted by Professor McGonagall, which she appeared to cherish greatly. Rising and brushing off the dust, McLaggen suddenly sprinted to retrieve Fred's fallen broomstick. For reasons known solely to himself, he delivered a fierce blow to the bludger, sending it sailing away. Charlie was inspecting Angelina's injuries when the red bludger traced a beautiful arc and struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. The crowd erupted in screams, and chaos ensued once more. The bludger rebounded high, hurtling towards William. He drew his wand, initially intending to cast Shatter, but changed his mind at the last moment. Wadawasi. Under William's command, the bludger veered sharply, hurtling towards McLaggen's thigh. The The Quidditch pitch descended into pandemonium, with some rushing to fetch Madame Pomfrey, while others tended to Angelina and Charlie's wounds. He began to swell with indignation. Chapter 39, Annie and Dumbledore. The skull is shattered, that scoundrel McLaggen. George bellowed furiously from the stands of the Quidditch training ground. It was already afternoon, and the training ground was once again crowded, filled exclusively with Hufflepuff students. Fred wore a worried expression and lamented, "What should I do? How should I write to tell my mother?" "Perhaps it's best not to inform her," George replied, fear evident in his voice. William inquired, "What did Madame Pomfrey say?" Madame Pomfrey possessed remarkable abilities. No matter how severe the ailment, she could remedy it swiftly. Cedric sat nearby, feeling somewhat anxious as he was about to participate in the team selection. He was not alone. The other novices on the field were equally tense, especially after the earlier incident involving Gryffindor. Charlie Weasley, the captain of Gryffindor, had sustained a fractured skull, highlighting the perilous nature of the sport. Fred offered reassurance, "Don't be too anxious, mate. If you manage to showcase just a quarter of your potential, you'll surely make the cut." George chimed in, "Indeed. Look at us. We breezed into the house team effortlessly. Your talent surpasses mine, after all." William patted Cedric on the shoulder and laughed. "As long as you don't perform like McLaggen, you'll be just fine." Yet Cedric continued to tremble. Autumn closed the book she held and smiled radiantly. "We all believe in you, Cedric." Suddenly, Cedric sprang to his feet, invigorated as if by some magical elixir. "Autumn, thank you for your encouragement. I feel much better now. I owe it all to you, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. I'm certain I'll be selected." William remarked, "What was that saying about how even the most devoted suitors are left wanting?" An owl swooped into the Quidditch training ground, soon followed by another. It was William's owl. The owl, named Trogon, perched beside William, turning its large yellow eyes and cooing affectionately. Not spotting the familiar Poppy, Trogon seemed cheerful nonetheless and began to solicit food from William. The owl named Milia landed not far from William, appearing somewhat disappointed at not seeing Poppy, as she had developed a fondness for that cat. George patted Trogon's head. Well acquainted with the owl, during the summer, William had sent Trogon to deliver messages from their humble abode. He remarked curiously, "Wasn't he, Trogon, left at home?" William retrieved a few fish treats from his pocket and offered them to the owl, nodding. "Exactly, so it flew from home to deliver the message." Fred exclaimed, "But where's the letter?" He noted the absence of an envelope on Trogon and wondered if it had fallen on the way. Seeing William treat Trogon while neglecting her, Milia let out a few indignant hoots, flapping her wings in protest before dramatically feigning a limp on the ground. She glanced around and finally cast a pitiful look at Autumn, with tears brimming in her eyes. Autumn rummaged through her pockets and generously offered all her snacks to the forlorn owl. The girl then urged Cedric and the others to produce their treats as well. Trogon gazed at the few fish treats before him, then cast a bewildered glance at the mountain of snacks in front of Milia, seemingly captivated by her begging techniques, and promptly lay down beside her. Deceived by Milia, Chio felt as though her intellect had been carelessly discarded and ruthlessly trampled upon. William chuckled softly, cradling Zwinging, and seemingly conjured a letter from thin air. It was a missive from Annie, detailing her recent circumstances and inquiring about life at Hogwarts. Enclosed were a series of photographs, some of Annie and others depicting the Stark family in their entirety. The purpose of her correspondence was to request that William utilize the revealing potion to create animated images. Before William could finish reading, George snatched the photographs away. He distributed them among the assembled company, and William did not intervene. George raised an eyebrow and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "William, you have a sister." William, puzzled, replied, "Did I not mention it to you all?" The others shook their heads in unison. Chio gazed at the pictures and remarked, "Your sister is truly beautiful." William beamed and said, "Indeed, Annie resembles me. Of course, she is lovely." George draped an arm around William's shoulder, expressing, "From the moment I laid eyes on your sister's photograph, I knew I had found a true friend in you." William squinted, elongating his words. "George, are you yearning for a visit to the hospital? Or shall I inform Professor Snape, who penned the love letter? Please, do not say such things." George raised his hand in protest, then added earnestly, "But truly, your sister looks just like you. She should come to Gryffindor. I will take care of her." Fred nodded in agreement. George patted William's shoulder, laughing. "I can introduce you to my sister Ginny, and that would balance things out. Do not be deceived by her current plainness. She will blossom into beauty." Fred burst into laughter, saying, "That might be a bit challenging. Ginny has been infatuated with Harry for years." William raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that even in the magical realm, there existed starstruck admirers. "What kind of look is that, William?" George queried, dissatisfied. "Oh, Merlin's beard," Fred exclaimed, feigning shock. "Since the beginning of term, several girls have confessed their feelings for you. And you seem uninterested. Yet, when we mentioned my sister Ginny, you were the same disinterested expression. It appears." Fred's face lit up with realization, while George, hiding behind Cedric, looked fearful and said, "So you are not interested in girls? Does that put us at risk?" "Hey, William, We do not discriminate against homosexuality. If you truly lean that way, I can introduce you to my brother Ron, as long as I am not your target, George jested. William brandished his wand, prompting George to hastily raise his hands and surrender. He then shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, where did you find that letter? Fred also regarded Zhuogeng with curiosity. Zhuogeng had finished the small fish snacks, but bore no visible pocket for the envelope. William stood up, and Zhuogeng promptly took flight towards the castle. William smiled and said, did you not notice where the letter was? Did you not see the golden ring on Zhuogeng's claw? It has been enchanted with a seamless expansion charm and numerous protective spells, including confidentiality charms to prevent wizards from pilfering the correspondence. Surely, you did not set that up? George inquired. William shook his head, saying, I currently lack such capability. It was Professor Dumbledore who arranged this. In other words, William cheerfully added, Zhuogeng is tasked with delivering a letter to Dumbledore. Annie and Professor Dumbledore communicate daily, and I have noticed that her letters always begin with Dear Albus. Grandfather George, if you wish to pursue my sister, go ahead, I shall not hinder you. However, whether Dumbledore might break your legs remains uncertain. Chapter 40. The Tactics of Politicians. Zhuogeng has set off to deliver the letter to Dumbledore, while Milia remains. William retrieved 5 nuts, and Milia, with an air of pride, extended a long leg, requesting him to place the coin into a small pouch tied to her leg. Subsequently, she grasped the remaining treats in her beak and soared towards Hogwarts. William opened the envelope, only to find not a letter, but rather an urgent edition of the Daily Prophet. Several individuals gathered around him, eager to peruse the Ministry of Magic's latest investigation. Upon unfolding the newspaper, the headline boldly proclaimed, Shocking. Attack on the Ministry of Magic. Key evidence discovered. Below, a photograph of a wand accompanied the text. William recognized it immediately. He should, as he had recently seen it in Diagon Alley. It was Lucius Malfoy's wand. Indeed, it bore the Malfoy family crest, and at the top, there was a dent where a pigeon egg had once been embedded. On that fateful day in Diagon Alley, Lucius had only recovered the pigeon egg but had lost his wand, which now mysteriously reappeared at the scene of the Ministry attack. Could this be the work of Malfoy? Autumn inquired after reading the article. Listening to the group's accounts, it seemed clear that Lucius Malfoy was not a benevolent figure. Autumn, their entire family consists of dark wizards. George exclaimed angrily, the Malfoys are up to no good. I harbor no doubts about their misdeeds. George was still agitated over the incidents in Diagon Alley. Recalling Lucius's disdainful remarks about their breeding rate resembling that of mudbloods, an extremely derogatory term in the wizarding world, Cedric, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, Yet we all witnessed Malfoy fighting in Diagon Alley that day. You mentioned he lost his wand. But who would steal diamonds and opt to pilfer a wand worth 10 galleons instead? This could very well be a self-staged act. Autumn's analysis held merit. However, the twins exchanged glances. Fred glanced around cautiously and whispered, Do you remember that day when Dad mentioned Mad-Eye Moody was investigating Malfoy? Who is Mad-Eye? Autumn asked, perplexed. George explained, Mad-Eye's real name is Moody. He is a nearly retired Auror. He is quite formidable, having apprehended enough Death Eaters to fill half of Azkaban's cells. Fred continued, Most importantly, Mad-Eye is definitely on our side. What I mean is, he shares a close rapport with Dumbledore and possesses considerable skills. Since Mad-Eye has been monitoring Malfoy, has he uncovered anything? Cedric inquired. There are indeed some findings. George pondered carefully over his words. These are the secrets I and Fred overheard. My father informed Malfoy that Mad-Eye Moody intended to investigate him, merely to provoke him into relocating the dark artifacts hidden within his home. Fred lamented, Mad-Eye is too hasty. He ought to have waited a few days. Although Malfoy sold the cursed necklace, the degree of dark magic involved was minimal. He was merely testing the waters. The department would likely impose a fine, allowing him to secure bail without the necessity of incarceration in Azkaban. Cho pondered this and queried, But doesn't this conveniently prove that Malfoy did not assault the Ministry? He was out selling goods at night. How could he have had the time to attack? Fred responded with a wry smile. That is precisely the issue. Mad-Eye is particularly vexed upon hearing of the Ministry's assault. Cho displayed a look of profound confusion, furrowing her brow as she remarked, If Malfoy did not attack, why does the Daily Prophet still report on his wand? Isn't that deliberately misleading the public? A scapegoat. Cho, William elucidated. The Ministry cannot locate the assailant, and Fudge requires a scapegoat to temporarily divert attention. This strategy would make them appear less incompetent, alleviating some pressure from the Ministry. Miscarriages of justice are seldom isolated incidents, and the magical community is no exception. William had long found the situation perplexing. The conflict between the two families was widely known, yet such matters seldom made it to the surface. Yet, the most widely circulated newspaper had been obsessively tracking the story for over half a month. Now, William comprehended that Fudge was attempting to obscure the incident of the Ministry's assault. In the face of a significant crisis, one must employ additional sensational stories to distract the public's attention. This is a recurring tactic in future generations. The populace, much like fish, possesses fleeting memories. As the fervor subsides, no one will discuss that infuriatingly grave event until it erupts once more. The assault on the ministry by dark wizards is a scandal that must be suppressed. The repercussions for the ministry's reputation are undoubtedly severe. Fudge could not abide being branded as incompetent. Such a label would be catastrophic for a politician devoted to long-term re-election. Thus, he chose to allow the Daily Prophet to sensationalize the brawl, attempting to redirect public focus. However, Fudge underestimated the impact of the assault, and the rumors still circulated. When the ministry realized it could no longer contain the truth, it opted for transparency, disclosing information willingly. By this time, more than a month had elapsed since the assault on the ministry. The delay in reporting and addressing the situation incited public outrage. Often, ordinary people are indifferent to the truth of events or their repercussions. Their anger stems from feeling deceived. When those in power obscure events, it fundamentally constitutes a form of manipulation. Astute politicians will, at such moments, strategically present the perpetrator or a few scapegoats to once again divert the public's gaze. An attack that leaves the ministry in disarray is entirely distinct from a case where the culprit has already been apprehended. Malfoy is indeed the scapegoat caught in the crossfire, and the wand discovered at the scene serves as the perfect sensational element. Regardless of the truth, William realizes that this newly appointed Minister of Magic is not as incompetent as Hagrid previously suggested. Chapter 41. The Selection of Hufflepuff. Listening to William's analysis, those present fell into deep contemplation. The eldest among them, Cedric, had just celebrated his 13th birthday. They had never pondered such matters before. As they absorbed William's insights, they felt a sense of awe at the depth of his understanding. William's analysis was, of course, articulate, having spent over a decade immersed in popular literature in his past life. He had dabbled in various stories and unsolved mysteries, and was well versed in topics like currency warfare, having spent years sharing his thoughts in various forums. However, it was unlikely that the Ministry of Magic would genuinely treat Lucius Malfoy as a criminal, given the family's considerable influence. Cedric remarked that in the past, Malfoy had managed to exonerate himself with galleons, claiming he was under the control of the Dark Lord. Indeed, it was their wealth that compelled the ministry to extensively cover the story. William asserted that such coverage would turn public opinion against Malfoy, compelling him to part with a substantial sum to bribe those in power for his own safety. William recalled Percy S.'s reaction upon seeing the book that proclaimed the new Minister Fudge's endorsement with blood. Fudge had barely assumed office before seeking profit. And how could the higher-ups bear to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity as Malfoy? Malfoy was innocent, yet he would undoubtedly find himself exploited. Cedric posed a question about the true culprit. If they were to release Malfoy, how would they explain it? William, with a deliberate pace, suggested that perhaps the ministry was already aware of the true perpetrator. Malfoy was merely a smokescreen, designed to mislead the criminal while simultaneously extorting money from Malfoy. Nobody is a fool, especially those seasoned politicians. While they may lack certain abilities and sometimes be short-sighted, they are always adept at financial maneuvering and manipulating public opinion. Take Malfoy, for instance. He is undoubtedly innocent. But with his wand missing and a stick found at the crime scene, whether by coincidence or deliberate framing, he has become a target of opportunity. Fudge does not need Malfoy to end up in Azkaban. He has just taken office and is eager to profit. This is a privilege not afforded to the Minister of Magical Catastrophes. Thus, Malfoy has become the scapegoat, a victim of circumstance. Yet, Malfoy is not lacking in galleons. His financial prowess is not mere rhetoric. Of course, all of this is merely William's reasonable conjecture based on the information at hand. Beyond this, he could not ascertain further details. At that moment, the selection for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team finally commenced. After having guided the discussion with authority, William found the Quidditch selection somewhat childish, leaving him disenchanted. The Weasley twins and Cho were brimming with excitement. Cho simply adored Quidditch before attending Hogwarts. She had been a spirited athlete, full of vitality. Cedric finally discovered a shared interest with her, marking a promising beginning. William suddenly realized a rather delightful fact. With Autumn joining the Ravenclaw team, wouldn't Hufflepuff effectively lose a player? What? To impede Ravenclaw's pursuit of victory. If you don't love me, then let us part ways. William could already envision Autumn, hands on her hips, fiercely reprimanding Cedric. George and Fred were even more exhilarated, keenly observing Hufflepuff's capabilities. Although Charlie's injury would soon heal, it remained uncertain whether any lingering effects would remain or if it might impact his performance. Cedric and Hagrid's assessment was indeed accurate. Hufflepuff was a formidable opponent. It is worth noting that Gryffindor had not won the Quidditch Cup for 4 years, while Hufflepuff had managed a victory just 2 years prior. George and Fred were now eager to seize the Quidditch championship. They had spent a week polishing silverware in Filch's trophy room, resulting in a few minor mishaps. And whenever they caught sight of the medals, they felt an irresistible urge to touch them, including the Quidditch trophy. Percy, however, suffered even more than they did. He now felt compelled to enter any restroom he encountered, regardless of gender. The reason was simple. Percy's punishment had been to clean the toilets for an entire week. George and Fred frequently caused mischief, and logically, one would assume Filch would harbor greater disdain for the two of them. Yet, he assigned the filthy task of toilet cleaning to Percy. Poor Percy, as an exemplary student, was quite spoiled at home and often praised by professors at school. He had scarcely done any chores and had never faced punishment before. William heard from George that Percy often exhibited an air of superiority in front of Filch, flaunting his status as a top student. Filch, who could barely be considered a failure, was a mute who had never attended Hogwarts, likely fueling his envy towards Percy. Peeves had even spread rumors about Percy spying on Myrtle in the restroom, suggesting there might be some truth to it. At this moment, the selection process had commenced on the training grounds. Hufflepuff displayed remarkable unity, with nearly all the young wizards present to observe the trials, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly without incident. Cedric appeared inconspicuous amidst the crowd. All candidates wishing to join the team were grouped into tens, flying a lap around the pitch. Some merely came to make up the numbers, their flying unsteady as if they had imbibed too much, careening directly into the goalposts. To avert any mishaps, Madame Hooch also made an appearance on the field, her eyelids twitching with concern for the integrity of the pitch's infrastructure. The second group consisted of 10 girls, and upon Captain Gabrielle Dumbledore's whistle, they erupted into giggles, collapsing into each other's arms in a delightful display. The scene was visually pleasing, with cheerful camaraderie among them. The Weasley brothers whistled, urging them to redo the selection, and William was unusually intrigued, watching with keen interest. The three of them stood at the spectators' stand, leaning against the railing, breezes tousling their hair, critiquing the girls' figures with an air of expert judgment, as if they were engaged in a beauty pageant. Autumn huffed, crossing her arms and sulking in her seat. She scoffed, "Oh, those boys. Cedric is fortunate not to be here. If he were present, he would likely join the throngs of competitors, only to be unceremoniously kicked off the training field by Chio. Of course, he would most probably sit steadfastly beside her, hypocritically admonishing William and the others." As the third group tumbled halfway around the pitch, the majority of the fourth group arrived without brooms. Astonishingly, the fifth group consisted entirely of Gryffindor students. Jordan, having failed to make the house team, took it upon himself to lead the first-year wizards in a ruckus, attempting to disrupt Hufflepuff. Unfortunately for him, he had not anticipated Madame Hodge's presence. This stern woman seized Jordan by the ear and ejected him from the premises. Fred informed William that Jordan was preparing to apply for a commentary position in Quidditch to showcase his understanding of the sport. Jordan also claimed that Charlie would regret overlooking a prodigious talent capable of revitalizing the England national team. Chapter 42. I have tried my best. 2 hours later, Captain Truman had erupted in anger several times, smashing a Comet 260, while a few others lost some teeth. At last, Hufflepuff selected 3 chasers. Cedric was not among them. It seemed his excitement had led to a lack of finesse. In truth, he had transformed into a clumsy amateur. When Cedric threw the ball, William only heard the hoop reverberating as if someone were forging iron. He attempted 30 shots, making only 1. In a basketball context, Cedric would be akin to an enemy infiltrator, while our team had the likes of Kobe. Nevertheless, Cedric excelled in flying, prompting Captain Gabriel Truman to grant him another chance to participate in the seeker selection. The audience erupted in hearty laughter, and Cedric's face turned pale, resembling a distressed vampire. He shielded his eyes from the sun, seemingly attributing his poor performance to the glaring light. "Come on, Cedric." A voice suddenly rang out from the stands. Chio stood atop her seat, cupping her hands into a megaphone, shouting encouragement. Everyone turned to her. The girl displayed no trepidation, continuing to uplift Cedric's spirits. A tangy scent of lemon wafted across the Quidditch training ground. Even Captain Truman appeared reluctant to grant Cedric any further chances. How sour. William, George, and Fred were not idle either. They retrieved a silver tattered sheet from the Niffler's treasure bag, emblazoned with Go Cedric. In black ink, the letters shimmered like neon lights. The Niffler lay on the seats, wailing loudly, its tiny paws incessantly kicking towards Fred's thigh. Fred remained unfazed, while William marveled at his composure. It seemed that after the last biting incident, he had mastered the legendary iron crotch technique. In just 5 minutes, Cedric caught the golden snitch, undoubtedly becoming the youngest seeker in Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. Watching the selection for Quidditch, William found himself eagerly anticipating the upcoming flying lessons. In his previous life, he had been the star guard of the orphanage's basketball team, famously known as the three-point assassin, Little Curry. On a Friday afternoon in the second week, the flying lesson for Ravenclaw will take place alongside Hufflepuff. As an institution renowned for its academic excellence, sports have never been Ravenclaw's forte. The Eagles have fared even worse than Gryffindor, having not won the Quidditch Cup for 7 consecutive years. To Slytherin, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is viewed as an easy target, a mere stepping stone in Gryffindor's path, and a source of amusement for Hufflepuff. Even Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, finds himself in a state of exasperation, wishing he could participate in the matches himself. After all, a score of 3-0 seems within reach. The decline of Ravenclaw can be attributed to numerous factors: a lack of competitive spirit, flawed selection processes, and player attitudes. Any conceivable flaw can be found within Ravenclaw. In the words of Jack Van, the former captain of Ravenclaw and now the coach of the Scottish runners-up, what is the current level of Ravenclaw Quidditch? With just a handful of players, even Roger Davies is playing as a chaser. Can he score? Absolutely not. He lacks the capability. Ultimately, during an interview with the Daily Prophet, Jack Van directed his criticism squarely at the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. How does one explain the 7 consecutive defeats of Ravenclaw? They seem to have lost all sense of pride. Jack Van asserts that Ravenclaw requires a talented captain to elevate the team, someone of the caliber of the prodigious Viktor Krum from Bulgaria. Despite its poor reputation, the lackluster performance of Ravenclaw Quidditch does not deter the first-year students from boasting about their prowess. Each of them believes they are the rare gem among players. Marcus Belby frequently extols the virtues of various broomsticks available on the market, leading one to believe he is the chief designer for the Nimbus Company. He vocally laments that first-year students are unqualified to join the House Quidditch team, sharing numerous lengthy tales of his own exploits, often concluding with how he nearly broke through the Earth's atmosphere. However, Marcus is not alone in his grandiloquence. Eddie Carmichael also seems to imply that he spent his entire childhood soaring on a broomstick. He claims to be writing to the Chudley Cannons, and the team's owner expresses a willingness to consider his recommendations. Even Marietta Edgecombe, whenever she finds an audience, recounts her fateful ride on her feminine broom that almost resulted in a Muggle aviation disaster. Every individual hailing from a wizarding family passionately discusses Quidditch. The book Origins of Quidditch, once gathering dust in the library, has suddenly become a hot commodity. Similar tomes have been eagerly borrowed, as possessing this book seems to give one a competitive edge. Marcus Belby has had a heated argument with his dorm mates, Bradley and Chambers, over who is the greatest athlete. Marcus argues for Hector Lamont, the Scottish seeker. Although Scotland narrowly lost to Canada in this year's Quidditch World Cup by a mere 30 points, claiming the runner-up position, it does not diminish the greatness of Hector Lamont. After all, Hector had exerted himself to the fullest. The defeat could not be attributed to him. Marcos suggested that Hector join the Irish national team to play Quidditch in his homeland. Chambers, on the other hand, believed that Maradona was the greatest player of all time. William accidentally observed Marcos poking at the Lakers poster of Brawlite, attempting to rouse his teammates. William was perplexed. How could 3 athletes from such disparate sports become embroiled in a quarrel? It wasn't until William adorned the dormitory with a large Madonna poster and produced several brochures featuring the Victoria's Secret Angels that the debate finally subsided. No one continued to assert that those individuals were the greatest players, and Max, feeling ashamed, offered a sincere apology, while Chambers regretted his childishness. William couldn't help but reflect on the innocence of these young wizards. He was reminded of his high school roommates, who had similarly argued over a few players. When William unveiled a similar island-themed poster, he expected harmony to be restored, yet unexpectedly, they all became enamored with gambling. Each night, he could hear his roommates murmuring about the launch of Macau's first online casino from their beds. Consequently, William hastily moved out, fearing his roommates might ask to borrow money. Chapter 43, The Devil's Net. On a sunny Friday afternoon at 3:30, William and his fellow Ravenclaw students hurried down the stairs to the field in front of the school, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze, and as they descended the sloping grass towards a flat patch on the opposite side of the field, the blades of grass rippled beneath their feet. The Hufflepuff students were already there, with dozens of flying broomsticks neatly lined up on the ground. William had previously heard Fred and George lamenting about the brooms at Hogwarts, and seeing them now confirmed their complaints. Each broom appeared dilapidated, resembling ancient relics that had seen decades of use. The safety features, if any, were questionable, and the overall quality was dismal. Was Hogwarts lacking in funds? Certainly not. Madame Hooch approached briskly, her short gray hair framing her hawk-like yellow eyes. What are you all waiting for? She barked, urging everyone to stand beside a broom. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. William selected a broom that seemed less worn and attempted to communicate with it through sheer will. Having never encountered such an object before, he merely hoped for a modicum of respect. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch instructed, followed by the command, up, up. Everyone echoed. William's broom trembled and ascended laboriously, as though it were scaling a steep incline. He raised his voice, and the broom's speed increased only slightly. Autumn's broom swiftly soared into her grasp, and she raised her eyebrows in triumph, casting a smug glance at William. This marked the first time she had surpassed him in any class. Once everyone had successfully claimed their brooms, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. Riding upon a flying broomstick proved to be far less uncomfortable than one might have imagined, as if an invisible support cushioned beneath. Madame Hooch paced within the ranks, correcting their grip on the broomsticks. All right, when I whistle, you shall kick off with both legs, propelling yourselves into the air. You must exert force, instructed Madame Hooch. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, Hufflepuff's Chobby appeared overly anxious, leaping into action before the whistle even touched Madame Hooch's lips, soaring upwards with vigor. Fred and George remarked upon the sluggishness of the broom, while William felt it was quite rapid. In mere moments, Chobby had vanished from sight. Surely, a Nimbus 1700 could not be that swift. A short distance from the greenhouse, they located Chobby. He was fortunate in a way. Nearby lay the special fertilizer used for irrigating various herbal plants, excrement from magical creatures. Although a layer of magical protection enveloped the cesspool at such a breakneck speed, it was conceivable that Chobby could breach the defenses and plunge headlong into the mire. Unfortunately, his luck had run out. Plummeting from the sky, he was spared injury only by falling into a tangle of vines. The broomstick continued its wild motion, awakening the plant, which unleashed a multitude of tentacle-like branches from the earth, swiftly snapping the worn broom in twain. Chobby sprang up, struggling towards a damp wall. Yet the plant extended its serpentine tendrils, ensnaring his ankles and lifting him aloft. He fought desperately to free himself from the vines, but the more he struggled, the tighter they coiled around him. By the time William and the others arrived, Chobby was ensnared like a dumpling, suspended from the eaves resembling a green caterpillar. Help! Chobby trembled, swaying precariously. From a distance, he appeared as a verdant insect. Yet none dared approach. The tentacles, stretching over 10 meters in length, flailed ominously in the air, striking the ground with such force that it created a significant crater. The spectacle resembled a combined assault from 10 arrows unleashed. All eyes turned towards Madame Hooch, whose expression shifted with concern. She recognized the plant before them, Devil's Snare. Its identity was not discerned from her profound knowledge, but rather from a tragic event months prior when Professor Robert, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, had perished due to this very plant. How unfortunate it was for Robert. Having been grievously injured by a wild boar while intoxicated, he subsequently fell into the clutches of the Devil's Snare, ultimately succumbing to blood loss without aid. Madame Hooch was indeed aware that Professor Sprout had transplanted the Devil's Snare, yet she had not anticipated that it would be situated near the cesspool. Why did the broom, of all places, have to stray here? Admittedly, other areas bore their own perils. To the west and north loomed tall walls, the south led to the Black Lake, and further east lay the Forbidden Forest, with an even more dangerous Whomping Willow not far off. Hogwarts was undeniably a treacherous place. As for Madame Hooch, though she was an adult witch and a teacher, her familiarity with the Devil's Snare was minimal. One cannot reasonably expect a physical education teacher to elucidate the complexities of calculus or to calculate the probability of a colorblind carrier. Nor can one anticipate a Quidditch instructor to recall the weaknesses of the Devil's Snare, even if she once possessed such knowledge. The passage of years would have surely led her to relinquish it entirely back to the professors. As you all await, I shall summon Pomona. Mrs. Hooch, flustered, prepared to fetch assistance. Yet before she could complete her thought, the Devil's Snare expanded once more. Disturbed by the multitude, the temperamental plant reacted poorly, causing a surge of vines to rise from the ground, wreaking havoc in every direction. Everyone retreated, and Shabby was flung high into the air, a vine propelling him toward the muck. The young wizards gasped, seemingly imagining Shabby performing a freestyle swim in the filth. Autumn grasped her broom, intent on rescuing him. Are you mad? William exclaimed. Before you even get close, you'll be ensnared by the Devil's Snare. Then what shall we do? Autumn clutched her wand, her voice rising in desperation. I heard Hagrid say that the Devil's Snare favors dark, damp places. But we have no fire. Autumn lamented, wringing her hands anxiously. William, astonished, questioned her witchhood. He drew his wand, casting a spell, and a flame resembling a blue bellflower erupted from its tip. He navigated through the crowd, moving steadily toward the Devil's Snare, the flame hanging from his wand like a lantern. All eyes were fixed upon William, with many young wizards shielding their eyes. Yet, the numerous vines, menacing and wild, dared not approach him, retreating instead to the shadows. In mere seconds, Shabby felt the tendrils loosening their grip. The plant writhed, convulsing as it released the tendrils ensnaring him, and he finally broke free. Shabby exhaled in relief, only to plummet from midair. Ah, help. Chapter 44, The Scent Above. In the face of this unforeseen predicament, Mrs. Hooch's experience appeared somewhat lacking. Her complexion was pale, and she was at a loss for what to do. William believed that among the entire faculty of Hogwarts, only Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were truly dependable, while Snape and Tuin had only recently emerged from the infirmary. Wingardium Leviosa. William raised his wand, casting the levitation charm. Shabby's descent began to slow. Although it did not entirely halt his fall, it ensured he descended gently into the grass. Mrs. Hooch hurried over, bending to inspect Shabby, her face ashen as if touched by frost. Oh, Merlin, you are unharmed, merely constricted by the vines, with some bruising. She assessed Shabby's injuries. All right, child, you are fine now. Rise, and I shall take you to Pomfrey. She will have you healed in moments. Mrs. Hooch straightened. Addressing William, excellent work with the bluebell flame and the levitation charm. Child, thanks to you, Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Applause erupted around them. William sighed. His recent frequency of rescues seemed to have led all the professors to unify their scoring, reducing the previous 50 points to a mere 5. Without a doubt, Professor Snape played a significant role behind the scenes. Recently, as he observed William, a sly grin adorned his face. Otherwise, before you could utter a word about Quidditch, you would have been expelled from Hogwarts. Before she could finish her sentence, the devil's snare suddenly went berserk. Fearful of flames, it retracted all its tendrils into the ground, leaving only a trunk as thick as an arm. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if the earth was being drummed upon, shaking violently, causing the disposal pools for magical creatures to tremble fiercely, disrupting the enchantments above. Boom. The Hogwarts microbiology tank erupted. Everyone hastily distanced themselves from the scene. Autumn was the swiftest, mounting her broom and soaring towards the training grounds. William leaped up suddenly, grasping the end of her broom. The dilapidated broom's speed instantly dwindled, akin to an old train laboriously moving forward with him in tow. A pungent stench wafted through the air, rapidly spreading with the breeze. The scene was utterly chaotic. The headmaster's office was situated on the 8th floor, providing a panoramic view of most of the school's architecture. Dumbledore stood at the window, gazing at the horizon, accompanied by a deep red bird, as large as a swan, which serenaded him with its peculiar melody. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and applauded. Fawkes, your song remains as exquisite as ever, harmonizing perfectly with the Sorting Hat's lyrics, resembling a theatrical masterpiece. Simply flawless. Fawkes gave a slight bow, graciously accepting Dumbledore's flattering praise. Dumbledore retrieved a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from his pocket and inquired, would you like one? I've had splendid luck lately, acquiring several strawberry-flavored beans. Quite a delightful flavor. Fawkes blinked his bright, beady eyes, fixating on a particular spot, and moments later, vanished from the office without warning. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. It was unusual for Fawkes to exhibit such panic. He opened the box of beans, took one, and held it to his nose. As he twisted and sniffed, a murky scent assailed his senses. Dumbledore inhaled deeply once more. This aroma was rather intoxicating. Had Bertie Bott's introduced a new flavor? It seemed that an odd scent had enveloped the entirety of Hogwarts, arriving so quietly and unexpectedly, mysterious and overwhelming. Far more potent than the infamous dung bombs from Zonko's joke shop. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that this scent was nearly lethal. Consequently, Quidditch practice was temporarily suspended. The young wizards grumbled incessantly, and the teams wishing to train were left to engage in indoor Quidditch. However, it was not without its silver lining. The school promptly acquired a new batch of flying brooms overnight. After all, the primary cause of this incident was the outdated condition of the flying brooms. According to Shabby's subsequent remarks, he had been involved with Quidditch since the age of 3, soaring freely at 50 meters by the age of 5, and receiving invitations from various clubs at 10, clearly marking him as the second crumb. Yet, the pressing issue remained that the quality of the school's flying brooms was woefully inadequate. Thus, countless students sought to justify their grievances. It is not that their flying skills are lacking. Rather, it is the limitations imposed by the school's broomsticks that hinder their true potential. Of course, when Autumn soared away on that dilapidated broom, escaping the foul stench, she was already as free as a bird, an image that everyone chose to overlook. According to Madame Hooch, Ravenclaw had finally produced a prodigy. William longed to declare himself a talent as well. As a former champion of 6 consecutive orphanage basketball tournaments, he did not wish to boast. Yet, with his exceptional skill, had he not been so diminutive in stature, he would undoubtedly have been the premier point guard in Asia. Madame Hooch did not allow anyone to engage with the bludgers, which left William, who was eager to showcase his dribbling prowess and break through the tight defense, exceedingly disappointed. After a few days apart, it seemed that Louis had consumed growth hormones. He had multiplied in size, now towering nearly as tall as Yaya. Hagrid remained holed up in his little hut, lamenting that the odor affected Louis's appetite. William was certainly skeptical. He had observed that Louis was eating even more heartily. And not only him, Yaya was similarly thriving. Hagrid had yet to inform Dumbledore about Louis's situation, especially as time passed and Malfoy had not yet been apprehended and imprisoned in Azkaban. The public clamored for the truth. The Ministry of Magic was nearing its breaking point, which left Hagrid in a state of trepidation. William could not offer daily comfort to Hagrid, as the stench was simply too overwhelming. Everyone wore masks. Those unaware might have thought that Hogwarts was suffering from an avian influenza outbreak. Filch crafted a splendid mask for Madame Lorelei and donned one himself. Prowling around with his stick, ever vigilant, he insisted that the foul odors were the work of the Weasley twins and demanded that Dumbledore impose severe penalties on them, or at the very least, deduct points. With just over a month into the school year, Gryffindor was already a staggering 130 points in the negative, perilously close to setting a historical low. Chapter 45. You are surrounded by Aurors. All the little lions were fervently vying for points to prevent their names from being inscribed on the pillar of historical disgrace. Professor McGonagall, a woman of dignity, adhered to her professional ethics, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Despite Gryffindor's considerable deductions, she maintained her customary standards for awarding points, refusing to show favoritism towards the little lions. In contrast, the teachers from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tended to favor Gryffindor, particularly Professor Flitwick. Nonetheless, even with this bias, Gryffindor's scores stubbornly gravitated towards historical records. Professor Snape's formidable prowess rendered him stronger than 6 men combined, and he operated without any moral boundaries. Gryffindor fervently hoped that William could once again render Snape incapacitated. Yet during potions class, Snape remained a solid 8 meters away from Marietta. Professor Flitwick announced in Charms class that he believed they were ready to begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing William rescue Shabby, the students had eagerly yearned to attempt this skill themselves. Professor Flitwick divided the class into pairs to commence their training. Now, let us not forget that delicate wrist motion we have been practicing, he exclaimed, standing atop his stack of books as usual. With a flick and a shake, remember. A flick and a shake. The task proved arduous. Autumn and Marietta practiced diligently, repeating the motion time and again. Yet the feather remained stubbornly grounded on the floor instead of soaring through the air. In a fit of frustration, Marcus jabbed his wand at the feather, igniting it in flames. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was well prepared, averting a potential disaster. Proper incantation was of utmost importance. Let us not forget the case of Wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced his spell and found himself on the floor, a buffalo standing upon his chest. Children who have perused The Summer Prophet are likely aware of Mr. Stark's blunder in Diagon Alley. Poor Draco Malfoy. We can only hope his mind remains unscathed. The prophet reported that the child had developed an aversion to magic. As the class neared its conclusion, Professor Flitwick requested William to demonstrate the buffalo spell, to which the audience erupted in applause. The feast was lavish, with delectable dishes materializing upon golden platters, reminiscent of the grand banquet at the start of the term, as everyone indulged heartily. Dumbledore, clad in a flowing purple robe, regaled the table with a joke, yet the faculty remained stoically silent, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, her mood sour at the thought of Gryffindor's impending record low. Snape consumed his potatoes at a leisurely pace, his eyes scanning the crowd, still on the lookout for the culprits behind his love letters. Professor Tavan appeared despondent, engaged in discussion with Professor Flitwick about a particular spell that seemed to perplex him. Hagrid, usually responsive to Dumbledore, appeared distracted, downing a bottle of mead in a series of loud gulps, though it did little to lift his spirits. The latest news from the prophet reported that the Ministry of Magic had declared Malfoy innocent, asserting they had identified a suspect who was soon to be apprehended. The banquet buzzed with excitement when suddenly, Filch burst through the door, his colorful mask askew on his chin, his face a portrait of terror as every eye turned to him. His face flushed crimson as he staggered, nearly tripping over a chair. He approached Professor Dumbledore's side, leaning heavily against the table, gasping and stammering. A whole battalion of Aurors has stormed in. We are surrounded. The dining hall erupted into chaos, prompting Professor Dumbledore to rise, his wand emitting sharp bursts of light, restoring order to the tumult. Hagrid trembled uncontrollably, shattering the glass bottle in his grip, splattering the contents all over Professor Tavan. The cacophony echoed painfully in the once quiet hall. All eyes turned to Hagrid, who stuttered in fear. I do not want to go to Azkaban. Snape's lips curled into a faint smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, uttering in a tone laced with schadenfreude. It seems our Keeper of Keys has engaged in yet another audacious escapade. I wonder if the headmaster is aware. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. Head boy, immediately escort your fellow students back to the dormitories. Percy, as an exemplary student, stood up voluntarily to assist the head boy of Gryffindor. Follow me. Stay close, first-year students. As long as you heed my instructions, there is no need to fear. All right, keep closely behind me. Make way, first years, he declared. Pardon me, for I am an exemplary student. However, as everyone had yet to depart from the dining table, the grand doors of the hall swung open once more. The description provided by Filch was inaccurate. It was not merely the Aurors who arrived, but also the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who walked at the forefront. Fudge, short and portly, possessed a disheveled mane of gray hair and wore an expression of anxiety upon his face. His attire was a peculiar mishmash, a pinstriped suit, a vivid red tie, a long black cloak, purple-pointed boots, and a dark green top hat perched upon his head. Trailing behind Fudge were two Aurors. One was tall, bald, with dark skin, adorned with a golden earring on one ear, while the other appeared robust, with cropped, stiff hair. Marietta whispered, That's Kingsley Shacklebolt and Dolores. I've heard my mother mention them. Marietta's mother worked in the Department of Magical Transportation, specifically within the Flu Network Authority, making her a member of the wizarding establishment. Fudge approached Dumbledore, tucking his dark green top hat under his arm, and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Dumbledore remained seated, unperturbed, while the Minister of Magic stood beside him, resembling a subordinate. Fudge gazed at Dumbledore, visibly becoming anxious. Chapter 46, The Logical Genius Pomfrey. The two remained silent, as if the first to speak would lose the upper hand in this tense atmosphere. After an indeterminate amount of time, Minister Fudge could no longer contain himself and began to speak. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Dumbledore. It seemed he was aware of Fudge's impending arrival. He waved his hand, signaling Professor McGonagall to escort the students outside. The hall erupted into a cacophony once more, as everyone wished to remain and listen. After all, it was a conversation between the Minister of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts, surely significant to the safety of the wizarding world. However, under McGonagall's stern gaze, all the students reluctantly exited. Once the students had departed, Fudge took a seat in McGonagall's place. But you see, Albus, Fudge began awkwardly, I am under immense pressure. On the night of the incident, Lucius was captured by a laster. Frankly, it is not such a serious matter and serves to prove his innocence. Snape's smile froze. He had just cast a gleeful glance at Hagrid. Upon hearing Snape's name, Hagrid finally ceased trembling, straightened his back, and picked up a bottle of mead. Fudge chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow, and added, Of course, we will investigate and prosecute. The issue is that on the night of the incident, Snape was not present at the school. He was seen at. Dumbledore interrupted Fudge. On that day, Snape was carrying out my orders to investigate the cause of Professor Rob's death. It was not he who was present at the ministry. Fudge appeared as if he had been pricked by a needle. He rose to his feet, squinting as he said, Could it be that Robert's death was not an accident? Dumbledore shook his head. Indeed, it was an accident. Yet his identity raises certain doubts in my mind that require clarification, which is why I have asked Professor Snape to verify the matter. However, the ministry's assault has nothing to do with Snape. Albus, you ought to have informed me of your private investigation, so that I could dispatch Aurors to assist, don't you think? Fudge's expression was dark and inscrutable. He suddenly adopted a more assertive demeanor, stating earnestly, Snape's criminal record casts a significant shadow upon him. Albus, although you testified at that trial, now that such a grave incident has occurred, the ministry must take some measures. I have already contacted the Board of Governors. Cornelius, I must tell you that taking Snape away would be utterly futile, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes flashing with anger. Consider it from my perspective, Fudge said, fidgeting with his top hat. I am under immense pressure. I need the public to see that I am making an effort. Take me away? Professor Snape's voice was icy. To where? There is little time, Fudge continued, avoiding Snape's gaze. It is not a punishment, merely a precautionary measure. If another suspect is apprehended, you shall be released with full apologies. As he spoke, Fudge stood up and exited first, while Dumbledore subtly shook his head at Snape. According to public opinion, Hagrid was expected to be taken by the ministry, especially since he had displayed obvious signs of distress upon the arrival of the Aurors. However, it was Professor Snape who vanished instead. This turn of events was quite dramatic. While Hagrid was afraid, Snape had previously taken pleasure in his misfortune. The Gryffindors were as exhilarated as if final exams had been cancelled. Snape's departure signified that Gryffindor was distancing itself from its historically low standing. Indeed, the water level in the points funnel began to slowly decline, and it was believed that soon, the long-awaited red jewels would appear. The disappearance of Professor Snape seemed to bring joy to many, save for the Slytherin house. The Slytherin students hung their heads, feeling somewhat morose without their Serpent King. It must be said, Snape had indeed suffered. He had been assaulted by a foul shoe at the start of the term, found himself in the hospital wing on the first day of class, and shortly thereafter was taken by the ministry. Was the dreadful curse of the defense against the dark arts position now transferred to potions? Rumors abounded. The prevailing theory suggested a connection between Professor Snape and the ministry's recent assault. It was an easy conclusion to draw. Only moments after the ministry had released Malfoy, Snape was taken, led personally by the minister himself. To claim that these two incidents were unrelated would be implausible. However, whether Snape was the mastermind, an accomplice, or merely cooperating with the ministry's investigation remained shrouded in mystery. The professors were tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of the events that had transpired that night. Madame Pomfrey temporarily took over the potions class, rumored to be a master in potion-making herself. This assertion remains to be verified, as the unpalatable potions from the hospital wing were undoubtedly crafted by Professor Snape's hand. Only he would dare to mix some repugnant, yet harmless ingredients into his potions. The arrival of Madame Pomfrey brought a wave of joy. At least they would be spared from Snape's biting sarcasm and his incessant, baseless point deductions. However, their relief was short-lived. Madame Pomfrey, clad in her purple robes, entered the warm underground classroom. Indeed, it was quite cozy. Professor Snape had installed an additional fireplace upon his return from the hospital, lighting it even during the sweltering summer. just in case. This alteration was neither entirely beneficial nor detrimental. While the warmth was comforting during cold days, Snape had a disconcerting habit of brandishing the smoldering coals before the young wizards, casting them a sinister glance. The failure rate of their potion-making had risen by 30%. Madame Pomfrey surveyed the classroom with a discerning eye, clearly dissatisfied with the surroundings. During Snape's absence, she would likely make some minor renovations. Now, she quickly instructed, remove your cauldrons and take out your quills. Most students exchanged puzzled glances. The command to remove their cauldrons seemed particularly odd in a potions class. Without cauldrons, how could they concoct potions? William folded his cauldron and produced his quill, ink, and parchment. Madame Pomfrey opened her handbag and retrieved her wand, which was rather short, and with a prod at the blackboard, words materialized. Post-injury care for wizards. Very well. This course has been under Professor Snape's tutelage. Madame Pomfrey addressed the class. Potions was undoubtedly a challenging subject, often leaving young wizards with various issues afterward. She pondered her words carefully. In Muggle terms, this could be referred to as mental illness, and in severe cases, even autism. Hence, potion-making is a perilous discipline. William regarded Madame Pomfrey with curiosity. It was clearly Snape's fault, yet she attributed the issues to the subject itself. Truly, Madame Pomfrey was a prodigy of logic. Hogwarts had struck gold. Chapter 47. Everyone misses Snape. You poor souls, we shall temporarily refrain from brewing potions and instead learn about wizard care, so you will know how to respond when injured. After a brief tour of the room, Madame Pomfrey stated. The classroom was soon filled with the sound of quills scratching on parchment. Once everyone had transcribed the words from the blackboard, she inquired, does each of you possess a copy of the Complete Nurse? A murmur of agreement resonated through the classroom. Excellent, Madame Pomfrey continued. This book consists of 5 volumes. We shall begin with the first. It was dreadfully tedious, akin to listening to Professor Bin's History of Magic. William began to toy with his quill, spinning it rapidly between his fingers, while simultaneously twirling his textbook with both hands, much like a performer in a 2-person act. Autumn stared at the quill in William's hand, her pupils dilating as she drifted into a reverie, lost in thought. Halfway through the course, Judy Clouch could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. No, it's not about the content of the class, Judy stated. Since it pertains not to this lesson, we can discuss it after class. Madam, I have a query regarding your course objectives, Judy stood up to say. ISNT this a potions class. Are we not to brew potions? Brew potions? Madame Pomfrey chuckled softly. Of course we shall brew, worry not. I will instruct you in concocting healing potions. However, that will be part of next year's curriculum. For now, let us focus on the fundamentals of medical care. Another young wizard raised his hand. It was Arthur from Slytherin. May I inquire, where has Professor Snape gone? Has Professor Snape attacked the Ministry of Magic? Bellowed Belame from Ravenclaw. The entire class turned their attention to Madame Pomfrey, who looked uneasily at them. Yet each face was filled with eager anticipation. The unusual intensity of their interest left Madame Pomfrey quite flustered. That is not a possibility. One must trust Professor Dumbledore. But why was Professor Snape taken away? Madame Pomfrey was slightly irritated. Who told you he was taken? She exclaimed, that is sheer nonsense. On the day of the incident, Professor Snape was dispatched by Dumbledore on an assignment. Enough. Madame Pomfrey refused to dwell further on the topic, redirecting her focus to teaching. Everyone fell into a drowsy stupor. On the first day without Snape, thoughts of him lingered. Autumn had wrapped her little rabbit in layer after layer of bandages, seemingly intent on suffocating it. Marietta had resorted to playing with bindings. This is poorly made, utterly wrong. The blood-replenishing potion lacks an ingredient, white fresh. What use is that? Professor Snape even awarded 2 points. If it were me, I would not exceed 5. My Merlin, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, picking up a vial in shock. Snape is teaching how to concoct a love potion antidote. Such a thing is harmful to children. How can he teach this? Madame Pomfrey expressed her grave discontent with Snape's teaching plan. In her view, only potions for healing injuries were suitable for instruction. All else belonged to the realm of dangerous substances. In that moment, Madame Pomfrey had already threatened several times to report Professor Snape, suggesting that Dumbledore withhold his salary. Poor Snape, truly a victim of circumstance. Your paper must be as long as a piece of parchment, to be submitted to me by Monday. With Professor Snape absent, I should hasten your progress. The draught of living death is a potent sedative, requiring stimulation of the stomach to expel the potion. As the students departed the underground classroom, once the occupants could no longer hear, they began to murmur animatedly about Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey bears no resemblance to a potions professor. She does not allow us to brew potions. When it comes time for exams, how shall we keep up? The students of Ravenclaw, unlike those of other houses, had begun to worry about the impending final exams. The potions class undoubtedly holds great significance, requiring extensive practice. Failure to excel may result in the risk of being held back a year, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the 5th grade examinations. The headmaster, while exhibiting a rather peculiar temperament, is nonetheless satisfactory in his favoritism towards his own house. Not everyone harbors concerns, as Marietta is quite pleased. Today, Madame Pomfrey awarded her an additional 2 points for skillfully tying a beautiful bow on a bandage. The debate surrounding who is superior, Madame Pomfrey or Professor Snape, remains contentious. Snape may possess a harsher demeanor, yet he ensures that his students are not subjected to the likes of the afterbirth of a sow or post-injury care for wizards. However, William's attention was swiftly diverted by other matters. Hagrid had written to invite him to the hut for an important discussion. Chapter 48, The Wish-Granting Hut. On Saturday afternoon, William, Cedric, and Autumn had to set aside their homework, departing the castle to visit Hagrid's hut. The hut had undergone a significant transformation. Now surrounded by multiple reinforced fences resembling a labyrinth, the sole painter Hagrid had drawn a map, and following that crooked sketch, William wound his way through several circles before finally entering. Upon knocking on the door, he heard a flurry of tense struggles and 3 low, deep barks from within. Then came Hagrid's voice. "Step back, Roue." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded face. "Wait," he said, "step back, Roue." Hagrid swung the door wide, allowing the 3 of them to enter while desperately holding onto the collar of a massive black hound. The interior of Hagrid's hut had changed dramatically. The ceiling was no longer adorned with hams and game birds, replaced instead by several hefty tomes, breeds of hounds in Great Britain and Ireland, the life cycle of hounds, from birth to maternity to death, and guide to hound grooming. Aside from these books, nothing in the wooden structure remained intact. The large bed in the corner had all 4 legs broken, lying flat on the ground, with a row of dog teeth marks etched into the splintered wood. The room was in disarray, littered with torn items. Roue had wreaked havoc in Hagrid's hut. Standing in the hut was a boy, Charlie Weasley. Like Hagrid, Charlie had a keen interest in furry magical creatures and was a good friend of Hagrid's. Hagrid scrounged around the corner for 5 stools, and they all sat down. Autumn glanced around and inquired, "Where's Fong?" Roue, not only large in stature but also increasingly grotesque, had 3 heads gaping with drool, creating a rather fearsome sight. "Let it go, Hagrid," Cedric urged. "Release it." "I can't," Hagrid protested. "It's only 6 months old, still a child." Charlie remarked, "Hagrid, hounds grow rapidly. In less than a year, it will be as large as your hut." He added, "Don't forget, it remains uncertain whether Professor Snape has attacked the Ministry of Magic. What if an Auror comes and discovers your hound here?" Hagrid gazed at Lu Wei with eyes blurred by tears, observing the 3 heads of Lu Wei as they tugged at the fluffy toy he had crafted for them. "Where shall we place him?" Hagrid finally relented. "The Forbidden Forest?" suggested Autumn. "No," Hagrid shook his head. "I consulted the creatures within the Forbidden Forest, and the Centaur tribe made it unequivocally clear that if we were to leave Lu Wei there, they would slay him." While the 3-headed dog possessed formidable combat prowess upon maturity, he was still rather ineffectual at this stage. The solution was seemingly straightforward. All it required was informing Dumbledore. Yet Hagrid was too fearful to disclose it to the headmaster. William, however, harbored doubts that Dumbledore was already aware. "We could house Lu Wei within Hogwarts Castle." Charlie hesitated for a moment before stating, "I know he grows rapidly, and if we can just endure this year, I will graduate. During the summer, I can take Lu Wei to Romania, where I plan to study dragons." Everyone gazed at Charlie in astonishment. He was referred to as a Quidditch prodigy by Professor McGonagall, and rightly so. He had displayed extraordinary talent when he joined the house team in his 2nd year. That year, during the finals, he withstood immense pressure and captured the Golden Snitch in just 15 minutes, aiding Gryffindor in clinching the Quidditch Cup after a 5-year hiatus. Although they went 4 consecutive years without a title afterward, it did not diminish his abilities, merely a lack of support from teammates. Almost every wizard who had witnessed Charlie's matches believed he would inevitably join the national team upon graduation. Rumors even circulated that the England national team had already reached out to Charlie. Yet, the revelation that he intended to travel to Romania to study dragons next year was utterly astonishing. Charlie raised his hand and chuckled. "Please, do not look at me with such expressions. If you consider this final year, I will have played Quidditch for 6 years. While I adore the sport, I am weary and yearn for other adventures that truly stimulate my senses." Standing up, Charlie affectionately patted Lu Wei's head, prompting the creature to obediently lie down. Adopting a submissive demeanor, Charlie laughed heartily. "I am not the sort of wizard who remains stagnant. I abhor monotony. Everyone assumes I will join the Quidditch team, and sometimes, in solitary moments at night, I ponder that notion too. However, that predictable future is not what I desire. I happen to have a passion for magical creatures. And one day, I simply asked myself, why not study dragons? And thus, it was decided." William and Cedric looked at Charlie in astonishment. Such a spontaneous wizard was indeed a born Gryffindor. Hagrid pursed his lips, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, and after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly inquired, "Have you spoken with Arthur and Molly?" Charlie paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "I informed my father. He advised me to refrain from telling my mother for the time being. assuring me he would find an opportune moment. Hagrid sighed, indeed. Your brother Bill made a similar abrupt decision to go to Egypt. Such an exceptional child, he earned 12 certificates in his examinations. And everyone presumed he would enter the Ministry of Magic. Molly was utterly heartbroken, and this time it was the distant Romania that weighed heavily on her. Hagrid fell silent. Though he had a fondness for various magical creatures, he held the concept of home in even higher esteem. He adored dragons. Yet he would never persuade Charlie to venture to Romania for dragon research, for Hagrid would never abandon Hogwarts for the sake of dragons. This place was his true home. After a brief silence, Charlie feigned nonchalance and said, "This matter must not be disclosed, especially not to George and Fred." William, Cedric, and Cho nodded in agreement. All right, let us not dwell on my affairs. Let us discuss the issue of Louis. Louis certainly could not remain here. We needed a discreet location to care for him. Coincidentally, I happen to know of a place known as the Room of Requirement. Chapter 49, The Relocation of Louis. Upon hearing the mention of the Room of Requirement, Cedric raised an eyebrow. William, noticing his expression, inquired, "What is it, Cedric? Do you know something?" Cedric nodded. "As you know, our common room is not far from the Hogwarts kitchen. When I sneak into the little kitchen for a midnight snack, the house elves always chatter with me. On one occasion, they spoke of a special room. They called it the come-and-go room or the Room of Requirement. Why is that?" Joe asked curiously. "Because this room can only be entered when someone truly needs it," Charlie explained gravely. "It appears and disappears at will, but when it does manifest, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the seeker. I have tried numerous times to discern the patterns of its appearance. How many are aware of it?" Hagrid inquired excitedly. "Very few, I dare say. It must be one of the most secretive places in Hogwarts. Even George and Fred are unaware." Charlie chuckled. "That sounds splendid." Hagrid exclaimed, his heart racing. "We can keep Louis hidden there, can't we?" Hagrid's long-held desire to care for Louis resurfaced. William shook his head. "That is impossible, Hagrid. Since Charlie was able to discover that room, other students might as well. We can only keep Louis until next summer, when Charlie can take him away. If Louis grows too large, it could be quite dangerous if a young wizard accidentally stumbles upon him." "Indeed, William," Hagrid conceded. "You are right. Let it be as you say." With the decision made, the group prepared to act that very night. This was not William's first foray into the night. He had previously ventured out with the Weasley twins on several occasions. Despite the numerous prohibitions at Hogwarts, there was but one fundamental rule. One could break the rules, but one must not be caught. If caught, one could only lament their misfortune, lose points, and face detention. Thanks to the Marauders map, William had followed the Weasley twins without ever being detected. At 11:30, once his roommates had fallen asleep, William donned his cloak, grasped his wand, and stealthily navigated through the castle's corridors, descending the spiral staircase. Bobo followed closely behind, akin to a ghost. The presence of the Bowtruckle is undoubtedly essential. This evening, the Weasley twins were not summoned, as the Marauders map lies in their possession. The Bowtruckle possesses keen auditory and olfactory senses, enabling it to swiftly detect Filch. Most importantly, with the Bowtruckle around, Madame Loris will turn a blind eye to William, ensuring Filch is not alerted. Upon entering the Ravenclaw common room, the remnants of the fire flickered in the hearth, casting a dim glow and transforming the armchairs into shadowy figures. The Bowtruckle emitted a soft sound, its gaze fixed on a dark corner. Upon closer inspection, William discerned the presence of a person slumbering there. Autumn, startled by the commotion, awoke abruptly, yawning and complaining. "I arrived at 10:30, William. Why are you only just getting here?" William frowned. "Autumn, what are you doing here? I recall Cedric mentioning you weren't allowed to come." Shaking her head to dispel her drowsiness, Autumn retorted, "Why shouldn't I be allowed?" Sliding off her chair, clad in a robe and wielding a wand, she declared, "I can certainly be of assistance. I was the long-distance champion in elementary school, renowned for my speed. If discovered, I can assure you I shall outrun both of you and evade Filch." William considered her words before conceding, "Very well. You can assist in carrying Louis's trunk. It's rather heavy." The trio reconvened at the staircase. Throughout their descent, Cedric grumbled about William's decision to bring Autumn along, perceiving her as a fragile child. William stole a glance at Cedric, assessing their respective physiques, concluding that in a crisis, he merely needed to outrun Cedric. Charlie awaited them in the grand hall on the ground floor. "We must hurry. Filch has just passed through here, and I managed to lure him to the trophy room." "Is this truly our approach?" Autumn inquired. "Certainly not, my dear," Charlie exclaimed, producing his worn wand and casting several spells, ensuring not to overlook the Bowtruckle. A chilling liquid cascaded from the points struck by his wand, enveloping him entirely. William gazed down at his form, or rather, his previous form. It appeared as if it no longer belonged to him. While not invisible, its color and texture mirrored that of the hall's floor, rendering him akin to a human chameleon. Cedric exclaimed, "The disillusionment charm. How cool." Charlie, leading the way, whispered, "It is indeed a practical spell, known as the invisibility charm. It took me quite some time to master. Autumn, intrigued, glanced at herself and remarked, "With this spell, one could roam freely at night." William shook his head, "Not quite. For those powerful wizards, this charm is easily discernible at a glance." Charlie chuckled, "Indeed. I once tested it at home, and Mad Eye Moody saw right through it. Of course, he possesses a peculiar magical eye, but I would wager that Dumbledore could also unravel it. As for the professors, I am uncertain, yet it suffices against Filch." Filch was merely a distraction. Ever since Professor Tywin inadvertently let the cat out of the bag, the news had spread throughout the campus. As they traversed the open area and approached Hagrid's modest cabin, they encountered Fong, the enormous hound, sitting at the door with a bandaged tail. Charlie cast the disillusionment charm and knocked on the door. Hagrid opened the window to converse with them. "I can't let you in," he gasped. "Fong seems to sense something. It's rather difficult to manage him right now." Charlie climbed through the window, and despite their considerable efforts, they could not lull Fong to sleep. Hagrid's singing had ceased to be effective. Ever since Autumn had sung a few times, Fong had developed a distaste for Hagrid's off-key melodies and refused to slumber. It was only when Autumn stood at the window singing that Fong finally dozed off, albeit unsteadily. As they placed Fong in a wooden crate, Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears, though it could also be attributed to Fong having just bitten his leg. "Oh, it's nothing. He merely nipped my boot. He.S. just playing, after all. He.S. still a little pup at heart. I've prepared plenty of old bacon for him, along with a few round-faced chickens, sufficient for his breakfast tomorrow," Hagrid said in a somber tone. "I even tucked in his favorite toy to keep him company through the night." William reassured him, "It's all right. You'll be able to visit him by noon tomorrow." Hagrid sniffled, "Poor little thing, just away from his mother for a night. He has never been apart from me before. Do remember not to kick the blanket while sleeping." He placed a blanket in the crate for Fong. Although William suspected it would be in tatters by morning, William nodded and, with a flick of his wand, levitated the crate. Each of the four grasping a corner as they made their way toward the castle. "Merlin, let us hope nothing goes awry tonight." As midnight approached with each passing moment, they ascended the marble steps of the entrance hall, traversed the enveloping darkness of the corridor, and climbed floor after floor. "Don't move," William suddenly exclaimed. Obacha, quivering with alertness, gestured for William to notice someone in the distance. Sure enough, moments later, a figure emerged from a room. Professor Tywin. The professor, clad in checkered pajamas and wielding his wand, cautiously descended the stairs. Oddly, his room was on the third floor, yet he was heading towards the ground level. The group held their breath, concealed in the shadows of the corner, hesitant to make a sound. Fortunately, thanks to the disillusionment charm and the surrounding darkness, Professor Tywin remained oblivious to their presence. After a while, as his footsteps faded, they swiftly continued their ascent with the crate. What could Professor Tywin be doing at this hour? Autumn whispered. "Is he on patrol?" Cedric speculated. "Have you ever seen anyone patrolling in pajamas?" William replied. Charlie glanced around and murmured, "We should hasten. I have a rather unsettling feeling." The four quickened their pace, and thereafter, their journey proceeded without incident. They encountered neither the professor nor Filch and Peeves. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Autumn even began to hum a little tune. They are about to part ways with Lu Wei. The location of the room of requirement is opposite the tapestry depicting the troll striking the hapless Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Charlie pondered for a moment and remarked, "We need a place to conceal our belongings." William extended his hand, grasped the brass handle, and opened the door, leading the way into a spacious chamber. The sight that greeted them left several in awe. This place was as vast as a cathedral, with surroundings resembling a city. The towering walls were evidently constructed from the myriad items accumulated by generations of Hogwarts students. Not far off, thousands of books, undoubtedly forbidden tomes, defaced volumes, or stolen literature, lay scattered. Autumn picked up a wolf-toothed flying saucer, tossing it lightly. It whirled out with a beep, crashing into a mountain of contraband, causing a small avalanche of debris and a cloud of dust. Cedric seized a rusted sword, swung it fiercely a couple of times, only to have it snap in half, nearly landing on his foot. This was akin to a colossal junkyard, yet it also resembled a treasure trove. It still lay in a deep slumber. William found himself quite pleased with the environment. Amidst all this clutter, Lu Wei's knack for dismantling could truly shine. Unleash your true nature, children. The four of them caught their breath and commenced their treasure hunt amidst the refuse. Most magical items had deteriorated with time, yet many precious books and intriguing trinkets remained, and they each collected a few before departing the room of requirement. "Where to next?" Autumn inquired. "We could head to the kitchen for a late-night snack," Cedric suggested. "Will the house elves be awake at this hour?" William asked. "Not to worry. Some will be on night duty to thwart any mice from pilfering food." Charlie chuckled, clearly experienced. The four of them chatted merrily as they descended the stairs. Bang! They cautiously crouched at the 5th-floor stairway, peering down through the gap, only to see the lower level ablaze with light. Autumn gripped the wooden banister, fear evident in her voice. "Could it be that we've been discovered?" William, having spotted Professor McGonagall descending the stairs, shook his head. "Impossible. It must be some room that triggered the alarm system, unrelated to us. Charlie perked up his ears, intently listening to the beeping alarm, and after a moment declared, "It's Professor Snape's potion storage. There's no mistake. Previously, students have attempted to breach it, causing the very same alarm. Could there be other students roaming the halls at night besides us?" Cedric exclaimed in surprise. Just as they spoke, the professors hastily made their way to the first floor. Professor McGonagall, clad in a floral nightgown adorned with a golden lion, brandished her wand, demanding loudly, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Professor McGonagall, stand down," came Tywin's voice, who, similarly dressed in sleep attire, appeared to have just risen. Now crouched on the ground, inspecting the signs of disturbance. "This is grave. Someone has attacked Professor Snape's potion storage. I heard the commotion and rushed down," Tywin explained. "Have you discovered who is responsible?" Professor McGonagall leaned down to examine the debris on the ground. It was unclear what had transpired. Perhaps it was a group of students out for a nocturnal escapade, seeking to wreak havoc in the absence of Professor Snape. Enraged, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "This is utterly disgraceful. Do not let me catch you." Filch, clutching an oil lamp, hurried toward them, accompanied by Madame Pomfrey. He surveyed the area and declared, "It must be the Weasley twins. Someone has deliberately distracted me, and it is undoubtedly them." Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, and in a tone of utmost seriousness, she replied, "Do not make unfounded accusations against my students without concrete evidence." Filch's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "If I catch the culprits, I shall certainly throw them into the Forbidden Forest." Through the haze, he cast a glance at the potions storeroom, relishing the misfortune. It contained Professor Snape's most cherished treasures, a place where no one was permitted entry, not even Headmaster Dumbledore. The audacity of someone breaching it was astonishing. Dumbledore approached, adorned with a pointed nightcap, a white pom-pom dangling from one side, dressed in pure white French imported pajamas and thick woolen socks, appearing quite bewildered. "Good evening, everyone. It seems there has been an incident in Professor Snape's potion chamber. Headmaster, this is theft, an act of terrorism. I believe we should use handcuffs, whips, and candles on those two little thieves." Filch sputtered indignantly. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and asked, "Have the culprits been apprehended yet?" "Not yet," replied Filch with a haughty snort. "But I know who it is. No one else could be so vile except those two rascals." Chapter 51. Never anger the librarian. Dumbledore nodded, dismissing Filch's fervent accusations. He surveyed the damaged door, then ventured inside to inspect the missing potions. After a moment, he stated gravely, "Who was the first to arrive at the scene?" Professor Trelawney stepped forward. "It was I, Headmaster, but I did not see the assailant. They fled swiftly." Dumbledore squinted, tapping his index finger against his middle finger. And after a few moments of contemplation, he smiled. "It appears Hogwarts has nurtured some remarkably skilled students." Professor McGonagall inquired, "What shall we do now?" Dumbledore replied gently, "Let us secure the common rooms. We should be able to locate several students wandering about at this late hour. It is far too dangerous. We shall deduct some points as a warning." Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 5th floor, William and his companions lingered. However, the Hufflepuff common room was on the 1st floor. Would Cedric not be caught red-handed if he descended? What about attempting the disillusionment charm? Autumn suggested. William pondered for a moment and asked, "Could the room of requirement create 3 secret passages directly to the common room?" "William, you are a genius," Cedric exclaimed, embracing William as if to shower him with affection. William disdainfully pushed him away. The 4 re-entered the room of requirement, where the fat lady had already awakened, vigorously tearing at the blanket Hagrid had made for her. One of the dog heads, eyes rolling, fixated on a medieval 4-poster bed adorned with the Gryffindor crest. This object serves remarkably well for dental grinding. William shut his eyes and silently wished for 3 secret passages leading directly to the common room. "See you tomorrow." With that, the group dispersed into various corridors. Once they departed, the secret passage vanished. Professor Flitwick had yet to arrive at the common room, while William and Autumn hastened toward their dormitories. Indeed, as Charlie had mentioned, the professors gathered in the common room to take attendance and subsequently conducted a thorough search. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing into the dense moonlight, silent and contemplative. Professor McGonagall, positioned behind him, inquired, "Professor, could this have been the work of students?" "Well, students would hardly have the means to breach Snape's defenses. He has devised numerous intriguing enchantments." Professor McGonagall expressed her concern. "Has someone infiltrated Hogwarts?" "There are speculations. Though the specifics remain unclear," Dumbledore replied gently. "Let us conduct a meticulous search. Students are strictly prohibited from nocturnal wanderings. Far too perilous." "Understood," McGonagall responded before turning to leave. The 4 houses operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly identifying all students who had ventured out at night. 3 Gryffindors were apprehended, while a pair of Ravenclaw and Slytherin students were discovered hiding in the thicket on a romantic rendezvous. 2 Hufflepuff students were caught red-handed stealing a midnight snack from the kitchens. Those caught faced dire consequences. Each received a deduction of 50 points and were sentenced to 2 weeks of detention with Filch. The absence of the Weasley twins left Filch somewhat disheartened. The following day, whispers of the theft from Snape's potion storeroom circulated throughout the school, igniting excitement and speculation regarding the identity of the perpetrator. The prevailing theory pointed to the Weasley twins. Given Snape's animosity towards Gryffindor and his intense rivalry with the Weasley brothers, it was a widely accepted notion. Just days prior, they had discussed vandalizing his office in his absence. Now, with his most prized possession, the potion storeroom, having been breached, could it not be possible? Yet how could they, mere second-year wizards, access such a secure chamber? Why should they bear the blame for every misdeed? Furthermore, how could Filch so confidently assert he had detected their scent? Did he possess a canine's nose? Such accusations were merely the product of idle chatter. Seated in the library, George clenched a book in fury, voicing his grievances against Filch, his voice resonating loudly enough to draw the attention of several young wizards. William, Cedric, and Fred turned away, attempting to distance themselves from George. As anticipated, Madame Pants appeared silently behind George, brandishing a feather duster. She seized George by the ear and tugged him out. William, Fred, and Cedric exchanged mischievous glances before gathering their belongings and following suit. Upon exiting the library, Fred looked down at George sprawled on the floor and laughed. How is it that you never seem to learn? George rubbed his flushed ears, his expression one of displeasure, as he had been overly excited moments ago. Mistaking the ambience for the Gryffindor common room, Madame Pants, the stern and methodical librarian of Hogwarts, was almost always found in the library, guarding her cherished books while meticulously supervising the students who dared to use them. She was particularly severe with those who transgressed the rules of Hogwarts and could not abide any breach of decorum. Even Dumbledore was obliged to adhere to Madame Pants's regulations while in the library. William had never dared to provoke her wrath, after all. Inciting the ire of the librarian was a foolhardy endeavor. In Chapter 52, entitled The Prankster System, the four stood at the entrance of the library, amidst the bustling crowd. After massaging his ears, George maliciously speculated, "She is not upset about my wrinkling her book. Rather, it is my disparagement of Filch that has her riled." The others wore mischievous grins, as rumors swirled of an unusual rapport between Madame Pants and Filch. Fred proposed, "We can no longer linger in the library. Let us retreat to the Gryffindor common room to study the Marauder's map." The quartet was currently engaged in crafting a map of Hogwarts, intending to market it. They had initially aimed to replicate the Marauder's map, but the task proved far more challenging than they had anticipated. It was certainly beyond the capabilities of youths their age. As for the architectural blueprint of Hogwarts that Dumbledore had once suggested, William had perused it in the library. The volume was divided into 7 tomes, each containing thousands of pages. William suspected that Dumbledore recommended this collection merely to occupy him, thereby preventing any rule-breaking pursuits. However, could such a tome truly serve as a pastime? It was more akin to an endeavor for a lifetime. William had no intention of pursuing architecture or civil engineering, which had been his major in his previous life. Advising someone to study civil engineering was akin to inviting calamity. Cedric glanced around and whispered, "We could visit the room of requirement and perhaps catch a glimpse of Rowena. There's no one there." William nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the twin brothers looked bemused, wondering what the room of requirement was. Standing opposite the tapestry depicting the troll that had clobbered the hapless Bartholomew on the 8th floor of the castle, William spun around 3 times, and a remarkably smooth door materialized in the wall. Upon entering, the surroundings had transformed entirely. To be precise, this place had indeed become a chaotic dump, having been dismantled by Rowena, with numerous items shredded into fragments. Fred surveyed the room, perplexed. How strange. "We once hid from Filch here. Do you remember, George?" Indeed, at that time, it was merely a broom cupboard. The two soon became exhilarated, for uncovering the secrets of Hogwarts was their greatest delight. George and Fred's attention was drawn to Rowena. George, whirling with excitement, exclaimed, "You have a 3-headed dog here and didn't inform us?" "No, it is Hagrid's." William recounted the events of the previous night. "Charlie knew about this place and failed to tell us. We are his own brothers." Fred lamented loudly. "Thus, last night at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, you did not witness who assaulted Snape's potions chamber?" George perched atop a cabinet, his face etched with contemplation. "Could it be Professor Tywin? You encountered him stealthily descending the stairs as you ascended." Fred chimed in, "Indeed. Let us not forget that William once observed a confrontation between Professor Tywin and Snape in the hospital. Yet, we possess no evidence," Cedric shrugged. "Furthermore, it seems unnecessary for Professor Tywin to have attacked Professor Snape's potions chamber, if it were merely an act of vengeance. It hardly aligns with the conduct of a professor, rather it appears." His gaze shifted towards George and Fred. Fred casually hurled the doll Hagrid had made for the 3-headed dog at Cedric, who caught it with a chuckle. Cedric felt the dampness of the doll in his hands and glanced down to discover that the nearly torn asunder figure was marred by a large puddle of an unidentifiable liquid on its chest. He promptly discarded it, attempting to wipe his hands on William's robes, only for William to swiftly evade the motion. The group erupted in laughter. Cedric, grimacing, grasped his wand and conjured a cleansing spell to wash his arms. As he cleaned, he remarked, "I suspect that since this individual has struck once, they may well strike again, provided we decipher the incantation of the Marauder's map and monitor that small room, we shall be able to apprehend him." George produced the tattered parchment from within his robes. Just then, an exclamation pierced the air. Fred had been teasing the three-headed dog with a piece of fish, only to have the central head latch onto his right hand. Fred tumbled to the ground, the dog atop him tearing at his clothes. He cried for help, urging, "Someone, please come to my rescue. How do I make this creature release me?" William shouted, "Music." The three-headed dog adores music. Upon hearing it, he will fall asleep. Fred immediately began to whistle. All three heads simultaneously released their grip, tilting their heads in curiosity, as if they were gazing at two glistening sausages. The three-headed dog was an extraordinary creature, sharing a passion for music akin to that of Dumbledore himself. Its Achilles heel was melody. Each time it heard a beautiful tune, it would succumb to slumber. However, amidst the myriad of sounds, whistling was an anomaly. The dog was particularly sensitive to it, remaining wide awake and exceedingly excited. The creature lunged forward, and the three heads began to lick Fred frantically. It took considerable time for the group to separate the two parties. Fred spat a few times, covering his mouth, rendered speechless, his lips transformed into a pair of sausage-like appendages. "All right," George stifled his laughter and declared, "let us return to our study of the map." The four of them gazed at the parchment, their expressions inscrutable. This map incited a love-hate relationship. It displayed the layout of Hogwarts, providing real-time updates on the state of the staircases. Most importantly, it accurately pinpointed the location of every individual, even Dumbledore himself. It was indeed the ultimate instrument for nocturnal escapades. William intended to replicate this wondrous map into a simplified version to sell to other young wizards. However, the issue lies in the fact that this map has not been entirely deciphered by the four individuals. It necessitates a secret command for proper utilization. To put it simply, this map is governed by a clandestine code, and until you acquire this code and fully unlock it, you remain merely an ordinary player. Wishing to employ the map? It's straightforward. In addition to praising the four creators of the map, one must also fulfill a multitude of commands associated with its release. Even upon completing the pranks, the duration for which the map can be utilized is limited. Initially, it allowed for 24 hours, but with increasing usage, it has dwindled to merely 1 hour at present. This is a significant reason why the twin brothers have refrained from nocturnal adventures of late. In essence, without cracking the secret command, you are merely engaging with a trial version of the map and cannot fully master its intricacies. To gain access to the map, one must incessantly execute pranks. It is not entirely impossible to obtain the secret command. The most rudimentary and straightforward method is to fulfill the map's requirements by completing thousands of pranks, after which the map will reveal the command, allowing you to become a genuine player. Thus, it is a prank system that continuously entices you to breach school regulations, reflecting the mischievous nature of the map's creator. "I have discovered a new method, which may prove effective," William stated. "Reveal the secret command." He gently tapped the map with his wand. This was a spell he had overheard from Professor Flitwick, and the headmaster had assured him of its efficacy. Yet, nothing transpired. Moments later, it appeared as though an invisible hand were inscribing upon the parchment, and words began to materialize on the map's smooth surface. Mr. Moonface acknowledged Professor Flitwick and informed Mr. Stark that there was no need for further contemplation. All the spells they could conceive had already crossed their minds. William offered an awkward smile. Mr. Pointed Fork concurred with Mr. Moonface and added that, while he greatly admired Mr. Stark, due to his failure in the challenge, the map's usage time would be reduced by 5 minutes next time. Mr. Wormtail greeted Mr. Diggory, advising him that it was best not to associate with such ill-intentioned individuals. Soon, the writing vanished. Chapter 53, The Flaw in the Active Map. William and his companions gazed at the map with a sense of helplessness. The map's creator seemed to have anticipated every possible decryption spell, effectively preventing young wizards from forcibly unraveling its secrets. Yet, without knowledge of the secret command, they were unable to utilize the map freely, nor could they monitor Snape's potion storage for any potential assailants. William fixated on the map in silence. George reassured him. "It's all right, William. At worst, we shall simply increase the frequency of our pranks, though it may be slower. We shall inevitably accomplish the 1,000 small objectives associated with the map's release." Nevertheless, William's emerald green eyes remained locked on the map, as if deep in contemplation. "What troubles you, William?" Cedric inquired. "Do you have a notion?" "Indeed, I do," William responded. "I recall that the method for obtaining the secret command is not the sole approach, is it?" George rested his chin on his hand and replied, "That is true, but William, I do not believe this map has any oversights. There are certainly multiple ways to decipher it. The swiftest method is to employ formidable magic to unravel the enigma through sheer force. However, this necessitates an advanced confundus charm to be cast, an art that William and his companions are wholly unfamiliar with, making the prospect of deceiving the map utterly implausible. The second avenue to deciphering the map entails fulfilling a specified number of rather challenging pranks as dictated by its instructions, which would subsequently reveal the secret incantation. This approach, albeit the most foolish, remains the only viable option for the group. If the Weasley twins persist in their high-intensity pranking, they might very well accomplish this task by the following year. The third method involves uncovering secrets even the map's creator is unaware of. As George aptly remarked, this is indeed a formidable challenge. The map exemplifies the creator's profound understanding of Hogwarts, brimming with confidence that the castle harbors no secrets. They are convinced that no area remains unexplored. Should anyone manage to unveil a secret undiscovered by them, the map would instinctively disclose the incantation. Nevertheless, since William has proposed this, it suggests he harbors a particular insight. George brandished his wand, directing it at the parchment. Show the map. Almost instantly, fine ink lines, resembling a spider's web, began to emerge from the spot where the wand had touched. These lines converged, intertwined, and extended into every corner of the parchment. Soon, bold green letters began to materialize above the parchment, proclaiming, "The Marauder's Map," proudly presented by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Beneath, a line of emerald green text read, "Padfoot salutes Mr. Weasley. Please state the password." "I am about to engage in some mischief," Fred declared earnestly, swiftly followed by a charming grin. "Mr. Padfoot, you have always been rather dashing. I imagine many girls fancied you during our time at school." As if an invisible hand were inscribing on the parchment, words appeared. Padfoot stiffened slightly in agreement, anticipating something. George chuckled. "Indeed, Mr. Padfoot is quite handsome." The parchment then revealed, "Incorrect password." However, Padfoot and Moony acknowledge Mr. Weasley's assessment. Consequently, you shall receive a 55-minute privilege to utilize the map. Please cherish this time for mischief. William gazed intently at the map. Scattered ink dots traversed the parchment, each marked with diminutive letters denoting a name. In the upper left corner, a small ink indicated that Professor Dumbledore was pacing in his office. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was spotted halting in the 8th-floor corridor, seemingly sniffing the floor. The mischievous ghost, Peeves, was seen frolicking in the trophy room. Yet, conspicuously absent from the entire map were the names of William and his 3 companions. It was as if they had been erased from existence. William mused. "It truly is as I suspected." The group huddled around the map, and Cedric swiftly noted the anomaly, exclaiming, "Our names are missing? This is the first time such a phenomenon has occurred." George wore a solemn expression, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. He had always believed this map to be infallible, perhaps even a treasure left behind by the 4 founders a millennium ago, much like the Sorting Hat. Of course, if it were truly a relic from the founders, it would undoubtedly have been created by Gryffindor. However, it now appeared otherwise. George felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as though his faith had been shattered. After all, he had always regarded the Marauders as his guiding mentors. Fred sighed, remarking, "It seems the Marauders never discovered the Room of Requirement." Cedric stared intently for a while before stating, "It may not be that they failed to find the room. It could also be that this room was protected by the Undetectable Extension Charm." The Undetectable Extension Charm is a unique form of magic used to conceal certain areas of the world. Any location rendered undetectable cannot be directly seen or easily marked on a map. Typically, undetectable locations include the residences of wizards and magical schools. The Spells Academy, Durmstrang Institute, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are all undetectable, employing powerful magic to protect their students and secrets from muggles and dark wizards alike. Similarly, the infamous Azkaban is situated on an undetectable island at the heart of the North Sea, isolating it from the rest of the world. William shook his head. "This house may indeed be undetectable, yet I believe it is the Marauders who failed to uncover the Room of Requirement." "How so?" William elaborated. "Consider this. Perhaps many years ago, there were 4 students who, like us, were eager to unravel the secrets of Hogwarts. So I ask you, George, if you believed you had mastered all of Hogwarts' secrets, what would you think during a midnight stroll?" "I would wish to find a hidden passage or room that I had never discovered before." William chuckled. "Precisely. The Room of Requirement only appears when one truly needs it. This paradoxical logic constitutes an invalid command. Hence the room never reveals itself in the presence of a few." Chapter 54, Christmas. The group pondered William's words deeply. After a moment, Fred, whose swollen lips had returned to normal, patted William's thigh and exclaimed, "Why overthink this? We can simply ask the Marauder's map." The map responded. Fred tapped his wand once more. "Marauders, have you noticed that the 4 of us have vanished from the map?" Soon, the inscription on the Marauder's map changed. The Marauders are quite curious about this unknown location, believing it can be tested. Following that, New lines of text appeared below. Mooney approves of this magic. Wormtail has no objections. Padfoot concurs, while Fred was still astonished. The text on the Marauders map was suddenly erased entirely, and a line of green letters materialized on the parchment. The map's opening incantation read, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The closing incantation declared, "Mischief managed." A few individuals gazed at the parchment with a sense of resignation, never anticipating that the incantations to unlock and seal the map would be like this. The so-called matters he referred to were nothing more than pranks or nocturnal escapades. One morning in mid-December, everyone awoke from their slumber to find several feet of snow blanketing the surroundings, while the lake was encased in a solid layer of ice. George and Fred found themselves in a predicament as they attempted to breach Snape's potion storeroom, only to be ensnared by Dumbledore's enchantments, leading to their capture by Professor McGonagall. As punishment, McGonagall instructed the two to clear the snow from the castle entrance by hand. The ground was treacherously slippery, causing many young wizards to tumble. While shoveling the snow, the duo constructed a snowman resembling a giant troll, even placing a large stick in its hand. The surrounding young wizards erupted in applause, enchanted by the vivid likeness of the troll. Soon, students from all four houses gathered to build their own snowmen, each more imaginative than the last, including a giant Scottish round-faced chubby chicken, a Grindylow, a fire dragon, and a boba tea. Madame Pomfrey remained as she always was. Yet she finally promised to teach everyone the art of potion brewing, as an influenza outbreak swept through Hogwarts. The notion of drinking potions brewed by oneself did not seem particularly wise, thus the students listened intently, much to Madame Pomfrey's satisfaction. Several owls soared through the snow-laden sky, delivering mail, enduring the harsh conditions. They required Hagrid's care to regain their strength before taking flight again. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday break. Although the Ravenclaw common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with roaring fires, the drafty corridors turned bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled against the biting wind. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins continued their adventures at school, needing to inspect the safety of several secret passages while also keeping an eye on who had raided Professor Snape's potion storeroom. After their potions class, William and Autumn discovered the corridor ahead blocked by a large fir tree. Spotting two large feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing a loud wheezing sound, they realized that Hagrid must be behind it. "Hey, Hagrid, need a hand?" Autumn inquired, peering through the branches. "No, I've got it sorted," Hagrid replied. "Come on, let us head to the dining hall and take a look." Hagrid, is it all right if we bring in that last tree and place it in that corner?" William asked, glancing around to find the great hall beautifully adorned. The walls were draped with garlands of winterberry and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some decorated with shimmering icicles, others aglow with hundreds of candles. In comparison, Hogwarts appeared rather splendid. "How peculiar," William mused. 2 days later, the term finally came to a close. Autumn's father, a man from the Celestial Empire, had a kind and amiable face, and spoke with a perfect accent. William found it quite comforting, as his previous English-speaking skills had been far inferior. This left Cedric feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he sought to forge a closer connection. Nevertheless, he greeted Autumn's father with the clumsy Mandarin he had learned from William. Autumn's father, in turn, conversed with Cedric using grammatically correct spoken Mandarin. The two engaged in a lively discussion. As for why William spoke Mandarin more fluently than Autumn, does the world of geniuses require explanation? Cedric's father was a rosy-faced wizard with a short brown beard. He was shaking hands with Roy. "I have heard Cedric mention your William many times. He seems to be a fine young lad. A pity he's not in Hufflepuff. However, it's all right. As a senior, Cedric can impart much knowledge to William, can't he? I heard Cedric has joined the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and has become a seeker, much like I did in my youth." Cedric felt somewhat awkward, feeling exasperated by such a show-off. After they parted ways, William climbed into the car, and the family headed home. Bobo the cat nestled in Annie's arms, continuously rubbing his head against her while purring softly. Annie rummaged through William's pocket, discovering a plethora of snacks, which delighted her immensely. Throughout the journey, William regaled them with tales from Hogwarts. Family constitutes a different kind of emotion, entirely distinct from life at Hogwarts. Due to William, they found themselves particularly intrigued by the world of magic. Even his father, who had initially opposed his attending a magical academy, was smiling joyfully after hearing William's amusing anecdotes about school. William cherished this way of life. Chapter 55, Christmas Gifts. The next morning, William was awakened early by Annie. The little girl, clad in the wizard robe William had bought for her, was eagerly unwrapping gifts at the side of his bed. A plethora of presents lay piled high, resembling a small mountain. Clearly, the brilliance of a Ravenclaw still held some allure. What surprised William the most was the number of chocolate gifts he received from Slytherin girls. It seemed his reputation in Slytherin was not as poor as he had thought. Annie bounced downstairs to report to Roy and Leanna, exclaiming that William had received numerous chocolates and love letters from girls. Leanna was busy preparing breakfast. She paused to glance at a few Christmas cards, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive. The girls at Hogwarts do have discerning tastes. I was initially worried that there would be no girls at that school. A faint smile crept across Roy's face as he reminisced. I was even more popular back in my day. The chocolates from girls could fill an entire room. A few even fought over me. Roy quickly fell silent upon noticing the kitchen knife in Leanna's hand. After getting dressed and freshening up, William proceeded to unwrap his Christmas gifts. Hagrid's present was the largest, beautifully packaged in a wooden box. Upon opening it, William discovered a large assortment of candies, featuring all his favorite flavors: Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, bubblegum blowing bubblegum, and Honeyduck's fizzing whiz-bees. It was well known that William did not eat chocolate frogs, and Hagrid had remembered this habit, opting not to include them. What William had given Hagrid was a complete set of photographs, showcasing various breeds of dragons. On the first day William met Hagrid, he instantly recognized his fondness for dragons, though he could not offer a live one. He presented him with a collection of photographs to indulge his fascination. Cedric gifted William the complete anthology of Singing in Dissonance, a series that Cedric cherished, even if it did not particularly pique William's interest. In contrast, William chose a more practical gift for Cedric, bestowing upon him a set of 5,000 years of Chinese history, along with a complimentary Xinhua dictionary from the bookstore. William hoped this collection would aid Cedric in learning the Chinese language, enabling him to share more common ground with Chio. Chio's gift to William was a pocket spyglass. It would emit a luminous glow and spin whenever untrustworthy individuals were nearby. Although Chio claimed it was imported from Egypt, William noticed the packaging bore a different origin. In return, William gave Chio a detailed guide on Quidditch maneuvers, recalling that she had once perused a Quidditch book on the train, believing she would appreciate it. George presented William with a set of WizardingWorld chess, while Fred gifted a lightweight pencil sharpener adorned with various contraptions capable of unlocking numerous locks and untangling knots. William reciprocated to the twins with a Nintendo Famicom, preloaded with the newly developed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. However, due to Hogwarts restrictions on electronic devices, the pair could only indulge in gaming excursions to Hogsmeade. To William's astonishment, Dumbledore also bestowed a gift upon him, a model of Hogwarts Castle. The entire structure was crafted from wood, assembled entirely through magic without a single screw, and the staircases were designed to rotate and shift like those in Hogwarts itself. William was particularly enamored until he beheld An's gift. Dumbledore had given Anne a pair of two-way mirrors, a rare alchemical artifact that allowed for magical communication across distances, akin to a video call in the Wizarding World. William, envisioning the potential for future romantic endeavors, proposed to exchange all his chocolate for one of the mirrors, only to be met with a firm refusal from the young girl. Undeterred, he settled for a single mirror. Spending his days in the perilous environment of Hogwarts, he wondered if his foolish sister Anne did not wish to hear from him. Yet she remained resolute, insisting that the other mirror be given to Dumbledore, and also gifted William a handmade doll to keep by his bedside at school, while she presented Dumbledore with a pair of thick woolen socks. According to Dumbledore, even in the summer, he found himself chilly while donning the lined woolen socks. The old man's plight resonated with Anne, who chose to gift him the warm socks. William immediately grasped the implication. Was this not the infamous ailment of old age? Initially intending to gift Dumbledore a textbook on civil engineering, he reconsidered and thought to offer him a pair of health-boosting insoles instead. Alas, he regrettably could not locate a store selling insoles in London. Thus, he decided to send a bottle of calcium tablets, hoping to alleviate Dumbledore's osteoporosis and chronic leg pain. William also contemplated smuggling a bottle of a health supplement from the East to bolster Dumbledore's vitality. Given his advanced age, it was likely that he suffered from various ailments. Consuming more of this supplement might enhance his memory and stave off dementia. William felt a genuine sense of thoughtfulness. Bobocha received numerous gifts, primarily consisting of dried fish and cat food. According to Bobocha's wishes, meow, William selected some of its rations to share with Mrs. Loris. He also remembered Filch, presenting him with a set of mop care tools. Not even Snape was overlooked. William gifted him a set of shampoo and conditioner. Uncertain of the professor's whereabouts, the items were temporarily entrusted to Dumbledore for delivery. One could only wonder if Professor Snape would be moved to tears upon seeing the shampoo in Dumbledore's hands. As William descended the staircase, he found Roy seated on the sofa, sipping red tea while reading the Daily Prophet. Since William's arrival at Hogwarts, Roy had developed an interest in the significant affairs of the magical world, primarily sourcing his information from the Daily Prophet. Your school's Professor Snape is to be judged soon, Roy remarked, glancing at William. William picked up the newspaper and scanned its contents, noting the headline, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. However, the article did not focus on Tywin, but rather on previous defense against the dark arts professors. According to the Daily Prophet, Hogwarts hired a new professor each year. Yet these defense against the dark arts instructors were described as scoundrels, beasts, parasites, and this Professor Roberts was no exception. He was reported to be engaged in illegal hunting of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest for sale on the black market. The latest investigation revealed that Roberts had deceitfully acquired a significant amount of precious magical materials from the keykeeper Hagrid, including unicorn hair, centaur dung, mermaid scales, and acromantula venom, all of which held considerable value. As for Snape's presence at the Ministry, it was likely a case of a wizard impersonating him. Chapter 56. 9 out of 10 men are bald. From the moment they read the Daily Prophet, William and Roy believed that Professor Snape would certainly be released during this holiday. Indeed, the article began by lambasting the previous defense against the dark arts professors, leading into the narrative of Snape's summer investigation into the smuggler Roberts, despite the personal risks involved. Such a remarkable professor. How could any parent bear to see him incarcerated in Azkaban? Dumbledore was clearly orchestrating public sentiment. In no time, the prevailing opinion called for his immediate release. Subsequently, Dumbledore attended Snape's hearing, providing crucial evidence. It turned out that throughout the summer, Snape had been collaborating with the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander. Thus, Snape was acquitted on the spot. The onlookers seemed to have forgotten who precisely attacked the Ministry of Magic, as if the incident had never transpired. On the eve of the Christmas holiday's conclusion, William boarded the Hogwarts Express with his pet, Babacha, nestled in his arms. Together, they gazed out at the passing scenery. William had purchased a cat tree for Babacha, intending to place it in their dormitory to encourage some much-needed exercise. After a brief moment, Cedric knocked and entered, followed closely by Cho. Once Cho settled into her seat, Cedric locked the compartment door behind them. It was undoubtedly unwise to be alone in a compartment with Cedric. Without Cho's presence, William would have been concerned for his safety. Clearly, Cho shared this sentiment. Cedric's father held a significant position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and he surely possessed insider knowledge. William and Cho exchanged silent glances, pondering the absurdity of Cedric's predicament. Cedric shot William a glare, snapping, "Are you listening?" "Yes, yes," William hastily replied. In these times, information is power. In a conspiratorial whisper, Cedric informed them, "My father told me that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was never attacked." "What?" Cho furrowed her brow in disbelief. "How can that be? The Daily Prophet has been reporting on Professor Snape's situation all throughout the holiday, including the attacks." "No," Cedric leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. The Ministry was indeed attacked, but the target was not the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It was the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries? What is that? William and Cho, hailing from non-magical families, were unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Ministry. The Department of Mysteries was shrouded in secrecy, known only for its classified research, as Cedric explained in hushed tones. "Does your father not know?" "No, he doesn't. He only understands that the Department of Mysteries conducts secretive studies. Most of its affairs are highly classified, known only to a select few within the Ministry. Those who work in the Department of Mysteries are referred to as unspeakables." Cedric pondered for a moment before continuing. "However, there is a common speculation that the Minister of Magic uses the Department of Mysteries to concoct terrible poisons, secretly administering them to those who oppose him." William rolled his eyes. "That's hardly a common belief. It's merely a narrative from Singing Contradictions." Cedric, an ardent reader of the magazine, was once again attempting to propagate his conspiracy theories. In any case, it remains enigmatic, perhaps concealing powers capable of upheaving the entire wizarding world, Cedric asserted. William nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is plausible that something of great importance has been lost there, something so significant that its revelation would incite considerable turmoil. Otherwise, Minister Fudge would not go to such lengths to obscure the truth, misrepresenting the attack as directed at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The loss of a few smuggled magical creatures hardly constitutes a severe crisis, nor would it attract much public attention. What could possibly have been lost? Cho inquired with evident concern. "Perhaps it is a formidable weapon." Cedric shrugged, recalling what his father had mentioned, that the Death Eaters, unwilling to accept the demise of the enigmatic figure, were preparing to resurrect him. Regardless, this matter was strictly confidential. The trio was unable to draw any conclusions. So to pass the time, they engaged in a game of do di jeu. William, a master in this realm, would never make the blunder of being eliminated with 17 cards. Thus he amassed a considerable collection of snacks along the way. On the first night of the new term, at the banquet, everyone was taken aback by the reappearance of Professor Snape, who had been absent for the better part of the semester. He appeared exceedingly gaunt, his complexion sallow, reminiscent of someone suffering from malnutrition. The twin brothers applauded the most enthusiastically. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the legendary blackened emotions. Professor Snape maintained his customary aloof demeanor, but thanks to the convivial atmosphere, he partook of several glasses of wine and seemed more talkative than usual. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after such a lengthy absence, William couldn't shake the impression that Professor Snape's hairline had receded significantly. In England, it is said that 9 out of 10 men face baldness, a man of Dumbledore's age. still possessing a full head of hair, is indeed a rarity. Professor Snape, now in his 30s, was at the prime age for baldness. And given the considerable teaching pressures at Hogwarts, not to mention his role as head of Slytherin House, the strain was undoubtedly greater. William thought it entirely plausible that Professor Snape's hair loss could have commenced. As William pondered the matter of Snape's hairline, Dumbledore jovially patted Snape on the shoulder and produced a gift box. Ah, how familiar it seemed. William suddenly recalled that this was the shampoo and conditioner he had asked Dumbledore to deliver on his behalf. Wait a moment, if Professor Snape were not balding, gifting him shampoo would pose no issue, but given the current predicament, would it not be rather foolish? Sure enough, Dumbledore pointed at William, and Snape fixed him with a gaze as piercing as that of a serpent. William now regretted not having opted to gift a perm machine instead. Chapter 57, The Ravenclaw Bronze Ring. Before the banquet concluded, the twin brothers stealthily approached the Ravenclaw table. Both sported significant dark circles under their eyes, yawning continuously, clearly exhausted from a prolonged night. Their earnest demeanor was undeniably moving. It was evident that their usual carefree antics were merely a facade for when it truly mattered. The twins proved to be the most reliable of allies. Without further ado, William resolved to concoct some amortentia for the two, ensuring they would enjoy a restorative slumber. Amortentia served as the finest sleeping aid, far more effective than any melatonin. Of course, it was also William's first attempt at this, providing an excellent opportunity for practice. George extracted a small notebook from his robes and handed it to William. Are there truly this many suspects? William exclaimed, astonished. And you're keeping a record? That's rather professional. Before he could finish his thought, he was taken aback. The first page of the notebook read, Super Mario Level Completion Guide. Thus, the twin brothers had not been surveilling, but rather had gone to Hogsmeade to play through levels? Fred groaned. William, how do you get past level 7? Indeed. Fred and I have made several attempts without success. The whimsical pastimes of twin brothers during their childhood involved tossing gnomes and riding enchanted brooms. Far removed from the mundane amusements of muggles. In the brief span of a Christmas holiday, they have transformed into avid gamers, even sneaking off to muggle homes to recharge their devices. It is not that we lacked vigilance. Rather, no one ever ventured into Snape's potion storeroom, George remarked. Including us, there are hardly any students in this school, all content to remain in their respective common rooms, Fred yawned. George continued, we initially suspected Professor Tywin, but he left the school on the very first day. As he spoke, George handed William a large assortment of snacks purchased from Hogsmeade. William picked up a bag of small peppery treats and said, well, it seems we are merely idling, so let us disregard him. We cannot ignore it, Fred replied earnestly. Should the culprit strike again, we must be ready to assist. After the dinner concluded, William and Autumn followed the other Ravenclaw students along their usual route to the Ravenclaw Tower. The group was lively, exuding an air of joy. However, upon reaching the wooden door, they discovered the corridor was teeming with people. Why isn't anyone going inside? Marietta inquired curiously. William peered over the crowd and noticed that the wooden door appeared to be shut. Let me through, came the voice of Prefect Robert as he swiftly emerged from the throng. The crowd quieted, the silence rippling from the front like a chilling wave through the corridor. In the midst of this stillness, a piercing wail suddenly erupted, hauntingly sorrowful, causing William's heart to race inexplicably. Beside Robert, there was an arm-sized hole. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker is gone. Oh dear, Marietta exclaimed, gripping William's arm tightly. Once again, William felt a sharp pain. After just one holiday apart, Marietta had evidently strengthened her grip. What a pity she wasn't a Quidditch player. Hurry and summon Professor Dumbledore, quickly, someone shouted. After a moment, Professor Dumbledore arrived, hastening towards the wooden door while the students of Ravenclaw parted to let him through. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the damaged door, then drew his wand and tapped the wood. A line of red letters gradually materialized, forming a message. Ravenclaw's bronze knocker, I have taken it. Professor Flitwick, please proceed immediately to Filch and instruct him to lock down the entire castle, Dumbledore stated with a grave tone. The culprit has already fled, a hoarse voice suddenly declared. Peeves was leaping over the heads of the crowd, evidently delighted by the chaos and sorrow, as was his nature. What do you mean by that, Peeves? Dumbledore inquired calmly. Peeves's smile faded slightly, avoiding Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze. Adopting a more obsequious tone, he spoke, sounding somewhat better than his previous raspy voice. Excuse me, headmaster, said Peeves. Just a few moments ago, I saw a shadow rush past here. He caught sight of me, smiled, and even spoke to me. Peeves was utterly delighted. Oh, what did he say? Dumbledore inquired quietly. Peeves pondered for a moment. Then his face lit up with a mischievous grin as he glanced at the young wizards. Lowering his voice once more, the man laughed heartily and declared, I am a Death Eater, and I shall wield Ravenclaw's ring to resurrect the Dark Lord. A shriek erupted from the crowd, and the young wizards began to jostle one another. Silence. Dumbledore's voice possessed a certain enchantment, causing the clamor to gradually dissipate. He cast a glance at the inscription, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he remained composed as he asked, "Peeves, did you discern the man's appearance?" "Yes, I saw clearly," Peeves replied, casting a fearful glance at Dumbledore. He looked just like Professor Snape. Suddenly, Peeves executed a somersault in midair and soared towards the heavens. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. This was utterly implausible. Professor Snape was seated at the head table tonight, not having moved an inch. Not only him, but William recognized all the professors, who were also seated at the head table, unmoving. 10 minutes later, students from Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin arrived, all bearing expressions of bewilderment. "The faculty and I shall conduct a thorough search of the castle," Professor Dumbledore stated, his demeanor exceedingly grave. "You will sleep in the Great Hall tonight." At that moment, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all the doors of the hall. "For your safety, I believe you may need to spend the night here. I require the prefects to stand guard at the entrance, and the heads of the male and female student councils shall remain in the hall to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately." Dumbledore paused, ready to leave the Great Hall, then added, "Oh, by the way, you will need these." With a casual wave of his wand, the long tables flew to the edges of the hall. With another flick, hundreds of purple sleeping bags unfurled across the floor. "Sleep well," Dumbledore remarked as he exited, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 58, The Sorrowful Professor. As Dumbledore departed, a buzz of excited chatter filled the Great Hall. The Ravenclaw students busily recounted the events that had just transpired. "Everyone into their sleeping bags," Penelope called out, urging her fellow Ravenclaws to settle down and maintain silence. Prefect Robert had become a mere shadow of himself, listlessly squatting on the ground, staring at the ceiling of the hall. The loss of the door knocker had struck him deeply. Even his arrival at the hall had been facilitated by his roommate. Penelope had no choice but to temporarily assume the responsibilities of prefect in Robert's stead. "Come on," Cedric said to Autumn and William. They gathered 3 sleeping bags and tucked them into a corner, while the twin brothers squeezed in beside them. Autumn recounted the recent events, and a heavy silence fell over the group. "Is that Death Eater still in the castle?" After a brief pause, Autumn inquired softly. "It seems Dumbledore thinks so," Cedric replied. "With only a handful of students here, if there were an outsider, we would certainly notice." The 5 of them crawled into their sleeping bags, propping themselves on their elbows to engage in conversation. "What do you make of Peeves' words?" George asked. "He is lying," Autumn asserted. "Professor Snape was sitting in the Great Hall. Everyone saw him." "However, I don't believe he is lying," Fred countered, shaking his head. "No one dares to lie in front of Professor Dumbledore, not even Peeves." "Exactly." George straightened up. "Do you remember the trial at the Ministry of Magic? Minister Fudge and the others also saw Snape at the scene of the attack. But at that time, Snape was in Dorset," Cedric pointed out. "Both Professor Dumbledore and Newt Scamander provided crucial evidence." "Yes, but I don't think the Ministry is lying either," Fred frowned. "Does this mean someone is impersonating Snape to commit the crime?" "It's possible," William nodded. "I know several methods to impersonate someone, such as Polyjuice Potion. That Death Eater probably has a vendetta against Professor Snape," Autumn analyzed. "But I still do not understand why he would steal a dilapidated door knocker. Can such an item resurrect the Dark Lord?" "Lights out," the male student council president bellowed. "I want everyone in their sleeping bags, and stop talking." Instantly, all the candles extinguished. The only remaining light emanated from the silver ghost, who floated around, conversing seriously with the prefects. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky, adorned with stars. In this atmosphere, whispers still permeated the Great Hall, and William felt as if he were sleeping outdoors with a gentle breeze caressing him. Bobo the cat nestled in his arms, now peacefully asleep, displaying a remarkable sense of calm. Every hour, a teacher would appear in the hall to ensure everything was in order. Around 3 in the morning, many students finally succumbed to slumber, at which point Professor Dumbledore entered. He was searching for Robert, who, after consuming chocolate, had somewhat revived despite his fatigue. Robert was not far from William, Cedric, and the twins, and they quickly pretended to be asleep. Dumbledore's footsteps grew closer. "Any sign of the knocker, Professor?" Robert rasped. "None. What about here?" "Everything is under control, Professor." "And the original knocker, Professor?" Robert's voice trembled. The hall door creaked open, accompanied by the sound of soft footsteps. Without needing to open his eyes, one could discern it was Snape, gliding silently like a specter. "Headmaster?" Snape began as he entered. The group remained still, straining to listen, Autumn included. "Several secret passages have been searched. It is not there. Filch has checked the main castle. It is not there either. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's room? The places where owls roost? All searched. Very well, Severus. I do not believe that a Death Eater would linger. How did the adversary accomplish this? Do you have any insights, Headmaster?" Severus Snape inquired. William slightly raised his head, straining to hear better with his other ear. "Many, Severus, each one distinct," William replied. His eyes barely slits as he furtively glanced toward their position. Dumbledore faced away from him, yet he could see Robert's face, which was entirely engrossed. and also catch a glimpse of Snape's profile, who appeared to be seething. Snape shot a glare at Robert, who promptly took the hint and distanced himself. What did the ministry say? Snape queried after a moment. What exactly has the Department of Mysteries lost? Cornelius stated that the planetary chamber was attacked. Huh, another lie. Snape scoffed. I share your sentiments. Dumbledore concurred. Snape fell silent for a moment before quietly stating, Do you recall our conversation, headmaster, just a week after this term commenced? Snape spoke with lips barely parting, as if wishing to keep their dialogue clandestine. I remember, Severus, Dumbledore replied. It seems that the title of Dark Lord is one only his followers would use. A mere title, it does not indicate anything conclusive. We cannot unjustly suspect the innocent based solely on that, Dumbledore stated calmly. Innocent? And what of me? Snape's voice suddenly sharpened. Headmaster, someone is deliberately framing me, seeking retribution. I am sorry, Severus. Dumbledore's voice bore a hint of guilt. I shall ensure you do not face Azkaban again, nor the Dementors, I promise. Snape scoffed, seemingly in derision, turning his back to Dumbledore, coldly remarking, It matters not. The Dementors hold no power over me, as you know, for I have long lost all joy. Dumbledore opened his mouth, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Snape gazed out the window, lost in thought. And from William's vantage point, he could see the professor's hands trembling, tears flowing uncontrollably. This scene was both comical and sorrowful. Chapter 59, The Goddess Ravenclaw. It has been a decade since the disappearance of the Dark Lord. The Death Eaters either found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban or concealed themselves. Their brazen appearance at Hogwarts undoubtedly incited considerable alarm. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker became the subject of much speculation. Although no one understood why such a large knocker, ample enough to encircle one's neck, was referred to as Ravenclaw's ring, it did not hinder its burgeoning fame. Everyone believed this knocker possessed formidable power, otherwise, how could it resurrect the Dark Lord? Dumbledore replaced the Ravenclaw Common Room's knocker with a new substitute, nearly identical in design. Regrettably, the knocker no longer emitted the familiar voice of Ji Ling, now transformed into a cold, mechanical tone. This alteration left all the Ravenclaw students feeling unsettled. The once vibrant gatherings around the knocker, where many would answer questions, became scarce, and perhaps the most disheartened among them was Prefect Robert. His fondness for the door knocker is well known. Were it not for the events of that fateful day, while he dined in the hall, his current sorrowful demeanor would hardly seem feigned, and one might justifiably suspect him of pilfering the knocker. Robert, now in the 7th grade and only months away from departure, certainly possessed the motive. Yet, Robert remained oblivious to the rumors, attempting to regain his composure, his eyes perpetually red, as he wandered near the wooden door, seeking the culprit among the Death Eaters. William had acquired the Marauder's map. He no longer cared who had attacked Snape's potion store, but turned his attention to the Death Eater instead. However, this proved futile, for the school was teeming with students, and William could not possibly recognize everyone, most of whom bore unfamiliar names. The twin brothers were exceedingly frustrated. Had they utilized the Marauder's map at the time, they would have undoubtedly identified the assailant. In the library, a few students sat at a table, diligently completing their assignments. William, have you finished your homework? George inquired. He had just crafted reference answers for second-year assignments, the resources provided by Cedric. William nodded and handed over a stack of parchment. Fred accepted it, commencing the magical duplication process. They had successfully stabilized this trade of reference answers. Soon after teachers assigned homework, reference answers would swiftly circulate, covering all grades. The group reveled in their earnings, and the young wizards delighted in their copying. However, William mused that the quality of students in recent years appeared rather lacking. They seemed akin to a swarm of pests gnawing at the very foundations of Hogwarts. Although guilt gnawed at him, the allure of easy money was irresistible. After all, why not seize the opportunity? Thus far, their trade had escaped the professor's scrutiny. William and his companions exercised utmost caution, never selling directly. They had forged an identity for the owl to travel to Hogsmeade. Likewise, no reports of their dealings had surfaced. Cedric emerged from between the shelves, looking exceedingly vexed. William shrugged and remarked, Indeed, there are records of the Ravenclaw bronze ring, but regrettably, my memory fails me. We can inquire during class, Autumn suggested. But the professors will not divulge such information, Fred countered, shaking his head. No, not the ordinary professors, Autumn chuckled. We can ask Professor Binns. History of magic was the most tedious course in their curriculum, and of all their teachers, only the one who taught this subject was a ghost. Today, the class proceeded as monotonously as ever. Professor Binns opened his notes and droned on in a dry, monotonous voice, akin to a tractor that could not move. After half an hour, an unprecedented event transpired. Autumn raised her hand. While Professor Binns laboriously detailed how the great wizard Merlin guided King Arthur to obtain the Sword of Kings, he looked up, visibly astonished. You are Bellamy, who had been staring blankly out the window, suddenly snapped out of his stupor. Marietta raised her head from her arms, dazed and confused, unsure of what was happening. Professor Binns blinked, resembling a pondering Psyduck. "This course is history of magic," he stated in his dry, breathless tone. "I study facts, Miss Zhang, rather than myths and legends." He cleared his throat, producing a sound akin to chalk snapping. He continued, "King Arthur received the legendary sword known as Excalibur from the Lady of the Lake. This sword was forged by elves in Avalon, with a hilt crafted from gold and adorned with precious gems." He faltered, and Autumn raised her hand, waving it in the air. "Miss Zhang, I would like to inquire, sir, that legends must possess a certain foundation of truth, correct?" Professor Binns gazed at her, utterly astonished. "Well," he said slowly, "yes, I suppose one could say that." He scrutinized Autumn as if he had never truly observed a student before. "However, what you refer to as legend is an exceedingly absurd fairy tale." At this moment, the entire class was rapt, hanging on every word he uttered. His aged eyes, clouded with time, scanned the room, noting every face turned toward him. "Oh, very well then," he said slowly. "Let me ponder the bronze ring of Ravenclaw. Surely, you all know that Hogwarts was established over 1,000 years ago, with the exact date uncertain, by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of that era." Professor Binns paused, his hazy gaze surveying the classroom before continuing. "Among the 4 founders, the brightest was undoubtedly Lady Ravenclaw, brimming with wisdom, akin to the goddess of wisdom herself, possessing knowledge that knew no bounds." He extolled Ravenclaw for a full 10 minutes, seemingly exhausting his repertoire of flattering vocabulary on her. Undoubtedly, he depicted Ravenclaw in accordance with his imagined divine image. By his description, even William could not help but question the competence of the other founders, particularly Gryffindor and Slytherin. In summary, it was Ravenclaw and her 2 ineffectual men. Chapter 60, The Heir of Ravenclaw. Professor Binns stood at the podium, all eyes fixed upon him. Ravenclaw was undoubtedly a flawless witch. Her excellence sparked rumors, with people speculating that she possessed legendary magical artifacts that aided her in acquiring such wisdom. Among these, the most renowned were Ravenclaw's diadem and ring. Although Professor Binns' voice was unmelodious, everyone listened intently. Such a scene was rare. Professor Binns felt somewhat wounded, as his classes were not typically met with such seriousness. He cleared his throat and continued, "Ravenclaw's diadem and bronze ring, the most famous of which is undoubtedly her diadem. This diadem is a sparkling crown adorned with jewels, with its base inscribed with Ravenclaw's renowned motto, 'Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure.' Legend has it that she enchanted the diadem to enhance the wisdom of its wearer." The breaths of all present quickened. The allure of such intellect-enhancing artifacts is undeniably immense. Provided one's baseline is not excessively low, donning such an item would surely transform one into a genius. Who would not aspire to be a genius? Professor Binns surveyed the room and swiftly remarked, "As for the bronze ring of Ravenclaw, it does not augment wisdom." Upon hearing an unfamiliar term, William noted it down, intending to investigate further at the library when time allowed. Professor Binns's voice grew increasingly hushed, reminiscent of a storyteller weaving a ghostly tale. "It is said that after the diadem of Ravenclaw was lost, she concealed the ring to thwart further thefts, awaiting the arrival of her true heir. Only that heir could claim the ring and inherit her legacy." Once the tale concluded, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Yet it was not the usual drowsy quietude characteristic of Professor Binns's lectures. Every student remained fixated upon him, yearning for him to continue, the atmosphere tinged with unease, which only served to further irk Professor Binns. "Of course, this entire matter is utter nonsense," he expressed with dissatisfaction. "The diadem of Ravenclaw has long been lost, and no magic exists to enhance wisdom. As for the ring, it is sheer folly. No one has ever discovered any rings of special significance in the Ravenclaw common room." However, after a moment, Arthur from Slytherin raised his hand. "Sir, since only the heir of Ravenclaw can inherit that ring, it is possible that others might not even perceive its uniqueness, correct?" "Nonsense," Professor Binns retorted with irritation. "Every year, Ravenclaw College graduates numerous exceptional wizards. Many have ascended to the position of Minister of Magic or even Headmaster of Hogwarts. If such accomplished wizards cannot locate the ring, who could possibly be Ravenclaw's heir?" "But, Professor," Marietta interjected sharply, "perhaps it requires dark magic to uncover it." "A wizard's failure to employ dark magic does not imply an inability to do so," Professor Binns admonished. "I shall reiterate, since even Professor Flitwick, a man of such stature, could not find it." "But, sir," Marietta persisted, "that Death Eater must have discovered some clue, surely?" "A clue?" Professor Binns exclaimed in anger. "Let me tell you, the ring to the Ravenclaw common room has been lost more than once, occurring every few years." All eyes widened in fear as they gazed at Professor Binns. Yet, if it were truly useful, the ring would not still be there. Therefore, that Death Eater cannot possibly resurrect the Dark Lord? Hans Bibb cautiously inquired. The classroom fell into an abrupt silence, all gazes fixed upon Professor Binns, as they had spoken at length only to seek clarity on this very matter. It was evident that he could not be resurrected, that Death Eater was merely a madman. But, Professor, a student pointed out, that so-called madman stole the ring right under Professor Dumbledore's nose. Enough, Professor Binns declared sternly. This is a fairy tale. It does not exist. I truly regret having shared this ludicrous story with you. He then resumed his lecture, disregarding further questions from the students. In less than 5 minutes, the students succumbed once again to a drowsy stupor. At this moment, they were laboriously navigating the crowded corridors, preparing to set down their backpacks for lunch. Autumn took a deep breath. Around the two, a considerable space had cleared, for they had just uttered the name of Voldemort. To be honest, William found this perplexing. It could be understood that young wizards from wizarding families, having lived through that era, might carry its shadows. Yet, why would Muggle-born wizards also quail at the mention of Voldemort's name, to the extent that even hearing it would send chills down their spines? William felt utterly confounded. If Voldemort could evoke such fear, what would be the effect of hearing the name of a dictator? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Chapter 61. The Secret Passage of Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a peculiar place, at least in William's estimation. His conclusion was not made lightly, but rather through careful observation, bold hypotheses, and meticulous verification. For instance, take Professor Dumbledore, who, despite wearing fleece-lined socks, still complained about the summer chill. Such an ailment was quite severe. Indeed, examples of this nature abound. The stern Transfiguration professor was an avid gambler. The potion master, who never washed his hair, feared baldness, and the caretaker had an odd fondness for dragons. The strangest of all, however, was the mysterious disappearance of the Ravenclaw common room's doorknob. As if that were not enough, dramatically, the doorknob reappeared in a heap of rubbish at the entrance a month after its disappearance. This incident left everyone somewhat embarrassed, especially on that night when Professor Dumbledore ordered everyone to sleep in the Great Hall, while numerous teachers conducted searches and several prefects kept watch, leaving all students in a state of anxiety, fearing the return of the mysterious figure. The first to discover the doorknob was Prefect Robert, who dedicated his final months at Hogwarts to monitoring the students. Perhaps moved by the heavens or the earth, one fateful morning, he stumbled upon the doorknob. Initially, he intended to feign ignorance and stealthily remove it from the scene, but was caught red-handed by a wandering Bowtruckle and Madame Loris. Madame Loris, in turn, informed the caretaker. Filch. William felt as though all his recent efforts had been in vain. This was nothing but a prank by the young wizards. What else could it be? The crucial detail was that William had been examining the Marauders' map that day. The corridors were bustling with students from various houses visiting, and he even spotted many Slytherin names on the map, such as Judy Crouch and Arthur. It was amidst this throng that the doorknob suddenly appeared and was discovered by Robert. This indicated that only those students could have placed the doorknob there, wrapping it in newspaper and discarding it in a corner while the crowd distracted attention. Why, you ask? Perhaps they feared the repercussions of their mischief and thus abandoned the doorknob. Consequently, as time passed, the incident of Death Eaters infiltrating the school to steal the ring began to fade from everyone's memory. As the weather gradually warms, the students of Ravenclaw College have begun to immerse themselves in intense revision, despite the fact that there are still over 10 weeks until the final examinations. Such early preparation has been uncommon in previous years. The reason is simple. Ravenclaw firmly holds the top position on the college points leaderboard, and it has been 9 long years since they last grasped the coveted House Cup. Now, they are tantalizingly close, yet the Quidditch Cup remains out of reach. Even the most optimistic Ravenclaw players do not believe they have a chance to compete for a top 3 finish. In other words, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is destined to finish last. Although the Quidditch Cup is contested through a final match, the champion is determined by the total score accumulated throughout the entire semester. It is only the team with the highest score that can claim the Quidditch Cup. In accordance with past traditions, other houses would typically host a Quidditch Oscars night, allowing Ravenclaw to score a few points to avoid a shutout. However, this year is different. The scores among the 3 houses are exceedingly close, and every point is crucial, with each house aiming to score as much as possible against Ravenclaw. This has led to the current awkward predicament for the Ravenclaw students. Aware of this situation, they have diligently studied, determined to intensify their efforts and secure enough points to seize the ultimate honor of the House Cup. The entire school seems to have fallen into a hushed tranquility, with everyone engrossed in their own pursuits. Even Professors Trelawney and Snape have ceased their altercations. However, Professor Trelawney appears particularly vexed, her usual smile replaced by a frown. Professor Snape, too, seems despondent, suggesting that life in Azkaban is not as comfortable as it may seem. In the library, several students hastily scribble answers, hoping to sell them for a good price. William is certain that this cohort of students will indeed be the weakest, as a significant portion of their assignments are plagiarized. The point difference between the two teams is a mere 20, while Slytherin has already widened the gap. This upcoming match will be pivotal in determining the ultimate fate of the Quidditch Cup. The afternoon before the match, everyone abandoned their studies, eagerly anticipating tomorrow as final. Recently, the The weather at Hogwarts has been splendid. The grounds surrounding the castle, along with the sky and the lake, shimmered in a soft blue hue tinged with purple, and the greenhouses were bursting with flowers as large as cabbages. Cedric and the Weasley twins are participating in such a final for the first time, and the pressure weighs heavily upon them. To alleviate their anxiety, William decides to sneak off with the three of them to Hogsmeade for some leisure time. This is not the first time William has engaged in such escapades. The night before his last semester exams in his previous life, he took his roommates out for a late-night adventure, and they all enjoyed themselves greatly, easing the long-standing tension. Although in the end, William was the only one who passed the exams. Students in their third year and below are prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. So the four of them stealthily made their way to the mirror on the 5th floor. Madame Rosmerta had already been lured away by a butterbeer, so there was no concern about Filch's appearance. William produced his wand, lightly tapping the mirror and uttering, "Reveal yourself at once." The mirror swiftly transformed into a transparent portal, revealing a space ample enough for a slightly slender individual to enter. Cedric, at the rear, quickly glanced back and forth along the corridor, while William tucked the map away, casting a fleeting glance towards the secret passage before he slipped inside. He rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, which were engulfed in darkness. Raising his wand, he murmured, "Lumos." Suddenly, a circular, low passage illuminated before them. George nodded in agreement, noting the unfortunate fact that Filch was aware of 4 of the passages. The 3 he was unaware of included this one behind the mirror on the 5th floor, another leading directly to the cellar of Honeydukes, with its entrance nestled beneath the hunchbacked statue of the one-eyed witch. And the third? Cedric inquired. William chuckled. "You wouldn't want to go there. A whomping willow is planted at its entrance." Cedric's eyes sparkled with interest. The whomping willow was a splendid material for wand making, which he had yet to experiment with. "Next time, let us venture there." Chapter 62. The Subterranean Chambers of Hogwarts. The circular, low passage twisted and turned, with water seeping through its walls. Guided by the faint glow of their wands, the quartet hastily traversed the tunnel, emerging into a towering stone corridor. Upon reaching this point, they were finally on the right path, yet they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach Hogsmeade. William had never traversed this route before. His previous journeys had taken him along another passage, making this his inaugural exploration with the twin brothers. They claimed that this place was steeped in mystery and intended to broaden his and Cedric's horizons. However, the moment William stepped into the corridor, he recognized their location. It was mentioned in the architectural tomes of Hogwarts recommended by Dumbledore. Subsequently, Gryffindor had sealed the passage with magic, rendering the entrance elusive. Little did they expect that it would be discovered by raiders, who also unearthed the incantation to unlock it. Truth be told, rather than merely a passage, this place resembled the catacombs of Hogwarts. It bore a striking resemblance to a crypt, featuring a main thoroughfare flanked by countless small chambers and corridors. As they navigated the lofty underground space, William felt that should they run amok, they might easily become disoriented within its depths. Fortunately, armed with the Marauder's map, the raiders had charted a direct route to Hogsmeade. The 4 of them observed the path on the map, continually delving deeper into the bowels of Hogwarts Castle. With each step downward, William's heartbeat quickened. The terrain here was intricate, akin to a colossal labyrinth, even more convoluted than the staircases of Hogwarts itself. William strongly suspected that Ravenclaw had a hand in the design of these catacombs. The air was stifling, and William felt as though he was succumbing to claustrophobia. As the sound of their footsteps echoed, soft ground lamps flickered to life beneath the low ceilings of the cavern. With the illumination, they could discern the robust forms of 40 Doric columns supporting the upper marble floor. Their ability to recognize this structure was not due to William's extensive knowledge, but rather because the architecture was strikingly familiar. He recalled the Parthenon, situated at the heart of the ancient citadel of Athens, atop a limestone hill. William had seen the photographs, and that architectural style, once encountered, was indelibly etched in his memory. The imposing rectangular structure before him was reminiscent of that style. However, unlike the Parthenon, this subterranean edifice bore no traces of the passage of time. The reliefs were vividly lifelike, and the colonnades were intricately adorned with ancient hieroglyphs. William's gaze was fixated upon the temple, wholly captivated. "Relax, William," Fred said with a smug raise of his eyebrow. "This structure is merely the beginning." With that, he quickly veered left, guiding a few companions through the expansive underground space. The corridor was lined with various statues, and William spotted a model of Hogwarts Castle, identical to the one Dumbledore had gifted him. However, this model was crafted from gold, shimmering brilliantly, far more precious than the wooden version he had received from Dumbledore. Suddenly, William heard the sound of flowing water. There lay a lake. In the center of the lake was a small island, upon which stood a singular building. It was approximately 2 stories high, constructed from granite. Illuminated by the ground lights, all 4 faces gleamed with a polished elegance. It was a pyramid, yet peculiarly. This pyramid lacked a pointed apex. Upon its smooth platform rested a wooden coffin stand, bearing 4 coffins, each adorned in a distinct hue. What do you think? George inquired with a grin. Isn't it stunning? Fred cast a mesmerized glance at the pyramid and remarked, we were equally astonished upon our first sight. Who could have imagined such a thing hidden deep within Hogwarts Castle? Cedric approached the lake's edge, but an invisible force halted him. There is a magical barrier surrounding it. We cannot pass, Fred shrugged. Whose coffins could those be? Cedric pondered. Could they belong to the 4 founders? William speculated, feeling an instinctive belief that this was the resting place of the founders, capable of constructing such a monument within the castle. Perhaps it was a memorial they left for themselves, though I doubt there are any remains inside, Cedric theorized. I've heard that aside from Helga Hufflepuff, the other 3 founders have long since departed from the school. As they gazed at the coffins, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. They hurriedly retreated, oblivious to the golden compass trembling at the island's edge. Their pace quickened as they traversed the subterranean expanse, re-entering a narrow corridor. These densely packed passageways were lined with numerous doors, each marked with a numerical designation. Can we open them? Cedric inquired with excitement. All the doors are locked, Fred replied. William directed his wand at what appeared to be the lock, murmuring, Alohomora. Yet the door remained obstinately shut. He then retrieved a knife from his robes. A gift from the twins. He inserted the blade into the crevice between the door and the wall, dragging it from top to bottom, then withdrew the knife. The door remained firmly shut, and to make matters worse, the blade had already melted. George suggested, why not procure some Muggle explosives next time and blast it open? William rolled his eyes, questioning where they would even acquire explosives. Disappointment flickered in George's demeanor. For a wizard dedicated to exploring Hogwarts, this was undeniably disheartening. Come on, let us continue to Hogsmeade, William stated. Their options were limited to mere glimpses, as no other entrances would yield to them. After departing, they walked for what felt like an eternity, and the subsequent scenery proved rather mundane. Fortunately, the snacks from Honeydukes invigorated their spirits. Approximately 40 minutes later, the passage inclined upwards. We are nearly there, George indicated towards the seemingly endless corridor, addressing William and Cedric. At that moment, William abruptly halted. Did you hear that sound? He inquired. What? The sound of movement, William replied. He strained his ears and listened intently. The noise seemed both distant and near. Could there be others within this labyrinthine structure besides them? Chapter 63, The Giant Serpent. After listening for a moment, William proceeded towards a particular corridor, with Cedric and the others following closely. They could not be wizards. This area strictly belonged to Hogwarts, and the Marauders' map revealed only the names of William and his companions, with no other wizards in sight. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as William stepped upon a rat's skull. Lowering his wand, he surveyed the ground, discovering an array of small animal bones scattered about. William, there's something over there, Cedric whispered, gripping William's shoulder tightly. The 4 stood motionless, eyes fixed in that direction. William beheld the outline of an enormous creature coiled on the far side of the corridor, utterly still. He raised his wand, illuminating the object. It was a massive snake's skin, pale and evidently long shed. The skin lay in a spiral on the corridor floor, hollow within. However, it was clear that the serpent which had sloughed off this layer was at least 15 meters in length. My goodness, Fred stammered. What on earth is that? Should we not flee? Do we intend to be devoured by that great serpent? The group collapsed onto the corridor floor, gasping for breath in sheer terror. How could the school allow such a colossal serpent to dwell deep within the castle? Cedric exclaimed angrily. Upon encountering something particularly remarkable, Cedric habitually entertained the notion of whether it could be fashioned into a wand. He had previously considered using materials from the Whomping Willow, the 3-headed dog Fluffy, and Dumbledore's fox. Yet, in this moment, he did not dare to contemplate crafting a wand from the giant serpent. After all, the risk of becoming its snack was all too real. However, Fred grasped his chest, breathing heavily. Cedric, let's not forget, strictly speaking, entering the secret passage is against the rules. We are violating school regulations. Yet we cannot leave this to the school. It is far too perilous. Did you see that snake skin? I dare say that serpent measures a full 60 feet. George exclaimed loudly. William, regaining his composure, asked, did you not notice the snake skin during your last visit? No. Fred chuckled wryly. If we were to be discovered, we would hardly dare to traverse that secret passage. It would be tantamount to courting death. George nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting his concurrence. William interjected. Might that serpent be a guardian left by the 4 founders to watch over the temple and the pyramid? Cedric pondered this notion, replying earnestly, do not forget. Slytherin is most renowned for the serpent's tongue. He may very well have left a giant serpent at the school to safeguard the pyramid. The 4 continued their discussion for a while, yet whether concerning the temple, the pyramid, the coffins, or the giant python, they were unable to unearth any particularly useful insights. Nevertheless, they unanimously concluded that the secret passage was to be avoided for the time being. One could never tell when they might encounter a famished python, mistaking them for a meal. Similarly, a visit to Hogsmeade that day also seemed out of the question, which was indeed quite disheartening. Overall, this adventure proved to be rather exhilarating, leaving William restless throughout the night. He dreamt of a massive python swallowing him whole, accompanied by those ominous coffins that seemed to beckon him to lie within. William felt a twinge of annoyance. Although coffins were indeed meant for repose, the notion of being invited to lie in one at such an early hour felt rather premature. Surely, he mused, he could not expect to live a shorter life than Dumbledore, even if he were to surpass Niccolo Machiavelli. William resolved to find an appropriate moment to burn some paper money for the four founders, imploring them for safety and to spare him from dreams of those coffins. Well, they must all be dead, right? Yes, they are undoubtedly deceased. He sat up, noticing the absence of Bobo T. The creature had been increasingly erratic of late, often sneaking out at night to frolic. William donned his coat and, after taking a bit longer than usual to freshen up, stepped outside. The common room was already bustling with young wizards. Today marked the Quidditch final. Although it had no bearing on Ravenclaw, who could resist the allure of Quidditch? In a world where the national football team faltered, one still had to watch, didn't one? After sitting for a spell, William opened the wooden door to the common room, intending to seek out Cedric and the others, only to be taken aback by the scene that greeted him at the threshold. There stood Robert, his eyes red-rimmed, resembling a vampire as he fixed his gaze on each young wizard emerging. His hair was disheveled, and he swayed unsteadily, giving the impression of being on the brink of collapse. Are you all right? William approached him, inquiring softly. His expression was one of genuine concern, a warm smile gracing his lips. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, he rummaged through his robe and produced a blue vial. Prefect, within this vial lies my concoction of the elixir of life. I've only administered it to one dog, and the results were quite favorable, though it has yet to undergo human trials. However, I can assure you of its efficacy. Just 2 spoonfuls will ensure you swiftly enter a deep slumber. In 2 hours, you will feel as rested as one who has slept for 8. Is it truly so? Robert exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the blue vial. He unscrewed the cap, expertly inspecting the liquid's hue and inhaling its aroma, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Indeed, this is the elixir of life. Splendid. With this, I need only 2 hours of sleep to feel fully rejuvenated. As the Quidditch final concluded, the spirited junior continued to guard the goalposts. How much should I pay you? William inquired, a broader smile gracing his lips as he patted Robert on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Once you awake, just share the data with me. Robert replied, chuckling. I understand. I used to assist Professor Snape with potion testing. He added, grinning, you can always count on me for such matters in the future. William, still smiling, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, and best of luck. Upon entering the hall, William found it already bustling with young wizards. Chapter 64, The Quidditch Final. Both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were present. Neither side had claimed the trophy for quite some time. Victory would inscribe their name in history, while defeat would brand them with disgrace. Despite the historically amicable relationship between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, tensions simmered beneath the surface. Fortunately, both factions managed to restrain themselves from physical altercations, though the supporters of Hufflepuff were noticeably more numerous. Slytherin would rather see the Badgers seize the Quidditch Cup than witness Gryffindor's triumph. The Ravenclaw students remained indifferent, supporting whichever house they pleased. For instance, Marietta was openly backing Gryffindor, drawn to boys who thrived in the limelight, while the understated Hufflepuff held little appeal for her. Autumn, however, firmly supported Hufflepuff, given Cedric's affiliation with the house. She was not particularly acquainted with the Gryffindor students. Adorned with a hat featuring a small badger, she stood proudly among her peers. As for William, he found himself in a quandary. Hufflepuff or Gryffindor? It was a dilemma worth pondering. Which option was safer? Enduring Cedric's incessant mental jabs, or facing the relentless pranks of the twins? By 9 in the morning, the crowd began to converge on the Quidditch pitch. 3/5 of the attendees donned pale yellow chrysanthemums, waving flags emblazoned with the Hufflepuff badger or banners proclaiming Hufflepuff triumph. Behind Gryffindor's goalposts, 200 supporters adorned themselves with red roses, their flags roaring with the Gryffindor lion's emblem. Professor McGonagall stood beside the commentary booth, brandishing a large lion. Visibly exhilarated, Gryffindor team has arrived, Lee Jordan announced, having taken up the role of commentator as previously mentioned. The Gryffindor team comprised the Weasley twins, Johnson, Spinnet, Neymar, and Wood. Although the Weasley twins and Angelina Johnson were merely second-year newcomers, they were undoubtedly gifted athletes. Lee Jordan enthusiastically introduced the Gryffindor players, microphone in hand, exclaiming, "This Gryffindor team is widely regarded as the golden generation and represents the finest squad Hogwarts has seen in recent years." The Slytherin students were the first to jeer, contesting the claim as they had secured the Quidditch Cup most frequently in recent times. The Hufflepuff team has arrived, captained by Truman. He appears to have consumed a potion for growth, towering a full head taller than last year, his physique now more robust, seemingly relying on strength rather than skill to secure victory. They have also welcomed a new seeker, Cedric Diggory. Cedric's face flushed with color. However, Lee Jordan had no kind words to offer. He exclaimed loudly, "Although Cedric is a friend of mine, I must say here that you are nowhere near Charlie's level." Lee's remark was drowned out by the jeers from the other three houses, with several students gesturing rudely at him. William shook his head, noting that despite his flaws, Lee Jordan was quite adept at playing with people's emotions. The match had yet to commence, yet psychological tactics were already in play. "Captains, shake hands," shouted Hooch. Charlie and Truman approached each other, gripping one another's hands firmly. Both faces flushed red, as if each wished to crush the other's fingers. And a palpable tension hung in the air. As the match was poised to begin, William noticed something peculiar. Principal Dumbledore was absent, as were Professors Snape and Tywin. This was rather odd. Slytherin had not made it to the finals, hence Snape's absence was understandable. However, Professor Tywin had never missed a Quidditch match, like Professor McGonagall. He was a fervent enthusiast of the sport. The same could be said for Dumbledore. There was little chance he would miss the finals. Yet here they were, absent. Where could they be? William patted his pocket, realizing he had forgotten to bring the Marauders map, of all times. "What's the matter, William?" Hagrid inquired, lowering his binoculars in confusion. Hagrid occupied 3 seats in the Ravenclaw stands, wary of obstructing the view of the younger witches and wizards seated behind him, as they all occupied the last row. A telescope was necessary to discern the events on the field. "I've noticed that Principal Dumbledore is missing," William announced loudly. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, necessitating a raised voice to be heard. "It's rather strange. He typically does not arrive late," Hagrid remarked, scanning the area and indeed finding no sign of Dumbledore. "Perhaps he is delayed due to some pressing matter. There's no need for concern," Hagrid replied cheerfully, producing a handful of walnuts from his pocket. Hagrid's rock-hard rock cakes could serve as weapons, but his roasted walnuts were exceptional, perfectly seasoned, and expertly cooked. Wearing a white latex glove, Hagrid squeezed the walnuts, effortlessly splitting them in 2 before offering them to William. "Thank you, Hagrid." William accepted the walnuts, nonchalantly munching on the snack while attentively watching the match. Autumn was wholly absorbed, preparing to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team in her second year. Both teams on the field would soon become her rivals. "Ah, they're off," Lee Jordan shouted in exhilaration. The quaffle was now with Gryffindor, as Gryffindor's Elias Pinnett charged toward the Hufflepuff goal. She skillfully dribbled the ball, effortlessly surpassing 2 opponents with astonishing acceleration. What a sight, Aaliyah. Alas, the quaffle was intercepted by Worthington from Hufflepuff, advancing across the field. He aims to draw a foul. How unscrupulous. Oh, what a splendid feint. A move characteristic of George Weasley. "George, you are truly a genius. Should victory be ours. I shall gladly wash your socks this month." Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "Lee Jordan, the match." "Oh, my apologies, Professor." Worthington has lost the quaffle, which was deftly snatched by Angelina Johnson. What a remarkable steal, undoubtedly among today's top plays, etched in history. The quaffle has returned to Gryffindor. What is this? Angelina is on a fast break? How swift, Angelina. Go, girl, charge forth, beautifully pausing alongside Cadwallader. Angelina is poised to shoot. She shoots. Oh, she has scored. Lee Jordan pounded the table, the microphone amplifying the raucous noise. Chapter 65, The Hogwarts Murder Incident. Lee Jordan's voice crescendoed as the crowd rose in jubilant cheer. The quaffle is in. She has scored. 10-0, Gryffindor leads. Regardless of the outcome, Angelina, you magnificent girl, I shall wash your lingerie this month. William stood and applauded. Having never witnessed such a splendid Quidditch match, both teams exhibited exceptional tactical prowess from the outset. In Quidditch, the Seekers indeed play a crucial role. For capturing the Golden Snitch yields 150 points and can conclude the match. However, this sport is not one for solitary heroes. It is a team endeavor, where beaters manipulate the bludgers to disrupt the Seekers. Similarly, while 150 points may seem substantial, matches can extend over months. Even this Quidditch World Cup final lasted 3 days and nights. William pressed the binoculars firmly to his eyes. A formation change, the eagle head offensive formation, a beautiful transition, fluid as a river. Lee Jordan displayed ample tactical acumen, articulating Gryffindor's formation with precision. William observed 3 Gryffindor chasers flying closely together, pressing towards the Hufflepuff players. Then, Angelina, with the quaffle, feigned an upward rush, drawing Worthington away, before passing the ball to Neymar. One of Hufflepuff's beaters, Woko, struck the approaching bludger with vigor, sending it towards Neymar. Neymar ducked, evading the bludger, and tossed the quaffle, which Angelina caught gracefully below. Angelina scores again. Lee Jordan's booming voice echoed, and the crowd erupted in applause, shaking the very ground of the Quidditch pitch. Autumn leaped with excitement, waving her arms incessantly. Soon, the match reached the 40-minute mark. Yet the scores remained tightly contested. Hagrid bellowed with enthusiasm. This is undoubtedly the most thrilling final in recent years. Unlike in previous years, The students of Slytherin no longer resort to foul tactics that render the matches chaotic. Their adeptness at employing such strategies has indeed been a significant factor in their repeated triumphs. In contrast, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor maintain a much cleaner approach, free from acts like elbowing or intentional collisions. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed above Hogwarts Castle. A magnificent silver creature burst through the window, gracefully descending and lifting its proud head. This was a phoenix, the silver guardian of Dumbledore, with an elegant and shimmering demeanor. The phoenix alighted at the center of the pitch. It opened its beak wide, speaking in Dumbledore's resonant, deep, and measured voice. In an instant, the phoenix vanished, as if it had never been there. Dumbledore seldom utilized his guardian to convey messages, except in instances of utmost urgency. Professor McGonagall, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into action, displaying agility unbecoming of her age, and appeared at the podium, swiftly seizing the microphone from Lee Jordan. Discontented murmurs and shouts erupted from the crowd, unwilling to miss such a thrilling Quidditch final. Oliver Wood appeared dejected, landing on the ground without dismounting his broom, and rushed towards Professor McGonagall. "But Professor," he exclaimed loudly, "we must continue the Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor is on the verge of victory." At that moment, the score difference was merely 20 points, audacious as he was to assert such. The crowd muttered discontentedly, shuffling towards the castle, some grumbling about the cancellation of the match, while others exhibited signs of anxiety. They speculated about the grave incident that warranted the cancellation of the Quidditch final. Marietta jested that it was the Death Eater's return, while Browlett speculated that the final exam papers had been burned. Many young wizards seemed to endorse or anticipate such outcomes, as if it would absolve them from examinations. As they neared the Ravenclaw common room, Professor Flitwick unexpectedly appeared from the back of the crowd. "Mr. Stark, I need to ask you something. Follow me." William felt an unsettling premonition, casting an innocent glance at Autumn, indicating he was equally in the dark about the situation. Indeed, William was unaware, but he suspected it might pertain to the events of the previous day in the secret passage. Perhaps the matter had come to light. Following Professor Flitwick, he distanced himself from the throng, ascending the marble staircase. However, instead of being taken to an office, they arrived at the hospital wing. "Listen, William. What I am about to disclose may shock you," Professor Flitwick said in a grave tone as they approached the infirmary. "A death has just occurred." William's heart seemed to skip a beat. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that his friends were all at the Quidditch pitch, so it couldn't he possibly be one of them. Professor Flitwick spoke with profound sorrow. "It is your year mate, Robert Hilliard." How could this be?" William paused, incredulity etched on his face. "I encountered him just 2 hours ago at the common room entrance." "Indeed," Professor Flitwick lamented, "the attack transpired during the finals. He was slain by dark magic. Who could have committed such an atrocity? The investigation has yet to reveal any suspects." He continued, "We discovered a vial of the elixir of life in his possession. Madame Pomfrey claimed it was you who concocted it, noting that you had inquired about its preparation during a previous potion-making session." "Indeed, that is true." William swiftly recounted their earlier conversation. "Did you observe any other anomalies?" William pondered deeply before shaking his head. "No, Professor." Flitwick sighed, seemingly at a loss as the final thread of evidence unraveled. At that moment, Dumbledore entered, his expression grave, and Flitwick shook his head in response. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, a sudden commotion echoed down the corridor. Filch stumbled in, gasping for breath, and stammered, "Headmaster, you must hurry to Professor Tuin. He is dead." Chapter 66, The Missing Bronze Ring. Dumbledore exited the room and strode purposefully towards the 3rd floor, where the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was located. The professors, engulfed in worry, barely acknowledged his presence. A crowd of teachers had gathered outside Professor Tuin's office, with Professor McGonagall at the forefront, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. It was the first time William had witnessed McGonagall in tears. Snape wore a furrowed brow, appearing deeply perplexed and concerned. Silence enveloped them as Dumbledore swiftly entered the office, his pupils constricting at the sight before him. Peering through the gap, William caught a glimpse inside. The office was meticulously arranged, seemingly devoid of trouble. However, in one corner stood an open lavatory door. Professor Tuin slumped upon the toilet, his head bowed, his robes tattered and stained with congealed blood. A long wound marred his chest, appearing to be the fatal injury. Most horrifying were his legs, where grotesque bite marks were visible through the torn fabric of his robes. An alarming sight. Professor Tuin lay dead, lifeless on the lavatory toilet in his own office. Dumbledore approached, gently pressing his hand against Tuin's chest, feeling the dark magic lingering there. Snape entered, bent down, and pointed at the wound, whispering something to Dumbledore, who merely shook his head in response. William could not discern their conversation. His attention was wholly captured by the row of bite marks, his complexion paling. These were unmistakably the marks of a large magical creature, dense and ferocious, reminding William of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, at Hogwarts. Suppressing his nausea, he observed for a moment before retreating from the room. Seeing this, Professor Flitwick followed him out. He led William to his own office and retrieved a piece of chocolate from his drawer. He offered it gently, saying, "Child, please eat this." Witnessing such a scene must have frightened you. Accepting it, William took a large bite, seeking solace from his terror. Professor Flitwick's voice wavered as he began to choke back tears once more. Poor Robert, just months away from graduation. Professor Tywin, too, had recently informed me that he intends to resign after this academic year. William remained silent, unaware of how Robert had met his demise. Yet the gnawing bite marks on Professor Tywin's feet were undeniably genuine. Could it have been the creature known as Louis? It was entirely plausible that Professor Tywin had inadvertently stumbled into the room of requirement and encountered Louis. What would happen to Hagrid, who was illicitly harboring the three-headed canine? As William chewed on chocolate, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Professor, what will happen if the murderer is captured?" Professor Flitwick sighed. "Certainly. They would be sent to Azkaban. Such a heinous act would likely warrant a life sentence." Despite it being April, William felt as cold as winter. "What troubles you, William?" Professor Flitwick inquired, noticing his discomfort, and retrieved a large bag of chocolate from his drawer. "If that's insufficient, I have more to help you feel a bit better." "It's nothing, Professor," William replied, unsure of what to say. Just then, a commotion erupted outside in the corridor. William recognized the voice of Minister Fudge. Given the gravity of the situation at Hogwarts, it was only natural for Dumbledore to alert the Ministry of Magic. Peering out the window, William observed a throng of Aurors assembling in the castle courtyard. Professor Flitwick sighed again, his unease palpable. If the murderer eludes capture, the school may very well face closure. 50 years ago, after a student was killed, the school nearly shut down. Today, we have lost both a student and a professor. William felt lost, unsure of how to leave Professor Flitwick's office. His mind buzzed with confusion. He wanted to seek Cedric, but the Hufflepuff common room was likely under lockdown. He wandered the corridor multiple times, contemplating finding Hagrid, yet he hesitated. Finally, he sat at the foot of the stairs, grappling with what to do. William was resolute in his desire to prevent Hagrid from being sent to Azkaban, but if Professor Tywin had indeed perished at the jaws of Louis, what could he possibly do? Time slipped away, and eventually, William ascended to the 8th floor. After pacing 3 times, the doorknob to the room of requirement appeared, and he stepped inside. Following the trail of congealed blood on the floor, he discovered Louis in a corner, licking its paw. Its paw was charred and bore a wound. Any remaining hope vanished. It was evident that Professor Tywin had accidentally entered the room of requirement, yet Louis did not recognize him and had attacked. Wait, how did Professor Tywin gain access to the room of requirement? William's emerald eyes brightened as he sensed something amiss. He had overlooked something significant. Circling around Louis, he meticulously contemplated the entire sequence of events. Typically, if someone is using the room of requirement, outsiders cannot enter unless they know the individual inside and how to utilize the room. For instance, if William sought a hiding place and was within, others could only access it if they, too, wished to conceal something. Otherwise, entry would be impossible. In other words, at that moment, Rouet was inside, and Professor Tywin could only enter this room if he intended to conceal something. What could a Hogwarts professor like Tywin possibly need to hide? Compelling him to visit the room of requirement? William lowered his head and searched the area, but the surrounding debris was overwhelming, making it impossible to discern which items belonged to Professor Tywin. With a sigh, William noticed Rouet, who was staring at him, eager to nuzzle his thigh. The 3-headed dog possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. A minor injury was trivial for Rouet, whose primary concern was hunger. It only thought of food. And if it continued this way, it would inevitably eat itself into oblivion. William, unceremoniously, delivered a kick to the middle head's teeth, urging it to keep its distance. Ding! A crisp sound of something falling echoed as a ring tumbled from Rouet's mouth, bouncing on the ground before rolling into the heap of refuse. Furrowing his brow, William followed the sound, swiftly approaching and rummaging through the trash until he retrieved the ring. It was a bronze ring shaped like an eagle, its design archaic and cool to the touch. Inscribed on the inner band were a series of small characters. Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Chapter 67, Professor McGonagall. William's attention was captivated by the ring, his heart racing. The design of this ring bore a striking resemblance to the eagle-shaped bronze knocker of the Ravenclaw common room. If the ring were enlarged tenfold, it would be the very knocker. William's thoughts began to wander. If this object were indeed the knocker of the common room, how could it be found in Rouet's mouth? The only person who had been here today was Professor Tywin. William approached Rouet, stepping over the garbage, and gently prodded its mouth. Now, little Rouet, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Here, have some fish treats. Open your mouth and let us practice together, huh? Rouet opened wide, and a foul odor wafted forth, prompting William to hold his breath lest he suffocate. He leaned in, akin to a veterinarian, inspecting Rouet's teeth. Numerous bloodstains marred the sharp teeth, presumably from Professor Tywin, with a wand lodged between them. A black ebony wand. This was undoubtedly Professor Tywin's wand. This meant that the knocker was indeed brought by him. As William extracted the wand, a surge of realization swept over him. He understood everything. It was Professor Tywin who had stolen the knocker, and he was also the one who left the inscription, identifying himself as a Death Eater. But why would he steal the knocker? Was this truly Ravenclaw's bronze ring? William gazed at the ring and, almost instinctively, slipped it onto the index finger of his right hand. He closed his eyes and waited, but nothing transpired. What had happened to the promised potion? If it was absent, surely it must be housing the spirit of Ravenclaw. Was a secret incantation required, akin to the Marauder's map? Clearing his throat, he intoned dramatically. Ring of hidden knowledge and power, reveal your true strength before me. Stark commands you, unleash the seal. No change occurred. The only sound in the vicinity was Roué voraciously consuming snacks. William felt a twinge of disappointment. He squinted in contemplation, pondering whether he had worn the ring incorrectly. He recalled that Ravenclaw had a daughter, which indicated she must be married. Thus, the ring ought to be on the ring finger rather than the index. William tugged at the ring on his left hand, attempting to remove it. Yet, something peculiar transpired. The ring, which had been effortlessly donned, now refused to budge. Gazing at the ring, William sighed, realizing it would be prudent to seek out Dumbledore. With Dumbledore's vast knowledge and the favor of Annie, he would surely assist him. Similarly, William had uncovered Professor Tywin's secret and believed it could still be salvaged. He intended to inform Dumbledore of this matter. If it were confirmed that Professor Tywin was indeed a Death Eater, then Louis would not only be vindicated but also credited for his discovery. Perhaps William might even earn a Distinguished Contribution Award from the school. Regardless, it was imperative to inform Dumbledore. With his capabilities, he would never abandon Hagrid in peril. Otherwise, what? Did William, a mere young wizard, intend to single-handedly storm Azkaban to rescue Hagrid, or believe he could resolve the entire issue? That would be an egregious overestimation of his own abilities, far too Gryffindor-like. It seemed everyone had departed. William wandered through several offices, but found no professors. He eventually arrived at the first-floor hall, where he discovered Professor McGonagall standing alone at the entrance. The wind rustled her robes as she stood in silence, tears streaming down her face. This was the first time William truly realized how emotionally expressive Professor McGonagall could be. "Professor McGonagall, here," he said, stepping closer to offer her a piece of paper. He nodded but did not leave. Instead, he inquired, "Is Professor Dumbledore in his office?" "No. He has gone to the Ministry with Minister Fudge." "Why would the headmaster go to the Ministry?" William felt a wave of panic. Could it be that Hagrid had been captured? Upon hearing that it was not Hagrid who had been apprehended, William exhaled in relief, but the very next moment, he shot his gaze upward in shock. What? Professor Snape has been taken as well. It was no wonder he was so astonished. Professor Snape had indeed been having a streak of misfortune lately, almost resembling a scapegoat. 2 trips to the Ministry in 1 year was quite unprecedented. William remained motionless. Since Dumbledore was absent, the only professor he could approach was McGonagall. He had complete faith in her, just as he did in Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, just as Professor McGonagall seemed on the verge of fury, William decisively stated, "Professor, I have urgent matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. Since he is not here, I must confide in you about the murderer of Professor Tywin." With that, he produced the ebony wand and handed it to her. Professor McGonagall's pupils dilated sharply as she fixed her gaze on him, her tone grave. "We have been searching for Professor Tywin's wand for quite some time. How could it possibly be in your possession?" William hastily recounted everything he knew. Of course, he artfully concealed any infractions of school rules, making it seem as though he had only just discovered Louis's involvement and had suddenly realized Tywin posed a threat. After hearing his account, Professor McGonagall, understandably, could not accept it so swiftly. William accompanied her to the room of requirement, where they examined the evidence to substantiate his claims. Professor McGonagall ushered William into her office, where she sat thoughtfully with her hands clasped. With a furrowed brow, she grappled with the multitude of ambiguities at hand. William's assertions, however, exhibited a coherent logic that demanded her cautious consideration. Seated in the chair, he idly surveyed the room, a first-time visitor to Professor McGonagall's office, where a plethora of books greeted his gaze. Professor McGonagall had mentioned that the Sorting Hat once contemplated placing her in Ravenclaw, a statement that now seemed to ring true. Chapter 68, April 20th. In addition to the numerous tomes, McGonagall's office housed other intriguing artifacts. On the right wall rested an ancient Nimbus 2000 broomstick. William, having studied the history of broom development, recalled that this particular model was released in 1940, making it quite the antique. It was evident that this broom had once been wielded by Professor McGonagall during her tenure with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and she had retained it even to this day. Beside the broom hung a poster of the Montrose Magpies, a team once celebrated among the British and Irish leagues for their remarkable success, having secured the League Cup 32 times and the European Cup twice. Although the team had long since fallen from grace, McGonagall clung to her youthful admiration for them. On the wall behind McGonagall was a framed photograph featuring a younger version of herself alongside a wizard unknown to William. While William observed the office, a distressed Professor McGonagall finally grasped a piece of parchment, meticulously inscribing a lengthy message with her quill before sealing it in an envelope and handing it to a white owl perched at the window. The owl affectionately pecked at McGonagall before soaring away, vanishing into the sky. William promptly ceased his idle surveying and nodded earnestly. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon him and continued, "Child, what you have learned today must remain confidential for the time being. It pertains to the lives of 3 innocent individuals." The 3 innocents referred to were Snape, Hagrid, and Robert. After a brief hesitation, McGonagall glanced at William's ring and remarked, "That ring is beyond my ability to remove. I believe Professor Dumbledore will know how to handle it, so do not fret excessively." William sensed that McGonagall was merely offering him comfort, yet he rose to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he turned back and inquired, "Professor McGonagall, may I ask why Professor Snape was taken away? Was it solely due to suspicions of his involvement?" McGonagall hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge this information, but after a moment, she exhaled deeply and confessed, "A dark magic wound was discovered on Tywin." The realization dawned upon William. It appeared that Professor Tywin had indeed encountered a conflict with Snape prior to entering the room of requirement. The question arises once more, why did the two engage in combat? Standing by the wooden door, he discovered that the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker had indeed vanished, replaced instead by a gaping hole. The students remained oblivious to the unfolding events, merely assuming that the knocker had been stolen once again. Consequently, the deans mandated that the 4 houses secure the doors to their common rooms, forbidding any outings. Thus, dinner was consumed in their respective dormitories. As the night deepened, he lay in bed, sipping bubble tea while meticulously pondering the day's occurrences. In his hand, he held the Marauders map, which still bore no mention of Dumbledore or Snape. Likewise, the names of Professors Robert and Tywin were conspicuously absent. As the night enveloped him, William gradually succumbed to slumber, the ring on his finger emitting an unanticipated sapphire glow, resembling stars in the darkness. Several individuals and a cat fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to the illumination glowing from a certain Ravenclaw dormitory. Deep within the bowels of Hogwarts, in the catacombs, the lake stirred with ripples, while a golden compass on the shore slowly spun in a circle. Time passed, and tranquility returned, as if nothing had ever transpired. In the morning, William awoke punctually. He sat up, surveying his surroundings, but bubble tea had mysteriously vanished, and the ring on his finger served as a reminder that the events of yesterday were no mere farce. Rubbing his face, William rose, quickly freshened up, rolled up the Marauders map, and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to seek out Cedric. Upon exiting the dormitory and entering the common room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Many young wizards were animatedly gathered, passionately discussing the Quidditch finals, as if a rematch were imminent. William furrowed his brow and spotted Autumn amidst the crowd. The girl was seated on a sofa, fiddling with a hat adorned with a Hufflepuff badger. She held her wand, attempting to animate the badger through transfiguration, undoubtedly to no avail. Startled, Autumn jabbed her wand, sending the hat flying, which struck Marietta on the head. "The finals were cancelled? Who told you that?" Marietta exclaimed, donning the hat with a laugh. "William, have you lost your mind? Today is the finals. How could it be cancelled?" She gestured toward the Quidditch pitch. "Look, you can still see the arrangements from here." Following Marietta's gaze, William peered through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of Ravenclaw Tower and beheld the distant Quidditch field. Hagrid was seen carrying a microphone toward the podium, while Madame Hooch inspected the safety provisions. Professor McGonagall stood before the Gryffindor stands, wand in hand, conjuring a roaring lion. Something was amiss. William stood frozen for a moment before he finally inquired, "What is today's date?" "It's April 20th, Autumn replied. "No, yesterday was the 20th. Today must be the 21st. William hastily retrieved the Marauders map, and upon uttering the incantation, a multitude of names appeared on its surface. His heart raced violently, as if it might explode from his chest. On the map, he spotted Robert's name at the lounge entrance. He saw Professor Tywin's office. He saw Dumbledore. He saw Snape. William was utterly bewildered. Chapter 69, The Unusual Professor Tywin. Standing at the entrance of the lounge, William reached out and pinched the flesh on Robert's face. The elasticity was still present, the texture delicate, and the freckles vividly alive. With years of carnivorous experience, he could ascertain that this was indeed real. Neither a robot nor artificial meat. Merlin, how could this once dead man have mysteriously resurrected? William sensed that matters were not so simple and prepared to delve deeper, intent on a thorough examination of Robert's body. "What are you doing?" Robert sputtered, hurriedly freeing himself from William's grasp, shielding his entire being. He stepped back, frowning in confusion, and asked, "Are you sick?" William truly felt that his mind was not quite right. Ignoring the whispers of the surrounding young wizards, he turned and entered the washroom. splashing cold water on his face, staring blankly at his handsome, yet melancholic reflection in the mirror. What was the root of this problem? After calming himself, William stepped outside, seeking a secluded corner to sit and analyze the current situation. Firstly, all of this could be attributed to excessive grief, leading to hallucinations. Yet, William believed he was not that fragile, nor excessively sentimental. Secondly, everything that transpired yesterday had not yet occurred. William had awakened to a peculiar ability akin to foreseeing death, predicting the demise of Robert and the others. However, this foresight was unduly prolonged, as he had experienced an entire day in its entirety, crucially without witnessing how Robert and the others perished. What sort of foresight was that? Thirdly, William pondered that he might have traversed time once again, albeit this time for a shorter duration, merely a day, and a day he had already lived. Could time travel truly be repeated? As a man seasoned in such experiences, William had never heard of such peculiar maneuvers. The fourth possibility had William contemplatively twirling the ring on his finger. This was the renowned Ravenclaw bronze ring. If anything strange were to occur, it was highly probable that this ring was the culprit. He recalled the words of Professor McGonagall from yesterday. This concerns the lives of 3 innocent souls. Did this ring desire William to save Robert and the others? William gazed out the window, noticing numerous students making their way toward the Quidditch pitch. His time was undoubtedly pressing. His mind began to operate at an overload. Contemplating his next course of action, the key figure was undoubtedly Tywin. Based on the available intel, Professor Tywin's subsequent move should be to seize the hoop while everyone was at the Quidditch pitch. He likely encountered Robert at the entrance, casually murdering him, and then inadvertently stumbled into the room of requirement, where he was bitten by Rowena. As for why Snape would engage in battle with Professor Tywin, William still found himself at a loss. If William wished to alter the course of events, all he needed to do was to thwart Professor Tywin. Yet, one must not forget that he is merely a first-year wizard. Although hailed as a prodigy, his repertoire of spells is limited to those found within the pages of his textbooks, rendering him no match for an adult sorcerer. William felt the pressing need to seek assistance. His first thought was of Professor Dumbledore. Surely, if he could locate Dumbledore, they could thwart Tywin's plans. This line of reasoning was undoubtedly sound. With this thought in mind, William hastily retrieved the Marauder's map and discovered that Dumbledore was still meandering within his office. He recalled that Dumbledore had not attended the Quidditch match, likely detained by some pressing matter. Rising swiftly, William made his way towards the door. Autumn was busy gathering her belongings, preparing to head to the pitch, and called out, "William, the match is about to commence. Aren't you joining us in the Great Hall? Cedric is waiting for us." William turned back and replied, "You go ahead, I'll join you shortly," resolving to deal with Tywin first. He reassured himself that there would still be time to watch the match. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace, exiting the Ravenclaw common room. He found Robert still loitering at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the younger wizards, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited him. William rolled his eyes, thinking that such a person would die in vain. He decided not to linger and instead turned towards Dumbledore's office. Aware that time was of the essence as the match was fast approaching, William had to take a circuitous route to avoid the dense throng of people before finally reaching the corridor on the 3rd floor. He halted before an exceedingly grotesque stone gargoyle. As he regarded the creature, a sudden realization struck him. He did not know the password to enter Dumbledore's office. At that moment, he heard the sound of a whistle, indicating that the players had entered the field. Just as he prepared to turn around in search of Professor Flitwick, the gargoyle sprang to life, leaping aside, and the wall behind it split in two. Dumbledore emerged from within, clad in a flowing blue robe. And upon noticing the boy at the entrance, he greeted him with a smile. "William, why are you not watching the match? What brings you here?" "Professor, I have something important to discuss with you," William replied hastily. "Let us converse as we walk." Dumbledore led William up the staircase. William quickly recounted everything he knew, deliberately omitting mention of the 3-headed dog and the ring, for the notion of resurrection was too shocking. He simply stated that Tywin was a Death Eater. Dumbledore squinted thoughtfully, maintaining his brisk pace along the corridor, his tone calm and unfazed. An intriguing tale indeed. "Professor, this is not merely a story. Then, do you possess any evidence, William? Accusing a professor requires substantiation. We cannot simply act on the word of a young wizard. Even if I were to believe you, the officials at the Ministry of Magic certainly would not." William, of course, had no evidence, as the events had yet to unfold. Let us set that aside for now. I was just about to head to the Ravenclaw common room to inquire with Ms. Grey about a few matters. Shall we go together? Dumbledore blinked, still unperturbed. However, on the 4th floor, they encountered Professor Tywin lurking in a corner by a window, seemingly waiting for something. William's breath quickened. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "Professor Tywin, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be watching the match?" "I have been waiting for you, Professor," Tywin replied, turning to see William. He furrowed his brow in surprise, but quickly donned a smile. "I have something to discuss with you regarding Professor Snape." "Is that so? Please, go on." Professor, it's quite urgent, Tywin interrupted Dumbledore. I possess knowledge about James's demise and the secrets of the Dark Lord. Chapter 70. The Unchanging Conclusion. Tywin was insistent on sharing crucial information with Dumbledore, a demeanor that caught William off guard. Dumbledore glanced at the Quidditch match that had already commenced and suggested, "Since Professor Tywin is in such a hurry, let us converse in my office." William exhaled with relief. If Tywin went to Dumbledore's office, the opportunity for mischief would be temporarily thwarted. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into William's mind. Dumbledore had intended to head to Ravenclaw Tower. So how could Tywin possibly have committed an act beneath the headmaster's very nose? "Professor Dumbledore, I shall await your return," William stated. Dumbledore nodded and entered with Tywin. William stationed himself by the window, continuing to observe the match. Though he had witnessed the game the day prior, he remained thoroughly engrossed. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a monstrous creature sprang to life, leaping aside, as the wall behind it split in two. Emerging from within was Tywin, wearing a smile that hinted at deep contemplation as he cast a sidelong glance at William before striding toward the first floor, presumably to watch the match. Moments later, Dumbledore emerged with a grave expression, hastily making his way toward William. "William, as you can see, Professor Tywin did not steal the ring, nor did he launch an attack." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, as Professor Snape rushed down from above, wand in hand and bloodied. "Headmaster," Snape exclaimed breathlessly. "There has been an incident. A student is dead." William gasped sharply, his fingers tightening around the ring, turning pale. "Who has died?" He stood frozen in shock for a considerable time, his mind swirling in chaos. Tywin had just exited Dumbledore's office. He couldn't have had the opportunity to commit a crime, yet Robert was still dead? Who was responsible? Had William misjudged the situation? Having visited the Ravenclaw common room countless times, he had never before sprinted there with such urgency. As he neared the wooden door of Ravenclaw, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Robert lay lifeless on the ground, his left eye socket hollow and bloodstains already dried. There were no other signs of violence. A look of terror was etched on his face, as if he had witnessed something dreadful before his demise. Nearby, a gaping hole marred the wooden door, and the eagle-shaped ring had vanished once more. William was acutely aware that he still bore a ring on his hand. Dumbledore knelt beside Robert, inspecting the wounds. "It was Avada Kedavra, Headmaster," Snape said, wiping the blood from his face. "Indeed," came Dumbledore's grave voice, which soon turned to one of perplexity. But how could this be? Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Robert's vacant eye sockets and proceeded to turn his lifeless body over. The missing left eye hung intact above the wooden door, obscured by Robert's corpse. A large pool of dark blood, curving chaotically around the eye, resembled a disordered piece of graffiti, yet upon closer examination, it formed a long delineation pointing towards the earth. Dumbledore's voice resonated, seemingly elucidating the matter for William. The Eye of Horus, a symbol now exceedingly rare, had appeared multiple times throughout history, coveted by ancient sorcerers and steeped in mystery. Professor Snape, equally confounded, inquired, "What does it signify that the adversary has left such a mark?" "In traditional terms, Severus, it pertains to resurrection." "Resurrection of what?" William asked. Dumbledore gestured for Snape to move Robert's body, straightening as he spoke. "For millennia, the Eye of Horus has been imbued with the meaning of revival. In essence, it symbolizes the impending resurrection of a significant figure, be it an ancient sorcerer, a pharaoh, a monarch, or indeed, Voldemort." Snape's grip on his wand trembled slightly, his face obscured in shadow, rendering his expression indiscernible. "Very well, Severus, it may not be as dire as it seems," Dumbledore reassured him. "Let us transfer this child's body to the hospital wing, await my arrival there. But, tell me what transpired later. I have other matters to attend to. Come, William." Dumbledore placed a hand on William's shoulder, guiding him downstairs. "Where are we going, Professor?" William could still see the Quidditch pitch, where a fierce match was underway. Yet the clamor felt distant, as if from another world. "We are to see Professor Tywin. You mentioned that Robert would be killed. That has indeed occurred. And I fear for Professor Tywin's fate as well. But I don't understand. If Tywin was in my office, how could Robert still be murdered?" Dumbledore appeared to discern William's thoughts. William nodded, adding, "Moreover, Professor Tywin just went to the first floor. How could he?" Dumbledore spoke gently. "Child, I believe this is the reason you were summoned here." "Summoned?" William rubbed the ring, feeling perplexed. Dumbledore ceased speaking, striding ahead. The two quickly arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Dumbledore drew his wand and tapped the door lock. The door exploded open, collapsing half the wall in the process. William's eyelids twitched. He felt Dumbledore could have exercised a bit more gentleness instead of such violence. Dumbledore navigated through the smoke, first surveying the room before making his way directly to the restroom. Unlike yesterday, Tywin was not yet cold, but he was in a state of near death. Tywin's chest heaved violently, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yet his elbows were locked. and his fingers clutched the edge of the toilet bowl as if he still sought to rise. Tywin's pupils began to dilate, his vision blurred. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he still recognized Dumbledore. He wished to speak, but no words escaped his lips. Instead, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth with increasing ferocity. Dumbledore gently pressed his hand against Tywin's chest, feeling the shattered bones beneath, the robes soaked in blood. Warm to the touch, Dumbledore bent down, shaking his head softly. "We have arrived too late, William." William remained silent, his brow furrowed, as the reality surpassed his imagination. This indicated that Quidditch must come to an end. Dumbledore raised his wand, summoning a silver phoenix. The magnificent creature circled William twice, enveloping him in warmth, before it shattered the glass and soared toward the Quidditch pitch. "Let us proceed to my office. We must have a serious discussion." Dumbledore turned away, not casting another glance at Professor Tywin's lifeless body. Chapter 71, The Great Dumbledore. H. Agendas. Dumbledore uttered a command as he stood on the third floor. Suddenly, a beast sprang to life, leaping aside, causing the wall behind it to split in two. Beyond the wall lay a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly, akin to an escalator. The moment Dumbledore and William stepped onto it, they heard a resounding crash behind them as the wall sealed shut. They ascended higher and higher, spinning as if in an elevator. William mused that such a splendid contraption should be made available to the entire school, rather than allowing students to traverse stairs while the headmaster enjoyed the luxury of an elevator. Soon, a glimmering oak door appeared before them, adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. William lingered, captivated by the knocker, having developed a certain sensitivity to such things. Upon pushing the door open, Dumbledore produced a piece of parchment and began to write. William stood alone, the first time in the headmaster's office, surveying his surroundings. The room was spacious and beautifully circular, filled with an array of whimsical sounds. On a long-legged table lay an assortment of peculiar silver artifacts, spinning and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, each gently snoring within their frames. There was also a massive table, its legs resembling claws. On a shelf behind the table rested a tattered, crumpled sorting hat. Before long, Dumbledore completed his writing, placing the parchment into the fireplace, where it vanished in a burst of flames. William understood that Dumbledore was communicating with the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, Fudge and the others would not have arrived so swiftly. After concluding his task, Dumbledore stood, gazing at William. Rather than engaging in a deeper conversation, he stated, "William, I have some matters to verify. Please remain here and do not wander. You may have lunch here at noon. There are many books within. Feel free to peruse them." William nodded eagerly. Dumbledore strode out, and the wooden door closed once more. The headmasters, who had been feigning slumber, now opened their eyes and began to scrutinize William. Under the watchful gaze of so many, William felt a profound discomfort enveloping him. Fortunately, within this room, there were familiar objects that offered a measure of solace. Stealthily, he navigated around the table, seizing the hat from the shelf, not donning it, but scrutinizing it intently. The hat remained as disheveled as ever, appearing as though it had not been washed in centuries. At that moment, a small voice piped up, "You are still alive, William Stark? I thought Severus had done away with you long ago." The mention of this sparked a fierce anger within William, who replied with a sinister smile, "Thanks to your good fortune, I remain alive, while Professor Snape has been dispatched to Azkaban." "Oh, by the way, where is that little spider?" William inquired. The sorting hat, on guard, responded, "What are you planning?" Before it could finish its sentence, the tiny spider emerged from a tangled ball of yarn, seemingly just roused from slumber. "Remarkably, it's still here," William mused, gazing at the spider with curiosity. "How peculiar. I recall that eight-eyed giant spiders are quite large upon hatching, are they not?" After nearly a year of study, William was no longer the novice he once was. He had acquired considerable knowledge. The eggs of eight-eyed giant spiders are the size of golf balls. Yet this spider appeared far too diminutive. Such a mutation seemed ludicrous. William had never witnessed a parent towering at 2 meters, and if the offspring were a dwarf, the genetic anomaly was simply unfathomable. His gaze towards the little spider shifted. He entertained the notion that either the wrong offspring had been delivered or that its father had been cuckolded. William glanced at the sorting hat, contemplating a little mischief while Dumbledore was absent, but reconsidered as the atmosphere felt amiss, and he refrained from taking action. After all, he would not be wearing this hat in the future. The burdensome task could be left to the younger students. Professor Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, perched majestically on a golden perch by the door, its size comparable to that of a swan, adorned with resplendent red and gold feathers. It swayed its long tail gracefully, winking at William in a friendly manner. William swallowed hard. He had yet to taste the Scottish long-tailed turkey. Setting the hat down, he approached the window, gazing outside to see a throng making their way toward the castle. Autumn, Cedric, and the twin brothers were scanning the grounds in search of William's figure. Studying in the headmaster's office indeed exuded a certain prestige. William opened a side door, exclaiming in awe, for the room was brimming with books, resembling a miniature library. He strode directly to a shelf labeled study materials. It is well known that folders named study materials on computers often contain rather unhealthy content, and William suspected this shelf held treasures he sought. However, he had clearly overindulged in imagination. This was indeed a collection of academic texts. He casually flipped through a few volumes, noting that they bore no signs of having been opened before, pristine as if freshly purchased. William shook his head. Those who stored books in their offices were typically pretenders, unlikely to actually read them. TSK. It appeared that even Headmaster Dumbledore was not exempt from this norm. Wait a moment. William glanced at the author and discovered it was Dumbledore. Pardon the intrusion. William casually flipped through several books, discovering that they were all authored by Dumbledore himself or co-written with other renowned wizards. These journals and periodicals were akin to those in the Muggle world. While ordinary individuals would struggle to publish a single article, Dumbledore had commenced his contributions as early as his 4th year, amassing thousands over the course of more than a century. The most remarkable aspect was not merely his prolific output in a single field, but rather his significant contributions across nearly all domains. This truly exemplified the stature of an academic giant. Dumbledore's current position was not solely the result of his triumph over Grindelwald. That was but a trivial accomplishment among his many accolades. Dumbledore's greatness stemmed from his comprehensive advancement of the magical community, impacting both the realms of peace and academia alike. Undoubtedly, William aspired to be such a wizard. Chapter 72. The Pensive. He set down a copy of today's Transfiguration and walked a few laps around the headmaster's office, performing a complete set of the 9th series of calisthenics to invigorate his body. The portraits of past headmasters squinted in an attempt to mimic a few movements of the Eastern martial arts. Tai Chi remained the most favored, as several headmasters had just lamented the frame's inadequacy, hindering their movements. William found it perplexing how this assembly of portraits possessed such boundless energy. How exceedingly dull it must be. Leaning against the window, he relished the gentle breeze, as the entire castle seemed to fall into a serene hush. The night was truly beautiful. He realized that aside from the tower of the Ravenclaw common room, the view of Hogwarts from this vantage point was the most exquisite. Regrettably, Dumbledore had many years before retirement. Otherwise, William might have contemplated applying for the headmaster's position to inherit this office. As night deepened, the Auror stationed at the school entrance departed. Of course, according to the Marauder's map, both Dumbledore and Snape had vanished, just as they had the previous day. William hesitated for a moment, then rose and approached the cabinet. He opened its door to reveal a shallow stone basin, adorned with peculiar carvings. William recognized some of the runic and alchemical symbols, yet he did not comprehend their meanings. Ancient runes were a subject introduced in the 3rd year, and he had yet to reach such proficiency. The silvery light emanated from the contents of the basin. It shimmered like bright silver, yet flowed continuously, resembling ripples on a water surface stirred by a gentle breeze, or clouds elegantly dispersing and softly swirling. Leaning closer, William expected to see the bottom of the basin. But beneath that mysterious substance lay a compartment. It was as if he were gazing into a carriage through a circular skylight. Bringing his face nearer, his nose was but an inch away from the glass-like surface. He observed several young wizards seated within the carriage, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. William recognized it as the Hogwarts Express. Peering further down, he discerned a youthful Professor Snape, strikingly reminiscent of his adult self, their demeanor nearly identical. However, he could not ascertain the situation in the corners. Leaning in even closer, his nose brushed against the unusual surface of that substance. Suddenly, Dumbledore's office tilted, and William's body surged forward, his head plunging into a basin. Yet, his hair did not make contact with the bottom of the basin. He fell into a cold, dark substance, as if being drawn into a black whirlpool. Abruptly, William found himself seated on a bench at the bottom of the basin, the muffled sounds of a train echoing in his ears. He recognized this. He had encountered it in a popular alchemical tome. It was a pensive, a rare and precious alchemical artifact used for viewing memories. However, these were not Dumbledore's memories, but rather those of a young wizard in the compartment. At that moment, a raucous group of boys was conversing, while a solitary girl sat in the corner by the window, pressing her face against the glass. Shortly after, a young Severus Snape entered the compartment and took a seat opposite the girl. She glanced at him before turning her gaze back to the outside, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I don't want to talk to you," she said, her voice taut. "Why? Penny, she hates me. She loathes me for having read her letter to Dumbledore." "So what?" he replied, only to be met with a look of utter disdain. "She is my sister." He quickly fell silent as the girl, in her haste to wipe her tears, failed to notice his interruption. "But Lily, we're going. We're on our way to Hogwarts," he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. She nodded, dabbing at her eyes, and managed a faint smile despite everything. "You better be sorted into Slytherin," Snape declared, feeling encouraged by her slightly improved mood. "Slytherin?" A boy in the compartment, who had previously shown no interest in Snape or Lily, turned his attention upon hearing the word. He was a boy with dark hair, somewhat resembling Snape. Yet his spoiled demeanor was something Snape would never possess. Who wants to join Slytherin? I think I'll just leave, aren't you coming? The dark-haired boy asked, languidly reclining opposite him. But Snape did not smile. My entire family is in Slytherin, he stated. Oh dear. The dark-haired boy replied. I suppose you must be as well. Snape smirked slightly. Perhaps I'll break that tradition. If given the choice, which house would you prefer? The dark-haired boy made a mock gesture as if drawing a sword. Gryffindor, the house of brave warriors. Just like my father. Snape scoffed quietly with a hint of disdain. The dark-haired boy turned to him. Do you find something wrong with that? Not at all, Snape replied, though his slight smirk suggested otherwise, as long as you are content to be a brawny fool. And which house would you prefer? You seem rather lacking in both brawn and wit, interjected the boy beside him. The dark-haired boy laughed heartily, while Lily stood up. Her face flushed red with anger as she glared at the two. Come on, Severus, let us find another compartment. Oh. The two boys mocked her haughty tone, with the dark-haired boy attempting to trip Snape as he passed by. However, the scene did not fade away. This indicated that the memories did not originate from Professor Snape and the girl named Lily. The dark-haired boy spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am James Potter, but you may call me James. And I am Sirius Black, replied the other. They shook hands. William was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was the illustrious father of Harry Potter, while the other was the so-called traitor mentioned by Hagrid. What about you? James inquired of the other children. A boy, dressed in tattered clothing and with a somewhat pale complexion, responded, I am Remus Lupin. You can call me Remus. The boy beside James was about to speak when James affectionately pulled him close and said with a grin, This is Tywin, my friend. Tywin's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and delight at such familiarity. It was then that William noticed Professor Tywin, as Hagrid had said. He was indeed quite ordinary in his youth. Both in appearance and demeanor, he bore little resemblance to the remarkable figure he would become, lacking the easy smile that characterized his later years. Chapter 73, Distorted Affections. Which house do you intend to join? After becoming better acquainted, James took the initiative to ask. Remus, appearing somewhat frail, coughed twice and replied, I am uncertain which house someone like me would belong to. Someone like you? Sirius smirked. What sort of person are you? Are you worried you might end up in Hufflepuff? Remus chuckled. I do possess a modicum of confidence. Sirius's smile broadened as he turned his gaze toward Tywin. What about you? Tywin shyly smiled and stole a glance at James, uncertainly murmuring, I hope to join Gryffindor. Another Gryffindor. Sirius shook his head. James burst into laughter, exclaiming, Tywin will undoubtedly end up in Hufflepuff. He has always been a bit of a fool. Allow me to share. There was one time when Tywin and I went swimming in the river, and he was caught by a Grindylow and dragged to the bottom. It was I who ultimately saved him. As James recounted Tywin's numerous embarrassing moments, the other two erupted in laughter. The light-hearted teasing from newly acquainted friends left Tywin feeling a bit awkward, and tears welled in his eyes. Soon, the snack trolley arrived. James took Tywin's hand and rushed toward the snack cart, with Sirius following close behind. Yet, the scene remained static, with Remus still seated alone in the compartment. William finally understood whose memory this was. Before long, the images within the carriage began to blur and fade. William found himself standing beside the Ravenclaw table, facing the illuminated house table, where rows of focused faces awaited. Professor McGonagall called out, James Potter. James swaggered toward the sorting hat and took a seat on the stool. As McGonagall placed the hat upon his head, it barely grazed his dark hair before proclaiming, Gryffindor. William heard a painful sigh escape from Tywin beside him. Tywin had not been sorted into Gryffindor, nor Hufflepuff. Unexpectedly, he had been placed into Ravenclaw. A flicker of jealousy and disappointment crossed Tywin's eyes. William furrowed his brow. And in that fleeting moment, an exceedingly absurd thought crossed his mind. Professor Tywin did not steal the Ravenclaw ring to resurrect Voldemort, but rather to bring back James Potter, who had been slain by Voldemort. Could this be possible? Come now, said Dumbledore beside him, gently supporting William's elbow. William felt himself slowly ascending into the air, Hogwarts fading away until only darkness remained. It felt as though he had executed a slow-motion somersault, his feet suddenly landing on solid ground, surrounded by blinding light. He found himself in Dumbledore's office. The stone basin on the cabinet before him glimmered, and Dumbledore stood at his side. Professor, William quickly apologized. I did not intend to look. The cabinet doors were ajar. No matter, Dumbledore replied. You would have seen them sooner or later. He lifted the stone basin and placed it on the smooth surface of the desk, then seated himself in the chair behind it, gesturing for William to sit opposite him. I assume you are already aware of what this is? Dumbledore inquired. The pensive, Professor, William nodded, his mind brimming with confusion. I shall now demonstrate the use of the pensive, Dumbledore explained, pointing at the stone basin. It allows us to extract excess thoughts from our minds and pour them into this basin. When we have the leisure to reflect, we can better discern their forms and the connections between them. It sounds reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes' memory palace, William remarked. Dumbledore withdrew his wand from his robe and inserted the tip into his silvery hair near his temple. Upon extracting the wand, it appeared to have a strand of hair adhering to it, but William soon realized it was a small wisp of the same silvery substance as that in the basin. Dumbledore added this fragment of new memory to the basin, and William beheld Severus Snape's visage swirling within it. Dumbledore cradled the pensieve in his elongated hands, rotating it as a prospector might sift through sand. "Headmaster, I see myself, yet I am certain it is not me," William stated. "The individual bears the scent of Polyjuice potion. He is injured, attempting to burst into my potion storeroom, but I thwarted him. Following the blood trail, I arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, where I discovered the lifeless form of Robert. Soon, Snape's face vanished, replaced by that of Minister Fudge. I must take him to Azkaban, regardless of what you say, Albus." Dumbledore gazed at William over the crescent-shaped lenses. "When you arrived, I was utilizing the pensieve. Ms. Gray had sent me an alert, and I hastily put it away, intending to go to the Ravenclaw common room. I must not have closed the cabinet doors properly. Naturally drawing your attention. I apologize," William offered once more. Dumbledore shook his head. With a slight frown, he tapped the thoughts within the basin with the tip of his wand. Immediately, a humanoid form arose from the basin, a tall and slender twin, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a countenance full of fury. His legs remained within the basin, indifferent to the presence of William and Dumbledore. "James is actually dating Lily Evans, Professor Dumbledore. I am merely feeling a bit angry. I did not intend to cast a dark curse upon that girl. I witnessed them kissing at Madame Pudafoots, and I could not contain my fury. Professor Dumbledore." William looked up at the boy and quietly inquired whether Professor Tywin had always harbored feelings for James Potter. "Feelings?" Dumbledore echoed slowly, as if recalling something, then sighed. Chapter 74, The Primordial Mysteries. The office fell into an abrupt silence. Dumbledore prodded the basin of memories with his wand, causing Tywin to submerge, and the basin transformed back into an opaque silvery hue. The silver light from the pensieve illuminated Dumbledore's face. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "William, to have feelings is not a sin, even if both parties are of the same gender. However, we must tread carefully when discussing such unacknowledged emotions and refrain from hasty conclusions." William felt somewhat awkward discussing such matters with Dumbledore in the office, but he understood. After all, the dynamics in Britain were unique. Fortunately, the headmaster soon added, "From my experience and observations, Professor Tywin indeed possesses a particular affection for James. That sentiment began the moment James saved Tywin. So, the one just now who transformed into Professor Snape using the Polyjuice potion, was it Professor Tywin?" William pondered. "I believe it was him. But how is that possible? Professor Tywin was conversing with you at that time, wasn't he? Could one of them be an imposter?" "They are both him, William. How could that be? How could he appear in two places at once?" "Enough, William." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, interrupting his inquiries. "I cannot disclose more, or it may affect your time here." "What do you mean, Professor? At this hour, I should be at the Ministry of Magic. But since you appeared before me this morning, things have changed, which is why I am here." Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon William's eyes. "Before we delve into our discussion, I must ask you a question." "What question, Professor?" "William, how many times have you looped through this cycle?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, an epiphany washed over William like a tidal wave. He vaguely understood why he was here. That premonition became increasingly potent. "William?" Dumbledore called. "You appear somewhat pale. Are you all right?" William instinctively attempted to twist his ring, but it would not budge. He awoke from his reverie. Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, his broken nose nearly touching William's face, his blue eyes scrutinizing him. "It seems my words have sparked an insight in you?" "Yes, Professor," William replied. "I have formed some conjectures." "Oh," Dumbledore said, piqued with interest. "Do share. Am I caught in some sort of time loop?" William's swift realization stemmed not only from Dumbledore's prompting, but also from memories of several films he had seen in a past life. The Day of the Groundhog narrates Phil's experience of waking up each morning to the same day, February 2nd, Groundhog Day. The events of the day unfold around Phil like a repetitive playback of a videotape. Similarly, in Doctor Who, the Doctor is trapped in a time loop, reliving a single day for an astonishing 45 billion years to save Clara. In both instances, they are undeniably ensnared in a temporal cycle, much like William's current predicament. However, whether his assumptions hold true will depend on tomorrow, whether it is indeed April 20th. Dumbledore gestures for William to raise his right hand, under the soft glow of the light. The ring appears antiquated yet elegant, shrouded in mystery. "William, your conjectures are not unfounded. You are indeed caught in a peculiar cycle. Your time remains suspended, possibly indefinitely." On this very day, William furrows his brow, remarking, "But this contradicts what Professor Binns said. He mentioned that the Ravenclaw bronze ring is a magical artifact capable of traversing any point in time." Dumbledore shakes his head. "During my tenure as an instructor, I frequently caution my students that authentic history often intertwines with countless dubious legends. Widely accepted tales may not withstand scrutiny, much like this ring. Professor, could you elucidate the nature of this ring? Dumbledore stands and walks to the window, with William standing beside him, both gazing at the enchanting view of Hogwarts. The silver moon hangs like a crescent, the night deep and profound, resembling a timeless painting that has silently existed for millennia. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore sighs. It never fails to captivate, does it, William? Do you know the original purpose of Hogwarts? To cultivate wizards and disseminate knowledge? Not quite. This aim merely serves a far grander objective. A grander objective? Dumbledore gazes intently at William. In essence, the four founders established Hogwarts to delve into certain arcane knowledge. This institution was also created to attract exceptional wizards, enabling this select elite to comprehend, study, safeguard, and perpetuate these clandestine truths. What exactly is this secret knowledge? William's breath quickened slightly. For millennia, it has been referred to as the primordial mysteries, said to possess boundless power capable of creating or annihilating all. Does such a thing truly exist, Professor? William feels as though he is listening to a myth. Dumbledore chuckles, does it not? My dear child, the prophecies of Tarot, the I Ching from the East that can reveal past and future, and the Philosopher's Stone in Nicholas's grasp. These are but glimpses of the primordial mysteries. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore. William interjects after a moment of contemplation. Do you believe that the primordial mysteries encompass all knowledge accumulated throughout history? In other words, are all existing forms of magic derived from these primordial mysteries? Not quite, Dumbledore replies, shaking his head with gravity. The primordial mysteries and modern magic are distinctly differentiated. The former exists in an extraordinarily unique form. Have you encountered it? William inquires, skepticism evident in his tone. Certainly, I have encountered it. Not only encountered, but it has also been wielded by someone. That formidable power once vanquished the Dark Lord and continues to safeguard a certain individual. Dumbledore gazed intently at the night sky as he spoke. Chapter 75, The Dominance of Ravenclaw. Professor, are you referring to Harry Potter? William inquired after a moment of contemplation in the office. The title of Dark Lord has been held solely by Grindelwald and Voldemort. While Grindelwald's intentions remain unclear, I am aware that Voldemort sought to kill Harry with the killing curse, only to meet his own demise. As a third-rate time traveler, William found it perplexing that he possessed such familiarity with these events. This knowledge, however, was common among Earth's wizards. For Harry Potter, he is the singular individual to have survived the killing curse, an extraordinary feat. For Voldemort, he is the only adult wizard who attempted to murder an infant, only to be vanquished in the process, another remarkable achievement. Their intertwined legacies certainly elevate their notoriety to great heights. William had speculated on why Harry could survive the killing curse, yet he had not anticipated it to be linked to primordial mysteries. Professor, who wielded such magic? William queried, intrigued. Harry's mother, Lily, Dumbledore replied. William squinted in contemplation. The ability to perform such extraordinary magic implied an acquaintance with primordial secrets. Lily, how powerful. Why does that name sound so familiar? He recalled a memory he had seen in the pensive and could not help but ask, Professor, did Harry Potter's mother know Professor Snape in their youth? Dumbledore paused for a moment before conceding, I do not wish to conceal the truth, but as you can see, they indeed knew each other from childhood. However, William, I implore you to guarantee that this matter remains undisclosed to anyone. Remember, I said anyone. Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly grave. This includes Mr. Diggory and Miss Chong, and even Harry, who will enroll next year. This is of utmost importance. William nodded and swiftly assured, I shall not speak of it to anyone. As for how Lily acquired that power, you will come to know in due time. Dumbledore redirected the conversation. Let us continue discussing our previous topic. After taking a sip of his red tea, he continued. The ancient sorcerers who were bestowed with such power vowed to protect the primordial secrets, ensuring they remained unknown to the uninitiated. For they deemed such power excessively formidable and perilous for the unenlightened masses. Likewise, only those deemed worthy may access the primordial mysteries. William raised his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Professor, does this ring signify that I am one of the worthy? Dumbledore cast a peculiar glance at William, suppressing a smile, and replied, Of course not. Dumbledore then grasped William's hand, his blue eyes scrutinizing the ring. The ring bore the image of a soaring eagle, adorned with a book on its chest. Inscribed with the words Time is humanity's greatest adversary. Within the inner band of the ring, the engraving read, Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The eagle, adorned with a tome, symbolizes the primordial mysteries. This ring is, in essence, an essential artifact for sorcerers who embrace the legacy of these arcane secrets. Akin to the wand of every contemporary wizard, Dumbledore spoke softly of the hidden truths. As the ancient proverb suggests, the greatest adversary of humanity is time itself. The complexities of primordial mysteries are numerous and intricate. Without ample time, one cannot hope to master them. Hence, the primary function of this ring is to allow an individual to relive a single day repeatedly, granting sufficient time to diligently study these ancient arts. The inscription within the ring's inner band reflects Ravenclaw's penchant for doodling, leading me to speculate that she may have added it herself. William stared at the ring, lost in thought. According to Dumbledore, this ring was crafted for the Chosen One, intended as a magical tool for the study of primordial mysteries. The mere auxiliary tool possesses such extraordinary power, William could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the primordial mysteries themselves. Thus, does this imply that Ravenclaw is indeed qualified to study these ancient arts? William inquired. Not solely her, but the 4 founders are worthy. Otherwise, why would these 4 exceptionally gifted young individuals have come together? Then why did they choose to establish Hogwarts? William, for millennia, there has been a notion that in the early Egyptian schools of mysticism, primordial mysteries were handed down through generations. The 4 founders studied there, but due to certain circumstances, they departed and arrived at the castle of the Slytherin family, mirroring the Egyptian school to establish Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, Ravenclaw had an affinity for this ring, and being a witch reluctant to be bound, upon departing from Egypt, she employed a formidable spell to sever the contract between the ring and the Egyptian school, taking the ring with her and becoming its rightful owner. William was taken aback. What a domineering woman. After Ravenclaw's disappearance, this ring became the door knocker of the Ravenclaw common room, left for her successor. Successor? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Only a true Ravenclaw can wield this bronze ring. Perhaps you have heard the head student mention that once a pupil read every book in the Ravenclaw common room in a single day. This is no mere fabrication. He briefly possessed the ring. Professor, I have another query, William said. According to your account, I am neither the Chosen One nor the true master of this ring. Does that imply I cannot freely terminate the time loop? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Indeed, William, you are merely a user and cannot decide when to end the time loop. However, the ring can. Dumbledore gently caressed the eagle. The Ravenclaw knocker poses questions, determining a student's access to the common room based on their responses, signifying that the ring is infused with Ravenclaw's essence. Much like the sorting hat. Precisely. Then how does one conclude this cycle? Dumbledore replied cheerfully. Although we are not the ring and cannot discern its thoughts, we can still make educated guesses from the hints it provides. Following Dumbledore's guidance, William pondered deeply. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively, stating, thus, when you possess the ability to save these individuals and have a comprehensive understanding of the entire situation, you shall break free from the cycle. Chapter 76, A Greater Purpose. Dumbledore's words plunged William into silence. To him, rescuing Hagrid and Robert seemed a trivial task. All that was required was to disregard Professor Tywin in the morning and insistently summon him to Ravenclaw Tower. However, grasping the entirety of the event remained daunting given his current capabilities. This morning, despite Tywin's visit to Dumbledore's office, Robert still perished. What transpired after Tywin departed from the headmaster's office? William found himself at a loss regarding how he engaged in combat with Professor Snape. Professor, do you comprehend the entirety of the situation? William inquired. Dumbledore straightened, his keen gaze fixed intently upon William. Child, I do not wish to appear omniscient, yet I indeed possess a clear understanding of this entire affair. Just as William was about to speak, Dumbledore seemed to anticipate his thoughts and shook his head. Even if I know, I shall not divulge it to you, my dear. This knowledge necessitates your own investigation. Why? William asked, perplexed. This is akin to a test, William. You have become the heir of Ravenclaw, entering the time loop, which has inspired some new reflections in me. Thus, this serves as both Ravenclaw's trial for you and my own. I require you to undergo these experiences. William furrowed his brow. Dumbledore spoke in a sorrowful tone. Child, I have grown old, and the future may prove arduous. I shall not place all my eggs in one basket. I must prepare in advance. Yet you have ignited within me a glimmer of hope. Do you comprehend? But I am merely a first-year wizard, Professor. Despite possessing a mature soul that allowed him to progress swiftly in his studies and grow more rapidly than his peers, William was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. He could not compare to Dumbledore. If the latter could not accomplish certain feats, William did not believe he could either. However, do not forget, Dumbledore seemed to sense his thoughts. Child, you possess the time loop. Humanity's greatest adversary is time, yet currently, what you have in abundance is time. Dumbledore implored, William, I must remind you, as you seek the truth and strive to escape the time loop, do not lose sight of the most critical matters. What? A greater purpose. William fell silent, pondering Dumbledore's words while absent-mindedly tracing the lettering on the eagle. Humanity's most formidable foe is time. This ring is bestowed upon the chosen, meant for the study of ancient mysteries. Ravenclaw left this ring with the hope that her successor could attain boundless wisdom. Wisdom is the wellspring of power, and the simplest means of acquiring wisdom lies within the vast expanse of books. If one were to uncover the entire truth of the matter from Dumbledore at this very moment, thus unraveling the time loop, it would indeed be a waste of resources. Dumbledore's implications seemed to suggest that he expected him to remain within the time loop for a decade or so, emerging as a legendary swordsman of the 10-mile slope. What a formidable expectation. William shook his head. Indeed, people often fail to recognize their own limitations. William was utterly perplexed as to how he, a mere third-rate traveler unaware of the storyline, had been chosen by Dumbledore. He felt tempted to suggest that a more capable individual be sought, not out of modesty, but because Dumbledore's intent was unmistakably clear. He had already determined that William would be the savior. What could William do but recite a couple of lines of poetry and acquiesce to Dumbledore's request? Dumbledore smiled and said, "Good child, it is gratifying that you understand. This is an opportunity. Perhaps you shall become the heir to ancient mysteries. However, before we proceed, I must offer you a few small pieces of advice." "What advice, Professor?" "Do not attempt to leave this castle. The ring's function derives from the castle's accumulated magical energy. By wearing it, you have effectively entered into a covenant with the castle. Should you depart, it would breach this covenant, potentially resulting in severe repercussions." William nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "The second piece of advice is to take things one step at a time. If I am not mistaken, it was Tywin who attacked the Ministry of Magic and acquired some magical artifact, which has led to your current confusion. I believe you will understand this in due course." "Professor," William inquired before taking his leave, "how did you come to know of this ring? Have you used it yourself?" Dumbledore shook his head, seemingly recalling someone or something from the past. He chuckled softly. "I have not, but in my youth, I was more passionate about such ancient matters than anyone else. And as a result, I missed out on many things. It matters not for me, but do not follow in my footsteps." As he spoke, Dumbledore sighed deeply, his tone imbued with melancholy and endless nostalgia. It appeared that Dumbledore too had a story to tell, while William had his own. The distinction lay in the fact that the former was an old man, while the latter was a youthful lad. Night had fallen. Alone in his bed, William found himself unable to sleep, enveloped by a curious blend of excitement and anxiety. Since he had become ensnared in the time loop, according to Dumbledore, he would not age, and his memories would remain intact. He could linger in the loop indefinitely, until he grew weary of it. By that time, William might have completed the 7th grade curriculum through self-study, emerging with the prowess of an Auror. After all, the legendary swordsman of 10-mile slope was not merely a title to be taken lightly. The prospect of a first-year wizard possessing such formidable abilities was exhilarating. Most crucially, although William could not recall the plot of the Harry Potter universe, he was aware of the existence of Voldemort. After all, he often encountered references to the Dark Lord during his gaming sessions, prompting him to investigate the character. According to the prevailing beliefs in this world, Voldemort had perished at the hands of the boy who lived. William was convinced that Voldemort had not truly died. If he had, he could no longer be called Voldemort. At best, he might resemble a character akin to Thanos from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, having met his end by a mere axe. It is widely acknowledged that danger lurks in abundance, a sentiment that Dumbledore likely intended for him to comprehend. William, currently lacking in strength, must leverage the power of the ring to facilitate his substantial growth. Trapped in a perpetual cycle of the same day, he finds himself capable of undertaking numerous endeavors, even daring to enter the restricted section of the library without arousing suspicion. Naturally, William must also make time to investigate Professor Tywin's affairs, for they hold the key to his escape from this loop. However, he does not rush to venture out. Instead, he resolves to heed Dumbledore's counsel and diligently study for a year and a half to enrich his knowledge. At precisely 11:59 and 59 seconds at night, although William felt no fatigue, he unwittingly closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Chapter 77. The Battle Between Thanos and Dumbledore. As dawn broke, William stirred from his slumber. As was the case the previous day, Bobo the Team Master was nowhere to be found, and his roommates were splayed in peculiar sleeping positions, with Marcos somehow sharing a bed with Bradley. How that had come to pass remained a mystery. William touched the ring on his finger, dispelling the worries of the past few days. He no longer needed to fret about Robert's demise, fear Hagrid's capture, or concern himself with Tywin's matters. Draped in his robe, William approached the window, gazing out at the misty morning, and could not resist letting out a triumphant howl. What a refreshing feeling. His exuberant cry roused several others in the dormitory. Chambers sprang up in a fluster, stammering, "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I didn't mean to be late." William sighed softly. It truly was as Madame Pomfrey had stated. Those who had attended potions class were not in the best of health. "Not to worry, Professor Snape will be apprehended by the Ministry of Magic for murder today," he replied, now caught in a time loop. He could freely divulge the day's events, knowing full well that none would remember his words. If only the Ministry could indeed arrest Snape. "I would prefer Madame Pomfrey to teach us," Chambers remarked, finally waking and stifling a long yawn. None took William's words to heart. He merely shrugged, dressed, attended to his grooming, and gathered a few books. After consulting the Marauder's map to check the professor's locations, he made his way to the common room. The common room was already bustling with students, laughter and chatter filling the air as they eagerly awaited the upcoming Quidditch match. It was still the 20th of April. Having witnessed one match already, William anticipated Dumbledore's inevitable interruption, deeming it a waste of time to attend again. What he sought was systematic learning, and he needed to find a professor to assist him with some expert advice. To be candid, yesterday's conversation had been sufficiently profound, and he was not inclined to repeat it anytime soon. Seeking out Professor Snape was out of the question, aside from the fact that he would be apprehended today. Even if he were not, Snape would hardly provide William with the guidance he sought. Professor McGonagall would surely attend the match, being an ardent fan, and he was remiss to have forgotten Professor Flitwick. Remembering that Flitwick was also absent from the match, William surmised he must be in his office. As the head of his house, Flitwick would undoubtedly offer sound advice. William had made up his mind to leave when Chio's voice interrupted him. "Hey, William, aren't you going to watch the finals?" William, holding a few books, certainly did not seem to be heading to the competition venue for study. He approached Chio, who was still holding the hat, attempting to get the little badger to move. Marietta quickly made room for William, who settled between the two. "I'm not watching. It's boring," William declared nonchalantly. "But this is the finals," Chio retorted. "So what?" "Chio, let me tell you, when I woke up this morning, I suddenly discovered I had awakened an ancient power, capable of predicting everything and seeing the future." Chio rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. However, Marietta gasped in amazement. Due to William's genius reputation, she was inclined to believe whatever he said. Of course, it could also be that the girl had a crush on him. It is worth noting that regardless of what Chio said, Cedric would always respond immediately, expressing his belief. William lounged back in his chair and chuckled. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, we can conduct an experiment." "How do we experiment?" "Well, I just came out of the dormitory, so I'm certainly unaware of the situation outside. I bet head boy Robert is standing at the door right now." Before Chio could respond, Marietta dashed to the door to check. After a moment, she hurried back in, a look of shock on her face, and exclaimed, "William, how did you know?" Chio cast a suspicious glance at William, seemingly trying to read something from his expression. William laughed easily. "I told you I awakened my prophetic abilities. I can tell you the score of today's Quidditch match right now." "What is it?" 70-90, with Gryffindor leading at the end. "That's impossible," Chio insisted. "Catching the golden snitch alone is worth 150 points. Who said they would catch the golden snitch? The match will be temporarily interrupted due to a certain event." "What event?" William leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "Thanos will send the Black Order to invade Hogwarts, attempting to seize the Ravenclaw bronze statue, only to be ultimately defeated by Dumbledore with a punch." Of course, Chio and Marietta had no idea who Thanos was, but that did not hinder William's whimsical alterations. Thanos versus Dumbledore. After all, once today passed, no one would remember his words, allowing him to act without restraint. However, once Chio and Marietta saw that the score was indeed as William had stated, it would become rather troublesome. They might genuinely believe that William could foresee the future and begin to spread the tale of Thanos' invasion, trying to convince Dumbledore. If that were to happen, it would be exceedingly amusing. "All right, I have matters to discuss with Professor Flitwick. You two can continue your fun here." William stood up, pulled out his wand, and casually pointed it at the hat. His intention was to assist Chio with her transfiguration, as he had often seen her attempting it. But he forgot that he was not particularly skilled in that area. Naturally, he fumbled with such a complex transformation. Excitedly, William's hand trembled, and with a whoosh, the hat burst into flames. Marietta, trembling in fear, grasped the brim of her hat and hurled it away, where it landed on the drapery of the large window in the Ravenclaw common room. The curtain was instantly ignited. "Fire! Quick, extinguish the flames." A student frantically waved a book, attempting to smother the growing blaze, but the fire only intensified, swiftly spreading to the sofas and chairs. William observed someone conjuring a stream of water, yet he paid it no mind, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to slip away. Just moments ago, that flash of fire had singed half of Autumn's hair to a charred yellow. Whether Thanos would invade remained uncertain, but he was certain that lingering there would result in his demise at Autumn's hands. A most tragic fate indeed. Chapter 78. Flitwick's Brood Discourse on Wizards. As William exited, he encountered Robert, who was rubbing his flushed face, a lewd grin plastered across his features. Marietta had just covertly glanced at him, confirming William's prophecy was indeed accurate. Such a moment was far beyond the capacity of a socially inept boy like Robert, who fancied that his springtime had arrived. The three great illusions of life. She likes me. William paid Robert no heed. He could be revived, so he might as well relish his death for the time being. After all, one grows accustomed to dying after a while. Professor Flitwick's office was on the 4th floor. William skillfully navigated a less crowded path to reach the door. Before he had fallen into the cycle, He had given Robert a vial of the elixir of life, hoping to test its effects. After Robert's demise, he had been brought to Professor Flitwick's office. It was also on that day that William had discovered Ravenclaw's bronze ring in the Room of Requirement. Suddenly, it occurred to him, if he returned to the Room of Requirement after Tywin's death, could he perhaps retrieve that ring once more? William was convinced he certainly could. He knocked on the door, and Professor Flitwick opened it, looking up at William with a puzzled expression. "What is it, Mr. Stark? What brings you to me at this hour?" "I have some academic inquiries that I believe only you can elucidate, so I wish to consult with you," William replied respectfully. Professor Flitwick chuckled, his beard quivering with delight, for he always appreciated the flattery of his students. "Do you wish to inquire now?" he asked, stepping aside with a smile. "Very well, come in, my child." Professor Flitwick was enjoying breakfast in his office, from which he could observe the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid was laboriously attending to his duties. Professor McGonagall was crafting little lions for Gryffindor, and Madame Hooch was inspecting the safety of the facilities. "William, why did you not attend the match?" After they both sat down, Professor Flitwick inquired gently. "I did not. Such events pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge." William recalled Dumbledore's words about a greater purpose, which he was now striving to achieve. "Besides, did you not also refrain from attending?" "Well, one can still see the match from here," Professor Flitwick sighed. "Every final is dominated by other houses. I suppose I shan't be attending the pitch anymore. This year is somewhat better, as the final features Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Had it been Slytherin, I would likely have endured a year of Snape's mockery. Although Severus Snape is not particularly loquacious, he possesses a remarkable ability to be sardonic. For instance, when Slytherin claimed victory last year, Snape publicly admonished the Slytherin Quidditch captain in front of several heads of houses, lamenting the arrival of yet another trophy that his office could scarcely accommodate. "By the way, have you eaten?" Professor Flitwick inquired, not mired in sorrow, but rather taking the initiative to ask. "Not yet, Professor." "Then it appears we shall require more sustenance." With a playful wink and a flick of his wand, a platter of turkey sandwiches, scones, and wine-soaked fruit pudding materialized on the table. "Would you prefer red tea, milk, coffee, or something else?" "Red tea, please, Professor." With a snap of his fingers, a steaming cup of red tea appeared before William, captivating him entirely. Noticing William's keen interest, Professor Flitwick picked up a sandwich and chuckled. "This is not food conjured through transfiguration, is it not?" Flitwick offered William a scone, explaining, "You are but a first year. Professor McGonagall has yet to introduce you to this knowledge. Food is one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Wizards cannot conjure food from thin air, nor can they transform other objects into sustenance. Even if consumed, one would absorb no nutrition, leading to indigestion instead. Then how does this food come into existence? After being prepared by house elves, it is transported here using a transfer charm, though I employed a wandless incantation for that particular spell." The two did not seem to be merely having breakfast or attending a class. Rather, it resembled a seminar, engaging in discussions, debates, and inquiries. Professor Flitwick would occasionally ask about the students' stories, while William sought the answers he desired. He found this approach particularly enjoyable, relaxed, and engaging. Their breakfast extended for over 40 minutes, and glancing at the time, William promptly asked, "Professor, you may consider my ambitions to be overly ambitious, but I wish to establish a long-term study plan for the forthcoming years." He recounted his current academic progress in detail. Professor Flitwick pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "William, your advancement in charms and defense against the dark arts surpasses my expectations. I recognize your innate talent. However, there is a pivotal distinction to be made. The ability to cast a spell does not equate to complete mastery." William nodded vigorously, recalling his previous academic experiences where he had acquired knowledge but struggled with practical application. Professor Flitwick continued, "Let us focus on charms, which undoubtedly serves as the foundation for all magic. Ultimately, spells must be applied in daily life, and the best practice is to consistently incorporate them into your routine. Many young witches and wizards excel in their studies, yet after a holiday devoid of practice, they forget even the most fundamental incantations after 7 years. My recommendation is to employ spells at every opportunity. If magic can accomplish a task, refrain from using your hands. When you can replace the functions of your limbs with magic, you shall have become a true master of charms. This is my counsel." William pondered thoughtfully, finding merit in what Professor Flitwick had articulated. His English teacher from a previous life had once imparted that the most effective method of mastering a language lies in its practical application within daily life, rather than through mere examination papers. This concept resonated profoundly. "By the way, William," Professor Flitwick said, taking a sip of beer, "you might consider having a doll perform ballet across the table. I find it rather amusing. Perhaps it could even serve as our final examination?" With a mischievous wink, the professor elicited a smile from William. Was this a subtle hint? The perks of being an exemplary student. After finishing their breakfast, the two seamlessly transitioned into afternoon tea. "What is our objective in learning defense against the dark arts?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed with fervor, gesticulating dramatically. It is, of course, for combat. No matter how many spells you master, if you cannot apply them in real situations, they are of little use. My suggestion is to seek out a master of combat for training. William furrowed his brow, contemplating whom to approach. Professor Fleavy took a generous gulp of beer, slamming the mug down on the table with a hearty laugh. Child, never forget, I am the champion of the combat tournament. I am not boasting. In this school, few can last several rounds against me in a real fight. After a few more drinks, the professor seemed somewhat inebriated, a stark contrast to his usual modest demeanor. With a hint of tipsiness, he grasped William's hand, initiating a spirited discussion about wizards. Chapter 79, Combat Training. Professor Fleavy, still with a hint of inebriation, let out a belch. Professor Dumbledore, who defeated Grindelwald and repelled the mysterious man, is a figure of immense respect and has an impressive academic repertoire. Indeed, he is formidable. However, the headmaster is quite old and has not engaged in combat for many years. I wonder if he still possesses even 60% of his former prowess. Professor Fleavy shook his head in disappointment. Professor McGonagall is beautiful and possesses a splendid personality, embodying a certain intellectual charm, while her transfiguration skills are beyond my reach. In terms of combat, I could take her down even without my wand. As for Professor Snape, I find him inscrutable. Yet, after so many years of applying for the defense against the dark arts position without success, it suggests a lack of capability. Otherwise, why would Professor Dumbledore not appoint him? Professor Fleavy took several more hearty swigs, his intoxication becoming increasingly apparent. Professor, perhaps you should drink a little less? William expressed his concern. Who knew how many beers it took for Professor Fleavy to reach such a state? There wasn't even an opportunity to snack on peanuts. Not at all. Professor Fleavy replied with a belch. Let us continue our conversation. In a short while, William gleaned numerous little secrets about the professors from Fleavy. William, I hereby invite you to join my combat club. A combat club? This was the first time William had heard of such an organization. I have been hosting it for many years, exclusively for students in the 5th year and above. You are in your 1st year, but as a prodigy from Ravenclaw, you will always receive special consideration. Haha. Very well, William nodded eagerly, expressing his intention to participate. However, since Professor Fleavy is a master of combat, why seek out students from clubs when one can directly approach him? He truly is the finest expert in feeding techniques. Professor, do you have any advice regarding transfiguration? Upon hearing William's inquiry, Professor Fleavy seemed to awaken slightly. Child, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Moreover, I suggest you consult Professor McGonagall. She is the true master in this domain. Transfiguration lacks fixed incantations. It largely depends on one's understanding. Therefore, without exceptional talent, guidance from a professor is particularly essential. William nodded in agreement. What Professor Fleavy said made sense. He had yet to master many of the concepts that Professor McGonagall had taught him. Then, Professor Fleavy, I shall take my leave for now. I will return if I have further questions. William rose from his seat. Professor Fleavy, nearly asleep from intoxication, rested his head on the table, mumbling indistinctly. William draped a blanket over him before turning to depart. Upon exiting Professor Fleavy's office, William resolved to find a quiet place to study. The room of requirement would typically be the most suitable location. However, he anticipated that Tywin would soon arrive there, only to be bitten by the poltergeist, and William was not yet prepared to confront Tywin. He decided to head to the library instead. Madame Pants was perched on a ladder, categorizing books. Upon noticing William's entrance, her expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance, as if his presence at this hour, studying instead of watching the match, was a grave affront. William seated himself at a nearby table and selected several books on spells that Professor Fleavy had recommended. Yet, before he could delve too deeply into his studies, Madame Pants hurried over. William felt somewhat exasperated. He believed it was high time to learn the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, the school would continue to impose restrictions, making it challenging for him to conceal himself during the day. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately decided to return to the room of requirement. Dumbledore had enforced a lockdown throughout the school, indicating that Tywin had perished. William was eager to see if he could uncover a second ring. Alone, he strolled down the corridor, evading Peeves, and entered the room of requirement. It was just as it had been the previous day. Louis lay in the corner, licking his wounds, and upon spotting William, he grumbled for food. William pried open Louis's mouth and discovered the door knocker. Indeed, it was a knocker, not a ring like the one on William's finger. It appeared that there was only one Ravenclaw ring. After entering the time loop, this knocker had transformed into an ordinary one. William's aspirations of becoming the Lord of the Rings had been thwarted. Subsequently, William visited Professor Fleavy daily to seek guidance on combat techniques. Training was no simple endeavor. Although Professor Fleavy was available in the mornings, he would not engage in battles with young wizards without good reason. However, after several cycles, William had begun to understand Professor Fleavy's preferences. By first complimenting other professors and then asserting that Fleavy's combat prowess surpassed theirs, he could easily coax the professor into a cheerful mood. If William were to voice Professor Flitwick's evaluations of other professors, Flitwick would regard him as a confidant and vow to pass on his legacy. This method has proven infallible. According to Professor Flitwick, the ability to wield a wand with the same ease as one's own hand is the most fundamental requirement. If one cannot even achieve this, then one should refrain from engaging in combat. Thus, William raised his arms shoulder high, wielding his wand. However, he faltered and failed to endure even half an hour on his first attempt. After numerous days of practice, he finally managed to remain perfectly still for 2 hours, with his wand unwavering. Fortunately, the soreness dissipated by the next day, leaving behind muscle memory. Otherwise, his training would have been significantly delayed. After a week of rigorous training with Professor Flitwick, William experienced rapid progress. A young wizard, undergoing systematic training, will invariably encounter a period of swift advancement. Emboldened by newfound confidence, he seized the opportunity to incapacitate Robert and usurped his position. William's combat skills were exceedingly rudimentary, starkly contrasting with the lethal prowess of Professor Tywin, who fought with the intent to kill. William could only withstand 2 exchanges before being mercilessly defeated. Left prostrate in a pool of blood, his eyes were gouged out by Tywin and hung upon the wall, a gruesome testament to his plight. However, from that moment onward, William dared not approach Tywin again. Instead, he began to patiently learn genuine techniques from Professor Flitwick. Soon, 40 cycles had elapsed. In the 81st chapter, titled Genius or Monstrosity, during the 41st cycle, within a secluded, abandoned classroom at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick and William stood opposed at either end of the room. William retrieved a mask from within his robes, affixed it to his face, secured a breastplate around his torso, and drew his wand, positioning it against his chest. This series of silent actions transformed his entire demeanor instantaneously. Professor Flitwick also drew his wand, yet he wore neither mask nor breastplate. He deemed such protection unnecessary, for William posed no threat to him. In truth, William was reluctant to don the gear. He yearned for a more authentic combat environment. However, Professor Flitwick forbade it. Once combat commenced, despite his ability to moderate his strength, accidents could still occur. The 2 pieces of equipment, crafted by fairies, possessed defensive capabilities surpassing that of ordinary armor, capable of mitigating much of the spell damage and safeguarding vital areas. Of course, it was not that Professor Flitwick disallowed William from sustaining injuries, but rather he sought to protect crucial areas to prevent William from succumbing before reaching the infirmary. Such precautions were entirely justified. William had heard of a novice fighter who, after only 5 or 6 lessons, was called upon by his coach to fill in for another at an event. Unfortunately, his opponent was a Muay Thai champion, renowned for being nearly unbeatable at the age of 19. The disparity in skill was vast. Within 40 seconds, the novice was struck down and perished in the hospital. Professor Flitwick, of course, was no fool and would not employ lethal force, yet his own prowess was formidable. If the timing is not grasped, Professor Flitwick might indeed find himself on his knees, pleading with William not to perish within the first 40 seconds of their encounter, while William could potentially resurrect fully. Professor Flitwick remains oblivious to this fact, thus necessitating a prudent defense. As they commence, silence envelopes the arena. Having trained for over a month, William's current objective is to execute 10 effective strikes while fending off Professor Flitwick's onslaught. His wand is firmly clutched, devoid of any superfluous movements. This battle relies solely on his youth, agility, and a relentless pursuit of swiftness, rather than flamboyant displays. With a 5-meter distance between them, William deftly swings his wand. Seizing the initiative, he collapses to the ground. A beam of green light shoots directly at Professor Flitwick's head, but William pays no heed to the outcome. He lunges forward with unerring precision, his movements sharp and wind-like. Initially reluctant to use his wand, Professor Flitwick's languid eyes suddenly glint with sharpness. Without a visible gesture, he swiftly unleashes 2 arcs of blue light, one deflecting the ferocious strike, while the other hurtles towards William's thigh. Anticipating the counter, William is unperturbed. He has faced similar blocks nearly 40 times before. With repeated skirmishes, he has gradually honed his own combat techniques. Relying solely on charm spells would be folly. He knows he is no match for Professor Flitwick. What he requires is speed coupled with heightened reflexes. The ability to evade spells promptly and to retaliate effectively is paramount. If it takes the opponent 1 second to cast a spell, achieving 1's response in half a second can yield a significant advantage. Both reflexes and speed can be cultivated, with the foundation being a robust physique. Why do aging wizards see their powers wane? Beyond a significant depletion of magical energy, the most crucial factor is their diminished reflexes compared to the youth. Likewise, a feeble constitution cannot be expected to produce a formidable combatant. William suddenly leaps, tracing an impressive arc in the air. As he spins, he evades the blue spell and simultaneously unleashes a second incantation. All petrified, Professor Flitwick exhibits a flicker of surprise. Who would have anticipated that a novice wizard like William could demonstrate such extraordinary prowess? Indeed, Extraordinary is the only fitting description. This first-year wizard, hailing from a Muggle background, has showcased combat skills surpassing many fifth-year wizards. What a prodigy he is. Professor Flivy could hardly fathom that this remarkable display stems from over a month of daily training together. Quickly dismissing any thoughts of underestimating his opponent, Professor Flivy retreats a half-step with his left foot and repeatedly shakes his right arm. A crescent-shaped beam of light descends from above. An overpowering spell that brutally sweeps away all of William's petrified targets, akin to a force of nature, expanding dramatically as it approaches William from a distance of 2 meters. Having previously encountered this technique, William is well aware of its potency and recognizes the necessity to evade its edge. In an instant, he accelerates, nearly doubling his speed. In a flash, he narrowly evades Professor Flivy's initial wave of assault. However, a second wave of attack is imminent. Inverted Golden Bell. William casts another spell. This technique was learned from Professor Flivy. During a certain cycle, William was unexpectedly suspended in midair, rendering him unable to fight. Rather than aiming at Professor Flivy, he audaciously targeted himself. His body spun, gaining momentum rather than losing it, and combined with his previously displayed agility, it was a seamless execution. As Professor Flivy's spell erupted a second time, he narrowly evaded the attack and then inverted himself on the ceiling, his feet firmly planted. William had attempted this coordination numerous times. The inverted stance was originally designed to counter enemies, but he cleverly applied it to himself, allowing him to evade many spells. There had been failures. If he could not secure his wand at the moment of inversion, he would become an easy target. This time, however, William executed it flawlessly. His magical energy surging uncontrollably. He exhaled deeply, and the spell he conjured swept forth with a force far surpassing any previous display. The 6 torches on the wall immediately flew from their stands, the flames transforming into a colossal fire spear that filled most of the room, aimed at Professor Flivy. Then, it morphed from a fire spear into a gigantic eagle, engulfed in flames, turning to charge at William. In an explosive clash, he shattered it into black smoke, which, within moments, reformed into a multitude of dagger-like blades, shooting back at him. The golden bell fell to the ground. William plummeted from the ceiling, casting a levitation spell just before impact, which slowed his descent. Without waiting to regain his footing, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a stunning spell. Professor Flivy regarded William intently. Though the battle had only lasted a few minutes, and he had not unleashed his full power, William was utterly impeccable thus far. To see a first-year wizard reach such heights is not merely a sign of genius, but perhaps a manifestation of extraordinary talent. Chapter 81. The Terrifying Dumbledore. Professor Flivy, deeply perplexed, scrutinized William, seemingly seeking answers in his expression. This surge in combat prowess was undoubtedly abnormal. The first principle of combat is unwavering focus, a lesson he imparted to William on his very first day. Yet, Professor Flivy found himself momentarily distracted, needing to alleviate his astonishment. One could hardly expect a first-year wizard to perform at such a level. Even many soon-to-graduate students merely stood still, flailing their wands like baboons, utterly oblivious to the essence of wizarding combat. For such wizards, Professor Flivy could dispatch a whole group with a single spell. William's combat style, while limited by his age, was still rather immature overall, yet he had undeniably grasped the fundamentals. While Professor Flivy might lose focus during training, William would not. Countless beatings had taught him that distraction leads to dire consequences. William's feet never ceased moving, his wand spinning, as 8 panes of glass shattered, coalescing like a snowball. A barrage ensued. The glass transformed into innumerable sharp spikes, shooting forth like bullets, quickly filling most of the classroom with debris. Although Professor Flivy was momentarily distracted, his wealth of combat experience kicked in. After enduring the first wave of attacks, his right wrist instinctively twitched. Without warning, the classroom echoed with a sharp creak as his wand was thrust upward, as if he had hooked a leviathan from the deep sea, striking the orb of glass suspended in midair. Professor Flitwick remained unperturbed, standing resolute. This was the unexpected consequence mentioned earlier, when Professor Flitwick's mind wandered. His instinctive response unleashed a formidable spell, causing William considerable harm. After a moment, Professor Flitwick, exhilarated, inquired, "Having granted you 30 seconds of respite, do you wish to continue?" Gripping his wand tightly in his right hand, William nodded vigorously, craved such rigorous training. He did not believe that merely trading spells would cultivate a master of combat. Observing this, Professor Flitwick's lips curled into an appreciative smile. "William, your abilities surpass my expectations. Henceforth, I shall no longer regard you as a mere child." William remained silent, once more dashing forward recklessly, showcasing the culmination of a month's training. Yet, every incantation he cast was effortlessly dispelled by Professor Flitwick. It appeared that the professor was intent on gauging his limits, adopting a fully defensive stance, poised to determine the victor the moment William's magical energy was depleted. This torment felt akin to having a wand poised at one's head, denying any respite beneath its pressure. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. This classroom was not intended for combat. After enduring numerous spell impacts, the load-bearing beam succumbed to a magical arrow cast by Professor Flitwick, embedding itself half a meter deep and carving a 2-meter-long fissure. Catching a glimpse of the beam shifting from the corner of his eye, William sensed impending doom and suppressed the urge to retaliate, retreating further. Professor Flitwick's second volley of arrows was unleashed like a storm, countless projectiles converging towards a single point, forming a posture of reverence, as if all magical energy was being drawn in. Dumbledore emerged, his ethereal presence beyond description. He effortlessly seized William's wand, and with a subtle gesture, the classroom's cracks instantly mended, restoring the surroundings to their pristine state, as if no battle had ever occurred. Dumbledore stood between William and Professor Flitwick, his purple robe billowing, expanding like a balloon, absorbing the onslaught of countless magical arrows. A ripple emanated from the tips of his dark boots, stirring the dust, and his beard floated, yet the elder's imposing figure remained utterly still. The magic flowing within his robe not only persisted but thrived, swelling once more. Professor Dumbledore, my apologies, I may have overstepped. Professor Flitwick quickly expressed regret. Dumbledore smiled gently, his hands falling to his sides as his robe settled in a calm manner. He returned the wand to William, standing quietly beside him. Phileas, I have sought you for quite some time. I did not expect to find you here. Professor, what has transpired? Sadly, a child from Ravenclaw has perished, Dumbledore lamented. What? How can this be? Professor Flitwick's hands trembled violently, his voice sharp. Dumbledore promptly recounted the situation, leaving no detail concealed from William. Who was responsible? In a moment of unexpected emotion, Professor Flitwick was brought to tears. It remained uncertain, as Dumbledore remarked. You should head to Ravenclaw House to maintain order. Very well. Flitwick replied hastily, scurrying away. Both William and Dumbledore spoke simultaneously. I have matters to discuss with the headmaster. I have inquiries to make of William. Flitwick departed, bewildered, while Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes scrutinized William. William, your proficiency in defense against the dark arts is commendable. Of course, Professor. I have been training under Professor Flitwick for over a month, William responded cheerfully. He raised his right hand, revealing a bronze ring on his finger to Dumbledore. The headmaster trembled slightly, quickly recognizing the ring. He pondered for a moment, grasping the situation without the need for further elaboration from William. Truth be told, having witnessed such scenes multiple times, William once found Dumbledore's expressions amusing. Yet now, they elicited a sense of dread. Dumbledore was indeed formidable. Despite the recent death of Robert, and the possibility that Professor Tavan's body had yet to be discovered, Dumbledore could swiftly comprehend everything with just a word from William. It was as if Dumbledore possessed omniscience. However, he too was ensnared in this cycle, devoid of memory. William even speculated that Dumbledore might have had an inkling of the events leading up to Tavan's demise. Yet he chose to remain passive, awaiting the inevitable. While conversing with such an intellectually superior individual was effortless, it required caution. Dumbledore's true menace lay not in his physical prowess, which was merely an embellishment, but rather in his unparalleled intellect. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore finally inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" William contemplated before responding. "According to the schedule, I need to meet with Professor McGonagall this afternoon to learn Transfiguration. I will inform Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore nodded. Dumbledore would subsequently head to the Ministry of Magic, leaving no option to remain at the school, while McGonagall would temporarily oversee the institution. Without Dumbledore's directive, she would not be able to instruct William in Transfiguration at such a critical time. William turned and exited the classroom. "William," Dumbledore's voice called out, "I should have communicated this to you earlier. Each time, I emphasize, for the greater goal." Chapter 82, McGonagall's Auxiliary Support. William's Achilles' heel undoubtedly lay in Transfiguration. It would be inaccurate to label it merely as a weakness. Nonetheless, compared to his skills and charms, defense against the dark arts, and even potions, he appeared significantly lacking, indicating a lesser aptitude in Transfiguration. However, among his peers, he was still considered exceptional, albeit incomparable to the true prodigies. For a student of such intelligence, with multiplied efforts, there would inevitably be a time of ascendance. This was not mere fantasy, for he had the advantage of Professor McGonagall's guidance. Professor McGonagall was a master of Transfiguration, possessing extensive teaching experience and an understanding of how to effectively aid students in overcoming their shortcomings. With the assistance of a professor like McGonagall, any ordinary young wizard, through diligent effort, could rapidly advance and ultimately surpass their contemporaries. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. No one possesses the influence to persuade Professor McGonagall to devote an entire month, 2 months, or even an entire year to instructing a single student, unless that student happens to be her own flesh and blood. Yet, William can achieve this. for he exists within a temporal loop, and under Dumbledore's guidance, he attends Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lessons almost every afternoon, enjoying the privilege of one-on-one instruction. What does this signify? It is essential to recognize that individual tutoring and large group classes are fundamentally different in nature. In a larger setting, Professor McGonagall must consider the progress of all her students, often glossing over simpler concepts. However, in a private tutoring scenario, she tailors her instruction entirely to William's pace. He is able to practice transformations repeatedly, while Professor McGonagall patiently corrects his mistakes. For a first-year wizard, transfiguration classes occur merely twice a week, amounting to just over 30 sessions in a semester. William, attending every afternoon, can complete the semester's curriculum in less than a month if he progresses swiftly. Truth be told, when he first entered the time loop, William had yearned for a change, as he was confronted daily by the same individuals and conversations. Moreover, Cedric and the others were confined to their respective houses due to the lockdown, rendering communication impossible. However, as time passed, he found the situation unexpectedly appealing. Within this temporal cycle, he was granted the invaluable opportunity of uninterrupted, personalized guidance from various teachers. What a rare privilege. William had visited Professor McGonagall's office numerous times. Feeling quite at home, upon entering, he noticed that McGonagall appeared somewhat displeased. Their relationship had always been amicable, yet today, given the somber atmosphere, she seemed less inclined to engage in her usual teaching demeanor, especially for a single student. If that student were at risk of failing, McGonagall might have expressed concern. But it was evident that William was not in such a predicament. The material he wished to review was intended for second-year students. McGonagall disapproved of this solitary tutoring arrangement, as she believed in the paramount importance of fairness. She found it difficult to comprehend why Professor Dumbledore would issue such a request. Yet she typically adhered to the headmaster's wishes without question. Numerous instances had proven that Dumbledore's directives often held profound significance. As they sat in her office, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, retrieved a textbook, and flipped to a page in the second volume. Having posed many questions to McGonagall in the past, William knew she was well aware of his preparatory progress. However, he had turned to a much later section of the book. McGonagall's brow furrowed, and she closed the textbook, stating sternly, "William, I know you have not yet reached that material. I believe you should not aim too high. To be frank, dear child, the final examinations are approaching, and the questions will be quite challenging." McGonagall was subtly hinting at the content of the upcoming final exam. William, having visited her office numerous times, understood her implication. It must be noted that McGonagall's hints were far less direct than those of Professor Flitwick. "However, Professor, I am already quite proficient in those topics," William replied, rising to retrieve a cage from the office window, within which resided a plump bamboo rat. William drew his wand and, with a few casual flicks, transformed the bamboo rat into a snuff bottle, glimmering with a jade-like quality, adorned with an intricate depiction of Hogwarts castle upon its surface. It appeared remarkably opulent and exquisitely crafted. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows furrowed in perplexity, reminiscent of Daenerys Targaryen. She was well aware of William's aptitude for transfiguration, proficient yet not a prodigy, and as a diligent and exceptional student, she understood his true capabilities. Such effortless execution was beyond his reach just the previous day. Merlin, had I overlooked a hidden genius, or had William, in a single night, metamorphosed into an unparalleled talent in transfiguration? How astonishing. This was a novel experience for Professor McGonagall, who dryly remarked, "Child, this is the practical examination for the end of term. Without a doubt, you have achieved full marks. I believe you truly can pursue the curriculum here." She turned the textbook to the page he had mentioned and began imparting knowledge with earnestness. Yet, McGonagall soon realized that the fault lay not with her, but with the entire world. Although William possessed remarkable comprehension, when it came to practical transfiguration, he still struggled to perform the transformations immediately, which contradicted his earlier display of brilliance. Her brow unfurled. This was more in line with her expectations. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. In a few days, she would once again be marveling at William's genius. William relished the opportunity to revisit a lesson repeatedly, practicing transformations and inviting McGonagall to point out his shortcomings, discovering that this method yielded the highest efficiency in learning. Initially, he found the repetition of a subject somewhat unfamiliar, yet over time, he would inevitably attain mastery. During those moments, McGonagall could only perceive William as having an extraordinary gift, transforming effortlessly upon first encountering a concept. She even encouraged him to publish more papers, believing he would surely secure the accolade for the most promising newcomer. Fortunately, McGonagall lacked memory. Otherwise, such fluctuating standards would likely drive her to despair. Upon exiting McGonagall's office, William meandered through the empty corridors. Not a soul was present. All students were confined to their respective houses. This tranquility had become somewhat familiar to him. He contemplated a stroll by the Black Lake, Although Dumbledore had forbidden leaving the school grounds, a portion of the Lake's expanse still belonged to the institution. Wandering alone, clearing his mind, proved beneficial for both body and spirit. In that fleeting moment, the serene school seemed to belong solely to him. The sensation was utterly delightful. However, as William descended to the first floor, his gaze was drawn to Snape's potion storeroom. He had yet to venture inside. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached. Chapter 83, Snape's Letter. It was rumored that Snape's most treasured possession was his potion storeroom, a place barred to all, fortified by the most intricate enchantments to deter students from intruding. There had been instances of nocturnal assaults on the storeroom, with some potions pilfered. At that time, William had been with Cedric and others, evading danger. William was aware of this matter. On the day he first found himself ensnared in the time loop, he encountered Dumbledore's memories within the pensive. Professor Snape had mentioned battling with a version of himself. Presumably, the professor discovered an intruder attempting to breach his sanctum, which led to the ensuing conflict. The wooden door remained shut, marred by scorch marks from flames, yet as William approached, he triggered no protective enchantments. It appeared the assailant had managed to circumvent the defenses, and Snape, unable to reapply the wards, was subsequently taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Glancing around, William noted the corridor was devoid of any presence, and he pushed the door open to enter. The room was dimly lit, filled with hundreds of glass jars, their viscous contents comprising various plant and animal specimens suspended in vibrant potions. A cabinet in the corner brimmed with an assortment of herbs, flames flickering nearby. Nonchalantly, William waved his wand, igniting the oil lamp on the table. The room housed an array of conventional herbs and the remains of magical creatures, a veritable treasury for potion making. Yet it was not as precious as William had envisioned, leaving him somewhat disheartened. His attention soon gravitated towards a desk, where a set of keys lay. Could they belong to the office? After pondering briefly, he picked up the keys. Beneath them was a hastily scribbled note stating, "Professor Dumbledore, please keep this safe." If these keys were particularly valuable, it would indeed be inappropriate for Professor Snape to take them to Azkaban. After a brief search, William discovered an old chest tucked away in the corner. It bore a large lock, and upon comparison, he realized it was indeed the keyhole for the keys he held. Although it was generally ill-mannered to pry into another's belongings, William found himself in a time loop where no one would notice his actions. In truth, even if the chest were cursed, it mattered little, for he had sustained severe injuries and would recover by the following day. Approaching the chest with 7 locks, William inserted the first key into the keyhole and opened it, revealing a pile of clothing. He closed the chest and inserted the second key into the second lock, this time uncovering various potion textbooks, along with parchments and quills. He swiftly inserted the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth keys, each unlocking a different assortment of items. Finally, he inserted the 7th key into the last lock, lifting the lid to reveal a startling sight. The bottom of the chest was not what he expected. It was a room, resembling a basement, approximately 3 meters deep, with a ladder hanging down. William climbed down the ladder. This vast chamber mirrored the layout of the one above, with a long corridor to the far right, shrouded in darkness. A single oil lamp sat upon a table, and upon igniting it, the room was suddenly illuminated. To his left stood a pearwood table, accompanied by a chair, and atop the table lay a photograph along with a bouquet of lilies. William picked up the photograph, recognizing it as a still image, the result of Muggle photography. In other words, the individual who captured this photograph was a Muggle. However, for reasons unbeknownst to us, Professor Snape chose not to apply the developing potion, thus preserving the original essence of the image. The photograph, aged and imbued with the weight of history, features a boy and a girl, both approximately 10 years of age. Set against the backdrop of a nearly deserted amusement park, a towering chimney looms in the distance, dominating the skyline. The girl swings joyfully while a slender boy pushes her from behind. His long black hair is unkempt, and his attire is strikingly mismatched. Seemingly a deliberate choice, a pair of overly short jeans, an oversized, tattered coat reminiscent of adult clothing, and a peculiar shirt resembling a maternity top. In one corner of the photograph, it appears that another figure was present but has been torn away. The boy's laughter radiates pure joy, perhaps marking the first and only occasion he smiled with such delight. William recognizes this as a picture of Professor Snape and the girl named Lily. The scene aboard the train in Dumbledore's Pensive also features the two of them. William speculates that Lily's parents must have taken this photograph, as Snape's childhood attire suggests a family not affluent enough to afford a camera. On the desk lies an envelope, dated April 20th, which is today. The envelope bears no postage stamp or identifying marks. It simply reads, 3,915 days of missing Lily, sent to my dearest girl. Beneath the envelope rests a piece of paper, obscured, revealing only the last few lines. Lily, Dumbledore informed me that we are alike. We both endure suffering, and our lives are riddled with chaos. Such is the enigma of existence. Yet I have long grown weary. aside from recognizing the malice of this world. I possess nothing. This is not the life I desire. I am on the brink of despair. It appears that Professor Snape began writing this letter before he departed, interrupted by the sounds of an attack at the door, prompting his hasty exit. When William opened the desk drawer, he was taken aback to find it filled entirely with envelopes, each addressed to Lily. However, not a single one had been sent, for Lily had passed away 11 years prior. Snape must have truly cherished Harry's mother. These letters stand as undeniable evidence of his fervent affection. In that moment, William found himself unable to open these letters and read their contents. With a soft sigh, he turned and exited the room, making his way down the corridor to the right. Chapter 84. The Potion Master's First Step. At Hogwarts, William had encountered numerous magical creatures, yet none could compare to the secrets held within Professor Snape's mysterious cabinet. He finally comprehended why Snape treasured the potions storeroom so dearly. More accurately, it represented the entirety of his life's fortune. The room, expanded by an invisibility-enhancing spell, resembled a mad scientist's takeover of a supermarket, with aisles and shelves brimming with jars and containers of various shapes and sizes, all intended for the preservation of magical species. The lighting was professionally arranged, augmented by red safety lights, reminiscent of a darkroom for photo development. These red safety lights, casting their glow from beneath the shelves, illuminated the entire space, reflecting off the alcohol-soaked containers designed to protect light-sensitive species from exposure to ambient light. Under the illumination, the lifeless specimens appeared to congregate, their shadows seemingly fixated upon him, evoking in William the illusion of being immersed in a colossal aquarium. A casual glance revealed an endless aisle, likely containing countless corpses of magical creatures. If Hagrid were to see this room, would he not have to eliminate Snape? After all, these were all his beloved specimens. Thus, this place was a graveyard for magical biologists, a paradise for potion masters. Yet William was not a magical biologist. He was utterly delighted, like an unworldly rustic marveling at a large glass container that housed an incredibly grotesque fish. This was a coelacanth, a species he had encountered in a magical biology tome, renowned for its value, as nearly every part could be used in potion making. It was among the most precious of ingredients. Greedily, he cast a few glances before being drawn to something on his left. To the left, he found a large tank, resembling a row of glass phone booths fused together. Inside this transparent, elongated coffin swirled a horrifying entity, starkly white, with an indistinct shape. William peered down at this creature, noting its bulbous head and basketball-sized eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. This was the corpse of a colossal squid, labeled as the giant squid on the tank. Recognized as the largest invertebrate magical creature in the Wizarding World, this squid surpassed even the giant octopus in size and was a highly active predator. This creature was found in the waters surrounding Antarctica, occasionally venturing north to the seas off South Africa, placing it among the ranks of formidable magical beings akin to fire dragons. Was this not an exaggeration? For instance, some potions require dragon's blood as a component, as it possesses 12 distinct uses and is an irreplaceable ingredient in many potions. However, which potion master would conceal the corpse of an adult fire dragon merely for the sake of acquiring a bit of dragon's blood? Professor Snape was engaging in such activities. How utterly enviable. No, how outrageous. A person like Snape ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban, while William would not mind preserving this room for him. After all, good treasures should be collected by those who know how to appreciate them. In an instant, William found himself less inclined to rescue Professor Snape, contemplating instead that he could remain in Azkaban, burdened by the crime of slaying Tywin, to atone for his sins. Clearly, William was utterly captivated by the squid. Seemingly unable to tear his gaze away from the glass pane, he began to drift into a reverie, envisioning himself at a cauldron, concocting top-tier potions. Uncertain if incorporating a hint of tentacle into potion making would enhance his mood, he mused. Utilizing this tentacle as a substitute for gillyweed could amplify the effects of the diving potion to an entire week. It is noteworthy that gillyweed, once consumed, allows one to navigate underwater freely for over an hour. Yet, merely a trace of this tentacle could increase efficacy 100-fold. Frankly, William had yet to attempt crafting advanced potions, as he had always relied on the most economical magical creatures and herbs. The expenses were exorbitant. William harbored grave suspicions that Professor Snape had hoarded the entire Hogwarts budget for such curiosities. Indeed, the school had been reluctant to upgrade their broomsticks until a crisis prompted them to reluctantly allocate some funds. Where, then, had all the money vanished? Other subjects, such as charms and transfiguration, were not particularly costly, which suggested that Professor Snape had diverted resources for these acquisitions. The most critical aspect was that these items could be sold, akin to gold. With the expansion of human activities, numerous magical creatures' habitats were being destroyed, resulting in skyrocketing prices for various herbs. For instance, the African tree snake is a vital component of the polyjuice potion, yet with the crackdown on smuggling in Africa, Prices soared almost annually. Just moments ago, William had spotted several crates of African tree snakes. It wasn't merely Snape. William had also seen Hagrid's hut, where bundles of unicorn hair were being prepared, seemingly for a blanket. Such items could easily fetch 100 galleons or more. It appeared that every instructor at Hogwarts was harboring hidden depths. Who would dare label Hogwarts professors as impoverished in the future? William would surely set that notion straight. Of course, William did not believe that these items were solely amassed by Professor Snape. Some were clearly prohibited from trade, yet Snape possessed an abundance of them. William was utterly convinced that Hogwarts was complicit in this. After all, every wizard in Britain graduated from Hogwarts. For those exceptional students who ventured into various fields, providing Hogwarts with backdoor access would be remarkably easy. One could argue that a significant portion of Britain comprised Dumbledore's students. This educational monopoly was indeed formidable, bordering on an academic aristocracy. In a corner, William also noticed several cauldrons brimming with potions. The brewing periods for many potions were extensive. For example, the Polyjuice potion required a full 21 days to brew the lacewing flies alone, with the entire process nearing a month. Many of the sealed containers contained semi-finished products. By scent alone, William discerned one cauldron was filled with Felix Felicis, as Snape likely sought to augment his luck, which had recently been rather poor. Another cauldron contained Veritaserum. It remained unclear for whom Professor Snape intended it. As for the others, William could not identify them, but they were undoubtedly complex potions. William felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, surrounded by rare creatures he had never encountered before, allowing him to practice extensively without the burden of failure. Which potion master has not been nurtured by countless cauldrons of potions, much like those skilled in battle? Regardless of innate talent, without extensive practice, one cannot ascend to mastery. William, once impoverished and devoid of materials, now finds himself in a different situation. He has prospered. Each afternoon, he diligently studies Transfiguration, and in the evenings, he dedicates time to concocting potions. This is the initial step towards becoming a master potion maker. He increasingly relishes this cyclical passage of time. Chapter 85. The Quidditch Master Emerges. The 365th Cycle. William, your prowess is formidable. Even I am at a loss regarding what further combat techniques I can impart to you. Your sole drawback is your youth, which limits your magical capacity, coupled with the fact that your repertoire of powerful spells is somewhat scant. 40 minutes later, as William squeezed the last vestiges of magical energy from himself, Professor Flitwick halted, breathless. William collapsed onto the ground, his robes thoroughly soaked, utterly drained of strength. After a brief respite, he retrieved a vial of magical energy restoration potion and 2 vials of stamina elixir from his small bag, offering one to Professor Flitwick. In swift succession, he consumed the 2 potions and reclined on the ground to recuperate. These were acquired earlier that morning from the hospital wing, thanks to the disillusionment charm. Madame Pomfrey was none the wiser. With each visit, William became increasingly adept at procuring potions from the hospital wing, akin to visiting his own home. Professor Flitwick, receiving the potion, was rendered momentarily speechless. While William's combat abilities are noteworthy, his post-battle recovery practices are impressively professional, perhaps even more so than the professor's own. Indeed, William's proficiency stems from a year of relentless training. There has scarcely been a day when he did not require such resources. Initially, these were recommended by Professor Flitwick, and without a second thought, William had pilfered them. Within this time loop, one must indulge oneself. After all, if one has the opportunity to utilize resources without consequence, why not? From his enchanted pouch, William extracted 2 bottles of soda water, replenishing his hydration while contemplating Professor Flitwick's earlier remarks. The professor's mention of insufficient magical energy elicited a sigh from William. He found himself unable to remedy this deficiency. In the magical realm, there exist potions for rapid energy restoration and those that permanently elevate one's magical capacity. The potion William currently consumes enables swift recovery of magical energy, aptly named the Energy Restoration Potion. While precious, such potions are still available. However, the elixirs that permanently augment magical limits have become utterly extinct. For instance, the renowned Enhancer Potion, composed of various rare herbs, has seen some ingredients eradicated, with no substitutes discovered, rendering it impossible to brew at present. Young wizards, possessing limited magical energy, typically do not engage in intense magical exertion. Thus, the notion of a young wizard like William casting over 20 spells within a mere 40 minutes is virtually inconceivable. Consequently, he often confronts the challenge of insufficient magical energy. Professor Flitwick, relying solely on passive defense, can deplete William's magical reserves, leading to his defeat. Alas, the only recourse for William, given his tender age, is to endure the passage of time, awaiting the natural growth of his magical capacity. Generally speaking, a wizard's magical prowess only stabilizes and significantly flourishes upon reaching adulthood. Prior to this milestone, although William's combat skills were proficient, they remained confined within a certain limit. After concluding a battle and exiting the classroom, William did not encounter Dumbledore. To evade Dumbledore and prevent any interruptions during combat, William experimented with multiple locations for his fights. He ultimately became convinced that Dumbledore had installed a surveillance system within the castle, for no matter where he chose to engage in battle. The headmaster seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate them precisely on time. This brought to mind a widely circulated rumor. Dumbledore was aware of every nocturnal escapade, cognizant of each infraction, yet chose to remain silent. On this occasion, William was able to spar with Professor Flitwick for an extended period because he had sought out the headmaster early in the morning, presenting him with a ring and requesting that he refrain from disturbing him. William did not visit Professor Flitwick for combat every day, as his progress became less pronounced. His fighting style approached stability, constrained by insufficient magical energy and the feebleness of his spells. Under such circumstances, there seemed little need to consistently astonish Professor Flitwick. William continued to pursue his studies, particularly in Transfiguration. This discipline thrived on perseverance, and after a year of daily lessons with Professor McGonagall, he achieved a qualitative leap in his abilities, surpassing Cedric in Transfiguration. However, William's true passion lay in potion making, relishing the freedom to concoct his preferred brews. A delightful experience indeed. Over the course of a year, he meticulously prepared nearly every potion from the 5th year and below. Within Snape's quarters, he discovered a notebook filled with insights and improvements regarding potion brewing, which greatly inspired him. Many techniques within were revolutionary, defying traditional textbooks. Fortunately, most potions taught at Hogwarts required no more than 3 hours of brewing time, allowing William ample opportunity to practice. Typically, after concluding a battle, he would brew a vial of the brain-enhancing potion, which provided clarity of thought and made learning markedly more efficient. As William wandered down the lengthy corridor, he suddenly heard Dumbledore's resonant voice emanating from the Quidditch pitch. Standing by the window, he gazed at the flustered crowd, realizing it had been a year since he last attended a match. In his relentless pursuit of knowledge, William had neglected other pursuits. Truth be told, he yearned to participate in Quidditch. After all, what boy does not harbor a dream of flying? Yet, he understood his skills were lacking. With a year or two of training, considering the current state of the Ravenclaw team, he could undoubtedly secure a place without needing to resort to backdoor tactics. It would be quite an embarrassment for a time traveler. Thus, the only path forward was self-improvement. William was aware that the autumn would bring the selection of seekers, and he could not possibly compete against his close friends for a position. Therefore, as a former prince of modest stature, he was determined to pursue the role of seeker. His gaze shifted toward the Hufflepuff team. This presents an opportunity, a chance to learn the art of Quidditch. William felt confident that he could integrate himself into both teams as a player, thus significantly enhancing his progress. Once he exited the time loop, he would transform into a Quidditch expert, leading the Ravenclaw team to victory in the Quidditch Cup. William found himself lost in daydreams once more. Chapter 86, The Polyjuice Potion. The key to joining the team lay in the Polyjuice Potion. This potion is notoriously time-consuming to brew, and while William had never concocted it himself, he was aware of its location, Snape's storeroom of potions. However, he wouldn't be able to procure it before the Quidditch match, as at that time, the professor had yet to be incarcerated in Azkaban. Nevertheless, there exists a timeless truth. When faced with difficulties, seek the headmaster. William resolved to approach Dumbledore. After an entire year of looping through time, he had learned how to swiftly convince the headmaster of his intentions. He could persuade Dumbledore to assist him in obtaining a dose of the Polyjuice Potion. On the 366th loop, William rose from his bed and entered the common room, immediately spotting Cho fussing over her tattered hat. "Good morning, William," she greeted him. The familiar exchange ensued as Cho inquired about which team William supported. "Of course, Hufflepuff," he replied with a smile. Today, he was set to represent Hufflepuff, naturally cheering for them, believing that under his valiant leadership, the Badgers could outscore Gryffindor by 100 points. Despite having never played a Quidditch match and only having a handful of classes where he had touched a broom, William exuded confidence. "I have some matters to attend to. I'm off to find Cedric for a bit," he said, with a flick of his wand. He animated Cho's hat, which then roared and pounded its chest like an agitated gorilla. "How did you do that?" Cho exclaimed in astonishment. A number of Ravenclaw students gathered around to witness William's animated hat, and he seized the opportunity to slip away toward the headmaster's office. In less than 20 minutes, William arrived in the hall, where Cedric was hunched over the long table, anxiously devouring his meal, crumbs scattered about. William approached, took a vial of potion from his bag, and handed it to Cedric. "Here you go." "What is this?" Cedric asked, puzzled. "It's a low-concentration Barty Crouch relaxant. It helps alleviate muscular tension and restores your body to its optimal state. Rest assured, it is entirely permissible for Quidditch. Many potions are prohibited during Quidditch matches, including Felix Felicis and various stimulants. Within the magical realm, there are 700 categories of banned substances, amounting to 5,000 specific items. However, This Barty crouch relaxant merely alleviates muscle contractions, producing effects akin to stretching, and is not on the prohibited list. Dumbledore had specifically requested this potion from Snape, and having consumed it numerous times himself after workouts, William was well acquainted with its benefits. Without a hint of suspicion, Cedric downed the potion in one go. Its coolness instantly relaxed his body. Whether it was merely a sense of illusion or not, much of his tension seemed to dissipate. Cedric, I require your assistance with a matter. What is it? Just state it plainly. It's a mere one-sentence affair. Cedric affectionately draped his arm over William's shoulder. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured. Could you lure your teammate Warrington into the men's restroom? I shall incapacitate him and assume his appearance to participate in the final match. Cedric wore a forced smile, utterly unsure of where to begin his critique. William's reason for entering the arena was that he needed to locate the culprit and had to masquerade as a team member. In The White-Headed Detective, Frank had assaulted the referee to infiltrate the arena, during which he even performed the moonwalk. The sight of him dancing in a helmet led William to momentarily believe that Chuan Zhangwo had traversed time and space. Upon hearing William's words, Cedric's mouth gaped wide, as if it could accommodate a golf ball. Don't believe it? William produced his wand and lightly tapped a few times, transforming a plate on the table into a majestic eagle that soared around the classroom. How did you accomplish this? Cedric was utterly incredulous. While others may not discern William's proficiency in transfiguration, he certainly could. He knew it was well beyond yesterday's capabilities. Do you believe it now? William chuckled. Since you are from the future, could you enlighten me about whom I will be with? Autumn, undoubtedly. William answered without a moment's hesitation. Cedric, who had just exhibited skepticism, instantly transformed his expression into one of delight, grasping William's hand and exclaiming, I believe you. That's remarkably accurate. William smiled knowingly. He was aware that Cedric would surely believe him, given his extraordinary talent in transfiguration, a skill unattainable just the day before. Most importantly, Cedric was a man who embraced the peculiar, an ardent reader of Contrarian, and one could hardly expect his discernment to be particularly acute. He was rather susceptible to such tricks. Now, can we proceed to bring Warrington? Cedric hesitated for a moment, inquiring, is it possible to choose a different location? If I take a boy to the restroom, it might tarnish my reputation. Then let us meet at the prefect's bathroom entrance. Simply say you wish to bathe with him. Cedric appeared speechless, finding that rationale less favorable than the previous one. The two agreed to rendezvous in a secluded classroom on the first floor, where William was intimately familiar with every nook of Hogwarts Castle. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cedric arrived, leading Warrington along. Warrington's cheeks were flushed as he nervously stammered, Cedric, do you have something to tell me? I don't have a boyfriend, but I am agreeable to you. A strained smile appeared on Cedric's face, indicating he had genuinely compromised his dignity. William emerged from the shadows, swiftly striking Warrington down, delivering a clean blow to his head. Cedric seized Warrington from behind and began dragging him toward the classroom, his technique appearing remarkably proficient as he attempted to remove Warrington's robe. What's wrong? Not going to undress? Cedric turned to inquire, perplexed. Undress? Have you not noticed how similar our physiques are? William rolled his eyes. William had chosen Warrington precisely for their physical resemblance. Although William was a first-year student, he was nearly the same height as Warrington, a third-year student. Cedric awkwardly released his grip, rudely tossing Warrington to the ground. Unable to resist, William inquired, Cedric, might you explain how you have become so adept at disrobing others? He plucked a strand of hair from Warrington's head and placed it into the concoction. The mixture bubbled and hissed, resembling a pot of boiling water, frothing energetically. Within a second, it transformed into an unsightly shade of green. William pinched his nose and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of the potion. The taste was abominable, truly dreadful. It bore a striking resemblance to Lao Shanshan white flower snake grass water. Was this truly a beverage for consumption? Chapter 87. Preparing to exit the cycle. William's innards began to churn as if he had just swallowed a few live snakes. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through his stomach, radiating throughout his body to his fingertips and toes. Then came the horrifying feeling of his skin melting, as if it were bubbling like hot wax. Yet, the agony arrived as abruptly as it departed, and in an instant, everything ceased. Are you all right? Cedric exclaimed with excitement. He glanced at the potion that William had consumed, and a bold thought struck him. Of course, this idea required the cooperation of others, but it promised mutual enjoyment. Warrington's deep, hoarse voice emerged from William's lips. I'm fine. It seems I must seek a potion to alleviate the pain. I cannot endure such discomfort every time I drink the concoction. The two made their way towards the pitch, where the match was about to commence. Sitting in the stands and standing on the field offered entirely different sensations. Especially for William, this was his inaugural match, even though to others, Warrington appeared to be a seasoned player with countless experiences. Warrington, you seem a bit nervous, Truman whispered. I had a bad stomach this morning. William began to shift the blame onto himself. Is that so? Then you must give it your all. We are counting on you to score, Truman encouraged, patting Warrington on the shoulder. At that moment, Madam Pants blew the whistle. William mounted his broom and soared into the air, spiraling twice. His heart racing as if it might burst. He waved at Autumn and Hagrid, though they did not yet know him. William felt exhilarated and could not help but whistle. He wished to stand atop his flying broom, arms wide open, shouting, "I am the king of the world." He flew faster and faster, with teammates behind him and opponents in the distance, feeling invincible. It was time to showcase his true skills. "Tremble, Gryffindor Lions." Cedric shouted something loudly, but the wind was too fierce, and William could not hear clearly. Soon, the entire audience erupted in gasps. Bang! George swung fiercely, the quaffle hurtling like a cannonball, striking William squarely on the head. His smile lingered even as he plummeted from the sky. At the moment of his fall, William's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Would I truly become the first man to perish on the Quidditch pitch in a millennium? Curse this dream of Quidditch. No more games for me. Time flowed swiftly, and William soon found himself trapped in a cycle that spanned 520 days. Throughout this year and a half, aside from seeking supplementary lessons from various professors, he also participated in Quidditch matches. The essence of humanity is indeed irresistible. Though he was struck on the head by a bludger during his inaugural match, after a week in the loop, he could no longer suppress his eagerness to play. Initially, William was rather clumsy, devoid of strategy, technique, or teamwork. He resembled a hapless individual wielding a quaffle, aimlessly tossing it, as if he were merely pressing a button. Truly, he was both inept and solitary. On one particularly dismal occasion, Hufflepuff lost by a staggering 100 points in just 40 minutes, and Truman nearly mistook him for the ball. Fortunately, William carried his wand with him. Upon landing, he swiftly cast a disillusionment charm, evading a deluge of disparaging remarks from the Hufflepuff wizards. As time passed, William's skills began to flourish, gradually becoming more refined. He learned various tactical combinations, no longer practicing his techniques during actual matches. Most importantly, William developed a gentle touch, realizing that accuracy stems from muscle memory, a gift that time loops do not erase. This provided him with immense convenience. Time was in abundance, as were opportunities to throw. At times, in order to evade his teammates' attempts to snatch the ball, he had to fly swiftly, significantly honing his flying prowess. Of course, he primarily evaded his own comrades. Quidditch was undoubtedly perilous. Within just a few months, William had endured every conceivable injury on the field. He was knocked off his broom, fell from great heights resulting in temporary paralysis, and was struck in a sensitive area by a bludger. He had even been on the receiving end of Charlie's iron elbow to the head. Charlie's strikes were indeed ruthless. Yet William was undeterred. He brandished his wand and sent Charlie sprawling with a well-aimed stunning spell. Thus, a notorious brawl erupted at Hogwarts, with several houses engaged in combat. Amidst the encirclement of Gryffindor, William fought valiantly, showcasing his resilience. Fortunately, William could restart the loop, and since no one would remember the events by the next day, he could act with reckless abandon. Such a fierce environment truly honed William's Quidditch abilities, and his prowess rapidly intensified. Although each match was limited to a mere 40 minutes before Dumbledore called a halt, the repetition allowed him to memorize his teammates' positions and Gryffindor's strategies, facilitating his scoring efforts. With his progress, he could now score 10 goals within those 40 minutes, effortlessly amassing 100 points and delivering 3 or 4 exquisite passes. Unlike basketball, where a 24-second shot clock mandates a timely release, or soccer, where matches often conclude in a goalless draw, William found his momentum increasing. After 2 months of training, he began to integrate himself into the Gryffindor team. The twin brothers were not as easily deceived as Cedric, and it took William a considerable amount of time to convince them of his words. However, a challenge arose. William had never collaborated with Gryffindor, and coupled with his dismal performance that day, missing 30 consecutive shots, he found himself at a disadvantage, with Hufflepuff scoring 100 points against them. In a fit of anger, Professor McGonagall tumbled from the stands. After half a year of playing Quidditch, William had grown weary. Daily encounters with the same two teams made the experience feel monotonous, akin to playing a rudimentary game with only 2 teams involved. Consequently, William began to divert his focus towards the study of ancient runes. Also known as runes of the ancients, this subject proved no less challenging than other courses, and even after a month of diligent study, William could only manage to memorize the basic alphabet. He recognized the root of his predicament, a burgeoning aversion to learning. He had poured excessive energy into his studies. While a shorter duration might have been manageable, he had persisted for nearly a year and a half without a break. The crux of the matter was that his activities were confined to the school, with Quidditch matches being his sole source of entertainment. Even a comfortable existence could become tiresome over time. William felt as if he were trapped in a cage, faced daily with the same individuals, exchanging the same words, only to forget them by the next day, a truly disheartening experience. William had always listened attentively to Dumbledore's words, cherishing this opportunity to earnestly absorb various knowledge and enhance his skills. Yet, After another 2 months, he resolved to break free from the cycle. By this point, William had spent nearly 2 years ensnared in the time loop. Chapter 88. For Professors Tywin. The key to escaping the time loop was straightforward: unraveling the entire incident. This may have posed a challenge for a first-year student like William, but after 2 years within the loop, it became a relatively simple task. William was now aware of 4 crime scenes: the defense against the dark arts office, Snape's potions classroom, the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room, and the room of requirement. He resolved to wait for Tywin's appearance in the defense against the dark arts office, the very place where it all began. In his 740th cycle, William, fully prepared, concealed himself in a corner not far from Tywin's office. It was only 7:40. The match had yet to commence, and Tywin had not vacated his office. After multiple observations, William noted that Tywin would exit in 10 minutes, leaving him unconcerned about an unexpected appearance. From within his robes, William retrieved a potion and drank it in one swift motion. This was an enhancement potion he had obtained earlier from Madame Pomfrey. To uncover the truth, he needed to shadow Tywin and ascertain his every move. Not wishing to be detected, William resorted to the disillusionment charm. However, this charm could easily be perceived by more adept wizards. William contemplated various methods to enhance its efficacy, concluding that, apart from prolonged practice, only the enhancement potion yielded tangible results. This special elixir, capable of amplifying potion effects, was a precious remedy that Madame Pomfrey reserved for critical procedures. Similarly, this potion also serves to enhance the effects of the disillusionment charm, preventing Tywin from discovering William. As for how William became aware of this potion, it was during a competition when he fell from the sky, nearly separating his head from his body. Madame Pomfrey, in an effort to improve the efficacy of her hemostatic agent, incorporated this potion. If there is one significant gain for William in this time loop, it is that he has personally brewed nearly every potion that appears in his textbooks, sampling their various flavors. Upon inhaling its aroma, he discerned the unique scent of the hemostatic potion, and after extensive experimentation, he finally procured the secret recipe from Madame Pomfrey. After consuming the enhancer, William cast the disillusionment charm and quietly took refuge in a corner, clutching the Marauder's map. In the next moment, the map unexpectedly revealed 4 instances of Tywin. One was in the defense against the dark arts office, about to exit. Another was concealed in the 5th floor corridor. A third was hastily making his way toward the corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower. Shaking his head, William mused on the audacity of the situation. Although it was not his first encounter with such a sight, each time it captivated him anew. William's current mission was to unravel the mystery of the 4 Tywins, investigating why they appeared simultaneously in 4 locations. He had no time for further contemplation, as the doorknob of the defense against the dark arts office suddenly turned, and the Tywin hidden within stepped out of the room, right on schedule. He first scanned the area warily, and upon finding no one, he grasped his wand and strode purposefully upstairs. He was about to cross paths with the Tywin lurking on the 5th floor. William followed closely behind. Despite having consumed a calming potion, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Fortunately, his steps were light, allowing him to remain undetected. As they approached the corner of the 5th floor, Tywin was about to encounter another Tywin. However, to William's surprise, the figure on the 5th floor was not Tywin, but rather Professor Snape. Though he bore a striking resemblance to Snape, the name on the Marauder's map still read Tywin. The map does not err. He must have consumed Polyjuice Potion. As a young wizard who had frequently used Polyjuice Potion while mingling with 2 Quidditch teams, William was well acquainted with its effects. Yet, the Tywin emerging from the office seemed unaware that the individual before him was, in fact, himself. He was there to execute a top-secret plan and instinctively believed he had been discovered upon seeing Snape in the corridor. Snape appeared to say something, but Tywin, without a moment's thought, raised his wand and unleashed a spell. Snape deftly sidestepped, thrusting his wand forward with force, exclaiming, "Stupefy." Tywin retaliated with a spell of his own. Snape, already bearing severe injuries, appeared pale and weakened, his movements sluggish, rendering him no match for Tywin. With a sinister grin, Tywin advanced, seemingly intent on ending Snape's life. William braced himself, anticipating the harrowing scene of Tywin confronting Tywin. As Snape's wand twirled and cast a spell against the pillar, the wall crumbled down, obstructing the corridor for both parties. Tywin ceased his pursuit. Through the gap, he observed Snape staggering towards the staircase. After a moment of silent contemplation, he resolved to turn and sprint down the opposite staircase. Tywin quickened his pace, seemingly anxious that Snape might locate Dumbledore and thwart his plans. William followed suit. Glancing at the Marauder's map, the Tywin using the Polyjuice Potion was not heading to Dumbledore's office, but rather towards the 8th floor. He was on his way to the Room of Requirement. At last, William comprehended why Tywin was no match for Louis. How could one so grievously wounded contend with a 3-headed dog? Ignoring this, William continued to pursue the Tywin before him. Exiting the main building, they entered a long corridor, the shortest route connecting to the Ravenclaw Tower. William was aware that another Tywin awaited here. As Tywin entered the corridor, perhaps due to the proximity of Ravenclaw Tower, his vigilance diminished. Suddenly, a spell shot forth from the side without warning, grazing his head. Who was it? Tywin, enraged at the attack, was unperturbed and continued to cast spells. After being struck by another spell, he sustained a minor injury and turned to flee. The Tywin who had lain in ambush chuckled triumphantly before racing towards the Ravenclaw Tower. William realized the adversary aimed to retrieve the Ravenclaw ring. Thereafter, there would be a clear path, obstructed only by Robert. However, William did not head to the Ravenclaw Tower. Instead, he remained steadfastly behind the original Tywin. Tywin, dragging his wounded form, reached a corner. He fumbled at the collar of his robe and extracted a long, delicate golden chain, from which hung a small, gleaming time-turner. Indeed, at last, William beheld the object of his desire, the reason Tywin could appear in multiple places simultaneously. The time-turner. Professor Tywin twisted the time-turner counterclockwise, and he vanished from sight. Soon, the other Tywins also disappeared from the Marauders' map, like extinguished street lamps. This signified that Professor Tywin was dead. William sat in place for quite some time, finally grasping the entirety of the event. It was all so simple. He could finally push up the non-existent black-rimmed glasses on his face and proclaim loudly to Dumbledore. New incantation. Reveal the truth. Chapter 89. Who attacked whom? In the headmaster's office, within the pensive, Dumbledore followed William's memories, witnessing the entire sequence of events, now entering the most critical phase. He observed Tywin striding purposefully towards the Ravenclaw common room, his voluminous robe billowing. Professor Tywin, how are you here? Robert's question remained unfinished as Tywin's pale right hand grasped his ebony wand. Stupefied, Robert fell to the ground, caught completely off guard and utterly defenseless. Tywin extracted a vial of blood and a tattered parchment from his robe. Dumbledore's pupils constricted as he gravely stated, the 3 volumes of esoteric philosophy, authored by the 16th century sorcerer Heinrich Agrippa. Within its pages, the intricate relationship between the human body, the 12 houses, and the planets is elucidated, alongside the spells for unsealing. I had long pondered how Tywin circumvented Ravenclaw's enchantments to forcibly acquire the ring. The answer had become clear. Dumbledore appeared to be instructing William, who listened intently. His eagerness palpable. He was not merely attentive, he was utterly captivated. Although the library housed many forbidden tomes, they belonged to the institution, bearing little relevance to William. Moreover, who would disdain the abundance of treasured artifacts? That collection of parchments was undoubtedly a prized possession. Professor Tywin cradled the scroll, turning to a specific page. And with a raven's black feather dipped in the vial's blood, he began to meticulously illustrate an enigmatic design that swirled and morphed in midair, without a single drop of blood spilling. He swiftly completed his work, rummaged at the collar of his robe, and extracted 2 time-turners. Placing them at the center of the design, the objects levitated gracefully. He then aimed his wand at Robert's head. Avada Kedavra! Robert's visage contorted in agony. And as the wind stirred, the blood-red droplets of the design began to quiver. This was undoubtedly a blood sacrifice spell, with Robert as the offering. As Robert succumbed, the shorthand of the time-turner began to spin violently. A plume of white smoke gently emanated from the hour hand, cascading onto the door ring under the guidance of the ebony wand. The ring absorbed all the energy from the time-turner. It emitted a sound of satisfaction, as if it had not savored such a delicacy in ages, greedily yearning for more energy. Yet Tywin remained unfazed. Having stolen 3 time-turners, only 1 remained, and he could not afford to lose it. He excitedly removed the ring, holding it in his hand, and then gouged out Robert's left eye, affixing it to the wooden door before turning to depart. This artistry was meant for Dumbledore. Thank you, William, Dumbledore murmured. Let us proceed. A complete memory, Dumbledore finally proclaimed. It corroborates my hypothesis and affirms my correctness. Since you have sought me out, you have resolved to escape the temporal loop. Do you comprehend? William nodded. The situation was exceedingly intricate. Only a wizard with strong logical acumen could grasp the underlying connections. Professor, the crux lies with the time-turner. William carefully considered his words before speaking swiftly. The efficacy of the time-turner is contingent upon the hour reversal charm. The first time William encountered the term hour reversal charm was in Professor Bin's class when Autumn inquired about the Ravenclaw ring. At that time, William paid little heed, for he was unaware of the charm's effects, until extensive study led him to discover it in a spell book during his 7th year. Dumbledore advised William to devote more time to his studies, a suggestion laden with deeper significance, for he understood that William would inevitably uncover the nature of the spell. From that day forth, William began to suspect that Tywin possessed a time-turner, enabling him to be present in multiple locations simultaneously. Dumbledore also cautioned William that the assailant of the Ministry of Magic was indeed Tywin. Why would he target the Ministry? Because it harbored all the time-turners. This was also the reason why Fudge dared not make it public. The loss of a time-turner could potentially alter history, causing widespread panic among the populace. Now that you are aware of the time turner, you should also contemplate how Tywin orchestrated all of this, Dumbledore inquired, reclining comfortably in his chair. I have a general idea, William replied with a smile. All the portraits of former headmasters ceased their pretense of slumber, attentively pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. The first instance must have been when you visited the Ravenclaw Tower. I surmise that in the original timeline, you indeed reached the Ravenclaw Tower and subsequently encountered Professor Tywin. Dumbledore nodded, affirming, indeed, at that time, I received a warning from Lady Grey. Had it not been for Tywin's insistence, I would surely have ventured to the Ravenclaw Tower. Suddenly, William recalled the events of Sorting Day. At that time, the Hufflepuff ghost, Fat Friar, mentioned that Bloodman Barlow sought out Lady Grey, stating that something was amiss in the Ravenclaw Tower. It now appeared that Tywin had stealthily infiltrated. His intent was either to steal the ring or to ascertain whether the Ravenclaw ring was indeed the ring in question. Lady Grey proved to be quite remarkable. It was the first time William realized that a ghost could possess a premonitory ability. An interest in Lady Grey sparked within him. William's thoughts momentarily wandered but quickly returned to the matter at hand. In the corridor on the 5th floor, Tywin encountered Professor Snape. However, that individual was Tywin disguised through Polyjuice Potion, thus utilizing the time turner once more, though it was certainly not a second instance of its use. And the reasoning? Dumbledore's eyes glinted with admiration. Tywin, transformed into Snape, was severely injured, indicating that several skirmishes must have occurred in between. William continued. In the corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower, Tywin encountered another ambush. This attack was deliberately laid. Both parties sustained varying degrees of injury, and thereafter, Tywin was seen using the time turner to vanish. I believe this was indeed his second use of the time turner. With a flourish of his wand, William adeptly stirred the pensieve, and 2 battling Tywins materialized within the basin. Professor, observe, William pointed to a particular moment. Initially, Tywin bore no injuries. Yet the ambushing Tywin in the Ravenclaw corridor was wounded. After the skirmish, did not both individuals exhibit identical wounds? While he remains unaware of the identity of his assailant, who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself, he suspects that someone else also employed Polyjuice Potion. Time flowed by, yet the assailant Tywin did not arrive. Instead, it was the original version of himself who appeared. Chapter 90, The Paradox of Time. In the renowned Grandmother Paradox, it is stated, your existence implies that your grandmother did not perish because of you. How then could you have killed her? Tywin nearly encountered such a dilemma while utilizing the time turner, unknowingly attacked by his own self, sustaining severe injuries. However, that was indeed the original version of himself. Should Tywin still be alive, he might gaze skyward and lament, who has slain me, and whom have I slain? William sat in his office chair, diligently analyzing the entire incident. After Tywin assaulted himself, there was no hindrance left. He proceeded to the Ravenclaw common room to slay Robert and seize the ring. At this juncture, he had already battled against himself 3 times and bore significant wounds. He consumed a concoction he had prepared earlier, transforming into the likeness of Professor Snape, and ventured to the potion storage room. Why did he choose to assume Snape's form? A portrait of a former headmaster inquired. William recognized it as Armando Dipet, the previous headmaster. Quite simply, Tywin had engaged in combat with Snape in the 5th floor corridor, unaware that the figure before him was not truly Snape. Nonetheless, it did not deter his conviction. Given that a battle had transpired, Snape would surely seek out Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, rendering the potion storage room devoid of occupants. Thus, he drank the prepared potion, adopting Snape's appearance, intending to procure healing potions for his injuries and utilize this guise to escape the school with the ring. However, he did not anticipate that Professor Snape would be present in the potion storage room, leading to a confrontation between the two. This was also the earliest memory William had witnessed with Dumbledore. Yet, Tywin, gravely wounded and no match for Snape, was struck by dark magic in the chest and fled once more, while Snape proceeded to Ravenclaw to investigate Robert's demise. At this moment, Tywin used the time turner for the 3rd time, aiming to prevent his original self from acquiring the ring. However, he was unexpectedly mistaken for Professor Snape by the version of himself that had just exited the defense against the Dark Arts office. William stirred the pensieve, revealing the scene of Tywin and Snape battling in the 5th floor corridor. This marked the 5th time Tywin sustained injuries. He realized he was ensnared within a time loop and sought refuge in the room of requirement, only to find Rowena hiding inside. That is the entirety of the professor's account. Where lies the flaw in my narrative? Dumbledore applauded, a gesture echoed by the other headmasters in their frames. The sole figure who refrained from clapping was Phineas Black, who snorted disdainfully, deriding Tywin as a fool. William, you surpass my expectations. I assumed you would struggle to discern the connections and would return to consult me again. You truly embody the spirit of Ravenclaw, Dumbledore praised. Not at all. I too pondered for an extended period. Had it been you, you would have immediately identified the issues at hand, William humbly replied. You overestimate me. I am not omnipotent. and many possess wisdom that eludes me. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. Since Professor McGonagall lauded my nobility, I have not blushed as I do now. Professor, I have a query. What is it? Given that Tywin already possesses a time turner, why does he seek the elusive Ravenclaw ring? Dumbledore shook his head. Do you truly believe that? Is it not so? I imagine you have come across a particular phrase repeatedly while studying the time turner. Prohibition of misuse. Indeed. Dumbledore clasped his hands and leaned back in his chair. For many years, the reason why time travelers cannot survive journeys spanning vast temporal distances remained unclear. However, these experiments ceased in 1899 when Eloise Mintumble found herself trapped in 1402 for 5 days. Similarly, the 5 days she spent in the distant past significantly interfered with the lives of every individual she encountered, causing a notable impact that led to the disappearance of at least 25 of their descendants in the present, who were never born. Upon her reappearance that Tuesday, her classes had been reduced to 2 days, and by Thursday, to merely 4 hours. The Ministry of Magic faced relentless troubles in concealing this incident, which subsequently birthed the most stringent legal regulations and penalties surrounding time travel research. Even under the Ministry's oversight, the use of the exceedingly limited time turners is governed by hundreds of laws. As Solcroc stated, human minds cannot comprehend time, and thus cannot fathom the destruction that attempts to violate the rules of time may cause. After hearing Dumbledore's words, William nodded. After all, in the rumors, the Ravenclaw ring poses no side effects during time travel. Suddenly, William recalled that Tywin's multiple uses of the time turner were initially prompted by Dumbledore's unannounced visit to the Ravenclaw common room. This triggered a cascade of disastrous events for Tywin. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Chapter 91, The Tale of Tywin. Their conversation had unknowingly stretched on for half an hour. Unable to contain his curiosity, William posed a question that had long perplexed him. Professor, if Tywin's intention was to save James Potter, why did he impersonate a Death Eater? You are mistaken, William. Tywin did not aim to save James. Rather, he sought to save Voldemort, and he is indeed a genuine Death Eater. But did he not harbor special feelings for James? In those memories, people can change, William. When James and Lily became involved, Tywin transformed. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Remember, that was merely the beginning. Love can sometimes drive a person to madness, rendering them less like themselves, Dumbledore stated with great sagacity. A peculiar image materialized. William's pupils contracted in fear. What on earth is this? Surroundings blurred and darkened, as a man emerged, clad in a black robe, with disheveled blonde hair and a visage marked by dread. A group of individuals cloaked in black hoods encircled him, their wands aimed menacingly at his head. Please, do not kill me. I seek the Dark Lord. The man knelt, raising his wand in supplication. Ah, you come to find me. Is it Dumbledore who sent you, Tywin? I possess vital information that could lead you to the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Oh, you know their whereabouts? A deep, raspy voice echoed ominously. Several. Indeed, Lily Potter, Frank Longbottom, and Alice Longbottom. Very well, the man replied lazily. The Longbottom couple has evaded me once, and Lily Potter has escaped twice. I recall these were your classmates, were they not? What is it you desire, merciful Lord Voldemort? What reward might you bestow upon me? I wish to become a Death Eater. In an instant, the scene shifted, new memories unfurling. A small, square chamber dimly lit. The stark black marble floor was striking to behold. A low wooden altar was framed by 3 stone pillars, flickering candlelight dancing upon it. A tall figure emerged. Golden hair remarkably familiar, it was Tywin, now in his 20s. He was no longer the meek and utterly ordinary Tywin, but had transformed into a confident, handsome young man, a smile adorning his face. Soon, more figures appeared, for wizards, observing the initiate with scrutiny. Dressed as Death Eaters, their hooded forms rendered their faces unrecognizable to William. Suddenly, a low, raspy voice pierced the air, and a figure materialized atop the altar. In the name of the great Voldemort, I hereby open this assembly to my new servant. As the words echoed, a series of urgent knocks resounded. William's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. The rituals of the Death Eaters had always been shrouded in secrecy within the pages of various tomes, yet today, he bore witness to them firsthand. The ceremony proceeded with meticulous precision, the atmosphere reminiscent of a dark cult. Wands ignited with sparks were raised to the bare chests of the initiates, signifying that should they betray Voldemort, they would face the dire consequences of magical retribution. Tywin knelt at Voldemort's feet, vowing eternal loyalty to his master, promising that should he betray him, he would willingly accept punishment, disembowelment, his heart extracted and cast aside for others to trample. Voldemort bent down, rolling up Tywin's sleeve to the elbow, lightly tapping his wand against the skin. Tywin grimaced in pain, yet the sense of fulfillment swiftly eclipsed his discomfort, a flush of excitement rising to his cheeks. The passage of time felt indeterminate until a vivid mark emerged upon Tywin's skin, a crimson tattoo depicting a skull with a serpent issuing forth from its mouth. The Dark Mark. As the ritual concluded, Tywin collapsed to the ground, crawling to Voldemort's feet and kissing the hem of his dark robe. Master, Master, Tywin whispered reverently. The surrounding Death Eaters mirrored his actions, each kneeling and crawling to Voldemort, kissing his robes before retreating to form a silent circle. Let us depart, William, Dumbledore instructed. Moments later, he finally chose to speak. During his formative years at Hogwarts, the young Voldemort amassed a devoted group of followers, devoid of any emotional attachment. This assembly coalesced into a dark force within the castle, comprised of a diverse array of individuals, the weak seeking refuge, the ambitious yearning for a semblance of power, and the inherently cruel, drawn to a leader who could impart to them a more profound form of savagery. In essence, they were the precursors to the Death Eaters. Some of them, upon leaving Hogwarts, indeed became the first of Voldemort's Death Eaters. In a bid to solidify his influence and showcase his uniqueness, the young Voldemort, under the counsel of this faction, devised a ritual. The true core of the Death Eaters underwent this rite, signifying their allegiance as servants of Voldemort. Rodolphus Lestrange, along with his wife Bellatrix, emerged as Voldemort's foremost Death Eater leaders, fervently devoted to him, thus affirming the authenticity of the memories recounted. Dumbledore pondered. What then compelled Tywin to join the Death Eaters? William, I can only speculate, he replied, his hands clasped. Human nature is ever fickle. Tywin harbored a particular sentiment for James, which transformed into animosity upon James's union with Lily. This hatred drove him to divulge Lily's whereabouts to Voldemort, facilitating her demise. Did the Potters perish during that time? William inquired. No, Dumbledore shook his head. Lily escaped that attack, marking her third evasion of Voldemort's pursuit. However, after that incident, I started to suspect a traitor among us and advised the Potters and the Longbottoms to go into hiding. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Voldemort was determined to locate the Potters. Tywin, a childhood friend of James, was indeed one of those covertly investigating, but before he could act, Voldemort found James and Lily through another avenue. Sirius Black? William guessed. Indeed, Sirius, Dumbledore repeated in a tone tinged with sorrow and complexity. Tywin's lack of involvement coincided with Voldemort's downfall. Few witnessed his ascendance as a Death Eater, and he has remained concealed until now. But what then? Incited his animosity towards Professor Snape? William queried. He recalled Tywin's words in the hospital wing, condemning Snape as a vile traitor responsible for James's death at the hands of the Dark Lord. William, I cannot divulge intricate details, Dumbledore cautioned. I can only indicate that Voldemort resolved to eliminate the Potters due to a particular piece of information inadvertently leaked by Snape. In the aftermath, Voldemort's demise led Tywin to believe that Snape had deceived and ultimately caused Voldemort's downfall, thus breeding his animosity. Chapter 92, A One-Way Ticket to Azkaban. William pondered silently, recognizing the multitude of ambiguities in the headmaster's narrative, particularly regarding Professor Snape. Since Dumbledore was reluctant to elaborate, there was little he could ascertain. Nevertheless, one certainty emerged. Snape was aligned with Dumbledore's cause. The unmailed letters served as the most compelling evidence of this alliance. Dumbledore twirled a blue gem ring on his finger and continued speaking. Due to such animosity, Tywin assumed the guise of Snape using Polyjuice Potion during the attack on the Ministry of Magic, solely to frame him. I surmise that on the day Arthur clashed with Malfoy, Tywin was also in Diagon Alley. He seized Malfoy's wand, again to implicate him and to maintain the facade. As for how Tywin obtained Snape's hair, it likely occurred during an altercation with Snape on the day he applied for a position at Hogwarts. But why? William inquired. Did he assault Professor Snape's potion storeroom under the cover of night? That night, numerous potions were stolen, including Polyjuice Potion, indicating that his supply had been depleted. Such potions cannot be stored for extended periods. Since the Ministry was attacked, the Auror Office intensified surveillance of the black market. Tywin may have deemed it unsafe to procure potions externally, fearing he would leave traces for the Aurors to follow, especially with Snape conveniently imprisoned in Azkaban. Thus, he pilfered from Snape's quarters. Professor, I have one more question, William addressed Dumbledore. Is this the final one, my child? Dumbledore jested. Oh, indeed, William replied with a smile. Ravenclaw had implemented a unique enchantment to prevent the ring from being forcibly taken. Unless it was claimed by her heir, the ring remained but a ring, devoid of any remarkable properties. It was only upon entering the room of requirement, grievously wounded by a bite from a thestral, on the brink of death, that you seized the ring and donned it upon your index finger, truly becoming the heir of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore stirred the pensieve, and an image of a girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, emerged. Judy Crouch. William suddenly comprehended. Clearly, Tywin had exploited Judy's affection for him, deceiving and manipulating her. William understood everything, without a single detail overlooked. The ring on his right index finger abruptly became scorching hot, and an eagle soared forth from it, landing upon William's shoulder. It fixed its gaze upon Dumbledore, then cast a fleeting glance at the Phoenix Fox, before suddenly gripping William's shoulder and lifting him aloft. William found himself engulfed in a whirlpool, and when he awoke once more, he lay in his own bed. He surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory appeared unchanged, identical to the previous day. Today was still April 20th. The ring on his index finger had vanished, and William realized his cycle had concluded. Tomorrow would usher in the 21st, and he must make the most of today. He dressed and noticed Marcos entwined with Bradley, the two closely nestled together. Quite the eyesore, William thought, as they had shared a bed for over 700 days, a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. He hastily completed his morning routine and departed the dormitory. The common room buzzed with activity, filled with an eager crowd engaged in lively conversation. Autumn and Marietta occupied a corner, attempting to transform a tattered hat. Both had tried for a while with no success. And other witches and wizards had made their attempts as well, but none yielded any change. "Good morning, William," Autumn greeted him upon sight. William returned the greeting, but did not take a seat as he approached. He drew forth his wand, directing it at the hat. Everyone paused, eager to witness the prowess of the Ravenclaw prodigy. The name of William, the genius, had long been whispered throughout the halls of the academy. One need only glance at the points he had accrued for the school to understand his reputation. However, students from other years had never witnessed William's magic firsthand, making this his inaugural transformation before an audience. William's lips moved slightly as he tapped the hat, and before their eyes, the hat morphed into a magnificent black eagle. Complete with a tuft atop its head, the eagle let out a resounding cry, soaring around the common room before alighting on the shoulder of the Ravenclaw statue. With a sharp whistle, William summoned the eagle once more, which circled above him before diving down gracefully to perch upon his shoulder. A smile graced William's face, his heart brimming with joy. This was pure exhibitionism. His transfiguration skills had undergone a metamorphosis after 2 years of rigorous practice, coupled with the attentive guidance of Professor McGonagall, transforming from a previous weakness into a formidable strength. He had changed the hat countless times within the time loop, yet none could remember these transformations, rendering the experience rather monotonous. Today, however, was different. With a flourish, William twirled his wand, tapping the eagle's brow, and it transformed into a bronze hat, upon which a fierce honey badger roared from the brim. On the opposite side, it read, "May the friendship between the Eagle House and Badger House endure forever." William presented the hat to Autumn, and the room erupted in applause, celebrating his remarkable transfiguration skills. Autumn's mouth fell open, as if witnessing an invasion from Cybertron. Marietta gazed at him in awe, her admiration so profound one might think she was ready to pledge her heart. William beamed, the exhilaration he felt surpassing even that of consuming Felix Felicis. He turned to depart, but Autumn hastened to catch up, astonished. "William, how did you accomplish that?" "I could do it a year ago." "Nonsense. What was your level a year ago?" "I have no idea," William retorted playfully, as Autumn pinched his arm, observing the pained expression on his face to confirm he was not dreaming. "Indeed, if it were a dream, wouldn't I have envisioned my transfiguration skills being so exceptional?" Autumn murmured softly. Transfiguration had always been her weakest subject. Despite Cedric's efforts to tutor her, her grades remained dismal. Thus, one could only say that pain and joy coexisted in her experience. "What are you off to do?" Autumn inquired, appearing intent on accompanying him. "What do you need him for?" "I have a train ticket to deliver to him." "What kind of ticket?" "A one-way ticket to Azkaban." Chapter 93, The Battle Erupts. William indeed wished to take Autumn, Cedric, and the Weasley twins to broaden their horizons. Capturing Tywin would be a significant achievement, especially on a level within the magical realm. However, Tywin was a fully fledged wizard wielding 3 time-turners, and his first move would be the Avada Kedavra curse. Having endured the time loop and trained with Professor Flitwick for 2 years, William felt confident in his ability to apprehend Tywin, though he was less certain about Cedric and the others. William did not wish for them to fall into peril. Thus, for safety's sake, he resolved to go alone. Exiting the common room, he cast a glance at the door knocker, where the eagle-shaped bronze knocker awaited. He could not help but pause, gently caressing the door knocker. Uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to re-enter the time loop, Robert fixed his gaze intently on William, as though William's touch upon the ring was an affront to his wife. Though Robert had no girlfriend, he was besieged by numerous wives, be they door knockers or mere paper figures. If Robert were to discover that William had been toying with his wife for 2 years, one could only speculate what expression might grace his face. William, however, remained unfazed by Robert. 2 years had tempered his temperament considerably. He turned away, no longer gazing at the door knocker, and had scarcely exited the corridor when he felt a sudden chill in his hand. Looking down, William was taken aback to find the ring he had carried for 2 years, never once removed, resting quietly in his palm. He could not suppress a grin, yet refrained from slipping the ring back on, choosing instead to pocket it. After all, he was a member of Ravenclaw. One must not forsake tradition. As he hastened down the corridor, a disbelieving roar echoed from a distance. The door knocker vanished before Robert's very eyes as he frantically searched the ground. Yet the true culprit had quickened his pace, heading straight for the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. It was only 7:10. There was no way Tywin could have utilized the time turner. William retrieved a tome on defense against the dark arts, his wand concealed within the long sleeve of his left hand, and wore an innocuous smile as he gently tapped on the door. Moments later, the sound of a doorknob turning was heard, and Professor Tywin cautiously peered out. Upon seeing William, he donned a smile once more. "William, what brings you here so early?" "Professor, I am struggling with a particular spell and would like your guidance." "But today is the Quidditch final." Tywin hesitated. "It will only take a few questions. If we can resolve them in 10 minutes, I can still make it to the match." Which spell?" "The summoning charm. But I believe that is taught in the 4th year." "Indeed, Professor, but as you know," William winked, "I possess a natural aptitude for charms," advancing swiftly. "Sometimes I misplace my written assignments and desperately need the summoning charm. That must be the work of your classmates. They too require perfect answers." Tywin chuckled. "Come in, child." "Thank you," William replied, a smile illuminating his face as he entered. Once inside, he placed the book upon the desk, feigning an earnest demeanor as he listened intently. Tywin relaxed and began his explanation in earnest. 5 minutes later, he remarked, "William, your talent is truly remarkable. I have only explained it once, and you are able to execute it flawlessly. The knowledge within the book surely cannot satisfy you. Have you considered studying some advanced magic?" "Advanced magic?" William inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Yes, those spells of considerable power," Tywin enticed. "You see, the incantations in textbooks sometimes lack the potency needed to combat dark wizards or creatures of dark magic." Tywin's intentions were transparent. He sought to recruit a gifted child, hoping to lead him into the study of dark magic, thereby influencing both mind and soul, much like the endeavors of Voldemort in years past. "Do you have any recommendations?" "Professor, I am but a first-year student hailing from a Muggle family, possessing limited knowledge in certain realms." William endeavored to exhibit expressions of delight and curiosity. With his left hand firmly grasping his wand within the ample folds of his robe, he repeatedly demonstrated his right-handedness. Though it did not imply an inability to cast spells with his left hand, a skill acquired under the tutelage of Professor Flitwick. Suddenly, with a shout of stupefy, William raised his wand and unleashed a spell towards Tywin, catching him off guard. However, prior to this, a mirror perched upon the bookshelf began to whirl unexpectedly. In one corner of the shelf, a golden probe buzzed and trembled. With a resounding crash, the stunning spell struck the shelf, causing it to splinter in half. Thanks to the warnings from the mirror and the probe, Tywin managed to duck just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, the heavy bookshelf crashed down upon his back, eliciting a cry of pain as he rolled to the side, enduring the agony while extracting his ebony wand from his robe. With a burst of flames, William sidestepped to the right, swiftly evading the spell. The fiery projectile shattered the wooden door, flying into the corridor, where it soon erupted in an explosion, igniting a blaze. This commotion attracted numerous onlookers. Students had gathered at the Quidditch pitch, all fixated on Hogwarts Castle. "Wow, is this a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster?" exclaimed a young wizard of Muggle descent. Professor McGonagall leaped into action, snatching the microphone from Lee Jordan's grasp, declaring sternly, "Everyone, stay where you are. I will handle this." She then descended from the platform, racing towards Wood, whom she unceremoniously kicked off his broom, soaring towards the exploding castle with a grace that rivaled even George and Fred. Internally, she raged, "Hurry up. Why is this wretched broom so slow? The school ought to upgrade to the latest Firebolt 2000s. Meanwhile, the battle in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office raged on. William flicked his wand, transforming the scattered tomes on the floor into spears that converged upon Tywin. The physique of a wizard is no different from that of a regular person. Struck by the bookshelf, Tywin, injured and immobile, could only shout, "Protego!" With a sweeping motion of his arm, William's robes billowed dramatically, drawing the flames from the corridor towards him. The fire coalesced fiercely, morphing into the shape of a phoenix, which surged forward. The fiery phoenix arched like a bridge. Frost descended as Tywin directed his wand downward, centering himself. A wave of frost radiated outward. The phoenix transformed into an ice sculpture, a blanket of white frost enveloping the office as the temperature plummeted, even causing the water in cups to freeze solid. The frost continued its advance towards William's feet. With a deft twist, he cast a spell, his body spinning to narrowly evade the frost, finding balance as he stood inverted upon the ceiling. The frozen phoenix, its beak agape, expelled a torrent of flames. The office experienced a swift transition from frigid cold to searing heat, a chaotic interplay of extremes, as steam began to rise and envelop the air. Tywin was utterly astonished. William's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary wizard. Such mastery in combat was something many adult wizards lacked. Pain surged through Tywin's back. Yet he bore the agony as he bellowed, shatter into fragments. Flames erupted, then coalesced into countless smaller fire eagles, accelerating towards him with relentless fury. Tywin grit his teeth, attempting to move, but he found himself ensnared within a prison of sharp spikes. "Disarm your weapon," Tywin roared, yet he was not alone in this cry. William raised his wand, and with a resounding explosion, the bookshelf splintered once more. Tywin was lifted off the ground as the spikes pierced his back, only to be hurled against the wall, a trickle of blood seeping from beneath his hair. He succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 94. The Wild McGonagall and the Dashing Snape. This battle was undeniably unfair. Unless undergoing magical augmentation, a wizard's physique is no different from that of an ordinary person. A single blow could incapacitate most. Caught off guard by William's sudden assault, Tywin had little chance to defend himself. Had it not been for the warnings from the reflection and the probing device, he would have been struck down without hesitation. The bookshelf collided with his back, inflicting considerable injury, and he had not anticipated that a first-year wizard would possess such formidable strength. Yet, battles are seldom equitable. From the outset, Tywin was destined to lose. Even if he had not been struck by the bookshelf, and even if William could not overpower him in a brief skirmish, could he truly believe that the multitude of professors were mere bystanders? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry harbors Britain's finest magical talents, who would soon converge upon the scene. The tip of William's wand erupted in serpentine tendrils that coiled around Tywin's mouth, wrists, and ankles. William retrieved the ebony wand and unfastened a time-turner from around Tywin's neck. Having completed these tasks, he began to search the ground for items of value, such as the notes Tywin had just mentioned. Alas, the ferocity of the battle had rendered most of the books to ruin. William felt no regret, no matter how valuable Tywin's notes might be. They could not compare to the treasures found within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. He turned his attention to the 3 volumes of esoteric philosophy, true treasures that he intended to keep for himself. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing among the cabinets. William's mind raced. Such tomes were unlikely to be displayed openly on a shelf. Suddenly, he recalled that Tywin had met his end in the restroom. Why had Tywin, bitten by Louis, dragged his injured body to the lavatory? Surely, it was not merely to relieve himself. He must have been concealing something. Just as he had hidden items in the room of requirement, so too must he have done in the restroom. William opened the wooden door to the lavatory and stepped inside. The space was impeccably tidy, and he approached the toilet, which was equally pristine. Suddenly, he lifted the lid of the cistern, revealing only water within, devoid of any other items. He pressed a button on the side of the toilet, and water gushed forth. Pressing another button, a loud thud echoed from the tank. William chuckled, reopening the lid, which had now transformed into a capacious container. The concealment expansion charm. William was momentarily speechless. It seemed that in this day and age, everyone resorted to such measures. If one could not master this incantation, it appeared almost shameful to claim the title of a wizard. Determined to craft a concealed extension charm box for himself during the final months of his first year, he believed that, regardless of whether it contained precious items, one must maintain an air of sophistication in the magical community. The box belonging to Tywin was spacious, yet contained little: a golden key, 2 time-turners, a thick parchment manuscript, and a large vial of polyjuice potion. The key was from Gringotts, used by Professor Tywin to store his wealth. However, William refrained from taking it. What purpose would it serve him? To abscond with Tywin's fortune? William was but a first-year wizard, a legitimate identity holder, with a father who was a dentist and a mother a university professor. He belonged to the middle class and was not in want of money. In his previous life, he had undergone 2 decades of socialist education, becoming a distinguished Marxist warrior, not a thief, nor a dark wizard, and certainly not a bandit ready to flee after a heist. What would it mean to take Tywin's key? If he went undetected, it might be inconsequential, but if caught, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, possessing the key would be futile. One could not merely access Gringotts' vaults with a key. Otherwise, the ministry officials would have long since confiscated the funds of ancient family heirs imprisoned in Azkaban. Gringotts operates independently and is not under the ministry's jurisdiction. If the ministry could not seize the riches, neither could William, unless he intended to rob the place. But if he possessed the ability to commit robbery, Tywin's vault would be of little concern. However, he could take the philosophies of the secret arts. Using a duplication charm, William created a new copy of the manuscript. The essence of such texts lies within the knowledge they contain. The replicated version would be indistinguishable from the original and undetectable. After reducing the size of the copied parchment, he tucked it into his pocket. The 2 time-turners were left behind. These items were under stringent scrutiny by the ministry, and he had no need for them. At that moment, Professor McGonagall arrived, soaring on her broomstick, propelling herself at an incredible speed without any intention of slowing down. With a single broom, she was unstoppable. As she burst into the office, bent low with both hands gripping the broom tightly, she executed a youthful leap, sending the beleaguered Nimbus 1700 hurtling toward the wall. A resounding crash echoed, and even from the restroom, William could hear the sound of the broom colliding with the wall, the wood splintering under the strain. The wall crumbled dramatically. Professor McGonagall paid no heed to the state of her broom or her mounting anxiety. She transformed mid-air into a tabby cat and rolled upon landing. The entire sequence was a seamless spectacle, leaving William utterly astonished. How remarkably fierce. No wonder McGonagall belonged to Gryffindor. She could only be a Gryffindor. Spotting Tywin on the ground, her expression shifted, and she called out, "Who is inside?" "It's me, Professor," William replied, emerging from the dust-laden restroom, wand in hand. "William, what are you doing here?" "Did you see who attacked Professor Tywin?" McGonagall inquired. "It was I," came the response. "What? You?" McGonagall's disbelief was palpable. "Tywin is a Death Eater. If you do not believe me, look at his arm." With a flick of his wand, William rolled up Tywin's sleeve, revealing the dark mark on his left forearm. McGonagall's face turned grave. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was indeed a Death Eater. Soon after, Professor Flitwick arrived. He had been in his office, preparing to have breakfast, but was drawn to the Ravenclaw common room by Robert, which accounted for his tardiness. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore approached, casting a glance at the unconscious Tywin before turning to William with a smile. "Come along, William. I suspect you have much to discuss with me." As William reached the doorway, he spotted Professor Snape, who was clutching his left arm, his expression dark and displeased. After nearly 2 years without seeing Snape, William couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor, you still look quite dashing." In Chapter 95, The Tracking Charm, within the confines of the office, William recounted how he had detected Tywin's unusual behavior and the ensuing battle of wits that led to the capture of the Death Eater. Once the professors departed, leaving only William and Dumbledore, he began to narrate an entirely different version of events, including the grand ambitions Dumbledore had once shared with him. For approximately 10 minutes, William spoke earnestly, while Dumbledore listened intently, the room enveloped in silence. During this time, William extracted portions of his memories as evidence for Dumbledore. After an indeterminate interval, a sudden, urgent knocking interrupted them. "Come in," Dumbledore called, and William fell silent. The shocking revelation that a dark wizard responsible for the attack on the Ministry of Magic had been hiding within Hogwarts was astounding. No wonder they had been unable to locate him. Fudge burst in, his steps hurried, exuding excitement. Upon seeing William, he grasped his hand warmly, akin to a benevolent elder. "Incredible. A first-year wizard like yourself single-handedly apprehended the perpetrator of the Ministry attack, something even numerous Aurors failed to achieve. How did you manage it? It has been years since such a remarkable feat occurred. You are a genius." William raised an eyebrow, surprised by Fudge's commendation. "Oh my, you are only 12. This record will stand for many years. What an extraordinary achievement. Wouldn't you agree, Albus?" Fudge turned his gaze toward Dumbledore, or rather, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, his hands clasped comfortably in his lap, seemingly enjoying Fudge's performance. "I have just a few more words to exchange with William. Cornelius, could you grant me a moment?" "Oh, certainly," Fudge replied, his mood buoyant, and as he departed, he winked at William. "Can you guess what our minister wants to discuss with me?" Dumbledore, having experienced the time loop, no longer regarded William as merely a child. "Perhaps it concerns Professor Tywin. He may not wish for you to disclose the matter of the Time Turner?" William pondered aloud. Previously, Fudge deceived the public, treating everyone as mere pawns, and he similarly lied to Dumbledore. Now that the truth has been revealed, he naturally wishes for Dumbledore's assistance in concealing it. Otherwise, he may become the Minister of Magic with the shortest tenure. "William, you are indeed quite astute," Dumbledore remarked with a gentle smile, "but such is the nature of politics. This is also why I am reluctant to accept the position of minister. I prefer the role of headmaster, as it allows me to encounter delightful and clever students like yourself." "I understand, Professor. I shall not divulge this matter to anyone," William assured him. Dumbledore shook his head, responding with a smile. "I, too, have had dear friends. Such concealment can fracture friendships. Even the most trivial secrets, if left unaddressed, can evolve into irreparable chasms. Therefore, Miss Chong, Mr. Diggory, and the Weasley brothers are exempt from this request, but I implore your close friends to remain tight-lipped." "Understood," William said joyfully. "Professor, has anyone ever told you something?" "What is it?" "You are the best headmaster Hogwarts has ever known." Dumbledore blushed at this compliment. Before he could respond, the portraits of former headmasters on the wall erupted in indignation. "That title belongs to me," one exclaimed. "Nonsense, I am the finest headmaster." Another retorted, "You, with your youth, have encountered but a handful of headmasters." Phineas Black even removed a shoe in his fury and hurled it at William. William made a face and quickly exited. "So, you dispatched our esteemed Professor Tywin in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office?" Fred assessed William by the Black Lake, seemingly searching for something amiss. "Not at all. In truth, I merely rendered him unconscious. Well, at most, severely injured, and he is a Death Eater. That is quite exaggerated. He is an adult wizard. It seems the time loop you mentioned is indeed true. George interjected. It must be true. Did you not witness his exceptional transfiguration skills? I could never accomplish such feats, Cedric noted, examining the Ravenclaw ring with a magnifying glass, while Autumn looked on with an envious gaze. As Dumbledore instructed, William briefly recounted the events that transpired. Will wearing this ring transport us into a time loop? Fred inquired. Don't be foolish. Only a descendant of Ravenclaw can wear this ring, George interjected, though he rubbed his hands together, casting an eager glance at William. Why not try it and see? William replied with a smile. Fred was the first to slip it onto his index finger, yet nothing happened, and he easily removed it. George and Cedric met the same fate. Perhaps Autumn will succeed. The group turned their attention to her, and the girl carefully donned the ring, but to no avail. After some deliberation, they returned the ring to William. George nodded in agreement, seemingly supportive of the notion. Then I shall seek the Hufflepuff cup. Cedric exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps I will become the heir of Hufflepuff. I suppose I shall search for the diadem of Ravenclaw, Autumn joked. Several individuals stood beside the Black Lake, where William waved his wand, transforming a patch of grass into 5 chairs, upon which they seated themselves. This transfiguration had become second nature to William. By the way, I have deciphered the Marauders map. William pulled out the map, revealing that the Marauders had employed an obscure spell known as the Tracking Charm. Over the course of these 2 years, he had absorbed an abundance of spells and engaged in profound discussions with Dumbledore on various subjects. At long last, he discovered the spell used by the Marauders within a tome located in a restricted section. The Tracking Charm is an advanced incantation similar to the Trace, albeit with a more limited scope. The Marauders had cast this spell over Hogwarts, causing any wizard entering its vicinity to have their name revealed on the map. Chapter 96, Final Examinations. William produced a notebook filled with magical notes he had penned from memory. Fred gazed at the densely packed annotations, feeling a slight headache, and casually tossed it to the more intrigued Cedric, inquiring, Can you cast this spell? The Tracking Charm is quite complex. My current magical capacity is insufficient. William replied with a shrug. It might work over a small area, but encompassing all of Hogwarts would be incredibly draining. As a first-year wizard, if I were to exert myself to a third of its potential, I would exhaust my magic. Then how will we sell the map next semester? George lamented. Clearly in need of funds. Well, desperately in need of funds. William patted him on the shoulder and smiled. It's not as troublesome as you think. The Marauders have already cast the Trace spell within the school, and the core object is the Marauders map. I merely need to establish a backdoor connection, linking the other maps to the Marauders map. Once William understood the workings of the Trace spell, unraveling the Marauders map became quite straightforward. His task was to use the Marauders map as the central object, connecting all the maps intended for sale to it. The advantages of this approach were manifold. First and foremost, it was simple. Furthermore, by using the Marauders map as the core object, they could uniformly manage the maps they sold. This arrangement would function as a back-end system, allowing for real-time monitoring and preventing any attempts to decrypt the maps. Naturally, the maps available for sale would have many features stripped away, such as the ability to display others' names, locations, or the secret passages of Hogwarts. What shall we do then? Autumn inquired. Cedric has a knack for design. Let us revamp the map. As the previous version was rather unattractive, William suggested. It was evident that the Marauders were not gifted in aesthetics. Their map bore a haphazard design that significantly detracted from its appeal. Cedric, having studied under Mr. Ollivander for a considerable time, possessed a solid foundation in artistry, making him the ideal candidate for this task. As for the 3 of you, reach out to the various houses and spread the word that our shop is about to open. What will be our offerings? Hogwarts-themed maps, homework reference answers, various potions, Hogsmeade snack procurement, and prank products, should anyone still be unclear about the scope of our business. William rose and gazed out over the Black Lake, smiling. Simply inform them that we will sell what the school rules permit, and even what they do not permit. We shall sell first and discuss later, with payment upon delivery. Is that sufficiently clear? Indeed. As the 5 pondered on how to evade detection by the professors, the Wizarding World was struck as if by a deep-sea bomb. As William stated, the Ministry of Magic chose not to divulge the matter of the Time Turner, instead opting to perpetuate the error, portraying Tywin as a Death Eater who attacked the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. For the first time in a decade, the term Death Eater re-emerged in the newspapers, inciting widespread panic. Concurrently, to divert attention, the Daily Prophet extensively reported on the capture of Tywin by William. The gravity of this reporting rivaled the summer brawl between the Weasleys and Malfoys. The Daily Prophet's headline proclaimed, single-handedly capturing Death Eater William Stark, saving the children of Hogwarts. This was no exaggeration. Tywin's assault on the Ministry was a charge sufficient to condemn him to a lifetime in Azkaban. Moreover, the notion that a Death Eater lurked within Hogwarts posed a threat to all young witches and wizards in Britain. a record difficult to surpass. In no time, William became a household name across the nation. Yet, a letter arrived from home, wherein Lyanna chastised William, condemning Hogwarts for allowing a young wizard to risk such peril, asserting her intention to withdraw him from the school. Professor Dumbledore found himself overwhelmed, not only needing to attend Tywin's trial, but also to visit William's home. However, William suspected that Dumbledore's consolation of his parents was a facade, while his actual intention was to visit Annie. The trial proceeded swiftly, with irrefutable evidence. Tywin was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic appeared exceedingly confident in the security of this prison, believing that no wizard could escape, thus seldom imposing the death penalty. Following Tywin's capture, the course on defense against the dark arts was naturally suspended, much to everyone's dismay. In this era, finding a captivating and competent professor for such a subject was no easy feat nevertheless. This would soon become a headache for Dumbledore. Before long, the examination week arrived. The weather was sweltering, particularly within the grand classroom where they were to take their exams. Each student was required to write with specially distributed quills, enchanted to prevent cheating. They were also to undertake practical assessments. Professor Flitwick called them in one by one, testing their ability to make a doll perform ballet across a table. William was already aware of the examination's demands, yet with his prowess, it mattered little whether he had prior knowledge. He transfigured a chair into a gramophone, which played the classic piece Swan Lake to accompany the doll's performance. William adeptly maneuvered for dolls, making them dance the dance of the little swans. Professor Flitwick awarded him full marks on the spot. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall tasked them with transfiguring a bamboo rat into a snuff box, stating that the more exquisite the transformation, the higher the score. Any remnants of the rat's whiskers on the box would result in point deductions. William effortlessly conjured the Hogwarts castle on the snuff box, with Hogsmeade depicted on the interior. Although this revealed his visit to Hogsmeade, Professor McGonagall still awarded him full marks. William audaciously included a sprig of French lily in his potion, which could induce pleasant dreams for those who slumber. Snape scoffed quietly, but refrained from commenting on William's presumptuousness. The final subject examined was the history of magic. When Professor Binns instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, all the students erupted in cheers. The semester was finally drawing to a close.